We found ourselves in a devastated desert, which was once teeming with life, judging by the numerous remains of residential buildings. However, in the middle of this lifeless desert, a young man suddenly found himself wondering where he was. He looked around, then turned his gaze to the sky, and his eyes began to dry out at an incredible speed. An unknown entity contacted him and advised him not to look at the sky as the temperature here was around 60 degrees. The young man rose slowly, and his hands began to squeeze the handcuffs with some kind of digital machine uncomfortably. The system told him that he was about to be fried, as a crispy crust had already formed on his back. The system assistant asked him if he could hear him, but the young man wondered how he got there. The protagonist looked around, and the system informed him that he had fallen into ruins that were 700 years old. The system analysis also told him that there was a fallen of moderate mutation here, but that was new information for him. The system meanwhile informed him that he had entered an area where there was not a single source of water for many kilometers. The presence of vultures here hinted that if he did not escape from here, a very sad fate awaited him. He realized that he was getting information about everything, and his gaze fell on it, which looked like some kind of blessing. He quickly rose to his feet, looked around and realized that the 3 directions he had analyzed were very dangerous. After he turned his attention to another path, the system informed him that only there was water. The system also informed that if there is only one short answer among 3, then you need to choose that one. The young man ignored the system's words and continued to look around, trying to understand how he ended up in this place. He finally noticed the shackles and assumed that in this life he had become a criminal and had suffered a severe punishment. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the thing looked strange for simple handcuffs. He was informed that these shackles were used as a means of spying on slaves, and he decided to save himself. He realized that a person could survive for an entire hour at a temperature of 71 degrees, so he didn't have much time. However, he was haunted by the information that someone had been following him all this time, so he decided to find out everything about it. He looked around carefully and calmly, trying to find a camera or anything that looked like a clue. The people watching him and who were in the rich palace wondered why this boy was still alive after 10 minutes. The man walked through the blue door but was still alive, which was a great disappointment to them. They wondered why the man looked so cheerful, since the blue zones were always the hottest of all. They began to get indignant, adding that they wanted to see how the fallen would devour people, and the manager took notice of this. She looked closely at the traveling boy, while the others were surprised at how calm he was. As he paced his steps, he reflected on the fact that people lived in the tower, and that outside it was dangerous and almost impossible to survive. The system had given him all this information, but now he had a much more serious problem, because he needed to somehow survive. He briefly immersed himself in the depths of thought in order to come to a more rational and confident decision. He realized that if his survival was constantly being recorded, it was a gamble that aristocrats were playing. Counting his steps in seconds, he realized that the temperature had risen to 70 degrees, and he had even less time left. After a while, he turned around and finally found what he had been looking for so long, and the system was also happy about it. The system assistant reported that half the credit for finding the water should have gone to the voiceover. He also decided to check the temperature of the water in the hydrant, and was surprised at how cold it was. This gave him a hint that he could go down into the sewers, as the temperature there should be lower. He realized that if there was a water supply somewhere, then the entrance had to be somewhere nearby. He decided to test the theory, and took only a few steps before turning into the nearest alley. In front of him was a twisted heat-insulating hatch, which could have been easily pushed aside and saved. The protagonist realized that this was a great stroke of luck, but he couldn't hold out like that for long with his hands tied. The system was pleased that the hero was fully aware of his situation, and recommended that he move forward without regret. After thinking for a moment, he realized that if they were betting on him, he needed to find a way to contact them. However, he did not know how to speak the same language with them, since he was only taking his first steps in this world. That is why he decided to address them in sign language, which they could certainly understand absolutely everyone. The aristocrats in the palace looked on angrily and said that this slave was too arrogant and should be destroyed. Some began to get emotional and said that this man should have died, suggesting that it was all a setup. The event manager closely monitored the mood of the guests and realized that action needed to be taken. She took action, quickly contacted the right person, and he promised her that this person would die. She listened to his excuses and then said that she didn't need to remind him of what he should have done. Meanwhile, we were transported to the suburbs, where a call was made regarding the decision on the fate of this unfortunate man. The butler hung up the phone after a very difficult conversation, and realized that he would have to resort to difficult methods. He turned to his interlocutor, informing him that their target was in the blue zone and needed to be eliminated. He also added that the guests were not supposed to suspect anything, and everything had to be presented as if the target had been eliminated by the Fallen. After this, he turned to the knight and asked him what level his talent was, and he replied that he was a Steel General. He informed him that it was quite good. But the Fallen of the Blue Zone were very strong, and he had to control his emotions well. He added that if they sensed any negative emotions, they would immediately attack, so it was necessary to control oneself. He also informed him that he had to remember that even in the event of his death, he was obliged to take the target with him to the grave. The Steel General left, giving only short answers that the essence of the task was clear to him, and went to carry it out. At this point, we were transported for a while into our main character's past life to understand who he was. He was attacked by hooligans who were surprised that he did not react at all to their attempts to beat him. Noticing that he showed absolutely no emotion, they began calling him an emotionless demon. The main character was indeed a bit strange, and even when his father died, he did not shed a single tear. The main character's name was Brandon, and he worked in the administrative department of the police special forces. He was different from ordinary people, and he was able to solve difficult murder cases quite easily. However, all his colleagues looked at him with caution, as they were frightened by his absolute coldness and indifference. However, everything changed one terrible day when they finally went to arrest a dangerous bandit. The man was armed and, in an attempt to escape, was desperately pointing his gun at everything in sight, ordering people to get away. At a certain point, his nerves gave in and he fired, and a stray bullet hit our hero straight in the heart. While the bandits tied up the police officers, Brandon fell to the ground and quickly bled out, unable to change anything. However, he was now in the sewers, and due to his transformation, his hair color had changed. He watched with interest the reflection in the sewer water, which turned out to be quite clean, as if it were an ordinary river. In the reflection he saw himself from a past life, despite the fact that now his appearance looked a little different. After some time, the reflection changed, and he saw his current image, while the system started playing tricks. She reported that his face looked incredibly attractive to the slave who was on the first floor. Brandon told the system assistant that he was not interested in interacting with him, and this offended the unknown entity. Brandon assumed that if this stranger was running these gambling games, then he must have controlled everything that happened here. He also stated that a guest was approaching who needed to be received properly. After this, he asked his interlocutor what would happen if he pretended that he was very scared. The assistant stated that he was just someone who was a little worried about him, and that he should not have been put in that position. Brandon began to smile as he heard the metallic footsteps of the man who was supposed to kill him approaching. The system assistant informed me that it was time to analyze this person. He noted with admiration that in front of him stood a Steel General, and that the strength of this man was simply incredible. The system assistant reported that such a warrior could have twisted his head off with incredible ease if he had managed to get close. Brandon, in turn, stated that he had serious doubts about allowing himself to die at the hands of some thug. Listening closely, he realized that he was apparently about 10 meters from his target, but he didn't have much time. The whole point was that the sewers here were winding, and the knight could not get close, so it was not easy to kill him. He suddenly decided to talk to his opponent and greeted him, informing him that he had finally decided to come here. After that, he began to mock him, saying that he moved too slowly for a man with such indicators. Hearing this, the knight immediately began to move, trying to catch Brandon and following the sound of his voice. Brandon continued to play the arrogant man, and stated that he shouldn't have been so surprised that he knew everything about him. He asked him if he thought that some low-level slave could last here for so long. He also asked him if he really thought it was a regular assassination mission. He laughed arrogantly and called him an incredibly naive fool who had driven himself into the grave. He smiled and added that things would be very fun in the mountain house now that they found out what had happened here. He also added that he was a worthless slave who should have died outside the tower, but an assassin was sent after him anyway. From his point of view, the fact that he was already dead, and at the same time mocking everyone who was there, was a very good show. He also added that he had expected a much more serious opponent, and such chatter made the knight angry. This is exactly what Brandon was trying to achieve, and stated that in a real scenario, the knight would not have torn him apart, but would have stayed here forever. He pointed his finger somewhere upward and said that he would step on his corpse and continue to mock the aristocrats. The pitch darkness began to be illuminated by several pairs of eerie eyes, which immediately stared forward. Brandon announced that this was his last gift, as a huge and dangerous thing emerged from the darkness. This thing looked like a skull, but its jaw was divided into several parts at once and was full of very old teeth. Brandon made a slight movement with his hand, after which the giant monster rushed forward with a powerful lunge. However, to the Steel General's surprise, this monster completely ignored Brandon, because in fact, he did not feel anything. That is why the Fallen immediately rushed to the source of negative emotions, which was the Steel General. The monster's teeth were incredibly sharp, so surviving such a bite would have been problematic. The system assistant approached the protagonist and praised him for his resourcefulness, saying that he had not expected anything like this. Brandon looked at the bloody water and said that he was very sorry, because not long ago this water was very clean. The system assistant advised him not to approach this fallen one in order to thank him personally, as it was dangerous. He added that at such a distance, even a drop of negative emotion would have attracted this monster. Brandon got into the water and reported that he was a very positive person and could not evoke negative emotions. He also added that the body of this opponent was not yet cold, and that if it could be searched, it would add to his positive attitude. After a while, he took out a small disc and examined it carefully, trying to understand what it was. The system assistant reported that it was a return device that needed to be turned in order to get anywhere. Brandon carefully turned the device to activate it, hoping to escape from here. The assistant reported that he had been rather lazy in completing the level, and had not received the puzzle pieces, but still freed him. Brandon listened with interest to his stories about the exploration of the area and the doomsday puzzles that needed to be solved. Finally, he expressed hope that the puzzles he would build in the future would be even more interesting than these. After some time, we were transported to the headquarters of the Foreign Intelligence Corps, where its captains were listening to the report. The officer reported that they had found a young man named Brandon, who was approximately 18 or 19 years old. Looking at the gloomy commander, he reported that this was all they had managed to find out about this man, since he was like a blank slate. A captain from Division 7 named Howard asked if that was really all they had learned about him. The captain of the 13th Division, Lucas, laughed and reported that the level of interrogation among his team had dropped sharply. The employee reported that the man was difficult to interrogate because he was quick to point out their shortcomings. Lucas wondered how this was even possible, and asked the captain who they had caught in the first place. Howard remained calm and asked his employee what the man had asked other employees. The employee reported that Brandon was trying to find out from them how many floors there were in the tower and how the fallen appeared. The employee also informed them that Brandon had asked about accompanying powers and talents, even though absolutely everyone knew about it. Lucas laughed loudly and said that he was quite an interesting guy, after which he decided to take him in. Howard asked him if he really wanted to recruit this man, adding that it seemed like shooting a cannon at a sparrow. Lucas turned to his comrade with a smile and informed him that, apparently, he also wanted to take him into his squad. Howard explained that their team received a tip about a loan sharking case a few months ago, but it turned out to be complicated. Lucas was surprised that they had taken on the case at all, since internal affairs was the job of the Correctional Corps. Howard asked him why these noble soldiers suddenly decided to care about the fate of the lower-class people. Looking at the reflection in the weapons, he reported that these people recognized as masters only those who were on the 3rd floor and above. After that, he added that he followed the clues and found a gambling house, and Lucas already guessed where all this was leading. Howard added that the owner of the gambling house was a resident of the 4th floor, and they decided to put people in the blue zone. Lucas immediately declared that this was some kind of absurdity, because placing a person in such a zone was pure madness. Looking at the employee, he added that if these people weren't even agitated by the white zone, then they had completely lost their minds. Howard reported that their calculations were disrupted by one guy who lasted almost 2 hours without attracting a single fallen. Howard also said that he knew of cases in the sewers, and said that some woman called him. Lucas stated that if these were adventures of nobles, then the rectifying corps should have dealt with this. He added that the Foreign Intelligence Corps had never been held in high esteem by the people on the 4th floor, and Howard agreed with him. He also added that the woman's goal was to get past the big player and save Brandon, and Lucas smirked. Howard asked him how good he was at interrogating and offered to take part in the case personally. Lucas got up from the couch and said that he was really interested in looking at it. Howard was silent for a moment, then announced that the young man was an excellent weapon. He carefully sheathed the sword and informed everyone that it needed to be carefully looked after and kept safe. In this world, 700 years ago, the end of the world occurred, destroying the existence that people were accustomed to. The world changed and became too harsh as monsters called the Fallen began to appear continuously. At this time, a tall tower appeared before the eyes of humanity, and no one knew exactly how it appeared or who built it. However, only inside this tower could people live and hope for the future. And after some time, people discovered strength within themselves. A beautiful girl explained these concepts, stating that through this power, humanity had surpassed its limits. She also reported that the longer a person remained outside the tower, the higher the level of the accompanying power became. After this, she added that this concerned not only people, but also objects that could change while inside the tower. Her colleague reported that such items were called Jin Ling, after which he added that all of this could be improved. He added that they knew of about 1,024 talents in total, which represented powerful abilities. He added that many people with talent above 500 were attracted to the Army Corps. The girl began to talk about how their main trump card was Howard, who survived in the Blue Zone for 24 days alone. The young man reported that the Tower's Pacifying Corps and the External Intelligence Corps were security forces approved by the authorities. He explained that the Correctional Corps consisted of children of aristocrats who looked down on civilians. Brandon realized that this world encouraged people who went beyond the Tower in order to become stronger. The girl reported that it was very dangerous, but if a person could stay there for a long time, then he became as strong as Howard. She spoke enthusiastically about how she now possessed abilities that allowed her to instantly destroy enemies. After a while, Lucas ran into their room, quickly opened the door and greeted everyone. They asked him what he was doing there, after which he quickly ordered them to go get a drink of water. Brandon looked closely at the new man and decided to analyze him with his own eyes. The staff told him he could take his time, then carefully gathered his things and left. Lucas sat down on the table in front of the protagonist, but the latter got ahead of him and announced that he was ready to join them. Lucas looked at him with a stunned expression, not believing that he had been read so quickly. He was greatly surprised at the moment when the full extent of the deduction that this boy had used dawned on him. Brandon immediately announced that he would not be joining his team, and emphasized that he wanted to stay here. Lucas asked him how he figured all this out, and Brandon said it was pretty easy. He said that if they interrogated him, it meant they knew nothing about him, and they didn't kill him, which meant they needed him. He also emphasized that if this were connected with the Tower, then after all his antics, the Foreign Intelligence Corps would want to recruit him. He also pointed out that, judging by the girl's reaction, she was very surprised by his appearance, which meant that he was not her captain. He also added that his shield was probably broken, which meant he had fought against very strong opponents. Lucas asked him how he knew he had a shield, to which Brandon replied that he had a scar 3 centimeters below his wrist. From his point of view, if he was the captain of the unit, then the level of accompanying strength and regeneration could not be low. He noted that ordinary people had a raised wrist, while his was sunken, as this was required by the specific use of the shield. Lucas listened to him in surprise, after which he mentally wondered why he had come here at all. Brandon also said that he had been in similar situations where he had to defend himself with his own hands. He said that when he raised his hand to protect his face, he was struck with claws 3 centimeters below the wrist. Lucas punched him in the chest and realized that in front of him was a real talent that needed to be acquired. Brandon reported that the talent chart he was given only had talents below level 700. He added that he needed the full table, and that if he could get it, he could then think about the offer. However, as soon as he looked up, he found that Lucas had rushed out of the office at a speed comparable to a bullet. He ran quickly down the corridor and announced that he had to bring him this very table at any cost. After a while, he ran back into the office and quickly placed the document right in front of him, trying to catch his breath. Afterwards, he asked him why he didn't know anything about the tower, and Brandon stated that he had lost his memory. Brandon revealed that in order to avoid bad consequences, he was kidnapped and had his memory deliberately erased. Lucas decided to tell him about the Foreign Intelligence Corps, and reported that the highest talent was possessed by the commander of the 7th Detachment, Howard. He added that this talent was called Ultimate Shadow, and that it had been a long time since there had been a person with a higher level of this talent. Brandon asked him carefully if he knew any people whose talents were in the top 100. Lucas remembered talent number 76, which allowed him to dissolve absolutely everything he touched. Brandon realized that the person who discovered this talent in himself was experiencing serious difficulties. Lucas stated that the man had disappeared, and they assumed that he had been taken by a higher-level organization for their own dark purposes. He also said that it could have been the government or higher levels, but this case was not investigated. Brandon discovered a talent that allowed him to obtain information that corresponded to the hidden side of his personality. He realized that he possessed precisely this talent, which could perfectly help him in solving mysteries. After that, he asked a question about the closed side of his personality and how highly it could be valued. Brandon tried to understand why this body had such high skills if its accompanying power was weak. He realized that his body held many secrets, and then asked if it was possible to forcibly measure talent. Lucas reported that all talents were individual, and that most of them were hidden and might never manifest. Brandon said he had one more question, and then asked if it was possible for a person to have multiple talents. Lucas reported that it was said that only one talent could be awakened, but he had heard that it was possible to obtain additional ones. However, he immediately warned him that such talents were unlocked after killing creatures that were better not to encounter. Brandon realized he needed to find a way to get out of the tower and find another talent, when suddenly Lucas stood up and approached. He came closer to him and informed him that he had gotten the table for him, as he had asked. and had done it in the shortest possible time. Smiling broadly, he asked if he would like to sign a contract and join his unit. Brandon confidently handed him the chart, holding it close to his body so he could quickly intercept it. Smiling, he said that Brother Lucas seemed like a good man to him, but he chose the 7th Division. Brandon justified his decision by saying that during this time, he had learned that it was this unit that most often went outside the tower. Lucas said he could give him connections and the opportunity to join the interrogation squad, so he wouldn't have to leave the tower. Brandon cleared his throat and looked at Lucas carefully, then asked if he was still single. He gave him friendly advice, telling him that he should only choose the one he liked initially. He added that the 7th Division had impressed him even earlier, which is why he chose them. He also stated that, unfortunately, the number 13 was unlucky and he did not want to be associated with it. Lucas looked at him in surprise, since a man with such incredible logic, in his opinion, should have laughed at such a thing. It was because of this that he loudly asked if he really believed this nonsense, but Brandon was already leaving. After some time, he found himself in a gravity elevator, which was rapidly descending down to the first floors. Howard addressed him by name, then paused for a moment to clear the air. He reported that Brandon had no identification, but after joining the unit he became a citizen. He also stated that they found him a place to live in the southwest part of the ground floor, although he would have to pay the rent himself. Brandon took a closer look at his commander and began to carefully analyze him with his talent. The system assistant informed him that this situation was reminiscent of a game where he encountered a powerful NPC at the very beginning. Howard also reported that he forgot to introduce himself, after which he gave his name, and the system noted his secrecy. Brandon came closer to him and said that it was very nice to meet him. He called him by a special nickname that was known only to his comrades, and this brought an angry look from Howard. Brandon decided not to lose the initiative in this conversation, and said that he had one small request. Howard said that he had a lot of things to do lately, and that if he didn't want to go outside the tower, he could stay. Brandon suddenly announced that, on the contrary, he would like to leave the tower with his squad tomorrow. Howard turned around and reported that they had checked his accompanying strength, and it was quite low. He added that in the blue zone it took him less than 2 hours for it to rise from level 1 to level 3, and that this could be dangerous. Brandon stated that if they wanted to remind him that there were monsters outside the tower, then there was no need. He stated that he acted consciously and did not seek death, so it was a mutually beneficial cooperation. He looked at him and added that he himself probably didn't want him to stay in the tower and waste his time. Howard paused briefly, then announced that they were supposed to meet the following morning at 10 o'clock. Howard stated that they would be heading to the white zone, and Brandon immediately inquired about what might be in the blue zone. Howard didn't answer, and after the elevator stopped and the doors opened, he announced that they had finally arrived. They all went outside, and the captain announced that this was the place where he would spend his time after his missions. After a while, the story moved deeper into the port area, which was located beneath the first floor of the tower. His comrades apologized for keeping him waiting so long, as the captain was busy with formalities. One of his colleagues said that they would first take him to the place where he would now live and help him unpack his things. They also handed him some good clothes they bought from a local store and gave him some money from the captain. One of them reported that the street ahead was called Port, and that absolutely everything could be bought there at market price. He was immediately advised not to listen to trade stories about what Jinling might have been sold to him. He also saw an advertisement that said there was a shovel that could grant divine powers. This man was running a publicity campaign for the Foreign Intelligence Corps, advertising that they were giving away good artifacts. The girl looked closely at this man and said that there were no such people in the building and that she saw him for the first time. She immediately reported that it was necessary to report everything to the captain so that he would not allow the Corps' reputation to fall. Her colleague tried to stop her, but Brandon suddenly announced that he had to go with her and help. He added that this girl was too free and should not be allowed to do whatever she wanted. His colleague listened to the voice of reason and left him the bag, saying that he was counting on his intelligence. Brandon smiled, then looked up and the system asked him if he had found anything interesting. In front of him was a small room with a bright neon sign on top. That is, he had half an hour, and he approached the door that was supposed to lead to his apartment, after which he lingered for a while. Realizing that he had nothing else to do, he decided to push the door and go into his apartment to look around. Almost immediately he discovered a box containing a note informing him that it was basic equipment. Brandon discovered a negative emotion detection watch that was used when they went outside the tower so that wearers would understand how to act. According to the instructions, when negative emotions reached 75, an alarm was triggered to inform the wearers. All members of the Corps were required to abide by the rules, which required them to return to the tower as soon as the alarm was sounded. The system chuckled and said that for other people it was a very useful thing, but for Brandon it was just a trinket. He also discovered that the chest contained several tranquilizers, which were used to suppress emotions. Brandon looked at the syringes, and the system told him that he could use them when he got too close to a fallen. The system assistant reported that after 5 minutes of calm, the state developed into hyperactivity. Brandon immediately decided to use this tranquilizer to test how it worked in practice. The system assistant clearly did not approve of such actions, and asked him whether he really wanted to experience negative emotions. Brandon didn't answer, then looked down, preparing for the 5-minute countdown to begin. The system assistant chided him for such recklessness and wished him luck in surviving the subsequent attack. After 5 minutes, the time had come when the emotional system was supposed to go into an excited state. Brandon leaned back in his chair, looked closely at his hands, and then listened to his emotions. He felt absolutely nothing, but for him it was a completely expected outcome. The next day he went to the appointed place and was informed that it was here that the exit beyond the tower took place. The system assistant stated that these steelies had the ability to pass through space. Brandon mentally asked the system who was at the very top of this tower, and it tried to stop him. From the point of view of the system assistant, it was better not to get involved in these matters and pretend that he knew nothing. Howard met him with the new recruits and told him that they would be with him outside the tower today. A muscular man named Victor decided to say hello first and asked Brandon if he had any jinling. Brandon smiled and said that he didn't have anything, but he was planning to get something outside the tower. After this, an arrogant young man named Lincoln approached him and told him that he should not have gotten underfoot. Brandon called him sis and said that he looked really good, which immediately provoked him to aggression. After this, a shy young man named Shark cautiously approached him and also stated his name. Brandon extended his hand to him, while the system assistant advised him to be careful around this man. However, before Shark could shake his hand due to his shyness, he was pushed away by a calm but tough girl. She shook his hand, after which she said that her name was Ingrid and that she was very glad to meet him. The system assistant said that she, like Howard, also hid her true talent, but she had a normal character. Ingrid turned and headed for the exit, after which Brandon asked the others where the other person was. Everyone else looked at him and remained deathly silent, trying to figure out how best to present this event to him. Howard was the first to step forward and say that the man was already dead, and that it was better to take care only of oneself now. Brandon realized that every single person in this group was a villain, and that he had to keep his eyes open. Howard said that it was time for the advance team to return, which meant they had to take over right now. They came closer, and someone loudly announced that the conversion team was returning back to the tower. Gradually, the energy pillars began to form something resembling the outlines of human bodies. The announcer announced that the safe return of the preliminary reconnaissance team had been confirmed. The scout reported that energy resources were found in abundance, but no monsters were detected. Brandon realized that this world was very chaotic, and that was why preliminary scouts were needed here. One of the reconnaissance group controllers looked up and saw the captain's frowning gaze. He immediately became more tense, wished him luck, and said that he believed in their success. Howard didn't answer, then put his hand to the giant artifact that was responsible for teleportation. Gradually, this artifact also began to pulsate, and cracks appeared along its relief. Over time, these cracks turned into energy gates, and Howard told the others to follow him. Gradually, his squad moved forward, only to be pulled in by a strange teleportation spell. Ingrid finally recommended that he check for tranquilizers, and he stated that he had checked everything. She also stated that after they entered, a special number would be generated. She added that the number was entered into a grid on the side of the portal, and that the number increased horizontally. She advised him to go first, and Brandon carefully studied the number of digits on the number. He came to the conclusion that during the 700 years of the tower's era, people had already explored millions of areas, and this impressed him. As he touched the gate, he felt his body begin to gradually split apart and materialize in another place. He was blinded for a moment by the bright flash, but he remained enthusiastic about the journey beyond the tower. Gradually, the teleportation procedure ended for everyone, despite the fact that their eyes stung for a long time afterward. The heroes suddenly found themselves near the closed gates of a giant building that looked like a hospital. Lincoln walked closer to the building and was surprised to read the number, which stated that it was a mental hospital. The system assistant reported that no one knew what could await in this place, but it was full of negative emotions. The assistant also reported that there was a secret inside that only he could solve, and Brandon was pleased with this. Victor stated that this psychiatric hospital had a strange name, after which he suggested going in and taking a look. Shark said that there should have been a lot of fallen there, and that he felt uneasy, but his sensor showed otherwise. Howard surveyed the area and said that the temperature here was normal, but that could change very quickly. The system assistant emphasized that the temperature here was much higher than normal and called these people crazy. The squad meanwhile noted that there was no grass or minerals around, and that they must have been near a city. Victor, speaking about the city, stated that in that case it was necessary to go inside and see what was so interesting there. Brandon at the same time recommended caution and not to rush, as this place seemed unusual to him. Lincoln immediately began to show aggression towards him, saying that he should not have dragged them down by attracting the fallen. Howard suddenly interrupted the potential conflict and said that he would go first and ordered the others to stop. Lincoln looked at him with some surprise, but they decided not to oppose the authority of this man. Howard meanwhile carefully opened the gates, simultaneously breaking the chains that bound them in just a few moments. However, apart from this, nothing could interrupt the deafening silence of this ominous and very strange place. Brandon and his team took a few steps forward to get a better look. Lincoln said that there were 4 medical buildings here, each of which had 19 floors, and this seemed suspicious to him. Brandon reported that in fact they could only enter one of these buildings, and the others would be inaccessible to them. He added that the first building was an exception, since the lower floors of the other buildings had no entrance at all. He stated that if they wanted to get into the second building, they had to get to the 19th floor and go through the air corridor. Victor said that Brandon was indeed telling the truth, and Lincoln noted his usefulness. They were surprised that this was an odd layout for a hospital, as it was inconvenient, and Brandon tried to find an explanation for it. Shark suddenly said that he felt the presence of 17 evil spirits, and this made him very scared. Howard didn't pay much attention to his fright, realizing that he was trying his best to suppress his delight and bloodlust. They reached this entrance quite quickly and slowly opened the doors, discovering that the walls here were covered in blood. However, the blood looked to have been dried for a long time, and this hospital apparently had been abandoned for a very, very long time. Lincoln looked around carefully and said that it was a complete mess, and everything was completely neglected. Brandon, in turn, became fascinated by the blood trails in order to understand if there was any logic to them. Looking at them more closely, he discovered that these bloodstains were dark red and resembled those that had been left quite recently. He approached the system assistant and asked him if he knew anything about this symbol, to which he replied in the negative. The entity in his head said that it was a mental hospital and that everything was fine with his head, but she also added that if the traces were left 2 days ago, and Victor stated that there were a lot of rooms here. Howard turned to Brandon for advice and immediately stated that they needed to be examined one by one to obtain information. After this, he said that the most secret and intimate things were located in the 4th building, and Lincoln began to get angry. He asked him where he got this information from, and Brandon stated that he would only explain it to him once. Howard ordered Lincoln to be silent, after which he asked the protagonist what he was going to tell. Brandon said that, as he had said before, of the 4 buildings, only the first one had an entrance. He suggested that if a patient in the 4th building needed help, he would have to take a rather long, winding route. Howard pointed out that the layout of this hospital was unusual, and Brandon stated that it looked more like a prison than a hospital. He added that there was only one way out, and that the prisoner had only one escape route. Victor caught his train of thought, snapped his fingers and said that in that case the 4th building was the most secret. Shark interrupted the detective conversation, saying that he felt the presence of a strange creature here. He also pointed specifically to the elevator, saying that it started moving on its own without any help. Howard realized that this was a very serious anomaly, and ordered everyone to prepare for battle and be on guard. Shark smiled and said that they apparently wouldn't have to climb the stairs, and that made him happy. Brandon asked the captain why these objects, 700 years after the apocalypse, had still not collapsed and continued to stand in place. As the elevator went down, Howard said that he didn't have a precise answer because this world lived on its own. He gave the example of a situation where a Ferris wheel in an abandoned amusement park was spinning on its own. He added that the rules outside the tower were very strange, and that they applied not only to the space that surrounded them. Brandon realized that the phenomenon that could not be explained here was considered a rule and an axiom. Meanwhile, the elevator arrived on the 1st floor, and very soon the doors were supposed to open, revealing some of the mysteries of this place. The heroes were prepared for the fact that anything could come out of these doors, since this place was teeming with monsters. Eerie sounds began to come from the elevator cabin, and it became clear that it was necessary to prepare for battle. A few moments later, the elevator doors were grabbed by a strange creature that looked like a human, but with a very strange head. This creature possessed incredible strength, as it was able to push open the doors of a heavy elevator. The monster began to hiss threateningly and immediately rushed to attack the captain, who asked everyone else to step back. Howard had no fear of the creature at all, and only gripped the sheath of his sword tighter, preparing to strike. As soon as the right moment arrived, he made a sharp lunge and immediately cut off the monster's head from its body. Brandon was surprised by such incredible speed, and after a few moments he heard a dull thud next to his feet. After that, looking down, he realized that it was the head of a monster, which fell to the floor and bounced several times due to the incredible force of the blow. Brandon looked at Howard's weapon and realized that he possessed a level 19D artifact with interesting skills. The entity reported that its effectiveness also depended on the owner, and Howard was a very skilled swordsman. Brandon guessed that the D stood for the number of days outside the tower, and realized that he became a Jilin on the 5th day. Shark said that he didn't feel very comfortable in such spaces, but Victor encouraged him and asked him not to worry. Brandon meanwhile leaned down to properly examine the severed head of this monster. Lincoln asked him angrily what he was doing, and asked him to hurry up and not delay them. Brandon realized that the monster's skin was dry and cracked, and its species had changed and become like a mosquito. He realized that the Fallen, who were at the 2nd level of mutation, were very similar to humans, and that was what made them different. After that, he tore the shirt off the monster's body and realized that some painful things had also regressed. During a thorough search of this monster, he suddenly discovered a strange note there with something scratched on it. He decided to study it carefully in order to obtain potentially very valuable information about this place. After examining the contents of the page, he realized that it was a page from a diary kept by a patient before becoming a monster. He realized that there were tears and folds in the corners, which the patient had most likely left while trying to hide the page. He also saw the date on the note and wondered how much time had passed since it was written. He realized that many objects of this world, like this page from the diary, had not been destroyed for 700 years. He assumed it had something to do with the tower, but Lincoln interrupted him, asking why it was taking him so long to figure it out. Brandon entered the elevator and announced that he had finished his research, after which he said that they needed to go to the 11th floor. They asked him what he had found, to which he replied that it was a small piece of paper and advised them to be careful. He added that there were stronger Fallen hidden on the 11th floor, which could be fought for warm-up and to search for information. Lincoln started protesting again, so Brandon called him sis and told him to be careful. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation began, and the entire squad heard a mysterious laugh that belonged to a girl. Shark looked around, wondering what it was, and hoping that others had heard it too. Meanwhile, the elevator stopped on the 11th floor, and the rest of the squad cautiously walked out into the corridor, examining the room. However, as soon as they took the first few steps, this laughter was repeated and quickly disappeared into thin air. Looking down the hallway, they discovered that somewhere in the distance a red lamp was flickering, as if it were talking to them. The unknown girl started laughing and said that they had come to play with her, adding that it would be a game of hide-and-seek. An unknown voice said that she had been waiting for him for a very long time, and hoped that he would be able to find her as quickly as possible. Brandon reflected that the sound was like the cry of a girl who seemed both big and small at the same time. Gradually, some strange liquid began to drip from the ceiling, and an even more sinister laughter was heard. Ingrid suddenly felt a drop of some strange dark matter fall on her shoulder, and she realized that it was no accident. She looked up to find a giant hand aiming at her, trying to grab her and break all her bones. Howard immediately came to her aid and delivered a powerful blow with his sword, preparing to confront his opponents. He asked them to be careful, and also to remain calm so as not to attract more monsters. Hands began to gradually emerge from the ceiling, while laughter mixed with the cries of children filled the air. The entity in Brandon's head said that one of them was moved and set the girl's consciousness in motion. Lincoln said that there were too many disgusting hands here, and that he didn't want to play with those tentacles. Victor advised him to stop talking nonsense, adding that all that was needed was to finish off these creatures as quickly as possible. Shark, on the contrary, began to rejoice, saying that he finally got access to these amazing toys. Ingrid continued to fight her opponents, and this time she was no longer so easily caught off guard. Howard decided to use his talent for incredible speed to destroy his opponents. He quickly made several cuts that turned those shadowy hands into pathetic stumps, incapable of anything. Howard advised them to act quickly, saying that they should never have played with this fallen one. The entity in Brandon's head said that the captain was incredibly cool and had amazing skills. The system assistant also reported that if he were as cool, there would already be a crowd of beauties around him. Brandon just yawned, and the entity concluded that he had no chance of getting a girlfriend anytime soon. Brandon looked at his stats and realized they hadn't changed, and he felt incredibly bored. Meanwhile, the heroes continued to fight the shadow tentacles, continuing to hold on to victory after victory. However, despite their victorious march, there was no end to these tentacles, and they continued to advance. Lincoln suddenly wondered why their newcomer was acting so strange, and why the tentacles weren't attacking him. He was particularly irritated by this fact in the context of the fact that the attacks on him only intensified over time. Brandon said that he was sleepy, and that the little girl's voice was probably affecting his mood. Victor noticed that the number of negative emotions on Brandon's hand was 0, meaning he was a real monster. Brandon said that if they checked the evidence, he could go on reconnaissance, using his skill. Howard asked him to stop, and said that they would soon figure everything out and move on only together. Brandon said that until their emotional state stabilized, the tentacles would continue to attack. After that, he said goodbye to them, saying that he would go and try to find the source of these tentacles. Victor asked the captain where he had found this man, emphasizing that he had no shortage of courage. Victor also emphasized that if his mood swings did not exceed single digits, then he was truly brave. Howard realized that in this case there were no surges at all, so either there was a problem with the device, or it was something else. Howard continued to destroy the shadow monsters, and realized that a malfunction in the device was extremely unlikely. All this led him to the idea that this man was somehow unusual, and that there was clearly something wrong with him. Brandon, meanwhile, continued his reconnaissance, hoping that he would be able to find the source of these troubles. He walked into the room, and the system assistant immediately informed him that there was something interesting there. He pointed to the dog pen, which had since become a Jeline and could help catch someone. The entity assumed that, whatever happened here, the poor thing was never able to get out of here and remained here forever. However, when they got closer to the enclosure, they discovered that the door was open, meaning the inhabitant was free. Brandon looked closely at the chains and realized that they had also turned into Jeline, meaning they were suitable for the task. He added that it was certainly too heavy for rope games, but it could be used to make amazing knots. The entity also asked him to act carefully, saying that there were boxes there containing sedatives. Brandon suddenly looked around, realizing he had noticed something strange, but at first he didn't pay much attention to it. He looked carefully at the table, which was a few meters away from him, and at the objects on it. He realized that these objects looked too organized, as if someone had deliberately arranged them in that order. When he came closer, he discovered a small composition consisting of a comb, a hairpin, and a key. The system assistant reported that each of these items could give him either talent or friendship, or the hatred of the poor thing. The entity also said that according to preliminary data, the diary did not contain any dates or anything useful. Looking at the key, Brandon received information that this key could either be the key to the solution or the path to the abyss. Brandon speculated that whoever was keeping the things that might be of interest to him and Howard was connected to this story. Looking at the comb, he also realized that he had no clues, and that was also very remarkable. After some thought, he realized that the key fit some door, and that perhaps there was an important clue behind that door. The system entity praised him for his resourcefulness, and the protagonist said that it was an incredible feeling of nostalgia for a past life. The entity reported that he had a lottery in which the first ticket meant receiving a new powerful talent. The second ticket here was to win the favor of the fallen one, and the last one was to win his hatred until death. The entity also said that perhaps it was natural to hate people, but it did not understand anything about it. Meanwhile, the remaining heroes successfully destroyed the other shadow tentacles and stabilized the situation. Looking at their negative emotion scores, they happily noted that their levels had dropped significantly. Howard calmly said that now they had to move on in order to find Brandon. Brandon, meanwhile, came to the conclusion that he needed to figure out what was going on here. He realized that, based on what they had seen, it was safe to say that the rooms at the end of the corridor were laboratories. He added that there should have been a lot of equipment in the laboratories, but everything was destroyed, and the test subjects were kept in cages. He suggested that they were injected with reagents during the experiments, but during one of the experiments, someone visited the subject. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud knock on the door and a question about the progress of his investigation. Howard came closer, discovered that the door was still locked, and asked the protagonist how things were going for him. Brandon, meanwhile, said that the idea came to him from a note he had recently read. He remembered that this man for converting the fallen probably had not met her due to the structure of the hospital. He also recalled the man's worries that the girl would be transferred to the second building, and that is exactly what ultimately happened. All this led him to the idea that the hospital staff had discovered the girl's strange abilities. Lincoln continued to knock on the door behind which the main character was located, asking how long he could sit there. Grabbing the door handle, he said that it had not yet given way, and that the door still had not opened. Howard suddenly became even more serious, and advised him to take care of his legs to avoid injury. Lincoln looked at the floor beneath his feet in surprise, and realized that he was about to be attacked by tentacles. Howard immediately stood up to his comrade's defense and dealt a quick blow, advising him not to let his guard down. Lincoln thanked him for saving him as darkness began to creep into the world through the concrete and walls again. The heroes irritably came to the conclusion that this would never end until they found the source of this magic. The entity in Brandon's head said that he had dealt with this wild key, and that only the comb remained. The entity recalled that the note indicated that the subject was a woman, but it was still unclear where the comb had come from. Brandon asked the system assistant if he was sure there was no information about the comb, and this offended the entity. She demanded that her professionalism never be questioned, and stated that no information about this comb existed. Meanwhile, Ingrid was experiencing some difficulties, constantly fighting with monsters that were furiously attacking her. At certain moments, she almost became a victim of one of these monsters. But Victor came to her aid. They speculated that the level of emotion had spiked dramatically, indicating that the Fallen One might be approaching. Lincoln wondered if their newcomer to this room had encountered this Fallen One. They tried to determine where this monster was, but Shark got too carried away by the process and began to scream loudly. Howard decided to take emergency measures and said that he could clear the way for them himself. Having destroyed several obstacles in his path, he hoped that he would be able to quickly evacuate the newcomer. However, as soon as he killed the giant monster, the door handle suddenly began to open by itself. Howard found himself in a very disadvantageous position, because if a monster had crawled out from there, he would not have had time to dodge the attack. However, fortunately for Howard and the entire squad, an unsuspecting Brandon emerged from that door. Lincoln said that if he hadn't died, he could have at least made a few sounds to calm them down. Brandon twirled a small comb in his hands and said that he felt very ashamed for not informing them in advance. After that, he said that they needed to go to the 19th floor, and Lincoln asked him how he managed to survive. He also asked him why he didn't say anything when they knocked on the door and tried to find out what happened to him. Shark looked around in surprise, and he was left with the question of why all of this suddenly disappeared and did not attack anymore. Lincoln suggested that there was a Fallen inside, and Brandon said that he had temporarily suppressed the source, but everything would happen again soon. Howard listened closely to his every word in order to gain at least an intermediate understanding of the situation. Brandon stated that there was nothing more for him to do here, that they had found all the clues, and that the next stop was the 19th floor. Lincoln looked at him with a slightly irritated expression, and said that this rascal was getting too carried away. Victor smiled and said that it was absolutely unimportant, because the most important thing was that she remained unharmed. Ingrid said nothing and made a great effort to stabilize her emotional state. As soon as they entered the elevator, Brandon asked if all the Fallen were really human ones. He suggested that if they were outside the tower for a long time, under certain circumstances, they would also turn into these monsters. There was a deathly silence in the elevator, as none of the squad members dared to answer this terrible question. Howard was the first to break the silence and asked him if he had studied how the watch on his wrist worked. He also said that at 75 the watch would start to sound an alarm, and the upper limit was 300. He advised him to pay attention to the color of the dial, since up to the value 75 the color of the dial was green. After that, he told him that after the value 75 the dial turned yellow, and after 175, red. He added that as soon as the mark turned red, that's when the most difficult and interesting part began. The elevator doors opened and he decided not to finish the sentence, after which they all went out into the corridor, trying to examine him. Brandon realized that if negative emotions accumulated too much, a person would become fallen. The system assistant said that, in fact, when people were angry, they really did resemble giant monsters. Finding the surrounding area pitch dark, Howard recommended turning on the lights and ordered everyone to explore the area. Shark suddenly turned to the captain and said that he sensed 6 fallen beings at once behind the door, and their level was higher than the previous ones. They gradually approached the door, hoping that they were not faced with something completely impossible in terms of the enemy's level. Shark was about to rush into battle, but Howard stopped him, saying that he should have waited for orders. After this, he carefully approached the door and slowly opened it, making it clear that he would go first. With the first creak of this door, the creatures that lived in pitch darkness began to move and turn their gazes. There were indeed several monsters, but this did not matter in the least to the captain. Brandon asked Victor if Howard had always been so determined and fearless. He added that, although he himself always fought on the front lines, Howard always rushed forward faster than anyone else. Victor immediately reassured him, saying that there was nothing to worry about, since Howard always knew what he was doing. Howard immediately jumped up and prepared to fight several opponents at once. Victor, meanwhile, said that even if he really did meet a strong fallen one, nothing would change. From his point of view, his captain would still remain intact, no matter what, because he was incredibly talented. Brandon was amazed at his speed and wondered if the accompanying power developed different sides in everyone. Victor said that everything developed the same way, but with each increase, a person received additional abilities. Smiling, he added that Brandon would understand everything himself when he stepped onto the second step, but for now, he could only watch. After a quick analysis of his comrades, he realized that Howard had most likely upgraded his speed, while Victor had upgraded his attack and health. Looking at Lincoln, it was clear that he had invested his stats into attack and speed, sacrificing health. At the same time, Shark, judging by his combat skills, had a high perception and attack rate. The system entity also tried to find out something about Ingrid, but was unable to find any of her parameters. Brandon assumed that everyone on this team except Victor was a psychopath who didn't care about their own lives. Howard, meanwhile, fell silent and listened carefully for the slightest signs of the monsters nearby. Realizing that he had eliminated all enemies within his direct range, he declared the room clear. He also addressed his comrades and informed them that they could move forward without any fear. Brandon examined the remains of the fallen and realized that they were already at the 3rd level of mutation and could cut metal. The system entity said that these monsters were obeying the orders of a girl who was somewhere nearby. Brandon speculated that these 6 opponents were the 2nd Corps' turncoats and were guarding it. Brandon stopped Howard and said that the fallen of the 1st Corps were no match for them, but now they needed to control their emotions. He also suggested that I just sit here to pump up my accompanying power. He was informed that the world outside the tower was rejecting them, and that every 4 hours the interference in his body was increasing, which surprised Brandon. Lincoln said that this manifested itself in the form of impaired reflexes, mood swings, and hallucinations. Lincoln added that he could not list all the interferences he knew of, since each time they were accidental. Brandon realized that it was precisely because of these random nerfs that he wouldn't be able to just stand there and level up. The system entity reminded him that Shorty Howard had survived alone in the blue zone for 24 days. According to the entity's calculations, he was able to receive over 100 weakenings and still continue to fight the fallen, which spoke of his incredible strength. The system entity advised against trying to get through the 2nd building, as they needed to go down and get the key. The system entity also reminded in a friendly manner that the key had been swallowed by some unknown creature. The entity added that although they could win with brute force, there was still the option of using the comb. The unknown creature, which still partially retained its human form, smiled and greeted the new visitors. The creature was a hybrid of man and spider, and hoped that they would really like it in the new arena. Howard looked around and immediately turned on the flashlight to at least light his way a little. Shark wondered why it was so dark in here, and Howard took out a special flashlight that was much more effective than a wristwatch. The system entity was surprised by the incredible treasures that Howard had in store, and noted that he was not so simple. Brandon followed him slowly, looking around, hoping that they would be able to find some clues. Ingrid said that if the corridor was on the top floor, then they didn't need to explore the lower ones, and could just move on. Brandon regretfully reported that the key to the 3rd building was here, and that they needed to be prepared for the fact that further on was not the white zone. Victor turned to his partner with interest and asked him how he knew that the key to the 3rd building was located here. They assumed that you always had to look ahead, but Howard said that didn't apply here. He told them that in order to enter the 3rd building, they had to follow the rule of non-destructive locations. Howard explained this rule to the protagonist, stating that normal locations could always be destroyed. After this, he added that as soon as it came to the place with the key, such locations became indestructible. Shark turned anxiously to his captain and reported that the elevator button had stopped responding to his presses. Taking a closer look at the elevator, they wondered whether the device was real or a fake. The system entity advised the protagonist to look up to confirm his theory. The entity said that at the top was depicted not the number 19, but 0, and below it was the -1st floor, according to feng shui. The system informed him that his target was at the very bottom of hell, and that it was impossible to get there directly, but only through cunning. Brandon told his comrades that they would have to go down the stairs and even 1 floor to the desired destination. Since they had no other good options, they all decided to go down the steps, hoping that there was no trap waiting for them. Suddenly they stopped, giving the impression that there was no further staircase, and the steps simply ended. Howard said that everything was a little different, and that the steps were still there, but they were on the opposite side. He explained that the building was designed in such a way that each floor had to have a named corridor to navigate the stairs. Lincoln looked at the floor markings and said that something didn't add up, because they had gone down past the 19th floor. They also discovered that there was no light here, and if it were not for the captain's lamp, they would be wandering in pitch darkness. Lincoln noted that the lower they went, the more fallen soldiers they encountered, which they did not touch. Taking a closer look at them, they realized that they were also torn to shreds, and there was almost not a single whole body left. After carefully examining the area, they assumed that some crazy experiments were being carried out here. Shark began to look even more anxious, and said that he was beginning to sense the approach of the fallen. He added that this was the first time he had encountered such an atmosphere since they had started to descend. Victor stated that their target was probably located a little lower, and she also sensed their approach and went out to hunt. Suddenly, he discovered that Brandon had snatched the lantern from the captain and had decided to take a closer look at one of the cameras. Brandon received the notification in a vague text and was trying to figure out why it appeared so suddenly. The system entity asked him if he really wanted to return the lost property. A sudden clue revealed that he would need a camera to find the truth. Ingrid looked at him in surprise as he rummaged through his bag and asked him what he was doing. Brandon quickly showed her the camera and told her that he needed to get his artifact. Lincoln told him that there were very few items that could become a Galen, and that one might not get anything for years. Brandon looked at his comrade with a smile and realized that he did not know what he was saying due to his specific perception. The system entity told him that the camera was not the best candidate for Galen, but anything could happen. The entity also recommended that he say a certain number to himself and look at cell number 12. Brandon ran the code through his head and realized that it was the date of some significant event. After taking a closer look, he pressed the button and heard the characteristic click of a camera taking a picture. Victor was glad that the device worked and said that he was damn lucky to have been able to buy one. Lincoln asked him how photography would help them, and Brandon said that the camera takes pictures from the past. Having received the necessary photograph, they observed a strange boy with red hair in it. Howard wondered how anyone could learn anything from the photograph, and Brandon asked him about the Fallen's mind. Howard stated that some of the Fallen retain human characteristics, such as speech. He also added that even rarer are those who are technically considered Fallen, but are actually evolutionaries. Brandon remembered the term and realized that it was much more appropriate for the creature he was looking at. Brandon said that the teenager in this photo is a caretaker whom they have not met yet. Gradually, the face of this boy appeared from the darkness, and he said that he would gladly eat them. Howard and the rest of the squad looked up to find a huge monster circling above them the whole time. Howard said that it was a high-level Fallen one, and ordered his comrades to prepare for battle. He immediately rushed to attack with his sword, but the Fallen one managed to dodge the attack and not receive any damage. Howard, in general, was not distinguished by incredible agility, because he had rarely encountered such monsters before. Meanwhile, the child-faced monster said that he was glad to welcome them to his arena, where he would have fun. Jumping aside, he said that there was no way back, and they were locked in with him forever. With these words, he declared that he too was going to entertain them, and rained blows on the floor so that it began to crack. Victor noticed a serious collapse, and said that they needed to take a few steps back to avoid falling into the abyss. Brandon didn't have time to take these saving steps and fell down, and the entity in his head said that they were finished. Howard immediately rushed forward to extend his hand and ordered him to grab it while there was still time. Victor and the rest of the squad members who remained above looked at the captain in surprise and marveled at his courage. Howard rushed forward after Brandon to cover him in case the monster followed them. Brandon lost consciousness and came to after a while, already hearing a familiar voice in his head. The entity stated that at the moment he appeared in the shell, he suddenly decided to sleep. And this was very strange behavior. The entity also said that if Howard had not come to their aid, they would have been torn to pieces. Howard said that he had already scouted the area, and it was very simple. There were no structures here except for columns. From his point of view, it really was something like an arena, as at least 10 different Fallen were fighting here. Looking at one of the walls, they found the number 12 on it, and Howard suggested that there was some connection with that number. Brandon received information from a voice in his head that the monster that attacked them was the 12th student. Brandon realized that there was also a teacher here, when suddenly a voice in his head advised him to take care of his head, because the ceiling was fragile. Brandon turned around to see a giant boulder fall to the ground a few meters from where they were standing. Howard said that if something falls from the top floor, it means the building is not as strong as it seems. Brandon looked at the door carefully, and the thoughts of the Fallen one who had been there some time ago came to his mind. Brandon learned that number 12 had absorbed the Spider-Woman from the 16th floor and could now control the puppets. He came to the conclusion that this was not just some information contained in the thought chamber of those who lived at that time. Thinking about number 12, he remembered the very photograph his camera had taken. After that, he decided to summarize everything he had just learned in order to build some kind of unified picture. From his point of view, according to the previously found diary, the incidents in the psychiatric hospital took place in 2026. He also remembered that at that time people had not yet entered the tower, and his captain did not know the history before the beginning of the tower era. He suggests that most of the floors here are both prisons and arenas. As he progresses, he receives fragments of memories of a boy who ate his opponents and absorbed their abilities. As he progresses, he receives more and more information that this student became stronger with each victory. At a certain point, he even finds out that this student's name was Ilia, and he made it to at least the 6th floor. At a certain point, he became so strong that he began to be proud of himself. But at the same time, he tried to fulfill the teacher's wish. However, at a certain point, His wish was destroyed as he finally suffered a crushing defeat. Brandon realizes that the turning point in this story occurred on the underground 14th floor. He reflects on the fact that the poor thing from the 11th floor of the first building was once transferred to the second building. He suggests that the hospital was trying to create the perfect monster, and that this student made it all the way to the 14th floor. He assumes that this girl had a hard time, since she had such serious abilities. However, the solution to this story becomes even more confusing, but that makes it even more interesting, no matter how you look at it. Finally, he reaches the 15th floor, and hears in other people's thoughts the counting of a huge number of hands, which simply have no end. He suggests that negative emotions have turned into hands, and this little girl has turned into a real boss. As he goes further, he hears number 12's thoughts that he lost because he didn't eat enough food, but that will now be corrected. According to the following records, number 12 lost during the next fight, and this destroyed his confidence. Brandon realizes that for this man, this girl has become an inner demon that cannot be defeated. After finishing his thoughts, Brandon informs the captain that he has realized that 12 is the number of the fallen they encountered. He reminds him of the photo they saw recently, and tells him that the guy became a fallen who attacked them. He also suggests that the fallen fought and ate each other here, which is why there are so many corpses on the upper floors. Howard asks him how many fallen were created in total, and Brandon replies that there were at least 12, but maybe more. Howard says that this is very bad, since high-level fallen are quite difficult opponents. Brandon turns to his captain and asks him to look up, hoping he can find his way there. However, the very next second, a creepy eye begins to shine from the darkness, signaling the approach of a monster. Howard turns irritably towards his opponent and says that he did not expect him so early. Immediately after this, he grabs his weapon and realizes that the time has come for a serious fight for his life. He also tells his comrade that the return will have to be postponed indefinitely. He also asks him not to come too close or go too far, so as not to accidentally hit him. Afterwards, he hands him a flashlight, stating that he can use it to block the fallen's movement. The systemic essence says that these fallen ones are unusual, and they cannot even be fully called fallen. In terms of essence, they used to be like that, but now they have acquired many mutations. These mutations combined make them very formidable opponents and provide them with other enhancements. One of them tries to grab Howard to crush him with his giant hand, but he fails. Howard immediately makes quick strikes with his sword to cut off the arm and chop it into several pieces. Even though this monster used talent to increase its durability, it didn't save it. Howard realizes that he can't stop there and decides to use his ultimate shadow talents. The entity in Brandon's head suggests that this creature cannot be called an equal opponent to the captain. Brandon, meanwhile, realizes that these are the opponents that number 12 ate, and now they have become his puppets. The system entity declares that he is absolutely right, and now these creatures are nothing more than puppets of that dim-witted kid. Brandon looks closely at the remains of these monsters, and realizes that they look somehow incorporeal. The entity says that there are at least 3 such enemies here, and it is best to avoid them to avoid damage. Brandon notices a strange movement behind him, and immediately turns around to see what it is. A second later, he jumps to the side so that the camouflaged fallen cannot grab him. Realizing he has no fighting skills, he decides to rely on Gorgon's lantern to slow down his opponent. The entity says that petrification is impossible, and all he did was impose a slight slow on the enemy. Brandon dodges another attack and realizes that his plan wasn't the best one. Howard is already preparing to come to the aid of his comrade and swings his sword. However, this monster suddenly develops a danger-sensing talent, which helps against super-fast enemies. At the very last moment, the creature manages to jump to the side, thereby avoiding a cruel fate. However, Howard moved so quickly that he still managed to leave a small scratch on the monster's body. After this, the creature runs into the shadows to dissolve its body and attack sometime later from an ambush. Howard is annoyed that the blow was not strong enough, and emphasizes that he did not expect to meet such an enemy. Brandon promises that he can figure out a way to deal with this enemy, and asks him if he is sure. Brandon tells him not to worry, saying that he has a few thoughts to deal with such an enemy. After this, he turns his attention to another, much larger opponent, and declares that he cannot cope with him. The system voice tells him that this fallen one has a rare mutation and a spatial distortion. Howard says that he himself does not know whether he can cope with such an opponent, because he does not have the appropriate means. The system again addresses the protagonist, recommending that he raise his head and quietly look down. Howard manages to react to the blow and grabs his friend in time to pull him aside. A little more, and nothing but a place would be left of the main character due to the incredible strength of this enemy. Brandon realizes that this is another nasty ability they will have to fight. The monster, meanwhile, continues to frantically rotate its many eyes to find its target. Noticing Howard running towards him, he materializes several fists out of nowhere and tries to crush him. Howard, with his characteristic speed and agility, dodges each of these blows without any problems. He then takes up an excellent position to rush forward and deliver a quick sword strike. Positioning himself at the front, he unleashes powerful blows that look from the side like a dance of a glowing blade. After this, he finally manages to reach the head of this fallen one and get the opportunity to deal a critical hit. Howard angrily says that he will cut up this enemy just like the corpses he cut up above. Immediately after this, he makes a powerful blow with incredible speed to cut off the enemy's head. However, this attack does not leave any visible damage on the attacker, as it uses a special mutation. This mutation is called Liquid Body, and allows you to avoid almost any damage if used at the right time. Brandon quickly analyzes this enemy and receives information that his weakness is his central eye. After this, he quickly switches to the enemy that is hunting exclusively for him, and receives a warning about an attack from behind. Brandon quickly turns around and realizes that an attack is being prepared for him, which he must react to immediately. He jumps aside and is surprised that this enemy ignores the captain and attacks only him. He suggests that there is something in him that is troubling this monster, and the system voice praises him for his intelligence. Brandon realizes that there is simply no other option for what the monsters could be afraid of, and it lies in his flashlight. The system assistant says he's right, but it's still unclear how he's going to win this fight without fighting skills. Brandon smiles before turning to the captain to help him with the perfect advice. Howard turns to look at him in surprise, trying to understand what he is trying to achieve. Brandon tosses him a flashlight, telling him that the monster's weak point is its eyes, which must be destroyed. Howard watches the flashlight rapidly approach him and prepares to act. Brandon also keeps a close eye on his captain, hoping that he will perfectly understand the hint that was given to him. Howard delivers a powerful blow to the lantern, releasing a flash of light that now shines even brighter. Their plan works, and almost the entire room is illuminated by a bright flash that tries to incinerate all evil in its path. Brandon says with satisfaction that such monsters are afraid of light, and there is only one place to hide. From his point of view, they could only hide behind the shadow under the lantern. But if that shadow wasn't there, they would have nowhere to run. Meanwhile, we are transported back 10 minutes to understand how our comrades at the top survived all this time. Victor fought with number 12, trying to block the attacks of his powerful jaws with his slightly protected hands. His comrades support him in every possible way, and try to find the right moment to carry out a combined attack. Shark and Ingrid rush forward, trying to divert the monster's attention to free Victor's hands. Shark is very happy because he finally got a chance to fight a big opponent and test his skills. However, this adversary has far more aces up his sleeve than it might seem at first glance. He forms a powerful defensive structure from his petrified hand to save his body. Under reliable protection, he says that he will catch his opponents, and a very unenviable fate awaits them. He then calls upon the spider half of his body to fire a powerful web blast. Ingrid understands that she will not be able to escape from this trap, and will have to just accept her fate. However, at the last second, a rope wraps around her, pulling her back before the fateful moment. Lincoln pulls both of his comrades away, and tells them to be careful and not get caught in this web. Shark thanks him for his help, but Lincoln rudely reminds them that nothing will happen to him even if he falls into the trap. Meanwhile, the monster continues to move, and after a few moments finds itself behind our comrades. They don't realize that danger is behind them, and Victor immediately rushes to help his comrades. He tries to charge up his powerful attack, and concentrates an incredible amount of energy into his gloves. After this, he hits one of the spider's legs and almost instantly leaves an incredible crack there, applying more and more force. Number 12 only gets more angry from the injuries he received and says that he will definitely take revenge. This forces his body to continue its mutations and acquire new properties, gradually strengthening itself. He throws Victor away with an extended limb and says that they will not be able to do anything against him. Lincoln tries to come to the aid of his comrade, and together they use a special trick. By grabbing arm number 12, he forces it to bend and puts it in a position from which it is very difficult to do anything. Shark and Ingrid immediately help him with their cold weapons and cut off part of his arm. Lincoln says that this is just great, and that there is very little time left if strict discipline is observed. However, after just a few seconds, he witnesses a terrible sight that makes him fall silent. The thing is that this creature has amazing regeneration and is able to regrow destroyed limbs. They understand that if they give this monster even a little time to rest, it will continue to recover. They add that this will go on forever, which makes number 12 smile and say they are wrong. After this, his spider abdomen begins to crack, and webs continue to come out from there. Over time, something like an explosion occurs, signaling a new round of mutation in this monster. He menacingly says that he will finish them off right now and free them from the need to exist on this earth. Lincoln realizes that this ability to unleash power and summon enemies was used at the wrong time. Looking at the disgusting cocoon, which contains a considerable number of larvae, he understands that the time for slaughter has come. Very soon, a huge number of different fallen begin to appear from there, ready to stand up to defend their creator. The squad wonders where Brandon and Howard went when they were needed most. Meanwhile, Howard and Brandon continue to consolidate their successes in the battle against the shadow monsters. A fallen who is oriented towards stealth begins to feel much worse due to a bright flash. Howard turns around after hearing a strange rustling sound and discovers that he was being lured into a trap. However, now, thanks to the flash, he was able to see them and was able to deliver a powerful blow. Before the monster can reach him, he decides to use his ultimate shadow skill. But then he grabs his weapon and begins to give it a deadly impulse that can pierce the armor of high-level fallen. Moments later, he passes very close to his opponent, but manages to deliver a powerful blow. Having dealt with one enemy, he carefully looks at his opponent and his vulnerable spot. He menacingly says that this time he is going to strike at that very eye, which is the weakness of this monster. Without thinking twice, he makes a quick dash, and before the monster has time to react, plunges his sword into the monster's eye. Both monsters are defeated, and the entity in Brandon's head praises him for his intelligence. Howard tells the protagonist that if he had not been there, the other person would not have been able to react in time. Brandon states that he knows this very well, and that is why he decided to act the way he did now. Howard says that there is clearly something wrong with these fallen ones, since they leave no trace after death. Brandon reminds him that they don't completely dissolve into dust, as there is something left behind that looks like cobwebs. Howard remembers what number 12 looked like when they met him, and realizes that these creatures are somehow connected to him. Brandon points out that the web helps create these creatures, and Howard realizes that this is a very problematic opponent. They decide to come to the aid of their friends as quickly as possible, otherwise things will be tough for them. Brandon looks up and realizes that there is a real battle going on there, and he needs to get to them as quickly as possible. After some time, the entity in his head warns him that a 6th-level fallen one is rapidly approaching him. However, in addition to the fallen one, his comrades are also approaching him, having decided to follow this creature. Brandon calmly notes this fact and tells his captain about what might have come from where they least expected. Shark looks down carefully and tells the whole team that he has finally found his comrades and they are below. Victor and the rest of the squad jump down and say that there are still many fallen ahead, so they can't relax. Howard immediately takes off and jumps into the air, telling his comrades to proceed according to plan. Lincoln receives a direct order to act and says that he understands the order perfectly, Commander. He then uses his blades to clear a path in front of his captain, giving him room to maneuver. Howard, in turn, finds himself in Victor's arms and prepares to go on a long flight. Victor puts in maximum effort to give his comrade maximum speed. Lincoln, meanwhile, successfully returns to Earth, managing to avoid any damage from the fallen. He looks happily at his captain and hopes that he will be able to cope with this impossible task. Howard doesn't answer, but the determination he exudes tells the story. He decides to use the Ultimate Shadows talent to deal with several enemies at once. A few moments later, the air begins to shake from the most powerful and rapid blows from Howard. He really does look like a dancing shadow that strikes one enemy after another. None of them have time to do anything because he moves too fast for Puppets number 12. Shark rejoices at his commander's success and says that their captain is the strongest and best in this world. Brandon also watches his comrade's actions, and the entity in his head is amazed at his skill. Howard finally deals with the monster's puppets and is now trying to find the main enemy. He jumps onto the top floor, the floor of which has partially collapsed, and looks around in search of the enemy. Just a few moments later, number 12 appears behind him, realizing that he is the squad leader. Howard immediately makes a quick strike behind himself, but he manages to dodge and prepare for the fight. Victor warns his comrade, saying that this is a very powerful fallen one, who is at least at the 5th level. Number 12, meanwhile, arrogantly says that weaklings like these guys are not his enemies, but Howard is more serious. After this, he rushes into battle and says that he is still stronger than anyone who dares to come here. Howard is not particularly impressed by such speeches and continues the battle, hoping to catch his opponent in a mistake. He is able to quickly close the distance between himself and his enemy, and deliver a devastating blow that cripples the opponent. Meanwhile, the entity in Brandon's head analyzes this monster and says that its parts can be sold on the market. At this time, number 12 spots an excellent opportunity to disrupt his opponent's maneuver and grabs Howard by the leg. Without thinking twice, the maddened monster throws him aside so that he can break his bones on the rocks. Howard does get seriously injured, but he is still strong enough to continue fighting. Number 12, meanwhile, decides to use his talents for incredible regeneration and completely heal himself. Howard still doesn't give up, as his reaction is at an incredibly high level due to the danger. The system entity notes that Howard is very confident in fighting this monster on equal terms. The entity asks the protagonist whether he should rely on the captain's power or come up with something on his own. The entity also suggests that there is a way to kill this monster differently, without the captain's help. The systemic essence says that in this case it is possible to force this arrogant guy to share his talent. Brandon is intrigued by the prospect and, eager to acquire new talent, tries to figure out what he needs to do to get it. Meanwhile, the battle begins to drag on, and a powerful explosion is created that hides the opponents. Number 12 is very happy about such a serious battle, saying that he hasn't been this happy for a long time, because he's finally not bored. Howard is thrown aside, but manages to land on his feet, and the squad asks him if everything is okay. He says that everything is fine with him, and recommends not to get closer to avoid getting injured. Brandon decides to disobey this order and approaches the captain, wanting to get his attention. He also hands the backpack to his comrade, so that he does not interfere with him during the following actions. Smiling slightly, he asks them not to worry, saying that he will deal with this damn monster himself from now on. After this, he begins to ominously approach number 12, while the latter does not particularly react to him, despite everything. Lincoln immediately begins to protest, and asks him if he is seeking death, or if he has overestimated himself. Howard sides with his comrades, saying that this monster is truly difficult to fight. He asks him to step back and be careful not to get hurt, because this opponent is too strong. Brandon asks the captain to trust him, saying that he knows exactly what to do in this situation. He also asks others not to chat without any reason, and to pretend to be cold-blooded and indifferent. Victor tries to listen to his advice, after which he draws the others' attention to the captain's expression. Howard also looks at him very indifferently, and asks them what they are staring at, and why they are paying attention to him. The soldiers, for whom the captain's expression seems a little cute, immediately turn away. Brandon sums it up and says that he wishes they wouldn't attack this fallen one until he made the first move. After this, he begins to approach the fallen one, who laughs loudly in the form of another enemy. He arrogantly asks him if his next opponent will really be such a pathetic little man. He immediately adds that it doesn't really matter, since he will be able to tear apart everyone who comes here. He adds that everyone from the tower is his food, and therefore he will be able to eat them all without leaving anything behind. With these words, he begins to laugh loudly and brings his sharp paws down on the stone floor next to Brandon. It also uses its elongated limb to grab its unfortunate victims and drag them closer. Brandon doesn't put up any resistance and quickly finds himself trapped, but that's all part of his plan. He smiles and calls number 12 his dear child, after which he says that he did not come here from the tower at all. Number 12 looks at him in surprise, and Brandon tries to remind him that he is the most precious piece of art. He also emphasizes that he was the most obedient of all the children, and calls him by his real name. Number 12 quickly lowers him to the ground, and cannot believe that he sees in front of him the very man he was looking for. A shudder runs through his body, and his teeth begin to chatter from the intense stress he hasn't experienced in a long time. Brandon laughs and says it was a joke, and that number 12 is actually just a loser he's disappointed in. Number 12 assumes that the person standing in front of him is a teacher, and Brandon is surprised that his student has not gone blind over the years. Number 12 says that this is simply impossible and repeats this phrase endlessly. Incredible resentment and sadness engulf his body, and he completely loses all fighting ability. He wonders why the teacher didn't come to him if he was alive all this time and hiding somewhere. Lincoln is very surprised that Brandon only said a few words and already made this fallen one go crazy. Howard says he has no idea why this happened and that Brandon probably knows what he's doing. However, he is haunted by the thought of what happened to those black hands that simply disappeared. Brandon, meanwhile, continues his verbal attack on the giant fallen, pretending to be his teacher. He says that number 12 probably thought that the teacher abandoned him only because he died, and that was the only reason. Brandon says that if he had come earlier, it would have only reminded him that he is an even bigger loser than number 12. He addresses the fallen man and tells him that he is a complete failure and the worst possible candidate. He honestly admits to him that he cannot come to terms with the fact that there is such a disgrace as number 12 in his life, and that is why he did not come to him. This mental attack has an immediate effect. The fallen one immediately begins to lose self-control and the will to live. Number 12 grabs his head and says that this is not true, since he is the best teacher's preparation. Brandon mentally rejoices that the enemy was successfully demoralized, and the system entity is surprised by his sadism. Brandon jumps down and asks the fallen man if he has any idea why he was placed here. Brandon tells him that there were those here who could help in improvement, but he was disappointed. Brandon further accuses him of being afraid to meet that girl from Building 4, despite his size. Number 12 begins to blame himself for his weakness, and Brandon accuses him of having to deal with the consequences because of it. He adds that his protege not only turned out to be trash, but also actively causes him difficulties. Shark is surprised that Brandon understood the essence of this monster so well, and Lincoln tries to understand how this is possible. Brandon says his failures have dented his reputation over the years, and he has created many copies of number 12. He also adds that all these copies were much better than his and fulfilled his requirements without any problems. He just looks at number 12 and says that he is his only shame, which still prevents him from working. Number 12 starts crying and says that he is a loser, after which he asks to give him a chance to fix everything. The system entity says that the attack was successful, and his childish heart was trampled. The entity asks how Brandon was able to imitate teacher number 12's personality, and Brandon says that he imitated his father. Brandon says that from the sign on the previous door, he learned that number 12's personality is that of an arrogant dog with a lack of love. He also recalls that in the notes on the 9th and 13th floors of number 12, he mentioned staff and teachers. The child pretended to obey the hospital, but fanatically revered the teachers and openly said that he wanted to be a weapon. Brandon realizes that this teacher set everything up so that number 12 would end up here and become much stronger by absorbing other fallen ones. However, the hospital created an even more terrifying monster, which was the little girl from the 11th floor. Brandon understands that in one of the zones he will definitely meet teacher Ilia, who is a truly evil creature. After this, he takes out a comb and says that it is time to wrap things up and deal with this enemy. Number 12 looks at this comb with joy and understands that the teacher probably killed this girl in order to come back for him. Brandon says that the plan to create a full-fledged being failed because of him, but he never forgot about him. Coming closer to him, he declares that he will definitely not let him down a second time, and number 12 swears to obey forever. He says that he will definitely complete any task and will never let him down again, no matter what he asks. Brandon tells him that he is an integral part of the plan to create a complete being and must serve him. He adds that half the value of art lies in the craftsmanship and half in the history of the piece. He says that he wants to give him an eternity that will bring him as close as possible to completeness. He adds that it is necessary for body number 12 to separate from his will and be able to serve him until the end of its days. Number 12 happily asks him what he needs to do to make it happen, and Brandon slowly leans over and whispers to him. Number 12's face instantly changes and large tears begin to accumulate in his eyes. Brandon pulls him closer to hug him and give his words more conviction. Number 12 doesn't say anything. He just continues to cry, trying to figure out how to carry out his teacher's order. After this, Brandon moves away from number 12, hinting to him that it is time to put the above plan into action. Then he turns around indifferently and leaves, trying to pretend that the fate of number 12 is very important to him. The boy, meanwhile, returns to his giant body and begins to mutate uncontrollably. After this, huge hands emerge from his back, which look like they could move mountains. Number 12 starts laughing madly before commanding these hands to deliver a crushing blow. These hands immediately rush forward, but almost immediately their trajectory changes significantly. A few moments later, number 12 inflicts fatal injuries on himself using these limbs. Howard and the rest of the squad are amazed at what this fallen one did to himself, since he had no reason to do it. Brandon is notified that number 12's self-destruct has given him the ability to absorb opponents. Now, as soon as any enemy dies, he will be able to absorb it to gain some stats. Lincoln realizes that he is left with too many questions about what happened and how it was even possible. Howard says that any dialogue is built on some information, and Brandon got it from somewhere. Brandon says that in the future you just need to trust him and not ask anything, because comrades must trust each other. Victor laughs and says that this is the first time he has seen a monster self-destruct, and that this is something new. Lincoln adds that these creatures cannot be treated like humans, as this is the lesson of the investigations conducted in the tower. Brandon turns to Victor and says that the key is in the belly of this monster, and only he can get it. Victor hides behind Lincoln's back and says that he is new, and does not yet know that this job is only for Lincoln. Lincoln sighs tiredly before slowly reaching into his jacket pocket to pull out a small package. After he unwraps the package, it becomes clear that it contains a huge number of opening knives. The systemic nature of these knives means that you can delicately dismember corpses, as if you were in the chef's kitchen. The entity also recommends returning to thoughts about the key that can allow you to move to the next level. The entity also says that what happened to this hospital happened before the Tower era. Brandon remembers that before the Tower era, the outside world was different, and this hospital was still an ordinary hospital. He also understands that the world outside the tower was limited by some serious rules. As Brandon continues his thoughts, Lincoln says that he is finally finished and shows the monster's insides. After this, he shows the key that was in the body of this monster, and states that they are finished with all the business here. We are transported to the air corridor of building number 2, through which we can move to the next room. Brandon reflects on the fact that, according to the stories, nothing has been heard from the owner of the 75 talent since he arrived on the 6th floor. He also understands that, given that his talent is ranked number 24, it is better not to tell anyone about it. Howard suddenly turns towards him and asks him what happened, assuming he is thinking about something. Brandon says that he's just curious why the Fallen don't leave this building if normal people can. Howard says no one knows the answer to this question, and no one has ever observed such monsters migrating. Brandon realizes that perhaps the Fallen become attached to certain places, which would explain why number 12 hasn't left. Howard argues that this link is not supported by evidence and therefore cannot be considered a strict law. Shark suddenly says that he feels that there is something strange in the third building. After this, he emphasizes that this is clearly not a fallen one, so we can safely move on, and Howard turns to Brandon. Brandon reflects that of all the buildings in the hospital, this was the only one where people were located, but they were all killed. The system entity tells him that the girl has noticed him and left clues in the third building. Brandon smiles and says that we need to open the door because there is a lot of useful information in this building. Lincoln immediately goes to the door and tries to pull the handle, hoping that another trap isn't waiting for him there. Not meeting any resistance, he calmly opens the doors, looking inside and finding absolutely no one there. The system entity tries to stop him, saying that it is written here that entry is prohibited. Brandon and his companions continue to follow, and the protagonist completely ignores his assistant. Brandon receives information that this building is imbued with the grievances of that girl, and getting through it will be very difficult. They find that this time the elevator is fully functional and they can use it. Brandon muses that their captain is powerful enough, but in order to return, they will need a teleportation disc. Assuming he already understood what techniques this girl would use, he presses on the third floor of the building. The doors close and his surprised teammates ask him why he chose this particular floor and not any other. Brandon says that the clues are there, and Howard states that this is not a conclusion one can logically come to. Brandon says that the last thing he likes in the world is to explain his thought process, especially in this situation. Sighing, he says that if the captain asks, he will tell, and reminds them that they heard the call of the fallen. He adds that he went to look for the source and entered that room in the corner from which no one had come out for a very long time. He adds that because his emotions were at zero, he heard a voice that was very different from the one they heard. The team looks at Brandon's still emotional state and is amazed at how cool he is. Howard asks him what he found there, and Brandon states that he found a key, a diary, and a comb. He explains that he chose the journal and the comb, and Lincoln asks why he didn't take the key. Brandon states that once you make a choice, everything else disappears, and he chose the key for a very specific reason. Howard assumes that all the knowledge he gained was in the diary he found in this room. Brandon states that there was a lot of stuff written there, such as the layout of the second building and some notes about the third building. Brandon also says that after he finished reading the diary, it instantly disappeared. He adds that only the comb remains, but it too will disappear after they complete the mission. Lincoln asks him if he remembered everything while he was in the room, and Brandon says that he did. Brandon reminds them that their team is considered elite, so photographic memories are commonplace among them. Howard, after leaving the elevator, asks him what else was in that diary, and Brandon avoids answering. He only tells them that the clue is on the third floor, and Howard asks him if that's all. Brandon says there was other information, but he will talk about it when there is time to use it. Brandon also talks about how everyone on their team should have their own positions, and how everyone should fulfill their responsibilities. Brandon emphasizes that his position is that of the eyes, that is, he is an observer, and his words should not be doubted. He adds that the habit of explaining everything is great, but it doesn't apply to a team in which everyone trusts each other with their lives. Ingrid listens attentively to the main character, when suddenly a strange voice enters her head, which is glad that she came to her. Ingrid turns around and an unknown voice calls her sister, then says that she misses her very much. Ingrid sees only the closed doors of the elevator, which looks completely unremarkable and does not pose a threat. She turns back, assuming it was just an illusion, and decides to return to her team. However, as soon as she peers into the corridor, she discovers that the situation has changed significantly. Her team had vanished somewhere, and she found herself in a rapidly deforming corridor from which shadows were creeping. Ingrid calls for help from her captain and asks where they are, as the voice begins to laugh. Ingrid takes a few more steps forward, when suddenly an unknown entity invites Ingrid to play. Ingrid first feels like she can't move, and then she can't breathe. Her abilities are neutralized almost instantly, and she has no way to cope with these attacks. However, after a few moments, the captain comes to her aid and simply calms her down. Ingrid turns around in fear and says that she heard something, and Howard simply reassures her. He tells the others that if they hear any voice, they must immediately report it at that very second. Brandon says that this place is close to the lair of the Fallen, and the arsenal of this entity includes many techniques. He discovers an archive room and advises no one to read anything, so that their memories are not tampered with. He adds that if you start reading something, your head will be filled with memories of patients and their emotions. The entity in Brandon's head shares his concerns, adding that caution must be exercised when looking through these archives. Brandon says it's part of history, and this hospital was studying the behavior of the fallen before everything went to hell. Brandon adds that even if it doesn't say where they came from, you can learn some of the characteristics of these creatures. Victor asks what they should do if the clue is here, but nothing can be read. Brandon realizes that he is the one who should read, since he has zero emotions, and he asks everyone not to go anywhere. He says that he will read the archives, and if they hear any noise, they should remain calm. After this, he opens the book and says that on July 7, 2019, a small problem arose in the experiment. He learns that a doctor and the person who wrote the note decided to seek help, but to do it secretly. The note also said that the director had forbidden them from asking this person for help, but they decided to violate the ban. In terms of advancement in the study of the fallen, this man was far ahead, so he had to be reckoned with. The man who wrote the note slightly strengthened one of the students so that he looked at him with admiration. Brandon finds himself inside the test subject's memory and realizes that he is about to be injected with a serum. He feels it so vividly, as if he himself were in this chair, and it disconcerts him a little. However, Brandon is very saddened by the fact that he will not be able to feel the emotions of that fallen one. From his point of view, the information he could have received would have been much richer if it were not for his illness. After some time, he realizes that he found himself in a prison cell, and it is April 9th, 2025. The note states that before meeting this man, he decided to use his formula to transfer the abilities. Unfortunately, this serum promoted the growth of scales, which means that all the doctor's conclusions were wrong. The doctor came to the conclusion that the mutations of the fallen have no rules and are uncontrollable. The unfortunate subject tried to rip out the scales, but Brandon immediately yelled at him, ordering him not to do so. He told him that in their country they were proud of having scales, and without them, he would not be able to find a mate. However, he quickly realized that he was not listening to him at all, and that trying to dissuade this man would be useless. Apparently, his voice cannot be heard in this space, and now he will have to take it into account. Meanwhile, in the real world, Victor tries to bring the protagonist to his senses and snaps his fingers in front of his face. Brandon shows absolutely no reaction, and Victor declares that these books are really very strange. Lincoln decides to talk to the captain, saying that this new guy is acting quite interesting. He asks him where they dug it up, and Howard reminds them of the survival game from the recent reports. He adds that it was a game that the aristocrats had organized without permission, and that the interrogation team had investigated. Howard says that this new guy is the slave who was able to survive several hours in the blue zone and escape. Howard says that, moreover, this was the first time this boy came out of the tower. Now it is his second time. Howard says the man survived in an area of extreme temperatures that increased every few minutes. Victor is surprised that a person could live there for 2 whole hours, because it is practically impossible. Howard says that in order to make him die quickly and make the game interesting, they sent a killer there to kill him. However, it turned out that Brandon had used a trick and made the killer angry so that the fallen would attack him. After this young man found the reporting discs, returned to the tower, and it was there that the Foreign Intelligence Corps found him. Lincoln is surprised that the fallen didn't sense this little thing, considering it was an area of extreme temperature. Ingrid says that Brandon seems to lack certain emotions if he was able to maintain his composure. Looking at him, they come to the conclusion that this is the most reasonable explanation for what happened to this man. Ingrid emphasizes that she cannot explain what is happening in any other way, even if she uses her imagination. Lincoln says it doesn't matter because he's not antisocial, which means he can be a good teammate. They ask the captain how he knew its location, and he explains that a woman called him and told him about it. He adds that this woman told him to get ahead of the people from the Acor house and save him first. Brandon, meanwhile, feels his consciousness gradually returning to him, and he finds himself back in the real world. Howard says the case is still under investigation, and all they know right now is that the woman on the 3rd floor is an aristocrat. Brandon pretends not to hear any of this, trying to figure out if they've been discussing him all this time. Howard says that what attracted him to Brandon was not only his lack of emotion, but also his good analytical skills. Shark says he immediately realized that Brandon was more interested in the fallen than in interacting with humans. Lincoln adds that they have nothing in common because Brandon is interested in them, not afraid. Victor wonders what to do if the woman comes back and demands that Brandon be handed over to her. Howard tisks his tongue in irritation and says that no one has the right to take his people, and they will protect him at any cost. Brandon visibly smiles and is even a little surprised that Howard treats him so well. The system voice says that he is shameless, because he has already woken up and is now eavesdropping on their conversations. Brandon realizes it's time to break character and slams the book shut to signal that he's awake. He asks them how much time has passed, and pretends that he has not heard anything from their conversation before. Howard calmly remarks that 40 minutes have passed, and asks him if he has learned anything. Brandon states that there are a few details, but they are all unimportant, with key information still missing. He adds that he will continue reading, and asks them to wait a little longer so that he can get something more interesting. However, as soon as he reaches for one of the books, the ceiling suddenly begins to collapse and suck him in. He finds himself in 2027, deciding to do some research into hospital records that have been kept since 2023. The monsters in the GOL area are mutating more and more, and the staff had to hurry to follow the words of that man. Brandon notes that several hospital records mention a mysterious creature. At first, he thinks that it might be Ilia's teacher, but there are inconsistencies in the time frame of the tower's appearance. He suggests that there may be multiple towers, but that still doesn't answer the question of where they came from. He also notes that the document does not yet contain any useful information regarding where the Fallen came from. He decides that it is time to leave this document to look at the next one, but suddenly he hears children's footsteps. He also finds that it prevents him from going back, and he feels as if he is being held back by something. Brandon assumes that he has been tracked, and now he won't be able to escape so easily. Looking at his hands, he realizes that they are completely immobilized, so he won't be able to do anything. The girl suddenly asks him why a man with scales can't find a girlfriend. Brandon guesses that this girl heard all the words he spoke in the patient's memories. Smiling, he maintains his calm presence of mind and says that he simply lied. He adds that he thought that this person shouldn't talk like that either, if it's because he already has scales. The girl looks at him with resentment and says that he is lying with his whole appearance, making it clear that she is very angry. Brandon states that he would not cheat in such a disadvantageous situation, and then introduces himself by name. However, instead of giving her name in response, the girl becomes even more angry and accuses him of lying. Brandon understands that on the surface she is a harmless little girl, but inside she is filled with a huge amount of pain and resentment. He decides to pretend to be weak and says that he is not lying. Although this does not at all meet the doctor's expectations, he tries to find the reason for this poor girl's anger, and for this, he decides to do everything so as not to scare her away. He clearly understands that one cannot be deceived by the appearance of this girl, because she was tortured a lot, and now she is filled with rage. Brandon reminds the girl that she left him a choice problem in which he chose the comb. After this, he calmly says that these combs never actually existed. It was just a trick. After he said this, the chains that were lying near the subject suddenly began to rise into the air and ring. In the real world, Howard and his squad are surprised to feel a strange tremor throughout the building and try to figure out what happened. Howard says that it's probably because Brandon finally got to the bottom of it. The girl meanwhile approaches him and asks him why he chose a comb instead of everything else. Brandon claims it's a hunch, as the diary could have belonged to hospital staff and the key was to the cage. He assumed that all these objects would evoke unpleasant memories, so he chose a comb. Brandon adds that a comb is not an instrument of torture, and it is simply impossible to cause pain to an ordinary person with it. Brandon also recalls the huge number of syringes he saw during his visit. In addition to the syringes, he found a camera that indicated that the patient was being monitored continuously. The final detail was a strong cage and equally strong shackles that prevented the prisoner from escaping. Of all the furnishings in this room, the comb clearly didn't fit in here, because it was too copper. Brandon added that the comb had a rather tender feel to it. Perhaps it didn't exist in this particular room. He suggests that perhaps there was once a person in her childhood who loved her very much and used this comb. Brandon adds that we are probably talking about either the girl's mother or her grandmother, who loved her and did not torture her. From his point of view, it is these memories that are the fundamental driver of her hatred and anger. Finding himself in this room with this girl, he says that such objects bring back warm memories. Looking at the sad girl, he says that he has no idea what she has gone through. He also adds that she must have missed the man who brushed her hair, but he didn't show up. She adds that there are not only cruel monsters here, but also people who are even crueler, and the girl says that he is lying. Brandon says that she probably thinks that he wants to survive, and therefore is afraid of her in order to save himself. But it also suggests that people are unlikely to treat the fallen the same way he does now. He adds that he did not come here to kill her, and treats her without hatred or fear. He also hints that she herself can feel that he is not afraid of her, because for such a creature it will be incredibly simple. He says that people now live in the tower, where it is difficult to survive. But recently he was thrown outside of this tower. Brandon says the temperature there reached 70 degrees, and he almost died from severe heat stroke. But she also adds that if it weren't for him, she would probably have become like her, and plunged into the depths of hatred. The room gradually collapses, and the protagonist decides to say his name, after which he asks the girl what her name is. The girl suddenly transforms into a more adult version of herself and declares that her name is Heather. Brandon is mentally glad that she is gradually beginning to trust him and at least won't kill him on the spot if something happens. Looking closely at her neck, he suddenly discovers a strange pattern that he had already encountered during the battle with Ilia. He asks her where this pattern comes from, after which he tells her that he saw a man in the second building with the same pattern. Heather asks him if he wants to know why she didn't kill him and what happened to the other creatures. Brandon smiles slightly before nodding, displaying absolute fearlessness and calm in front of her. Heather tries to stop him, saying that if she shows her true self, he will be afraid of her. With childish enthusiasm, she says that she will prove that all his words are lies, and he is lying to her for his own purposes. She insists that he's not afraid of her only because he hasn't seen the real her. But Brandon says that can be easily verified. Smiling, he says that if she wins this argument, he is ready to accept death and will not resist. Heather looks at him with a stern look, but after a while she decides to accept his offer, and she closes her eyes and plunges into dark thoughts in order to concentrate on dispelling illusions. She then extends her hand forward and dark tentacles emerge from nowhere, heading towards Brandon. Brandon is a little surprised, but he can't say he's scared by what he saw, because he can't be scared. Suddenly he finds himself on the 11th floor of the first building, not trying to understand why they came back here again. Looking around, he realizes that this floor now looks different, and they have ended up somewhere else. Looking at the table, he realizes that the diary, key, and comb are now gone, and in their place lies a completely different document. Looking closer, he realizes that it is a medical record containing all the records about a specific patient. Taking this medical record, he realizes that the answer to the 4 riddles about this poor thing is right here. As soon as he opens this diary, a huge number of evil spirits burst out of it, spreading throughout the room. Brandon is once again drawn into the whispers and memories and hears someone screaming very loudly in incredible pain. In this memoir, Heather remembers her uncle screaming again, and she begged the doctors to stop torturing him. The doctors said they didn't know which uncle they were talking about, and she remembered that for them this person no longer existed. The thing is, that for the heartless doctors, this man has already turned into a completely different patient with a different name. After some time, during her visits, this man began to beg her for help, because he was in great pain. Heather distinctly remembers his voice becoming weaker, but she could hear him perfectly, as if he were speaking very loudly. Heather remembers that this man asked to take him away from here, and she felt incredibly sorry for this man, because he was being tortured. Gradually, this pity began to settle in her and slowly turned into incredible anger. After some time, she heard another news that a patient from the 3rd floor of the 2nd building lost control and became a fallen. She understood perfectly well that we were talking about that same uncle who had now turned into a cruel monster. She noticed a black spot on her hand and a tiny crack on her forehead, and doctors didn't know why. She was very sad that this uncle was no longer there, because he would no longer be able to tell his daughter's story. After some time, she remembers another person whom she saw in a dream, as if he was huddled in a corner. She remembers that she prepared this black room for him and promised to repaint the walls in different colors. And since, unfortunately, she very quickly forgot what colors existed, there were only 3 colors left in her world. She began to perceive the world in black, white, and red, and her friend said that his bones, like thorns, pierced his body. With sadness, she realized that he too had now turned into a monster, and she no longer saw her old friend. After some time, she finally saw him, because he came here to fight with her. Heather long remembered the beautiful way he smiled in the dark room she had prepared for him. She became very ill and started crying non-stop, and no one could calm her down in natural ways. Doctors decided that she was experiencing a serious nervous shock, so they injected her with a tranquilizer to calm her down. After lunch, she overheard a conversation between doctors, according to which another person had lost his mind and become a fallen one. She noted that the black spots on her hands had grown again, and another crack had appeared on her forehead. After some time, she remembers another friend who also admitted that he no longer wants to stay here. Unfortunately, this boy could no longer speak, because every day he had to fight the fallen above. Heather remembered that every time they met, she saw new scars on him, and wanted to take him to a better world. She thought sadly that if they never saw each other again, she would miss him very much. After some time, the doctors began to become disorganized, and began to fussily walk around the hospital from one building to another. The thing is, a large number of patients lost their minds and became fallen, and one of Heather's best friends was among them. Heather felt that she missed him very much, and hoped that she would dream of him, and at least there they could talk. Therefore, the black spots on her hands continued to grow, and her hands were already half black, and her forehead hurt with incredible intensity. Brandon watched these memories closely, and at a certain point he saw something amazing. It was then that an eye began to appear in place of these cracks, which seemed to belong to a completely different entity. Brandon muses that it seems that all the test subjects who became half human, half fallen, have lost their minds en masse. He understands that they turned into fallen, driven only by their own desires. But there was one reason for all of this. Looking at Heather, who was crying in the hospital corner, he assumes that all of this was ultimately connected to her. Every test subject, before turning into a fallen, ended up meeting her in a dream, and it was quite unusual. Brandon realizes that all these test subjects already knew her. She used her abilities to create a shelter for them. However, this unfortunate girl's abilities were limited, and she could offer only temporary consolation. Life without hope is like an endless existence, so these people began to give up and lose the will to live. During this time, Heather began to take on their grievances and their suffering, but this came at a rather severe price. Having lost even this, all the test subjects lost their will and fell completely into the abyss, turning into fallen. Brandon realizes that she has recorded here all the suffering of the subjects before they stopped fighting for their lives. In this way, this girl captured their last days and weeks, if that's how one can describe the horror that happened here. However, as the weeks and months passed, the transformations in Heather's body continued in full swing. She could no longer look in the mirror because she had turned into a black monster with eyes all over her body. Despite everything, she didn't particularly regret her transformations, because she wanted to protect these people. But she didn't know who would protect her. She noticed that the fallen were going crazy, and her hair was starting to fall out too, which meant that she would soon become one of them. She recalls asking many times to brush her hair like her grandmother did, but doctors ignored her. She understood that they perceived her as a monster, and eventually she accepted that she was a monster. She realized that she was a monster that no one would ever love because she was so ugly. However, after some time, a childish rage began to boil inside her, which simply had to come out. Heather realized that she would not let anyone leave here, as countless voices in her head were screaming furiously about it. She destroyed the cage and asked the question that if she is a monster, then who is her creator? The doctors, having brought her to her senses, constantly tried to call for help and contact someone outside, but help did not come to them. Heather knew she couldn't be held back any longer, so she went to have some fun with these doctors after a long period of torture. She thought about wanting to play a game with these doctors, just like she once played games with her grandmother. This time she is the one who will be looking for other people who are trying to hide from her, and it will be fun. However, after a few days, she wondered what she had become and why everyone was running away from her. She also noted that when these people cried, a very unusual aroma emanated from their bodies, which constantly attracted her. The aroma was so tempting that she felt a strong urge to eat these people. After some time she met Ilia and noted that he was very cool, but always lost to her. She understood that he didn't want her to take him away, because he was waiting for his teacher to receive praise. Heather envied him because she too wished she had a person outside waiting for her, but her grandmother had already died. She expressed hope that Ilia would be able to wait, so she shared some of her power with him. She noted with pain that this man was incredibly loyal, but it seemed that because of her, his teacher had abandoned him. Over time, she felt that the doctors were emitting increasingly strong aromas of despair, and someone had become a part of her. She knew she had to eat those doctors because the voices in her head kept screaming at her to do so in an attempt to avenge herself. However, she did not want to destroy these people, because she wanted to play with them a little to make her have more fun. She started to feel sad because everyone hated her because she was an ugly monster, although she didn't hate anyone. The only thing she wanted was for someone to come along and play with her, even just a little bit. Brandon, finishing reading the medical record, realizes that he has, in principle, come close to solving this interesting case. Now he fully understands why the entity in his head called this girl a poor thing who had been through a lot. This child experienced the hurt and suffering of every test subject and every employee of this hospital, but he still remained a child. Brandon realizes that even when confronted by the doctors who caused her so much suffering, her primary desire was not to kill. The entity in his head suddenly returns, telling him that Heather is being subjected to thought suppression, so he doesn't have much time. However, for a few seconds, it still gives him the opportunity to analyze the creature that is in front of him. Brandon learns that Heather is a level 9 fallen with a mental power mutation and other rare mutations. The entity in his head tells him that he has no choice but to bow down to this creature. Brandon discovers that suppressing his thoughts has once again eradicated the talent he used to analyze her. At the moment, he looks exactly the same as before, when he decided to read a book and instantly froze in place. Watching him, his comrades wondered what he was doing and why he still hadn't responded. Howard advises them to remain vigilant, as it will soon be 4 hours since they left the tower, and this is an important marker. The squad members began to look around, realizing that they had completely lost track of time, and very much in vain. A few moments later, the clock strikes 4 o'clock, as they are outside the tower, meaning it is time to relax. Ingrid gains a hindrance outside the tower, causing her to move much slower due to her legs becoming heavier. Victor feels that his arms have become weak due to the fact that he is hindered by the decrease in attack power. Lincoln gets the most annoying hindrance in the form of negative thinking, which causes him to become depressed. Shark completely loses his sight and begins to peer dimly and wave his hands right in front of his face. Howard recalls that the usual grief blindness only appears on the 2nd or even 4th day, and they were just unlucky. Howard notes that his disturbance outside the tower is a flash of anger, meaning he may still be here for some time. Howard orders Shark and Lincoln to return to the tower to avoid attracting the attention of the fallen. Lincoln says that now he thinks about the huge differences between people and understands that he is not fit for work. Afterwards, he apologizes for being so incompetent, but Howard sternly orders him to get lost. Shark carefully kneels down and tries to find his comrade by touch, after which he reaches into his pocket. Taking out a teleportation disc, he wishes the captain to be careful, adding that they are going back with the old man. Victor looks closely at his captain and asks him what they should do since Brandon is still stuck there. Ingrid adds that while he is in an unknown space, no one knows what his limitation is. Meanwhile, the bookshelf begins to move aggressively, and it becomes clear that something is wrong. Ingrid, Howard, and Victor look around and realize that this is clearly unusual behavior for such an area. Howard quickly heads over to Brandon and says that they need to close ranks around him to protect him. He also recommends that they prepare for battle, as they are likely to be attacked by someone very strong. Howard tells them to watch their backs and protect Brandon because he's about to solve this mystery. Victor fights off another attack from Heather, hoping that they only have a little time left to hold out, given the weakening. Suddenly he realizes that from this matter the very fallen that his captain fought at the beginning of the raid was formed. He also discovers that there are now even more of the fallen they saw during their battles. Victor says that even if this is some kind of imitation, they appear here somehow too quickly. Howard realizes that this is all caused by his outburst of anger, and after a few moments he cuts them apart. He doesn't utter a single word and brutally deals with all the opponents who attack them. Victor gets a little scared and expresses hope that the captain didn't think he was trying to hurt him. Howard orders him to protect Brandon, adding that he will deal with these fallen ones himself. Howard sees more enemies appearing in front of him and says that Brandon must have found something important. However, it will take some time before this mystery is finally resolved, but Howard is confident in himself. Brandon, meanwhile, continues to travel through the illusory dimension, becoming part of its structure. Looking around, he discovers a huge number of doors hovering in the air next to him. He gradually begins to float in this space and tries to understand what all these doors belong to. The system entity has managed to penetrate here again, but immediately declares that it will not be able to hold out here for long. They explain to him that this is the so-called main hall, where each door is connected to a space of memories and documents. He is also told that 4 hours have passed and he has now received a disadvantage, stating that he is under the effect of confusion. Brandon realizes that he can live with this weakening for now. He just needs to find the right door. The entity tells him that there are more than 100 doors here, but there is only one correct choice, and it is quite difficult. Suddenly, the entity senses Heather approaching and reminds him that he only has the opportunity to bow before her. Brandon smiles and looks at the giant monster, thinking that it's time to get out of this dead end. Brandon opens one of the doors and walks in on Heather as her room slowly begins to take shape. He quickly takes out a comb and hands it to Heather, saying that he kept his promise and did not deceive her. He says that he came to this world recently and treats the fallen differently than other people, so he is not like everyone else. He says with complete confidence that even now he is not afraid of her, and he definitely does not hate her. Heather asks him, surprised, if he really isn't afraid of her after everything he saw. Brandon says he's so sorry no one could brush her and take her out of that horrible place, and that it can't be fixed. He tells her that the world is not limited to the 4 buildings of this hospital, and that people are much more multifaceted. He says that people hate the fallen because there is still no research to prove that they are more cruel. Brandon says Ilia was one of those people who were led by his almost religious devotion. Heather accepts the brush, and Brandon tells her that she is different from them and much smarter and more intelligent. He praises her for being able to accept most of the hospital's test subjects and still considers them friends. He also says that he cannot imagine how she suffers from all the grievances that are accumulated in her body. However, from his point of view, if she is able to maintain her will, then she is still a human being and not a monster. Howard, meanwhile, continues to eliminate his opponents one by one as soon as they come within dangerous distance. Suddenly the enemies disappear, and Victor notes that the hatred of these fallen ones seems to have dissolved. Howard nods approvingly, then suggests that it's most likely because Brandon actually pulled it off. Brandon tells Heather that she shouldn't let herself be turned into a monster because there's a big world outside the hospital. He tells her that there are many places she has not been to and many things she has not seen, being a good girl. Heather gradually transforms into the form of a small child and says that there is one small detail. Falling sadly to her knees, she says that she cannot leave this place no matter what. Brandon says that it may not work now, but he will find a way to free her. He gently strokes her hair and says that he will definitely help if she is willing to wait. Heather looks at him, but words appear in front of her that this man is lying and wants to harm her, which means he needs to be killed. Heather tries to fight the voices in her head, convincing herself that everything is wrong and that she can trust him because he might be good. She also makes the argument that this person is not afraid of her at all, and this is already a giant breakthrough compared to the others. Brandon slowly rises to his feet and says that perhaps they are very similar in some ways. Heather asks him how exactly they are alike, and he states that they are abandoned in an alien world and know nothing about it. He adds that if every journey has its own mission, then his mission is to reveal all the secrets. He asks himself where the Fallen came from, how the tall tower appeared, and how many floors it has. He says that for him, this is the meaning of life, and when he finds the answers to these questions, he will be able to find a way to take her away. Heather looks at him in surprise and asks why he decided to take on this task, since he doesn't even know her. Brandon smiles and says that she is not alone, at least not from today. After this, he turns into a child and says that she has a friend who is ready to play with her, no matter what. He also talks about coming from a world outside the mental hospital, which surprises Heather. She starts to cry because she hasn't heard anyone call her their friend for many years. Heather thanks him for his help, but does not recommend going to the 4th building, as it is too dangerous. She also suggests that the next time he sees her, she may not be in such a clear state. She adds that he needs to become even stronger, like that man her height, and then he will be able to visit her. Brandon looks at her with a sincere smile and says that he agrees to such conditions. He will just wait for this moment, because he will definitely wake her up, and then they will play together again. He also says that he will do it regardless of what she will be like at that moment, because he is not afraid of it. Heather gradually dissolves, after which she says that she almost forgot to tell him one important piece of information. She recommends that he take a look at the 1st building before he and his squad leave this place, before it is too late. She says that 2 days ago, a man came here and left the same thing in the 1st building. Brandon recalls that when they were in the 1st building, they actually saw bloody footprints and scattered documents. He suggests that it could have been the same teacher that subject number 12 mentioned, and that would explain a lot. Brandon asks her what kind of man he was and what impression he made on her during his visit. Heather says she's not sure, but it looked a lot like the device they had back at the tower. Brandon tries to figure out why someone would leave a teleportation disc in this hospital, but it could be a trick. He suggests that the thing might just be a disc-like object and asks her if she can take him there. Heather agrees, then breaks her spell so he can return to the real world. Howard notes that he spent quite a while going through the document, as if he was having some difficulty. Suddenly, they discover that not only the black fog, but also the Fallen One along with the documents have disappeared from here. Howard asks him what's going on, and if he's found any hard evidence. Brandon says he found the test subject map from Building 4, and the process has become a little more complicated. He says that it's better not to go to the 4th building, because it's too dangerous there, and they might not be able to handle it. Victor immediately begins to praise Howard, saying that there is no fallen man that his captain cannot handle. Brandon says that he wants to clarify that the 4th building is much more dangerous than the previous 3. He also states that the 4th Corps Fallen are stronger than the rest, and Howard asks him about what happened in the document. Brandon says he found memories there and promises to tell him everything on the way home, which will take a long time. After this, he asks where Lincoln and Shark went, since they were still here when he left. Victor states that they were unlucky with the weakening and the interference would have greatly affected the squad, so they were sent home. Brandon says he seems to be lucky because confusion isn't such a big deal. Howard notes the fact that he has already adapted and asks him how long it took him. Brandon says that he only changed his habits slightly and everything became normal, after which he is asked where he is going. Brandon replies that they are going to the 1st building because he needs to pick up something that a recent visitor left behind. He adds that the medical record mentioned a person who came here a couple of days ago, and this needs to be checked. Howard listens to this report and says that after these words, they really will not go to the 4th building. Brandon explains that even before the Tower era, fallen ones were already appearing all over the world. He also says that in order to find the reasons for their occurrence, many government agencies have begun to study them. Brandon adds that the hospital was where the fallen were kept and experimented on, which impresses Victor. Brandon says that they may have been trying to study the weaknesses of the fallen, but they couldn't find out anything about it. Howard suggests that the fallen they encountered on the 2nd floor was likely one of the successful experiments. Brandon says that this is indeed the case, and another was Heather from the 4th building, which is considered a partial success. Ingrid guesses that the black fog and the imitation of the fallen are that same girl, but she is clearly stronger than Ilia. Brandon says that this is an unexpected occurrence, since she absorbed the suffering of other people and became a fallen one herself. He also adds that despite the fact that she herself became a monster, her kindness did not disappear. Howard interrupts his thoughts, saying that he is starting to become a little confused about the nature of these creatures. He tells them that the fallen will always be the enemies of humanity, because that is their nature, and this cannot be changed. Brandon says that the captain is right, and he will remember these words, realizing that perhaps there is truth behind his anger. Suddenly he stops as a very unusual sight appears before him. He discovers that Heather has decided to briefly materialize in this world, and appears before him. Howard asks him why he stopped, and Brandon immediately realizes that only he can see her. He guesses she's a little angry about the conversation he and Howard just had. He begins to follow her, thinking that the entire hospital is a part of her and he needs to watch his words. After a while, the girl stops, and without turning around, points her finger at the room. Brandon goes inside and tries to figure out what's so interesting here, and immediately his gaze falls on the artifact. The artifact looks like a disc, and Brandon realizes that it was left so carelessly, as if they wanted it to be found. Ingrid says it looks like a teleportation disc, but Howard says he's never seen anything like it. The system assistant says that the technology for its production is theoretically lost, and there are very few such devices. Brandon realizes that with the help of this disc, he can return to one of the locations visited in the last 3 days. The system also suggests that he look at the recordings he has at hand to find more clues. Brandon takes a closer look at one document and realizes that it is far from what it seems at first glance. According to the text, the unknown person invites the researcher to play a game with him and go through all the zones he has prepared. Brandon realizes that he was left with a chain of documents, and Poor Thing Hospital is just the beginning of a larger game. A smile appears on his face as he realizes that things are getting much more interesting, and Howard asks him what happened. Brandon replies that he just remembered a funny joke and says that he will take the thing with him. Howard doesn't have any particular objections to this, and says that he can take her for himself. Howard says that if there is nothing more to explore here, then we need to return as soon as possible. He activates the disc almost instantly, and hopes that everyone else will be able to return home safely. Brandon is the last to activate the teleportation procedure, and gets the chance to say goodbye to Heather. Heather looks at him a little upset, as she would really like him to stay with her for a little while longer. Brandon sees her off with a smile and a look full of hope that they will see each other again in the future. He states that it is time to say goodbye, but they will definitely meet again and play together. The system says that he has explored the territory by 60%, and his actions were not very high quality and not at all satisfactory. However, once only a few energy molecules remain of his body, Heather calms down. She hugs the very same comb that was used to comb her hair and feels much calmer. Meanwhile, we are transported to the starting point from which our heroes began several hours ago. Shark and Lincoln immediately feel much better, as their interference was eliminated upon returning to the tower. The employee asks them why they are the only ones who returned here from the entire department, hoping that nothing happened. He also adds that they entered the zone through a white stele, but now it looks blue. The employee says they already know this, but he reminds them that walking back and forth is prohibited due to health risks. Lincoln says that they know everything perfectly well and are near this stele because they are waiting for the captain. Brandon, appearing out of nowhere, makes a funny joke towards Lincoln, glad that he is out of the way. He also says that they ran away, probably thinking that it would be a tactical retreat. Lincoln turns away in irritation, while the employee is surprised that the newbie is allowing him to do this. However, he is impressed that this man went on a mission for the first time and lasted outside the tower for more than 4 hours. Howard says he has no assignments for the next week, so he can afford to rest. Brandon asks him why this is the case, and Howard states that he passed the entrance exam successfully. He also says that they will have to go through some formalities, and after that he will officially become a member of the Corps. Brandon smiles and realizes that he has a lot of things to do in the tower because he needs to make a living. His first priority now is to try to figure out a way to get himself some money. Howard returns to the office that evening to fill out the necessary reports regarding the latest mission. He looks at each card carefully, twisting a small pen in his hand, hoping it won't take long. Most of the newcomers have shown quite a lot of potential, and they complement each other well. However, he is still trying to figure out how best to fill out the report so as not to attract unnecessary attention. He especially struggles when he starts analyzing Brandon and his stats. He understands that he has worked with many soldiers, but for the first time he sees a person devoid of negative emotions. He understands that if a person can always remain calm, then within a few years he will become a professional. However, he realizes that his own home, which is constantly trying to haunt him, is not so simple either. After this, he quickly destroys Brandon's true card to hide his true abilities. He understands that in order to ensure the safety of his employee, he must falsify all the information. He hopes no one will notice the change, although in reality, there is nothing to worry about. After a while, he improvises the necessary notes to make everything look acceptable. After finishing his work, he activates his earpiece to contact a very important person. He goes to the window and looks thoughtfully at the city, while the measured beeps sound in his ear. After a while, a very soft voice answers and informs him that he has reached the service bureau. Howard says he has an immediate and long-term mission to protect one person. He adds that this is a member of his team who is very attentive and quick-witted, so he needs to act carefully. The voice replies that this can be entrusted to people from the Foreign Intelligence Corps, since it is much simpler. Howard states that this is a special case, and that people from the Foreign Intelligence Corps are not suitable for these tasks. After a while, a soft voice asks him what they will receive in exchange for such a serious service. Howard states that every time he returns for a mission, he will bring them some artifact. The girl says that these are amazing conditions that she agrees to, and now she is even more interested. She asks him who this person is that he so desperately wants to protect, since he even turned to them. Brandon, meanwhile, continues his wanderings around port, and stumbles upon a small shop he has already been to. He hears strange voices that belong to some men inside. A girl named Cherry tries to prevent a fight between two customers who are in love with her. One of them says that she confessed her love to him, but now another suitor has appeared. They start crying, saying that they save every month to provide for her. Cherry says that her feelings were always sincere and they got it all wrong, but that doesn't help. After a while, she decides to use her outstanding acting skills and falls backwards. She pretends to be sincere, asks them for forgiveness, and says that they are both ashamed to be near her, although they are very outstanding. She confesses to them that she loves them very much and simply did not want to hurt them, so she hid it all the time. She states that they are an incredible support for her, as if they help her breathe more freely in this world. Brandon watches this performance without much enthusiasm, since it is clear to him that the girl is being disingenuous. The system assistant asks him if he is surprised by the skill of the Casanova women, and is amazed by such talent. Brandon waits until these two naive fools leave the room, and then decides to go inside. He looks at the hostess with a slight smile, and asks if he really arrived at the wrong time and found an awkward scene. Cherry looks at him happily, and says that he came much earlier than she expected. Brandon asks her what happened here, and she states that the two crossed the line and made up their own relationship. Cherry smiles and says that she didn't agree with this, because if you are a suitor, you should court, and nothing more. After this, she says that there was another very important reason for this scene. She claims that she has been liking guys like that lately, so she called them to get rid of both of them at once. The system assistant says that this girl made it clear in 1 second that this whole scene was a performance. Cherry asks him why he came here and says that lately she has been liking guys like him. Brandon ignores this attempt to flirt with him and tells her that he brought her good news. After that, he shows her the camera and tells her that after going on a mission, he turned into Jilin. To understand the nature of their relationship, we will go back exactly 1 day. Brandon went into this store to see what useful goods he could buy for the quest. Cherry immediately greeted him and watched him closely, because every client is very important to her. She invited him to look around, while the system assistant rejoiced at how beautiful she was. He also checked all her data, and was surprised that she had been in 19 relationships, and had about 100 suitors. The system advised him to quickly buy something and leave here so as not to provoke her. He also offered to buy him an amazing multi-cooker, which, if it mutated outside the tower, would pay for itself. Cherry continued to watch him with a gentle smile, and asked him if he hadn't picked anything up for himself. Brandon calmly talks about needing to buy a rice cooker and a mug, which he found acceptable. Cherry says that the mug is indeed a great thing, but the rice cooker is pretty useless. She tells him that only fools buy it, but he seems to be a pretty smart and clever guy. Brandon responds indifferently that he has already said his word, takes both goods, and she guesses that he is leaving the tower. Brandon comments on her intelligence, and then asks how much money she wants for the goods. Cherry says that she wanted to give him a 50% discount, but now she has changed her mind and is giving him another choice. She offers him 1,000 tasso or free, and Brandon asks if they can't still negotiate. Cherry says the average person wouldn't buy this boiler or even ask for a discount on the waste. After this, she concludes that this multi-cooker is only valuable if you turn into Jilin. Brandon says in a tired tone that in this case, he will choose the free option so as not to waste time. Cherry is excited and says she will pack the goods, and Brandon muses that free things are the most expensive. Cherry starts putting the goods in the bag and quickly slips him another camera. Brandon asks her what it is, and she grins and says that she put it there by accident. The system assistant notes that this is a rather interesting person, and one can expect all sorts of surprises from him. Cherry says that in a couple of days he will accidentally notice this camera and will return it to her with all his heart. Brandon understands why she's asking him what to do if this camera doesn't become Guilan. Cherry says she's willing to take the risk, since she's already given him a slow cooker and a mug anyway. After this, she offers to restart their relationship from the very beginning, and says that her name is Cherry. Brandon turns away indifferently and states his name, then heads out of the store and towards his home. She waves goodbye to him and says in a sweet voice that she hopes for further cooperation. She also says that she expects good news from him as soon as possible, hinting that he will have to try hard. She is currently actively interrogating Brandon and asking if the camera has become Guilan. Brandon says that this camera shows what happened on the given date it is pointed at. Cherry looks at him with admiration and asks if this is really the truth and he is not deceiving her. Afterwards, she rushes off to pick it up, but Brandon says he would like to discuss the fee with her. Cherry asks him what payment he wants for such a priceless treasure. She adds that she is still a girl, and he can behave calmly or just give it to her. Brandon asks her if he has a conscience, and where has it ever happened that such things were given away just like that. Cherry decides to try her favorite method of communicating with men, and presses herself as tightly as possible against him. She says that she really doesn't have money, and if there are no other options, then she is ready to become his girlfriend. Brandon says that she misunderstood him, and that he is not interested in a relationship, and that girls should value themselves more. Cherry sadly admits that his favorite tricks aren't working for him, and says she needs to look at the product first. Brandon hands her a camera and tells her that she can run tests as much as she wants. He states that she needs to set the year, month, day, hour, minute, and second, and then say it silently to herself. Cherry states that it is quite comfortable, and then walks over to the place she would like to photograph. She points the camera lens and says the date, which was exactly 10 minutes ago. Brandon asks her if she's really removing the disposal price, and Cherry just jokes it off, trying to whitewash herself. Once the photo is processed, it becomes clear that it works exactly as Brandon said. Cherry says that with this treasure, the whole story can be revealed if you keep taking photographs. Brandon understands that the camera can indeed be used in a variety of ways, including for such purposes. Brandon realizes that he can create a whole story by taking photographs one after another and bringing the past to the surface. Cherry suddenly discovers that, despite pressing the camera several times, no photos are appearing. Brandon says that Guilan's level is low, so photos can be taken twice a week. Cherry speculates that if used in the right place, it could be a great tool for gathering information. She tries to figure out how to approach this cold man, but Brandon says he's willing to barter. He also advises her not to try to bargain and lower the price, because this will make her fall in his eyes. He adds that she can choose an equivalent item, information, service, or all three. Cherry realizes that this is a rather vague formulation and asks him to say what he wants to get from her. Brandon asks her about the live streams that are happening at the port, and Cherry states that they are sales through streams. She says the popularity effect is deep and ancient, but people are smart enough to realize that it's nonsense. Brandon asks if that was the very beginning and a trick, or if there were real ethers outside the tower. Cherry thinks for a moment, then asks him if he wants to host one of these broadcasts. Brandon says that if he's not wrong, these broadcasts won't be fake every time and people aren't that stupid. He says he wants to sort it out, and Cherry asks him if that would count as partial payment for the camera. Brandon nods, then asks for more details about the actual broadcasts, and she declares that he has come to the right place. She takes him to a special corner and tells him to come into the room so they can chat quietly. Cherry tells him that most of the people living on the lower floors go outside the tower under the protection of the Intelligence Corps. Because reconnaissance teams are preemptively protecting the Fallen, there are actually few people in these areas who have seen the Fallen. Cherry emphasizes that everyone is afraid of the Fallen, but at the same time, there are many who are eager to see them and observe them from the sidelines. Brandon says Devin Fincher said that there is a monster inside every person's soul that is a source of inspiration. Cherry is unfamiliar with such a creator and decides not to ask questions, saying that people really enjoy watching the Fallen. Cherry emphasizes that the high tower is huge, but compared to the world and era of the tower, it is good. For those who don't dare leave the tower, the international zones are already a mythical place, but everyone is curious about what happens there. Brandon understands that the huge number of interested people has created a huge demand in this market. He asks why not contact the Intelligence Corps, and Cherry says that few can leave the tower even there. Brandon understands that the Intelligence Corps is an arm of the government and should not be used for such purposes. He reflects that if he wants to leave the tower without permission, he will have to reveal his identities. Cherry says that in any case, there are a lot of people interested in the outside world, but the external technology in the tower does not work. After this, she says that there is, of course, only one way to try to make the technique Jilin, although it is risky. Adds that only Jilin's items can work outside, but it takes a long time to charge them. She also tells how one rich man spent a fortune to remove various items from the tower. He talks about how he got Jillian handcuffed for it, and Brandon says he's heard of such a device before. He reflects to himself that he seems to have ruined a real treasure with his actions at that moment. He asks how a person can be sure that an item will become a Gilin, and Cherry says that there are no guarantees. She adds that one person took 13 handcuffs at once, and they all turned into Jilin with the same properties. She remembers that this phenomenon was called Jillian diffusion, and Brandon tries to remember the term and its description. She tries to explain that some people wield dual swords, and when the weapon transforms into Jilin, it affects both swords. Brandon asks why the intelligence corps doesn't use handcuffs to track people. Cherry states that they cannot buy such shackles for themselves, since the rich people have no intention of selling them. Brandon realizes that this rich man is not quite an ordinary person, and Cherry states that they are trying to maintain peaceful relations with him. Brandon understands that if you're a man from the 5th floor, then dealing with a gambling house is not as simple as it might seem. However, he is still wondering who actually turned them in and ordered the intelligence corps to take him away to prevent something terrible from happening. Brandon understands that the owner of these items could be very powerful, and if his identity is revealed, he will hardly be able to be protected. Brandon asks her about the possibility of getting equipment to broadcast outside the tower. Cherry says she actually has one person who knows a couple of loopholes to carry out this plan. Brandon says it's absolutely brilliant and adds that he needs a Jillian mask that changes his voice. He adds that if there is equipment for broadcasting, then it cannot be done in his name, and secrecy must be maintained. Cherry says the conditions are too harsh, but Brandon says he can improve her camera. He also adds that if she agrees, he will help her with the creation of such improved items on a regular basis. Cherry presses his hand, trying to squeeze his palm as tightly as only a normal girl can. She happily says that she accepts his proposal, and is ready to make a deal that takes effect immediately. She adds that she can deliver him equipment and a guarantee that no one will contact him, but she will become his business partner. Cherry realizes that if Brandon is strong enough, then this is his stable producer of Gillins and the key to riches. Brandon asks her how quickly she can get this equipment, and the girl states that it will take her 3 days. Brandon mentally notes that this is much faster than he originally expected, and expresses hope for cooperation. Cherry says that this hope is mutual, and offers to discuss the details of conducting joint broadcasts. After some time, a full moon rises over the city, and Brandon returns to his apartment. He looks closely at the device he was able to take with him from the mental hospital and studies it. It does look like a return disc, but it has some very strange pattern engraved on it. Brandon remembers that it is an invitation, and tries to figure out when it would be best for him to use this item. Suddenly, someone starts knocking on his apartment door and asking if he is home and if he is sleeping at that hour. A female voice introduces herself as Judy from the interrogation team, adding that the captain sent her after him. Brandon approaches the door cautiously, wondering if they really have a case to deal with. Brandon asks her what happened, and Judy says that the captain sent her because he thought he would be bored. She says that the group leader thought that he was very capable, so he decided to invite him for a while. Brandon remembers being told yesterday that he had a week off, which meant that people in the group were already getting going. He agrees to this, and says that he has everything free in the next few days, and is ready to join the group. Judy says that the captain wanted him to be in charge of all these things, and that there was a lot of them piling up. The system assistant says that apparently the shorty has figured out that he will want to leave the tower without permission. Brandon understands that this was done in order to bring him closer to her, and protect him if necessary. Brandon says that's no problem either and opens the door, saying she can come in to tell him everything. After some time, they go to the 2nd floor of a high tower, where the interrogation team headquarters is located. Judy says that this is a branch of the headquarters of the 7th Division of the Intelligence Corps. Brandon asks if there are computers here and is told that such things are only available on the 3rd floor. After this, Judy decides to introduce the protagonist to the head of the interrogation team named Terry. Brandon realizes that the level of technology on the 3rd floor roughly corresponds to the world of his past life. Looking closely at the boss, he asks him to tell him what all these cases have in common. He tells him that if we talk about similar moments in these cases, the main suspect has already been determined. Terry emphasizes that the only things that remain unclear are the motive and evidence that still needs to be obtained to move the case forward. Terry adds that they are in the process of investigating, and they still need to gather the necessary evidence. He also adds that there are cases that they really wouldn't like to solve, but they have a very strict boss. Terry says the captain is too concerned about such things, despite the chaos that reigns on the lower floors. From his point of view, All this is necessary in order to let people on the ground floor know that they have not been abandoned and that they are still cared for. Brandon asks him if his team has the authority to arrest the prime suspect in this case. Terry claims that they have such powers, but their status is not comparable to the tower's restraining corps. Brandon understands that the authorities here treat people from the lower levels with great disdain and do not respect them at all. He reflects that it will not be so easy for the captain to change the situation, but he is ready to help him with this. Brandon states that all suspects need to be brought in so that they can be interrogated as quickly as possible. Terry notes that they have about 100 suspects, and bringing them all in at once could create an overload. Brandon says that when they were outside the tower, the captain didn't doubt his words, and he expects the same from them. Terry replies that he is indeed a true professional, and decides to listen to his advice. Brandon carefully examines the evidence and says that he expects the suspects to arrive as soon as possible. After some time, all the suspects are brought here. It is recommended to line them up so as not to create problems. Terry notes that there have been a lot of people here for a long time, and wonders if a newcomer can handle it. Suddenly, Lucas's familiar voice appears behind him, asking him what so many people are doing here. Terry calmly tells him that they are doing the business that the boss ordered to be transferred to the right people. In response to Lucas's question about what happened, Terry states that they have rounded up all the suspects in the unsolved cases. Lucas assumes that the captain will be conducting this interrogation, which means he has absolutely nothing to do, and looks at the office. After this, he says that he will not interfere and will go and rest, because he just returned from a mission. Meanwhile, Terry enters the observation room and asks his comrade about how things are going. Judy tells him that he came here just in time, as Brandon had just started interrogating the suspects. Terry looks at the camera and sees the suspects in this case entering Brandon's room. He recalls that this body was in a murder where the deceased was the husband of this suspect, but no suitable evidence could be collected. Terry also recalls that it later turned out that the woman was cheating on her husband, and their relationship was not working out at all. According to the detective's assumption, the man courted the woman, crawling at her feet, but even the marriage was ineffective. The girl says that on the day of her husband's death she was at the casino, and all the employees can confirm this. Brandon receives information that in front of him is not a killer, but a moose woman who is only pretending to be a Soviet lioness. Brandon speculates that she teamed up with her lover to kill her husband, and that the motive is money. He waves his hand to make himself suspect of having an assistant, and Terry decides to send Judy to help him. The girl calmly walks towards the interrogation room, trying to understand why he called her so quickly. Brandon leaves the room almost immediately and tells her that she came here at the right time, handing her the folder. He says that they need to bring the casino owner here and interrogate them separately, like in a prisoner's dilemma. He recommends that when interrogating, they focus on the information he wrote down, and that their trust in each other will soon collapse. After this, he adds that he has gone to deal with the next matter, and leaves the rest to them. 5 minutes later, he emerges from another interrogation room and says that the murder weapon has been identified. He explains that it was a hand-sharpening tool that was hidden in a bookshelf. After some time, one of the employees runs into the interrogation room, saying that he needs help. He emphasizes that he lacks people who could carry out the orders of their superiors. He says that the boss has dug up a real monster somewhere, who solves cases in a matter of minutes. They ask him how quickly he solves cases, and Terry replies that he has solved 10 cases in an hour. Terry emphasizes that this guy seemed to have seen the whole scenario of the crimes, and finds evidence with amazing accuracy. After this, he says that he is taking these cases with him, and asks that people be sent to him as quickly as possible. He says that if they see the captain, they should tell him that he will temporarily take the people from groups 11 and 13. As quickly as possible, he finds a large number of unsolved cases, and gives the order to hand them over to Brandon. Going to his comrades, he asks about how the interrogations are progressing, and they tell him that he has already interrogated 12 people. He says that we need to turn off the monitor and delete all recordings of previous interrogations conducted by this person. When asked why he should do this, he replies that it is necessary to avoid drawing unnecessary attention to this person. Meanwhile, a statement of temporary coordination arrives at the headquarters of the 13th year of birth. Lucas wonders what's going on, and is told that it involves Division 7, which has solved a lot of cases. Lucas says that this is some kind of joke, knowing full well how the 7th interrogation group works, and they are not known for their speed. After this, he slowly freezes and says that this could only change if they brought in reinforcements. At that moment, the image of Brandon immediately comes to his mind, who amazed him with his brilliant deduction. After this, he falls into a chair and loudly bangs on the table, saying that this is the worst money in his life. He is asked what happened, and he asks menacingly and desperately why his unit number is 13. Time flies, and we find ourselves at the Intelligence Corps branch late in the evening. Terry and his comrades exhale tensely, glad that they have finally finished their job. He says that after the report on solved cases, the authorities will be able to receive financial support this month. Terry realizes that this boy's abilities are now obvious, because he was able to cope with this in just one day. He hopes that this will not cause any unnecessary problems, when suddenly there is a knock on their office door. Judy and Brandon go inside. The girl says that Brandon wants to discuss something with him. Brandon asks about financial support, and Terry explains that they have a stick system. He also says that this is Captain Howard's butt. His predecessors often falsified reports. He complains that given the captain's character, they could not solve the case without knowing the whole truth. He also adds that these cases have been lying around for a very long time, like an old debt that has been hanging around for more than a day or two. He hands him a crumb of coffee and says that they can talk about anything he wants. Brandon says he'd like to clarify something about today's situation in advance. She adds that he has no talent for investigation. He is just lucky enough to ask the right questions thanks to his intuition. Terry says that it is now too late to say that he has no talent. No one will believe it. Brandon says that once the interrogation of the suspects is completed, he will provide all the details about the cases. He also says that all these cases were solved because Captain Mystery helped them with the investigation. He adds that perhaps everyone will start to suspect, but they will have enough details in the documents. Terry understands where the protagonist is heading, and says that he wants to minimize his contribution to solving cases. Brandon says he got it right, and Terry asks why they have to wait to close everything at once. Brandon says that this is necessary to attract the attention of the upper floors, who will definitely notice it. Terry asks him why he did this. He was going to protect himself so as not to create problems for himself. Brandon drinks his coffee in one gulp, and says that what he says now will only be his personal opinion. He says that 3 floors up he doesn't feel anything good, and the bottom floor is one big crime scene. He believes that everything needs to be looked at both from a close-up and a global perspective, emphasizing that crimes are influenced by the social environment. Brandon says the social environment is beyond the capabilities of the interrogation team, and they need tactical support from the upper floors. Terry realizes that even if the captain heard this, a smile would appear on his indifferent face. He says that Brandon is right. If they hand over so many cases at once, it will attract special attention. After this, he reminds him that the criminals were arrested one after another, and asks if he remembers their testimony. Brandon chuckles and says that it's normal for a member of the interrogation team to have instant memory. His confidence in such high skills for an average employee immediately shocks the self-esteem of his comrades. After a while, we are transported to Howard's office, who says that he was given information about the events of the last few days. Howard learns that Brandon opened all the cases in the interrogation building, but he says that this should be a big secret. Howard is silent for a moment, then continues filling out the necessary paperwork with a fountain pen. Howard notes that Brandon is in a hurry to get out of the tower, and therefore got through the paperwork very quickly. Howard says that he can't leave the tower without permission, and he must understand what he is doing and what the punishment is for it. Brandon realizes that this was a hint to leave no trace behind, and notes that the captain is a very interesting man. Howard says that he has already passed on the report on the solved cases to his superiors, and now he can forget about it for a while. He adds that bringing order to the ground floor is a long process, and they may face pressure. He also states that the pressure on people who will hinder them will be even greater, and praises him for his work. He hands him special tokens, telling him that if he needs to leave the tower, he can take the equipment. Brandon receives information that he will now be able to gain access to very interesting artifacts. After this, he thanks the captain for such a gift and asks if there are any other orders for him. Howard says that the Correctional Corps is interested in what happened at the hospital and will send their man to them. Brandon understands that he will probably be asked about high-level fallen sanity and promises to remain silent. Howard says that absolutely every member of their squad will be called in for questioning, so they need to act carefully. Brandon asks him to make sure no one tells the Corps about the discs they found in the mental hospital. Howard asks him what's wrong with the disc, and Brandon states that he's still figuring out the artifact. Howard agrees with him, saying that he told the others not to mention the disc. He hands him the approved report on the research, telling him that he should look at it. Brandon carefully examines the data in this document and realizes that the captain has deliberately distorted the information. Brandon spends a few minutes reading, after which he closes the report and says that he has remembered everything. Howard states that in that case he can go and take the artifact from the gun room, and Brandon says goodbye to him. As soon as he closes the door, Howard is left alone with his thoughts in the large room. He admits that he didn't expect this guy to handle all the work in one day and present other surprises. Smiling, he says that, apparently, another assessment of this man's abilities should be made. Brandon, meanwhile, reaches the required location and stops for a moment to inspect it. The Intelligence Corps' weapons depot looks rather mundane and doesn't give itself away with any signs. He is met by a warehouse employee who says that there are many things inside that do not look like weapons. He asks him to ignore the mess, saying that they recently received a large shipment of very valuable artifacts. He also says that everything the unit brings back from the expedition is here, and asks him not to rush. The system assistant says that there is someone's large coffee mug here that can affect coffee. He also discovers a special pendant that can transform his voice into a female one and hide his Adam's apple. However, Brandon suddenly discovers a truly suitable artifact that will help him in the future. The system assistant points out that the mask he is looking at hides his identity and cannot be damaged. Brandon recalls that when he was reading the archives in one of the hospital buildings, there were records about this object. He reflects that if this is indeed the mask of the man mentioned in the reports, then he has already been in this city before. Brandon says that everything here is household items, so the mask will be his choice. The employee asks him if he won't take anything else, and he replies that this is enough for him. After some time, Cherry comes to the shop and shows her the mask that he managed to get. She looks at these goods with joy and says that she usually doesn't see such a curiosity very often. Cherry asks him if she can use it and gets the obvious answer. Brandon asks her if the equipment is ready, and she says that she completed the task very quickly. She says that by midday on the second day she had already obtained the equipment and was able to keep his identity a secret. She shows him the earliest streaming equipment on the ground floor, adding that there are only 3 of them in total. Brandon asks when the surgery should begin, and she states that they will do everything when he is ready. Cherry says that there will be a huge number of spectators for such a spectacle, because it is very interesting. Brandon muses that this is indeed the case, remembering that the survival rate outside the tower is very low. He understands that there is no normal way to make money on the ground floor, and such risks are very real. Cherry advises him to think carefully about his decisions, adding that she is confident that he will still choose the right one. She also shows him Jillian's clothes, adding that he might need them outside during streams. Cherry adds a mask from the intelligence core here, and the suit issue will be finally resolved. After this, she says that he is a member of the intelligence core, and cannot leave the tower without permission. However, she immediately finds a way out of this situation, stating that he can register as a mercenary. After some time, they come to an unknown person who organizes the passage of mercenaries. He says that the minimum group size is 6 people, but it is possible to forge an ID and let him go alone. He mentions that this service won't be free, and Cherry reaches into her pocket, saying that she will pay for it. Having received the money, the manager of this enterprise says that this way things will go much more smoothly. He also adds that according to the rules, he must come up with code names for his comrades. Brandon has no trouble making up the necessary names off the top of his head to make it look believable. Brandon starts adding humor to these names, and is asked if they have to be given exactly like that. Brandon decides not to stop and continues to clearly joke, feeling that this only makes him happier. After this, he says that one of the participants will be called Chili, and Cherry is surprised by such a similarity. Brandon laughs. Cherry asks him to be more serious, because she helps him pay bribes and risks a lot. After some time, she finds herself in a very strange place, which she could not have even imagined a couple of days ago. Brandon shows her his house, saying that it will be easier to contact each other in the future if she knows where he lives. Cherry is surprised that he does everything his own way, adding that they are now business partners. She also asks him to be careful with the camera, and he asks her why she needs this relic. Cherry asks him why he thought she was going to use that camera so often. Brandon says that this lack of trust upsets him a little, since he already understood everything. He adds that her face gave her away almost immediately, and if they are business partners, it is better to share information. He says that if it's personal, she doesn't have to talk about it, but she says it won't be a big deal. She says that 2 years ago, 2 of her very close friends suddenly disappeared, and she is trying to find traces of them. Cherry emphasizes that there is a clear hierarchy in the tower, and that the upper classes bully the lower classes, and this is already a common occurrence. He also says that 3 years ago, women began disappearing from the lower floor one after another, about 1 a week. He also talks about how men were sent to participate in survival games, while women went through other procedures. She says that people on the upper floors have all their needs met and are already bored with all the entertainment. She says that those girls will not return, because they were sent outside the tower, and perhaps they have already become fallen. She talks about how all the fallen were human, and then asks him if he could meet one outside the tower. She suggests that this question is impossible to answer, recalling that she was previously involved in a different business. She recalls that she and her friends used to open clothing stores, and she even dreamed big. However, once her friends disappeared, the common goal they had been working towards disappeared along with them. She says that in order to go to the correctional corps and inform on aristocrats, evidence is needed. Brandon realizes that her friends probably tried to investigate the kidnapping of the girls and paid for it. He understands that they may have captured something incredible, but the film from this camera has been destroyed. He now understands why it is so easy for mercenary troops to register, because it is profitable for the top brass. He understands that the world of this tower is rotten from top to bottom, and it will take a lot of effort to cleanse it. Brandon says a just heart is good, but they underestimated their opponents. Cherry sadly says that he already figured it out, and Brandon declares that they were played with enough and thrown outside the tower. Cherry asks her what will happen if she meets her friends who have already turned into fallen. Brandon states that there is no definitive answer to this question, but if he meets them there, he will tell them that she misses them. Cherry feels very sad and looks at the protagonist, trying to understand if he is really serious about taking this on. Brandon throws her out of the apartment, telling her that he needs to get ready to leave the tower. After some time, he puts on interesting clothes and a special mask on his face. He also takes out a special cloak to make it much harder to identify him during his forays. After some time, he finds himself outside the tower, where it has been pouring rain for a long time. Outside the tower, there is one of the mercenaries who is feeling very ill. One of his comrades orders him to calm down, telling him not to think about what just happened. His comrade says that this is impossible, because his two comrades have just disappeared into the ground. The captain orders him to shut up, saying that if he doesn't calm down right now, he will be thrown out of the hollow. He adds that such people have died, but this is not a reason to commit suicidal acts. Another of his comrades says that unfortunately, the monster broke the teleportation discs that they had. This leads to the comforting prognosis that all they can now do is await their own deaths. 4 hours ago, a whole group of mercenaries went here to find some interesting artifacts. They didn't expect that there would be only one fallen one with a weak aura in this jungle, and they were already hoping for an easy expedition. The team captain said that we need to hunt this fallen one thoroughly and destroy it fairly quickly. However, within a few hours it became clear that this expedition was doomed to failure. The fallen they encountered proved to be a far more formidable opponent, and took almost no damage. Despite the fact that they had inflicted seemingly fatal damage on him, he still did not stop functioning. They turned to another comrade to urgently activate the teleportation disc, but it was immediately destroyed. The monsters do this on purpose to intercept the disc that the mercenary was about to use. Immediately after this, he pulled the hand with the disc towards himself, and the fallen one painted the disc with his sharpest teeth. Only now did the captain realize that all this time the fallen one had been pretending to be weak in order to lure them into a trap. He suggests that this fallen one has an unusually high intelligence, and even knows what the teleportation disc is for. 4 hours have passed, and they are all receiving different types of interference depending on their personality and randomness. The captain says that, apparently, 4 hours have already passed, and they have nothing to counter him with. One of his comrades suggests that if they calm down, they might be able to avoid death and not attract his attention. His colleague says there's no point in getting your hopes up, as it's highly unlikely you'll run into other people here. He recommends thinking about something beautiful, but the remaining time they still have while the fallen one eats up their brothers. The captain says that the rain has stopped, and perhaps they should try to escape from this place while they still have the chance. Suddenly they hear the footsteps of an approaching creature, but because of their fear, they are afraid to look out to see who it is. The captain tries to understand how this fallen one was able to return so quickly, without creating any illusions about who it could be. Brandon turns to the 3 unfortunate mercenaries, and tells them that they must come out and let them see the fallen one. He states that the next rain will be in 5 minutes, and if they want to survive, they need to exchange information urgently. Meanwhile, we are transported to the port, where a live broadcast is about to begin on one of the screens. Cherry is among the crowd and tries not to attract much attention, as if she has nothing to do with it. At a certain point, she contacts her comrades on the radio and tells them to turn on the air. After this command, the giant TV screen turns into a white spot for a moment, while the broadcast is being adjusted. People initially wonder what is going on, and as soon as a picture appears, they immediately rush there. They realize it's a real stream outside the tower, while Brandon tries to figure out what happened. The system assistant says that there are too many secrets here, since this fallen one is clearly not so simple. The system assistant also welcomes him to the world of the 7th student, and Brandon guesses that they are talking about that teacher again. One of the mercenaries named Lorie asks him how he got here, trying to figure out if he is a fallen man or a human. Brandon says that this is a very difficult question, and he is not ready to answer it so easily yet. The team captain, Angus, says that he is very happy to see a living person, but he wants to know who is in front of him. The system assistant says that this person is dangerous because he would like to kill him and take his disc. Brandon tries to calm him down by telling him that he has already lost 2 partners because they underestimated the enemy. Brandon advises against making hasty decisions, while Angus is amazed by his prophetic abilities. He calms down, but still tries to understand who is in front of him if he was able to read the situation so easily. Brandon gives them a fake name and says that if they want to survive, they must obey him. A young man named Carrie asks him if they can really survive if they follow him. The system assistant tells him that the person in front of him has a rare talent called 777. Angus very politely approaches the protagonist and asks him why he doesn't lend him his teleportation disc. He adds that he has a strong reputation among mercenaries, and his words can be trusted. The system assistant says that all three must be present in this dungeon to complete the mission. He is also told that there are 8 possible outcomes to this quest, so he will need to choose carefully. Brandon realizes that, depending on what he chooses, either 3, 2, or 1 person will survive. Brandon says that he doesn't trust them, and therefore can't give them the disc, which angers Angus. Brandon says that the monsters have very strong perception, and tries to ask why he didn't kill them, but destroyed their discs. Angus says he can only assume that the younger one has some intelligence. Brandon says that he let them escape and destroyed them all at once, which means he enjoys their fear. He also says that for this person, the more fear and despair the victims experience before death, the better. Carrie falls to her knees in despair, wondering if the Fallen One had been playing with them all this time. Brandon says that now you don't have to hide your fear, because there's no need for it, and warns about the danger. He declares that as soon as one of them escapes, the Fallen One will immediately seize the rest and burn them, without a second's hesitation. Angus asks the protagonist if he is afraid that the Fallen will find out about his plans and kill them all. Brandon says that, unfortunately for the Fallen One, he won't be able to sense him and still doesn't know he's here. He comes closer to them and says that if they want to survive, they need to figure out how to find the secret of this area. After this, he leans over a little and says that they will kill this monster later, which greatly surprises Angus. Brandon looks at his watch and states that there are 2 minutes left before it starts raining, and they need to find the next shelter. He recommends talking on the way, as this will save time and will only bring benefits. Angus suddenly stops him and asks why he is sure that there is a shelter nearby, since this is his first time here. Brandon says that perverted hunters, on the contrary, want their prey to constantly feel hope of rescue. Brandon says that if there is only one fallen in the entire jungle, then there is one question that still remains unresolved. He asks why, after hundreds of years of living here, he still hasn't survived all these shelters. Brandon believes he placed these shelters himself, adding that the distance between the trees is uniform. Angus swears loudly and says that they are faced with a predator that likes to torture its prey. Brandon asks what kind of rain it was that they had been hiding from all this time, assuming it was acidic. Angus says it is, and at first glance it looks like normal rainwater, but it is some kind of corrosive liquid. He recalls that one of the scouts thought that this was a common occurrence and was about to continue on his way, but died on the spot. After this, they had an emotional outburst and started running away when they caught the attention of this Fallen One. Angus says that everything happened exactly like this, after which he emphasizes that the speed and strength of the Fallen were not great. Brandon asks if they thought they could beat him based on that alone, and they start making excuses. After some time, he discovers another Fallen One and says that it was quite easy. The system assistant says that there are no monsters inside, and there is only one skeleton. The system assistant also says that this Fallen One is called Dandler, and he has already started looking for a new table with food. He turns to Lorie and orders him to remain alert in order to give a signal if the enemy approaches. Angus reassures him that someone will have to stay behind, and he has a greater talent for perception. Brandon says that he will go first and they should follow him, but he offers him a better option. He adds that Carrie should go first because it will be safer due to his talent. Brandon recalls that this talent brings incredible luck in 6 out of 7 cases. The systemic essence suggests that in case of failure, this person will have much more bad luck. Brandon understands that this is a good option, but his assistant warns him that today things may not go according to plan. Carrie moves forward cautiously, hoping that he will not trip any traps or attract the monster's attention. In order to somehow start a conversation, he introduces himself to the protagonist, but the latter advises him to walk faster. Brandon keeps looking around and discovers that there are a huge number of unusual mushrooms growing here. He also realizes that this is a winding cave, and the acid rain reminds him very much of something. For a moment he wonders where he has seen a similar environment, and it causes him to go into a small trance. However, a few moments later, Carrie accidentally steps on a bone and screams loudly in fear, taking a few steps back. He informs his comrades that there is a skeleton here that has been here for quite a long time. Brandon asks him to step aside a little, then takes a few steps forward. The system assistant says that this skeleton belonged to a woman who died more than 200 years ago. Upon analysis, it becomes clear that this Fallen One can regenerate infinitely, but is damaged by the rain. Brandon also realizes that there is a note next to the skeleton that contains words that make it impossible to distinguish between lies and truth. He assumes that this is the advice of the pioneers, but they may be wrong, and decides to consult a little. He asks his comrades what they noticed during the fight, and Angus explains that the fallen one regenerates well. Brandon asks him if he could survive any wounds, to which he noted that even during he could not regenerate. Brandon suggests that perhaps the only way to kill this fallen one is to summit the tower. He understands that they need to keep this monster out in the rain for a long time, but it is unclear how they will be able to do this. Now he has a clear idea of the terrain, since all areas of the forest are the same size, like cells. He reflects on how time is running out for him, as Dandler will soon be out hunting. He also realizes that something doesn't add up here. These reports could be false. He suggests that this could be either decisive evidence or something very bad. After the group gets outside, Lorie looks for something useful, but Angus shakes his head. Brandon looks around, trying to figure out how this happened and what he should do now. The system assistant says that there are a lot of fluids in the human body, and they may be dealing with something unusual. Brandon realizes that this must be stomach acid as well, and asks his friend what's next. Brandon says that the monster has already arrived and points to a creepy silhouette that is behind the trees and watching. The system assistant says that this fallen one has a 4th level of mutation, and his name is indeed Dandler. According to the brief report, he has a telekinesis mutation, as well as absolute regeneration, but reduced speed and strength. Brandon notes that monster debuffs are labeled as pathologies, and notes that he hasn't encountered anything like it before. The monster watching them suddenly makes sounds very similar to a child's laughter. Brandon reflects that if you put all the information together, all the data is related to food. He understands that Dandler, like all fallen ones, eats people, but does it in some special way. When asked what they should do, Brandon says that the fallen is moving because of the rain and they should watch it. Angus says that once the rain stops, the fallen will come to them and they will have to fight. Suddenly he realizes that the man in front of him is a professional and he will easily defeat him. Brandon reflects on the fact that he, on the contrary, is not yet going to fight the fallen one, because the time has not yet come. Brandon says that this fallen one's fighting abilities are mediocre and he won't be able to keep up with them. They talk about playing with him okay, but while they move towards the shelter, someone needs to hold him back. Brandon puts his hand on the captain's shoulder and says that he will be the one doing this, since he is the most combat ready. Angus says that he has received a tangle debuff, so it will be hard for him to resist it. Brandon makes it clear that he doesn't care, and says that he gave his orders. He says that the teleportation disc in his hands is a hope for salvation, and Dandler pays no attention to him. He adds that the confusion has changed his orientation in space, and this is the slightest hindrance of all. He adds that he only needs to find landmarks, determine the current position, and calculate the deviation. Carrie wonders why he has this feeling that this guy knows everything in the world. Angus gains serious confidence in his actions and says that he will take this upon himself. He says he has no idea how long he can hold it off, but he will try his best. After this, he asks his comrade if he is sure that he will be able to get them out of here unharmed. Brandon tells him that he doesn't really have any other options, as he is also interested in their survival. The rain is gradually subsiding, which means it's time to rush into battle and fight for your life. Dandler takes off with a nasty sound, hoping to catch up with his victims as quickly as possible. Angus immediately blocks his path and delivers several blows to cut off his arms. Brandon, Lorie, and Carrie successfully leave here, saying that they need to hurry to help their comrade. Brandon tries to calm them down, saying that he will not allow him to die here such an inglorious and cruel death. According to the information provided to him by the system assistant, both of these guys have their own secrets. However, for him it is even more interesting, because on the battlefield in the form of a chessboard, he really gets the feeling of a game. Meanwhile, there is a lot of activity going on the lower floor of the tower as everyone is interested in watching. They wonder what this nonsense is, because they can't even hear a voice, which means it's probably a setup. They try to change channels because no one is interested in watching a mime show. The people's outrage begins to grow with each passing second, and they try to change the channel. Cherry watches what is happening closely, and understands that she urgently needs to do something about it. She would have to be a genius to realize that this was not at all the effect she expected. Cherry tries to understand what is already going on with her comrades, because if there is no fallen one in the frame, the public will not be happy. One of the people approaches her and asks if she is responsible for this broadcast. People continue to rebel, and say that the channel needs to be changed as quickly as possible. An observer from the crowd realizes that the spectators have instantly turned into an impatient herd awaiting the spectacle. Looking at the sponsor, he understands that he shows with his whole appearance that he is very unhappy with this. However, the most concerned about the situation is the member of the streamer's team who is still watching what is happening. Cherry apologizes to her boss, saying that she is very much to blame for what happened. He says that they would like this broadcast to receive good ratings, but it is too early to talk about that yet. Cherry asks him to give her just 5 minutes, saying that after that time everything will change dramatically. Suddenly she hears a loud cry from a security guard who is trying to stop a man rushing towards them. This man turns out to be the same boy who decided to come here to talk to Cherry. He calls her his little sister and says that he can help with the sound on air to improve the stream's performance. He adds that the organizers will be coming very soon to talk about the program, so she has little time. Cherry orders the guard to let the man go, saying that she will talk to the boy herself. The boy says that his name is Ray, and he is ready to help her for free just to make it more interesting. Cherry also feels her eyes light up, as she will be able to solve the problem for free. She immediately grabs him by the shoulders and says that she will give him one chance and informs him that he has one condition. She points to Brandon and uses his fake name, saying that he needs to be singled out from the rest. After a while, the speakers start to whistle loudly, but they quickly transform into high-quality sound. The watching spectators quickly calm down and say that they thought it was all staged, but it was not. The speakers also say that, according to the informant, a priceless treasure is hidden in this place. However, in reality, the person behind the sound restoration is none other than Ray, who manages to imitate several voices at once. Cherry watches him in amazement and cannot believe that one person is capable of such a thing. Cherry notes that he has amazing skills, and she has finally found the treasure to get rich. Meanwhile, Brandon realizes that this area is the stomach, but the rest of the terrain plays a role too. Lorie managed to get hold of a diary somewhere, and says that this expedition is heading towards a dead end. The system assistant says that the symbols in the notebook are actually the Dandler Bible, which is currently encrypted. Lorie asks the protagonist if he wants to look at it, but he states that there is no need for that yet. Brandon remembers that these notes can only be read during the confrontation with the final boss. Carrie stops him and asks what will happen to their captain, but he reassures him that everything will be fine. Brandon tries to hurry them, saying that they need to find shelter before the next rain comes. He thinks about the need to connect the existing clues, because before he was in other zones similar to the real world. However, from his point of view, this jungle looks like a well-designed chessboard, in which, for some reason, acid rain falls. He understands that if this place is one big stomach, then it is unclear what role Dandler plays. Meanwhile, Mozart continues to fight with the captain, hoping that he will be able to wrest a strategic advantage. Angus notes that the longer he fights this monster, the better he controls his confusion. After a while, acid rain starts, and this gives him time to escape from here. Dandler suffered quite serious leg injuries, so he is unable to quickly escape from the rain. His body immediately begins to corrode, and he begins to squeal loudly, and the sounds of his screams echo throughout the forest. Brandon and his troops also hear these sounds and understand that everything is going just fine for their captain. Brandon reflects that it seemed like rain was the best way to fight back, but the truth remains to be seen. He again urges his comrades, saying that they need to go as quickly as possible to help their captain. Meanwhile, we are transported to the Foreign Intelligence Corps, to Howard's office, who receives a secure call. Howard decides to take the call and is contacted by the same soft female voice, who greets him politely. The girl says that the case she was assigned to has already been settled, and she introduced her man to Brandon. She adds that, unfortunately, he cannot be monitored outside the tower, but Ray tries to help him as best he can. Howard listens attentively to her story, after which he asks if there is any other useful information. The girl says that there is something else, adding that Ray is one of her future successors. She emphasizes that he will soon be exposed for the missions assigned to him, and he must somehow compensate for this. She also says that she had to involve her friend and pay a large sum of money to make everything work. She questions why he spends so much effort and resources to protect this man. Howard clears his throat and says that when his man gets back, he'll tell him to contact the right people. The girl asks him who he is to him if he considers Brandon his man. Howard says that to him she is just a tool, then throws away his headphones and hangs up. Meanwhile, Brandon and his comrades reach the next point in this creepy labyrinth. They look at the treehouse with disbelief and say that for some reason it looks more like a huge target. Brandon immediately goes upstairs and says that Lorie should stay here to guard the passage. Brandon speculates that he did it on purpose, as his plan was to separate them. Approaching the entrance, the system assistant says that he has entered Dandler's house and recommends that he look around. The system assistant says that there are 3 items here that can be taken, but 2 of them will lead astray. He also says that only the 3rd item will help save all 4, but which one is the correct one is not yet clear. Carrie looks on happily at the teleportations, while Brandon tries to figure out what to choose. The system assistant says that if you try to use 2 incorrect items, someone will die. Brandon wonders what the 3 are doing here, and why they were transported in the first place. An even bigger question for him is whether he chooses the outcome actively or passively. From his point of view, the difference here is colossal, because in the first case he will try unsuccessfully to save everyone's lives. In the second case, he himself chooses a certain outcome, which may require sacrificing one of them. Brandon suggests that if active choice is at work here, then at least one person is in big trouble. Brandon asks Carrie if he wants to get out of here, and he immediately answers in the affirmative. Brandon asks him what he will do if he is the only one who can get out and the rest have to die. Carrie calmly asks him if he can save everyone who is here. Brandon says he might not be able to save everyone, so if he can save one, it will be him. Carrie expresses hope that this is just a guess, and Brandon asks him to hurry. He says that there is a teleportation disc, a remedy for suppressing negative zones, and an umbrella. Brandon asks him which of these items is the most important, to which he replies that they are all important. He suggests that the drug can be used to cure Angus's confusion, and the umbrella can be used to fight Dandler. Brandon listens to his guesses and comes to the conclusion that everything is generally exactly as he expected. He understands that if only one of the three elements will help get the best ending, then it is definitely not the disc. Carrie, meanwhile, says that the umbrella is the most useful here, since it will be able to defeat the monster. Brandon understands that this is indeed the case, but only on the condition that Carrie can actually kill this fallen one. Brandon muses that Dandler is different from other low-level fallen because he has a perfect mutation. Brandon suddenly decides to ask Carrie how he likes this room compared to his previous hideouts. Carrie reflects and says that this room is exceptionally clean compared to the others. Brandon states that this fallen one's entire body is rotting, and this room is completely clean, as if he had never been here. He assumes that he either doesn't come here, or doesn't know about the existence of this house, or these are all just excuses. Brandon points out that this monster probably won't see the safest shelter from the acid rain. He also notes that this can be combined with his penchant for savoring the victim's despair, and Carrie is on to something. He says with horror to himself that acid rain cannot actually kill this enemy. Ray, meanwhile, continues to perform voice acting feats to keep the audience interested. He tries to comment on every event that appears in the footage with maximum charisma. He even gives Angus's actions a much more heroic aura than they actually had. He deftly invents dialogue for them and voices it with an incredible level of skill and dedication. Cherry looks at what is happening and says that this is one of the best shows she has ever seen. Her assistant says that thanks to the restoration of sound, audience satisfaction levels have begun to rise. He also says that in a little while, this stream will reach 5-digit numbers and hit the top of the broadcasts. Cherry is delighted to have found such a young talent, adding that she backed the right horse this time. Ray continues to voice everything that is happening and says that they will soon find the treasure on the map. We can only marvel at the fact that he has no idea of the context of the events, yet conveys it quite accurately. Once our heroes get to Dandler's hideout, Ray makes it sound like they've finally found the treasure. Brandon recalls that the folder Angus received reflected confusion, while Lorie's reflected constant mood swings. Carrie confirms this, and Brandon is surprised that Lorie lied, since his debuff is actually corruption. Brandon suggests that he doesn't know what this debuff is, but it can be assumed that it is the will of the fallen one being subjugated. He reflects that if something is not done about this, a traitor will emerge, so the drug will be necessary. Without thinking twice, he hands the disc and umbrella to Carrie, telling him that he should hold them in his hands, but not use them. The system assistant realizes that his comrade has made his choice, and Brandon decides to confuse Dandler with his actions. The last question left before him is to try to find a way to destroy this fallen one. Carrie asks him if he's not going to use the drug that's on the table. Brandon quickly grabs the syringes that are there and says that they will use them right now. He also states that they need to move on as it is starting to rain, and they need to find other shelters. Lorie, meanwhile, continues to remain at his post, trying to peer into the forest, but he is getting worse. Gradually, his condition begins to deteriorate due to the very strong demoralization and indestructibility of the fallen. He begins to ask questions about who the mysterious man they met will give the return disc to. He slams his fists on the ground in frustration, assuming that he will most likely be left overboard and will definitely die. He begins to curse his comrades, saying that he trusted them, and it was all absolutely in vain. Negative thoughts begin to fill his head at a rapid rate, potentially attracting Dandler here. Meanwhile, Lorie reflects on how the closer you get to know people, the more you begin to hate them. He is already preparing to swear to kill people, but suddenly Brandon decides to quickly inject him with the appropriate serum. He also advises him not to make up any nonsense when it rains, because it is fraught with great danger. After this, he says that his weakness has been cured, and now they can return to their work. Lorie feels much better, and is amazed that Brandon knew perfectly who needed to be injected with the drugs. He wonders in his mind how many secrets this mysterious traveler is hiding, and what knowledge he possesses. He gradually rises to his feet and says that he was one step away from making a huge mistake, and asks where the drug was. Carrie states that Mr. Brandon knew exactly how to use him the moment he saw him in the house. Lorie is very impressed that it took so little time, which means they are dealing with a very experienced person. He muses that perhaps Brandon even knows about the joy and sorrow disc's effect, even though it is a rare talent. Brandon reflects on how the speed of the clues is starting to come together, but one piece is still missing. He managed to put the entire terrain on the map, and it is a symmetrical chessboard. He notes that there is a strong monster on one side and weak survivors on the other side. He also notes that these strange symbols in the notebook were very similar to those he saw in the 9th mental hospital. He also notes that the distance between the reference points is calculated, suggesting that Dandler has OCD. However, to unlock Dandler's secret, he lacks just one key. The system says that in the south, there is a crypt, which is a cave with the corpse of a mercenary. Brandon realizes that Dandler has a huge supply of false information sources to manipulate his victims. The system indicates that Dandler has felt less feared and will soon move into the second phase. Brandon realizes that if his weak spot is not found within 10 minutes, something very bad will happen. He frantically looks around to find the right direction to go. The entity in his head suggests that there is a cave there, which contains Dandler's secret, which will change his attitude towards him. Brandon realizes that even before the rain stops, they need to move as quickly as possible. They ask him where they are going, and he says that they should just follow him. Brandon reflects on how Dandler had a very difficult past that needs to be unraveled in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Angus continues to fight his opponent, but he was unable to achieve success. He wonders why the creature hasn't died under the acid rain yet, despite its power. Suddenly, Dandler decides to talk to his victim, saying that this rain will kill Angus, but not him. Dandler says that the taste of his prey has changed, and he must please his master. Angus is surprised by such a mutation, and says that the Fallen One was actually playing with its prey all this time. Dandler declares that this place is one big chessboard, and he is ready to be his master's pawn. He also states that the master will lead them to destroy this damned tower, and Angus will be condemned to oblivion. Angus decides not to go into these details and simply runs away in order to take advantageous positions. Dandler follows him with his gaze and is in no hurry to catch up, after which he begins to laugh maliciously. He advises all his victims to run as fast as possible, saying that it will not change anything. Brandon and his squad stop to try to figure out what the strange voice is, but decide not to waste their time. Meanwhile, Dandler licks his lips and says that the one who will kill them will not be him, but someone else. Brandon, after some time, finds himself in the north of an unknown jungle and sees a large building. Carrie asks her comrades what they can tell about the building, and Lorie states that there is someone there. They assume that if the door is open and there are studios inside, then they must come out, or it is a trap. Brandon reflects that he has a very bad feeling about this, but he is already close to solving this interesting mystery. Brandon muses that the clue about eating people and saving the sick is giving him ideas. He knows that if you put all these clues together, it will be a mess, but he felt that Dandler was pure evil. He satisfies the hatred of fallen humanity, but there is surely someone more powerful behind him. Brandon comes to the conclusion that in order to improve his answer to these questions, he needs to go to that room. He decides to go there alone and orders his comrades to stay here and remain vigilant. Moving on, they discover a box in which a person and a diary are hidden, which have been lying there for 2 days. A question comes from the box asking if Dandler has arrived, but Brandon is hesitant to answer. The system tells him that it is better to put this off for now and start studying the diary. Brandon allows the diary to be opened, as this room should indeed contain Dandler's weak spot. In the diary, the unknown person greets him again, saying that he probably arrived here after the incident with the rain. The book also mentions Ilia, but the man says that Heather is the greater masterpiece. Brandon realizes that this is undoubtedly the handwriting of the teacher, who is most likely a high-level Fallen One. He reads the information that the contents of the notebook are about Dandler's salvation, which is part of something bigger. The notebook also asks the question of what kind of person is capable of living 2 lives at the same time. Brandon tries to figure out what it all means, turns the page, and then looks at a strange drawing. The system notifies him that there are only 3 seconds left to enter the memories, and he understands that he is caught. In the moments of life, his body dissolves, and the box again asks the question of where Dandler went. Brandon finds himself in the memories of a boy who says that today a man dressed as a doctor spoke to him. In these memories, the boy says that he was told that people would be very grateful to him for his help. A few days later, this boy met a nurse who was a very good person, just like the doctor. He looked at her happily, and remembered that she told him that he could ask the doctor for anything if he wanted. However, even then the boy noted that for some reason this girl was very upset. A few days later, he decided to see a doctor and was very surprised when he heard his request. However, the boy understood that such questions should not be shown, and did as the nurse taught him. He also found that his sister was still sad because the doctor had refused his requests time and time again. After a long period of time, the boy wrote that he had been lying on the operating table for many days. He noted that the doctor's face was quite angry because he was growing too slowly, but he could not do anything about it. The boy thought sadly that if only he could recover faster, it would be great. After a while, he became a little weak and told the doctor that he was hungry and did not want to go into surgery. The doctor's expression became very stern. He said that many more people needed to be saved before he could rest. The boy knew what death was and didn't want anyone to be left without the chance to ever wake up. At one point in his adventure, he had a day off, but he wanted to leave because he really missed the nurse. Unfortunately, his teeth, eyes, and tongue were removed, and it will take time before he can get them back. After some time, a man dressed as a doctor spoke to him again and told him about the fragility of life. The doctor also promised him that he would be in a lot of pain, but everyone would be grateful and would not hate him like a monster. A few years later, the boy met a nurse, and these notes begin to suggest that he had lost his memory. He began to remember that the nurse had told him that he could ask the doctor anything he wanted. The boy again found that the nurse looked a little sad and told him that he had to remember everything. The boy began to suspect that it was true, that he had forgotten something, and told the doctor that he was beginning to lose his memory. The doctor's face changed dramatically, and the boy realized that he had definitely said something wrong, which had made this man angry. The boy hoped that he would give him toys and books, but the doctor left irritably and said words. The boy felt very sorry that he had made a mistake again and said the wrong words, and he tried to ask for forgiveness, but no one answered him. After some time, he discovered that the doctor was in a good mood and was talking to him from time to time. He was told that the hospital's research project had been a huge success and had saved countless lives. Sometime later, the recording repeats the words about the boy lying on the operating table for many days. This entry also mentions that the doctor is very strict because he is growing slowly, even though he is trying. The boy wants the doctor not to be angry, but now he notices that the doctor speaks as if the boy has been here before. After some time, he is placed in a cell, and his sister tells him that she would like to celebrate the new year. The nurse says that he saved a huge number of people and he should not have been locked in this icy flask. The boy asked the nurse if all the people he had saved remembered him, but for some reason she began to cry when she heard this. The boy was happy that all the people he saved remembered him and felt love for him. After some time, the nurse suddenly decided to say goodbye to him, while simultaneously cutting his hair before the operation. At first he was very strange, because it was just an operation, but this time they started cutting into his forehead. The boy was surprised that everything was different from before, because this time they weren't removing his organs, but his brain. He hopes that the operation will be over soon, and he will be able to return to his sister to comfort her. The next day, the man dressed as a doctor spoke to him again and told him that life is very fragile. He was told again that people would be grateful to him, and he would become like a TV star, and everyone would love him. The boy discovered that a nurse was standing outside the office window, but she did not go inside. The boy also discovered that the nurse was crying, and so she decided not to come in so as not to meet his gaze. After this, Dandler begins recording, saying that he has returned to school again. He recalls that the teacher was very happy to see him return, but he did not like the looks of these people at all. Dandler thought that he had already recovered, but they still looked at him with sympathy and incomprehension. He recalls that after lunch there was a test to check his knowledge, and he passed it. He was offered to participate in the regional Olympiad, and he agreed, because the meaning of his life is to bring joy to others. However, over time he became bored with such a simple life, and he periodically began to fall asleep in class. At lunchtime he dreamed of the sun, according to which he returned to the hospital and lay down on the operating table. He remembers that he was once lying on an operating table, and next to him lay a man who looked very much like him. Dandler assumed the boy was calling him, but he couldn't understand why he knew his name. After the dream ended, Dandler remarked that it was one of the strangest dreams he had ever had. However, after some time, these dreams began to recur with enviable regularity. Dandler wasn't feeling well and was downright scared after it happened for the 10th time in a row. Each time he saw only a part of this dream, and this dream made him look for something, but he could not understand what exactly. A few days later, a student he didn't really know suddenly decided to confess her feelings for him. He remembered that this student always followed him around, and he treated her politely, as his teachers and parents taught him. In fact, she was disgusting to him, but he still decided to accept her confession of his feelings. Dandler was surprised that she decided to confess to him, since he didn't know her well, and assumed that she would brag about him. Smiling, He realized that this girl did not know that for him she was just another meal. After some time, several organs failed and he had to undergo surgery. He was afraid that after this operation he would cease to be himself. And he again had that dream about the unknown boy. The heart, liver, lungs, and spleen, as well as kidneys, were given to Dandler, and he even felt that he had become one with this boy. After some time, he asked his mother his questions about the existence of this baby, but she denied it. She said his organs were from different people, so he should focus on making the family richer. After some time, he began to get clarification from the girl he had gotten himself for some reason. He said that this girl, upon seeing a stray cat, would say how dirty and disgusting it was. However, she probably often posted a lot of photos from some cafe on her feed and rejoiced at their beauty. Dandler is very angry that his girlfriend thinks that she has successfully won his heart. However, this suddenly made him even more curious about how great it would be to eat people for real, not metaphorically. Over time, the dream sequences began to become more and more realistic each time, and this began to worry Dandler. In his dream, he saw a boy who was crying and worried because no one loved him, and all these words were a lie. Dandler couldn't understand him because all his life he had been surrounded by people who liked him and treated him well. Everyone loved him, and everyone was happy to see him. And because of his rich parents, everyone dreamed of getting close to him in order to gain benefits. Dandler wanted to get some benefit from this situation and realized that he hated the people around him more and more. Dandler recalls that he met the boy again in a dream, and he complained to him. But this time he didn't recognize him and looked as if he didn't remember anything at all and saw him for the first time. After some time, his girlfriend dragged him to the medical center to kiss him for a long time, and he decided to bite her. He bit her lip and sucked her blood, and at that moment he realized how bright the world around him was. He was in incredible ecstasy until the unfortunate girl pushed him away due to severe pain. She looked at him in horror with such a frightened look, as if she had seen a real monster. Dandler couldn't understand why she was looking at him like that, when all he had done was bite off half of her lip. His father paid a significant amount of money to the victim's family to ensure that the terrible situation was eventually hushed up, and scolded Dandler. Dandler, in turn, only regretted that he had eaten such a small piece and was not able to truly feel full. Overall, he didn't regret anything, since now he no longer had to look at the face of this ugly woman. Gradually, he began to feel something completely new awakening inside him and demanding more blood. Dandler's next entry says that it was an interesting day because he met an interesting person. The teacher brought in a psychotherapist and only wanted to hear that all this was done due to excessive stress. The psychotherapist turned out to be a very interesting person who said that his name was Kane. It was Kane who gave Dandler this name and immediately realized that in fact he was not a naughty child. Looking into the boy's eyes, the therapist stated bluntly that the child simply liked the taste of blood, and there was nothing wrong with that. Kane was obviously some kind of evil being, but it was a perfect match for the degenerate Dandler. He noted that these were very strange names, but it seemed to him an unexpectedly interesting amusement, which he decided to continue. For his birthday he received a car, but he didn't like it because he was already tired of the life of a good boy. In his dream, he became friends with the boy again, but he continued to suspect that very soon this boy would forget him. After lunch, Kane suddenly appeared in the courtyard of his house and calmly rang his special bell. Dandler was very pleased with his visit, while Kane said that he came there to communicate with him as a doctor. The parents happily let him in, and Kane said that he had come there to give him a birthday present. After that, he took him to the parking lot and decided to open the trunk of the car, which he did not like at all in the first place. However, in the trunk there was a bag from which came the cry of a woman, the unfortunate victim, who had no idea what awaited her. Kane asked Dandler if he liked the gift, and the delighted child said it was cool. During the year they spent together, Kane became his full-fledged mentor, and he told him the dream he had seen. Much to Dandler's surprise, Kane told him that this was real reality and not a dream. He told him that there was another Dandler in this world who was now suffering. He also added that he was in debt to him, and the meaning of his existence was to save him. Meanwhile, the news began to report that more and more people were beginning to mutate. Dandler was a little afraid at first, but Kane gave him courage with appropriate advice. He called him a natural-born predator, and added that everything in the world is his prey, including humanity. Dandler wanted to save his other self, but Kane stopped him, saying that he was still benevolent towards this world. As time went on, the number of fallen continued to grow, and the disaster gradually gained momentum. However, they still did not reach the level of a threat to humanity, and ordinary people could deal with them. Law enforcement officers patrolled the streets and easily eliminated individual organized targets. Kane took him out to hunt some of the fallen, and also took him to hunt for humans who had strayed from the pack. Dandler did not understand whose side his teachers were on, while he declared that they belonged only to themselves. He stated that if the fallen do evil, they must be killed, and if people do evil, they can be killed too. After some time, the changes in his body could no longer be hidden, because he had absorbed too many creatures. At a certain point, he asked Cain if he was a man, and Cain asked why he should strive to be one. He also told him that people would still be driven into the tower that appeared, and he would only be able to stay here in this form. Dandler began to notice that his parents and teachers were finally showing their true colors, and everyone around him began to fear him. He saw that they were angry and resentful that they could no longer use him, but they continued to pretend to be scared. They wanted to send him to the 9th mental hospital so that the doctors could somehow cure him. Dandler wondered if he was the monster, even though it was people who seemed ugly to him. After some time, his peace was destroyed as a masked man appeared. Dandler was furious because this man was calming people down, and the fears in the city were gradually decreasing. There was nothing Dandler could do about it, as he had been advised not to approach the man. When everyone wanted to lock him up in the 9th mental hospital, the teacher saved him, and this served him well. A little later, Cain told Dandler that the rate of mutation in this world is very high. Most of the people fled to live in the tower, and only those who are simply waiting to die remain here. Dandler wondered what had happened to that man in Moscow, since there had been no news from him. After a while, he decided not to think about it, since there was complete chaos here, and stronger monsters were distributed around the area. Dandler watched with great pleasure as the remaining people scattered in all directions near the market. He also observed fights over supplies, which were becoming increasingly scarce in the area. Cain told his disciple that this world would last for about 3 more years, and then nothing would remain of it. He advised him to become one of the fallen, as this was the only way to live outside with the herd. They finally went to the city's central hospital, where that same little boy was located. Dandler was very happy that he would finally be able to get out of his other self and free him from captivity. The door to the office they were heading to had long been open, and the capsule had been destroyed. The good copy of Dandler carefully climbed out to figure out where he was. The gray-haired boy found himself here without any obstacles. No one knew him, no one loved him, and no one cared at all about him. The boy looked a little lost, as he kept eagerly trying to find his girlfriend with his eyes the whole time. He loudly called out the name of that very kind nurse who constantly looked after him and worried about him. Dandler recalled that Cain then told him that there had never been any nurses in that hospital. From the very day he had the operation, there was not a single woman in the hospital, and it was all just a fiction. Brandon realizes that this is where Dandler's memories end, and that he will have to think for himself from now on. The system assistant in the protagonist's head declares that he probably figured out what's going on here himself. Brandon slams the journal shut, saying that the world began to change not with the appearance of the fallen, but long before. He also learns that the light version of Dandler had a talent called infinite nerve energy. The first entries in the diary appeared in 2017, and doctors spent 7 years treating it as a storage facility for human organs. However, everything changed in the summer of 2024, and a break finally appeared in this terrible cycle. This breach was caused by another child, whom Dandler saved with his organs, and imbued the great evil with incredible power. Brandon realizes the irony is that a good man lived in a terrible environment and no one loved him. The only thing this little boy clung to was the illusory image of a nurse, which kept him human. Brandon sadly realizes that all this time, Dandler remained human, despite all the hardships. The system assistant asks him what the evil copy has been doing all this time, since it didn't appear in this situation by accident. Brandon says she was raised in an environment that many could only count, and he had it all handed to him on a platter. Of course, this was due to the teacher who appeared here under the name Cain, and made things even worse. Brandon understands that if a real therapist had come to him, Dandler would not have decomposed to such an extent. Brandon realizes that this notebook is Cain's power that connects these 2 kids in life. Turning around, he sees a black cloud that declares that it has just introduced him to the nature of human cruelty. Cloud also says that he is probably curious about how Lorie, Angus, and Carrie got here. The voice adds that everything is extremely simple, and he himself directed them to end up in these places. Brandon realizes that Cain is a much more mysterious enemy, and assumes that he wants to force him to make a choice. Brandon realizes that he, not Dandler, is the true weapon, and Cain asks if he is ready to accept the task. Brandon smiles and says that he doesn't mind, realizing that morality has never bothered him. Cain decides to tell him about the difference between 2 concepts, talents and mutations, which are very important in this situation. He adds that talents are similar abilities, and a talent is much stronger than a mutation and can be awakened much less frequently. Cain also says that talents can combine if the owners of certain numbers come together. Brandon is thinking about it because it's easy to understand, and it all looks like combination technique variations. Kane, meanwhile, talks about how Talent 777 and Talent 666 can combine to become something bigger. Kane states that this talent is capable of bringing an evil lesson upon any person other than the owner of two talents. Brandon muses that Angus must know this secret, which is why they are here. Kane says that the only person who knows this secret from this trinity is Angus. Kane also says that he deliberately lured him here with the help of several informants. Smiling, he also asks him if he could find out where the owner of Talent 666 is now. Brandon realizes that the man was obviously eaten by the fallen Dandler, and most likely it was one of the other two mercenaries. Kane decides to tell them about what the people from Angus's team did before they got here. He says that this man deliberately used his talents for manipulating fate in order to be a good miner. With a great deal of luck, he also built a good career as a mercenary. Brandon understands that this is why he seemed so confident in his reputation when they first met. Kane states that luck isn't omnipotent either, and they are in Dandler's stomach, from which there is almost no escape. Kane also states that, according to his preliminary estimates, Angus and his team killed more than 200 people. From his point of view, the irony is that the team of miners considers itself experienced in order to avoid danger. Mercenaries think they are masters of their craft, and their life is getting better and better, despite all the hardships. He also adds that, unfortunately, there are no ghosts in this world, and there are only fallen ones that appear from killed people. All the people who died outside the tower at the hands of Angus turned into exactly these monsters, thirsting for retribution. Kane also adds that the resentment of these creatures cannot harm anyone, and certainly cannot change anything. He also emphasizes that this does not affect Angus's life in any way, and he continues to enjoy the fruits of his crimes. Kane condemns his comrades, saying that they did not know about these secrets, but still participated in his missions. From this person's point of view, if you didn't kill a person, but the person died because of you, it only means that you are guilty. He happily says that this is why the final task is also given to Brandon to choose from. He talks about how Dandler is about to enter its second phase, and most of the gastric juice will rise underground. Kane says that many years have passed, and he still likes to watch when there will be nothing. It corrodes a little. Kane also says that in the west of this area, there is a boat that is not decomposed by gastric juice. However, in order to get to it, you will have to jump on huge logs and not fall down. Otherwise, it will be certain death. Kane points out that this boat can only fit a maximum of a quarter of people, but there are currently 5 people in this area. Kane states that he can simply leave on his own and not make this choice, and it will count as choosing their death. He also adds that he can show that he is, after all, a sensitive machine and plans to save more people. Gradually, he puts his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and says that he is looking forward to his choice. After a few moments, his presence fades away, leaving Brandon alone with his thoughts. He reflects on the fact that the man's manner of speech is very similar to the teacher he imagined him to be in the hospital. Brandon also suggests that he has been kept in this state because he has the talent 42. This talent, called Infinite Nirvana, allows you to live forever once you reach a certain age. Brandon suddenly realizes that all the preparations were made exactly 2 days ago, just like in the hospital. Brandon realizes that the travel disc can return him to a location he has visited before. However, the first location he was in didn't have a movement disc, and the clues from his talent couldn't be tracked. Brandon realizes that all this time Kane has been deliberately assigning tasks to a specific person who is not Brandon. He recalls that, judging by the content of the previous documents, Kane does not know at all who is in front of him, and a lot is said there. After this, he recalls that the first person to enter the hospital grounds was Howard. Brandon realizes that everything now makes sense, because over the past few years, he has been the most outstanding fighter. Brandon comes to the conclusion that Kane was deliberately tracking him and decided to create these very survival games for him. The situation is unfolding in a very interesting way, and Brandon assumes that there is no hostility towards him at the moment. Brandon also notes that the problem left by this person turned out to be quite troublesome and not so easy to solve. Brandon reflects on the fact that he has a choice: either not save anyone, or save 1, 2, or 3. Brandon understands perfectly well that in any of these options he can leave here, but he cannot avoid the reckoning. For a moment he imagines how, at the next location of the movement and disc, Kane will greet him with glee. The systemic essence tells him that this outcome would be better avoided, and Brandon tries to figure out what to choose. He reflects that morally speaking Angus should die, but if he dies here, he will die a hero. Thus, people will remember him as an experienced miner and mercenary, and the lives of miners will not be able to rest in peace. Brandon understands that only the justice of the court, in which the shorty believes so much, can impose a fitting punishment. He also understands that according to Locard's principle of exchange, every contact leaves a trace, so all mercenaries must survive. However, If he tries to save all three of them, he won't be able to get the worm in the box that has been hanging around here for God knows how long. Brandon muses that he must follow up on the last lead regarding the human dandler. Brandon wonders how a simple boy, albeit one with a rare talent, could live so long. Dandler looks at the stranger in front of him in surprise, and tries to rub his eyes after being in the dark for so long. Brandon reflects on how he's not used to being passive all the time, and now is one of those times. The unfortunate boy asks the stranger where Dandler is and what happened to him. Brandon understands that sometimes you have to take the initiative and go on the offensive, because that will make things more interesting. Brandon continues to carefully analyze his rights and opportunities, including his talents, and understands what he has. The system entity says that during these 700 years, he has not seen living people, but could watch as Dandler kills them. The essence also says that they are the most alien to each other, but at the same time the closest people. The human Dandler is naive and kind and used his organs to save the fallen Dandler, who had finally turned into a monster. Brandon realizes that the Dandler monster killed people to make the first one happy, but this, on the contrary, only upset him. Brandon realizes that this misunderstanding is, of course, connected specifically with Cain, and this is the key to the solution. Brandon addresses the boy and begins calling him Prometheus, noting that he has not actually lost his memory. Prometheus looks at his interlocutor in surprise and asks him how he learned about something like this. He also remembers how another entity once upon a time sat down in front of him, but called him Dandler. Brandon tells the boy that the doctors despised him and picked his brain, thinking he would forget everything, and he decided to play along. Brandon calls him a poor kid who hoped a similar scenario could lead to something different. He also recalls that in the child's memories there was a nurse who could talk to him. The nurse was kind and very different from the others, but in reality she never existed and was a figment of the imagination. Brandon muses that he has come to the conclusion that if Prometheus really did lose his memory, then everything would be different. He emphasizes that the nurse told him that he should remember, since she remembered everything, just like the child. Even despite what happened, Prometheus still did not get angry at people, and Brandon solves the main mystery. He says that Prometheus suffered not from endless operations, but from the fact that no one had looked at him before. Brandon adds that he has seen many people with split personalities, each of whom told their own story. He adds that he has never seen anyone like him, because both personalities radiate kindness. Brandon states that he can't forgive people for him, but he is confident that if he still holds on to hope, Prometheus tells him that they tried to connect him with Dandler and make him think that he is his other side. Brandon says that perhaps fallen people shouldn't be pitted against each other, but they certainly shouldn't be confused. Brandon states that Dandler has killed a lot of people, and right now, there are 3 more people waiting outside who are about to die. Meanwhile, Dandler is happy that the transition to the new phase is complete, and all that remains is to wait for the choice. He expresses hope that this person will choose to save 2 or that person to leave several victims here. He adds that the taste of resentment and despair after the betrayal of his comrades is the most wonderful he has ever tasted. Brandon reminds Prometheus that it was Cain who made sure that he spent all those years sleeping in the tower without anyone knowing. Brandon also says that he deceived Prometheus just as much as he deceived Dandler. He emphasizes that this boy survived thanks to his organs and could have become better. But now, he can no longer be saved. Brandon extends his hand to him and says that they will stop Dandler and get out of this place together. Prometheus looks at his savior in surprise and asks him who he is. Brandon seems to be an effective name and suggests that he can be completely trusted and followed. He also talks about how he will return him to the tower, and he will no longer be locked in a cramped space. Prometheus extends his hand to him, and Brandon states that he knows little about the child's past. But it doesn't matter. Now he gives him a promise that everything will be different, and the endless years of suffering are finally coming to an end. Prometheus asks him if he really exists, and if he will deduce that he will disappear as soon as they leave this place. Prometheus adds that he saw many good people, but in the end they all left him at a certain point. Brandon asks him to talk Dandler into stopping, and in that case he will take him home. Prometheus sadly says that it is useless, because he tried to persuade that man, but it was all in vain. Brandon realizes that this biblical villain also deceived his children, deliberately making it so that Dandler went crazy. Brandon realizes that because of the broken phone, Prometheus gave up trying to persuade Dandler, and he thought he was doing good. Brandon says that there is something he needs to tell him personally, and maybe the man wasn't being honest. After this, he helps him up, saying that they still have a lot of work to do, so there is no point in delaying. As they head out, they talk about how it's time to see Dandler after so many years. Prometheus almost immediately feels a bright light hitting his eyes, and he closes his eyes briefly to get used to it. Only after some time he opens his eyes and sees around him a rather strange forest that looks ominous. Brandon's comrades greet him joyfully and ask if he managed to find out anything. Brandon receives information that Dandler has become significantly stronger, but still retains the pathology of weakness. Brandon realizes that everything in this area is the body of this very monster, waiting for the right moment. Brandon wonders who he fought before if he has the same pathology in both phases 1 and 2. Brandon speculates that his pathology was left by another fallen who was significantly stronger than him at the time. His friend asks where the child came from, and Brandon throws him over his shoulder, saying there is no time to explain. Immediately after this, he shoots a special rope to climb as high as possible into the trees. A few moments later, he is already soaring into the air together with this child, who could not have gotten there on his own. Jumping onto a branch, he says that they should follow his example, because it will not be safe on the ground. Lorie initially tries to understand why this is necessary at all, but Angus declares that they need to follow him without talking. As soon as they jump onto these branches, they ask him where they should go now. Brandon tells them that they are heading west because there is a boat there that they can all sail on together. They ask him if this is true, and continue to follow him in the hope that they will be saved. At one point, Carrie steps back and falls down, but Lorie manages to reach out to him in time to save him. Carrie wonders what awaits him below, discovering that the landscape has changed dramatically. He doesn't understand what this acidic liquid is that suddenly began to ooze out of the ground, rising higher and higher. They understand that the earth is sinking into acid, and if they fall into it, they will hardly be able to survive. Brandon recommends extra caution, saying not to fall down. He also recommends being more careful, as otherwise their work will be wasted. Meanwhile, the liquid continues to rise with incredible force, but there are still enough trees to provide safety. Angus notices that the liquid is gradually rising, and this guy definitely knew about this secret in advance. He understands that he cannot go down into the acid, since perhaps a clue or treasure is located right in that room. He recalls that 2 days ago, the rich man ordered a dynamic board to be brought to close the room. Unfortunately, that same evening the rich man suddenly died in his own home, and then there was no way to complete the task. But that is not important. He just needs to get in there to collect everything while it's actually possible. As for the cause of the rich man's death, Angus, who killed him, was not at all worried about it. He asks his friend what is going on in this area and why rainwater is pouring out from underground. Brandon doesn't answer him and continues to follow the intended path, which slightly surprises the mercenary. They watch him go and try to understand why he suddenly started treating them so dismissively. Carrie remains hopeful that he is always like this, and notices the bag on his shoulder, which they have not seen before. A few moments later, the bag disappears, and they wonder if this is his talent's ability. They suggest that perhaps it is some kind of space or talent that can clean and get things. The systemic essence says that such talents actually exist, but something else happened. The entity realizes that his bag has simply become Jilin, and now allows him to carry certain things more efficiently. Brandon realizes that he missed again, and his precious rice cooker didn't get the chance to transform into Jilin. He also suggests that the effect of the sadness and joy disc exceeded his expectations, and Carrie influenced reality. One of them suddenly looks down and says that there is more and more liquid below, and it is dangerous to hope that they will not drown. Brandon says that they are in the monster's stomach, and they don't need to ask many questions because there is little time left. Angus asks him what he meant when he said they were inside the monster's stomach. Carrie talks about how if this area really is the monster's stomach, how huge is the monster itself. They nevertheless decide not to stop and immediately set off forward to catch up with their comrade and not be left behind. Brandon continues to move at incredible speed and reflects that this is just part of his plan. He hopes that the connection between Prometheus and Dandler can be seen in practice. Prometheus understands what is expected of him and carefully pronounces the name of his infamous comrade. Just a few moments later, a powerful explosion of stomach acid occurs near the mercenaries. Angus almost falls down, but manages to use his spear in time to stay in place. He jumped onto a branch and asked his friend if he was okay and if he had any burns. Angus says he is fine, but it was a very dangerous incident that almost took his life. He wonders why this liquid behaves so unpredictably and is so volatile. Brandon suddenly hears a small drop of water fall on a branch and knows he needs to act immediately. He orders a group of mercenaries to group together on one branch before it is too late. Brandon quickly turns to Carrie and tells him that he should prepare an umbrella to protect himself from the acid rain. A few moments later, a massive downpour begins, which only avoids them by surprise thanks to Brandon. He tells them that this downpour is too strong and all the previous rains cannot compare to it. Brandon states that they can only wait for it to end, and until then, they can't go anywhere. Looking down, he realizes that this acid is rising too quickly, while Prometheus feels very ill. He puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him not to worry, and also to tell Dandler about his desire, because they are comrades. Dandler suddenly begins to feel incredibly ill and temporarily reverts to his human form. Dandler finds himself in an unknown place and tries to contact his dear teacher, and memories pop up in his head. 2 days ago, his teacher told him that a researcher would take his bait and come here. Dandler asks him what to do if this researcher still wants to call the other part of him from captivity. Kane says that if they leave the area according to his route, then that would be the ideal outcome. He emphasizes that in this case they will very soon be reunited with each other as fallen. After this, he stated that if the researcher asks him and decides to save the worldly people, then he will have to wait a little longer. Kane makes a final promise that they will always end up together no matter what, and both will be fallen. Dandler suddenly realizes the scale of the disaster he has caused, and has been blaming himself for a week now for deceiving him. He blames himself for doing something that never brought joy to Prometheus, but on the contrary, only hurt him. Prometheus looks at his comrade and with incredible sympathy approaches him closer and closer. Carrie, meanwhile, looks down and says that the water is rising very quickly and they will most likely die. Angus again talks about the need to hand over the disc to him so that he can bring reinforcements. Brandon realizes that the fallen Dandler also hides kindness deep down inside, and that is the only thing that unites him with Prometheus. Brandon reflects on the fact that there is not a single normal person in this area except him and Carrie. He reflects on how Angus must pay for all his evil deeds, and Lorie is plotting something evil. From his point of view, only Carrie here is a good person who acts as a tool. Brandon also realizes that the two most abnormal people here are Dandler and Prometheus for their own reasons. Dandler, in his view, was a natural-born burglar who received love and distrusted people, constantly suspecting them. Dandler apologizes to his friend and says that he did not mean to upset him with his behavior, and that he was simply deceived. Prometheus understands that there is nothing wrong with this, and he understands perfectly well that everything is fine. Brandon notes that he is an absolute good person who was able to maintain his goodness even after everything he went through. Brandon realizes that this child is even more abnormal than Dandler, and there is absolutely no malice in him. Prometheus says that he has found a man who loves him, and now he wants to go with him. Dandler tries to keep him in place, saying that he doesn't want him to leave because he has no one else. Brandon recalls that Cain wanted to turn Prometheus into a fallen one, and constantly fed these hopes to Dandler. Eternal life with his best friend was just a false hope that he lived with all this time. Brandon realizes that no one can do this, because if Cain knew a way, he would have used it already. Angus says that the water has gotten dangerously close, and recommends doing something before it's too late. Prometheus suddenly turns to his friend Dandler and begs him to give him a chance to leave here. He says that he no longer wants to sit in a damp and dark room and is tired of living in captivity for centuries. He admits that he wants to live like a human being, to enjoy life, since he was deprived of this a long time ago. After a few moments, the sky gradually brightens, the rain stops, and the sun's rays fall on the heroes. Carrie and the mercenary squad look up in surprise. They can't believe the rain has finally stopped. Brandon smiles slightly as he reflects on the fact that the outcome of this battle is finally completely decided. Carrie carefully puts away the umbrella and comes to the conclusion that the rain has indeed stopped, and it is now safe here. Angus also points out to them that the fluid level is gradually decreasing, which is also good news. Lorie is amazed that this child shouted one phrase into the sky, and then the danger immediately disappeared. He tries to understand to whom the child shouted these words, and quite quickly guesses that he was talking to the fallen one. He also discovers that the area was not so simple, but the mysterious comrade knew everything in advance. Carrie carefully asks Brandon about this, and he immediately tells them that it is too early to rejoice. The very next moment, a tree of enormous size begins to rise before them at incredible speed. The mercenaries are frightened, and wonder why this tree suddenly started growing so quickly. Carrie looks closely at the creature that now stands before them, and the blood begins to beat in his veins. The whole point is that this tree has a human face, and it belongs specifically to the fallen Dandler. Brandon remains completely calm and healthy, and talks to this fallen one about how he really wanted to talk to him. Dandler looks at him sternly. They don't say a word, but Brandon can tell he wants to talk. Dandler says that he can take his other half, but he doesn't understand something else. He looks at the mercenaries and asks why he still hasn't made the decision to kill them. Brandon tries to correct him that the child's name is already completely different, but right now it's not that important. He talks about how the remaining 3 lives represent evil, hypocrisy, and endless ignorance. Dandler asks him there if they don't deserve to die, but Brandon states that it's not up to them to decide. Brandon also says that he doesn't like to complicate things, even though he lives on one of the lower floors of the tower. Dandler looks at him and says that killing is the easiest way, but Brandon disagrees. He states that this is far from the easiest solution, and a real lazy person would choose to turn to the justice system. He adds that it has been perfected over thousands of years and is far more advanced than Cain's daring ideas. Brandon also reminds him that his teacher already tricked him once, and it could happen again. Dandler feels doubts in his soul, after which he closes his eyes to think. After this, he says that if Brandon breaks his promise, he will eat him. Brandon tries to calm the giant monster down, telling him that there's nothing to worry about because he knows what to do. He also states that he will show him that not all vision people are evil, and that they are much more multifaceted than one might think. Dandler says that they will definitely see each other again, since he is more special than the teacher assumed. Brandon says that he hoped that he could give him some information about his teacher. Dandler asks him why he should cooperate with this since he is bringing in his best friend, but Brandon objects. He talks about taking away a loved one and sharing friends, but Dandler orders him to get lost before he changes his mind. Brandon watches as Dandler disappears and realizes that he won't be able to learn anything valuable from him. He reflects that he has not yet succeeded in breaking up their collaboration, but disagreements have arisen between them. Meanwhile, the mercenaries are wondering, and then, is it really possible that all the hardships are over, and now they can get out? Brandon at this point hands over the teleportation disc to Prometheus and tells him how to use this artifact. Angus asks him why he gave him this disc, because in this case they will not be able to leave this place. Brandon states that he will call someone here to save them, and he will return with this boy first. Suddenly, roots begin to entangle them so that they remain here as prisoners. Brandon tells them not to worry as he is not like them, and will keep his word. Angus asks himself in surprise if this man really knows everything and understands that he was deceived. It now becomes clear to him that there was no treasure in this place, and that it was all a planned move. He also suggests that the rich man he robbed was not dead at all, and that it was all just a trap. Prometheus teleports and immediately begins to activate the area with his bright glow. Brandon comes closer, and the system assistant says that he finished this zone with a good result. The entity also advises him to train this little brat well so that he becomes even stronger. He realizes that on this expedition he has gained a very rare companion, as well as several Jillins of dubious value. From his body, he understands that he has been trying here for too little time, and the accompanying power has not yet increased. He reflects on how his talent has repeatedly mentioned pieces of the Doomsday puzzle that are likely very important. He muses that outside the tower, Kane just happens to have a plan for a few zones, and that this should be taken advantage of. He also states that he must not follow this Kane's plan under any circumstances, which means he cannot use this disc. Prometheus, meanwhile, turns to Dandler and says that he is leaving and thanks him for taking care of him. He also admits that he will miss him, and Dandler's ghost continues to watch over him. Dandler says that he must take care of himself and, if necessary, return here under his protection. Prometheus reassures him that he will definitely be fine, and then asks for one more favor. Looking at the village, he asks that no one harm these people so that they can be taken away by law enforcement. Dandler initially says that he planned to eat them, but if his friend asks him to, he won't touch them. Prometheus happily waves his hand to his friend and says that in this case he will go about his business. Dandler sees his best friend off and smiles, although in reality his heart is breaking into pieces with sadness. The entity congratulates the protagonist on achieving the denouement in which all four were saved. Brandon wonders what to do with this child now, where to put him, and what new name to come up with for him. However, he decides to postpone it until later, since he has much more important things to do now. Meanwhile, the first part of the broadcast ends with Ray's expressive words that this is only the first episode. He also talks about how they should stay interested to find out what adventures will happen next. People begin to enthusiastically talk about how they will definitely wait for new adventures of this man. After some time, they climb up to the second floor of a high tower to the Intelligence Core unit. Howard takes a close look at the image Brandon has decided to choose for himself, and says that it is ugly. He also adds that this image is easy to remember, and now he will probably call himself a knight in a cloak and mask. Brandon takes off his mask and reveals Prometheus, saying that he would like the boy to join the Corps. Howard looks at the kid very sternly and asks what reasons there are for him to do this. Prometheus feels a little scared and clings to the protagonist as tightly as possible, but he calms him down. Brandon says that there is nothing to be afraid of here, and that you need to wait a little while until he sorts this issue out. After this, he calmly approaches the commander's desk to blurt out one word to maintain secrecy. He takes a pen and a piece of paper from him, saying that he is going to borrow it for a few minutes. The paper now contains information about where he found this child, what talents he possesses, and about Kane's personality. Howard watches his comrades' every move closely, trying to figure out what they've gotten themselves into. The full text also contains Brandon's suggestion that, with training, Prometheus could become a good weapon. Howard decides to take a closer look at this document to make sure he doesn't miss anything. Immediately after this, he lights a match with light movements that have become too familiar to him. He sets fire to the papers in order to destroy any evidence and conversations that took place between them. Looking at the main character, he advises him to keep everything that happened here a secret and not tell anyone. The systemic essence says that Brandon did the right thing because he showed loyalty to Howard. After this, the entity asks him why he decided to tell the shorty about this guy's abilities. Brandon asks the entity if he remembers any of the information about Prometheus that he showed him. A few hours ago, when he returned to the tower, the entity congratulated him for showing Prometheus a new life. The entity also said that this boy has a secret that interests the people from the 6th floor, although it is obvious. Brandon recalls that when he met Howard and Ingrid, it turned out that they were also keeping some secrets. He understands that all 3 of these people possess talents of the order of 100, and Howard's talent is one of the strongest. He also remembers that Ingrid was marked as an Avenger, and this is only a hint of her hidden talent. Brandon speculates that the 6th floor is seeking people with rare talents to join its ranks. He also suggests that a much more likely scenario is that they simply get rid of these people. He also understands that, as the trump card of the Foreign Intelligence Corps, Howard will be able to protect himself and his comrades. Brandon also tells the captain that Kane claims to be from the tower and is the head of some kind of sect. Howard says that he has never heard of such a person, much less of any sects that worship the fallen. Brandon sadly recalls that he didn't receive any practical information from his new friend either. Brandon wonders how many similar tragedies happened 700 years ago and what happened between 2023 and 2027. Brandon remembers a hero from a past world named Magneto, who championed mutant rights but quickly fell into heresy. It can be assumed that Kane is the leader of the fallen, as well as a fighter for their rights, who are trying to achieve the best for them. He also realizes that he often gains absolute loyalty, given that Dandler serves him even after being deceived. The whole point is that he promised them to destroy a certain tower, and most likely he is talking about the tower in which he lives. Brandon admits that he doesn't know any of this yet, and needs to avoid Kane for a while longer. Howard, meanwhile, asks Prometheus what his name is, and he calmly tells him his new name. Howard says that the name is too long and will be awkward to write in reports, so they need to come up with a new one. Prometheus sadly lowers his eyes and says that he really likes this name and would like to keep it for himself. Howard states that in this masquerade that Brandon has put on, he can still use that name if he so chooses. He also adds that he will now have the call sign Barry during core missions, as it will be more convenient. Brandon is surprised by such an uncreative name, but Howard assures him that the naming process is complete. But he also tells them that he will inform him about a new task and warns him not to receive a task from anyone but him. He also advises him not to reveal his identity, as well as the identity of the knight in the cloak and mask, for greater security. Brandon realizes that with his new equipment, it will be very easy for him to change identities. But this cannot continue for long. Brandon also says that Kane will probably find out about this soon, and Howard needs to be more careful. Barry is very strong, but different from Mr. Kane's pressure, and he feels safe. Howard says nothing, and Brandon realizes that this way he will be able to put Kane on the wrong track. Howard asks him to remember to develop his strength so that the team can trust him. Brandon says that he will introduce him to his most trusted friends who will never reveal the secret. Howard says he has trained a special student who is waiting for him next to his girlfriend. Howard also says that the cases he solved have attracted the attention of the upper floors, but the Correctional Corps is not happy about this. Brandon says this is very strange because both of these corps have very different missions and areas of responsibility. Howard says there was a big incident on the 3rd floor, and word was sent from the 5th floor about the efficiency of their unit. He adds that they will have to conduct a joint operation with the Correctional Corps to solve the case. Brandon says that their corps has always been considered low-grade troops, and now they will have to work together. Howard says that the Correctional Corps is rotten from the inside, but there are a lot of talented people there. It also says that they cannot screw up this business, because if they do, its temporary success will become a dud. Brandon realizes it's a tripwire from the detention center and says he needs to be able to walk around the 3rd floor. Howard says that there are 2 days left until the week's episode, and in the meantime he can do whatever he wants. Brandon is glad that he can leave the tower one more time, and when he returns, he will deal with the restraining corps. As he heads out, he turns to Barry and tells him that he must obey the captain, who will take care of him. Barry says that he understood his older brother's advice perfectly, and wishes him luck in his endeavors. Brandon closes the door, then suddenly returns and makes another request of the captain. He asks him to send a group of people into the jungle from which he returned to pick up the 3 people left there. Howard realizes that this is another headache and sternly asks him to dictate the number of the location he was at. Meanwhile, we move to Cherry's shop, where she tries to use her old tricks again. She kindly asks Ray if she is a beautiful girl, trying to win him over. Ray says that she is the most beautiful of all the people he has seen, after which he asks to calculate the salary for his work. Cherry says that instead of a salary, she can become his girlfriend, and this will be an even greater reward for the work. Ray says that he doesn't mind, after which he calls her his girlfriend and asks her to pay her boyfriend's salary. Cherry can't believe that behind this man's innocence hides an incredible thirst for profit. She decides to go at least theatrically, prompting herself to fall on the unfortunate boy. Ray wonders why she suddenly slipped, since she had been standing on her feet quite confidently all this time. Ray asks her if everything is okay with her, because perhaps she has become ill and needs to call a doctor immediately. Cherry tells him that she is his girlfriend, so he cannot demand any money from her. Ray smiles and says that in that case he will break up with her, after which he again asks her to calculate his salary. Cherry realizes that a more flexible approach is needed if she wants to get him to work for her for free. She says that as soon as she saw him, her heart started beating faster, and he is definitely her soulmate. She asks him to visit her more often, and Ray agrees, saying that for a fee he is ready to do this. Cherry is completely destroyed by the resourcefulness of this boy, whom she considers greedy. He remembers that at first this man rushed here as if he didn't need anything, but now he's demanding money from her. She understands that in front of her is a real actor who is able to pretend to be an innocent child at the right time. However, for her, such a partnership is not the worst option, so she agrees to cooperate. Meanwhile, Brandon is walking around the port and overhears people talking about different movies they were going to see. He also notes that a huge number of people are discussing the last broadcast, in which a man in a mask saved the day. The system entity says that it had no idea it would become so popular, but it is unclear what content was in it. Brandon notes that she does sometimes admire Cherry's talent and her ability to organize anything. He also recalls Carrie's interrogation, which proved that he was not an evil person and was simply a tool. But he remembers that this man with one word seemed not to save the blessing on his bag, which became Jilin. Brandon continues to ponder this and then walks into Cherry's store, unaware of what awaits him. Ray and Cherry, meanwhile, are unsuccessfully bargaining, saying that their terms are completely unacceptable to each other. Ray begins to threaten her, saying that if he gets upset, it will affect the job, as well as Cherry's income. Brandon watches them closely and realizes that these are two real talents who will go far in life. Cherry says that it is impossible to argue with him, so she will agree to the amount he named. After this, they turn towards him and are happy that he finally decided to come to them. Brandon asks them how the broadcast went, and Ray starts to get excited about seeing Brandon in person. He says that he was incredibly great on that broadcast, and didn't think that they would be able to see him so soon. Brandon analyzes his interlocutor and realizes that his behavior corresponds to the thinking of people on the lower floor. However, he understands that all of this is actually an act, and this boy is pretending. After he again addresses him by his effective name, he immediately tells him not to rejoice. He gives his real name and says that if he is called wrong again, he will be fired immediately. Ray is surprised that his information was wrong, because in front of him is a person with whom he can easily get close. He also feels an incredible aura that presses on him more and more with each passing second. Brandon approaches Cherry and tells her that she did a good job, and she returns the compliments. He suggests getting back to business, saying that after returning to the tower he needs to wait 10 hours. He asks them to prepare for the next broadcast in 7 hours, and Cherry is surprised that he is in such a hurry to leave the tower. She also says that kind-hearted people don't get paid for their broadcasts and that it's worth increasing your power. Brandon suggests that while the Fallen may be dangerous and violent outside the tower, the higher floors are no less dangerous. Brandon calls Ray Shorty, and then asks him if he is familiar with the business on the 3rd floor. Ray clears his throat and asks him why he called him Shorty, but he doesn't rush to explain. Ray realizes that there is a truly strong person in front of him, even though it was not clear at first. Brandon says that when he returns to the tower after his next foray, Ray will go with him. Cherry finds out that they are going to the 3rd floor, and says that this is absolutely amazing news. She asks him to slow down, and says that she is writing a list of things that she needs to bring from there. Brandon asks her if the things from the 3rd floor are impossible to buy, and she states that it is obvious. She also says that if she has the chance to get to the 3rd floor for work, the routes there are limited. Brandon carefully analyzes the list of things he needs to get, and realizes that Cherry is not sitting idle. Brandon also understands why there is no factory on the bottom floor with such a population, since they are all on the 3rd floor. He understands that aristocrats control various resources and items that improve the quality of life. However, the remains of these luxury items fall down and are considered great luxury items here. Brandon suggests that perhaps the people who just entered the tower had some kind of power and created such a system of slavery. He understands that in the end, only by possessing sufficient power can one create such a backward social system. Cherry says that many streets will be closed to people from her 3rd floor apartment without special passes. Brandon says that the chance to get to the 3rd floor doesn't come around often, so he can bring more things. Cherry asks him if he can carry all the things she ordered, and Brandon says the limit is 20 kilograms. Cherry says that these are acceptable conditions and promises to have everything necessary ready in a few minutes. 7 hours later, Brandon dons his camouflage outfit and heads towards the teleporter. This time, he does not need to go through the registration procedure again. He just needs to come to the right place. He puts on a mask that is supposed to hide his identity, and prepares to leap into the unknown. Ray, meanwhile, is also preparing to host some great broadcasts and bring in even more money. Cherry, who is with him, speaks with incredible enthusiasm about the fact that it's time to light up. Brandon, meanwhile, completes the teleportation procedure, finding himself in a completely unknown place. The system entity tells him that it is not only in the tower that people are treated like cattle, and now he will see it. Upon analysis, it turns out that there used to be a zoo here, but now it can be called a human park, full of fallen ones. Brandon reflects on how he seems to be in the blue zone, but it is similar in difficulty to the purple zone. He is also informed that there are 744 fallen remaining here, and he understands that it will be very difficult to level up here. However, he has no way back since he has already come here, and some puzzles can be found here. He remembers for so long his father asking him to listen carefully during their trips to the zoo. He told them that people consider themselves superior to animals because they can eat them, and for them, they are akin to gods. His father told him that he believed that one day the day would come when perhaps they would be the ones being raised in the cage. Brandon says it seems so real now that the world has been turned upside down. He asks the system entity if it seems to him that the tall tower is no different from a zoo. The entity is surprised by his deductive methods, as he just guessed that the people here are kept in cages. Brandon also reflects on the fact that he doesn't despise Cain, and on the contrary, he finds him an interesting opponent. The entity suggests that his father might have known him, but Brandon believes he is too weak for such a comparison. Suddenly, he discovers a strange creature, and is surprised that animals can also become fallen. He understands that Cain hasn't prepared anything in this place, which means there are no semblance of clues here either. People watching this broadcast are wondering where the battles have gone and why everything is so boring. Suddenly, they find several fallen approaching him and hope for a fight. Brandon analyzes the mutated ostriches, and the system tells him it's best not to engage them in combat. Brandon walks past them calmly, taking advantage of the fact that he doesn't attract their attention with his coldness. People are very surprised by this outcome, because they have never seen the fallen attack people before. The broadcast directors watching this reflect on how they always thought that only corpses are not afraid of the fallen. They assume that such unflappable streamers are very rare, and that investing in one can make a profit. He turns to his assistant and says that when the broadcast ends, he needs to arrange a meeting with Cherry. Brandon, meanwhile, wonders where he should go next to find the answer to this strange place. He holds a map of the zoo in his hands, in order to find out where the most interesting animal specimens might be kept. Suddenly, a giant creature flies over him, and he quickly looks up to assess the danger. Thanks to his talent, he quickly realizes that in front of him is a fallen creature of the 3rd level of mutation. Surprisingly, all these animals have turned into metal versions of themselves, and now they feed on machine oil. Brandon smells a strange odor coming from these creatures, and realizes that it is similar to machine oil. Looking back, he sees a giant herd of some kind of creatures approaching him, breaking through the dust. It becomes clear that all these animals have turned into metal imitators for unknown reasons. His talent suggests that these are definitely not machines created by someone, but creatures that were alive. Brandon understands that mechanization is not a very strange mutation for fallen humans, but all animals are subjected to it here. He reflects that there is a mysterious force outside the tower that turns people into fallen ones, and this process is very complex. Previously, he thought that all this was happening because of some kind of radiation, but as it turned out, the process was more complicated than he thought. Now he understands that the doctors at the hospital were on the wrong track, and this transformation is not limited to gene mutations. Now he understands that if he explores the information inside, he can learn more about the essence of these creatures. He understands that he came here to have a walk and improve his stats, and this certainly won't stop him from achieving his goal. The system essence says that theoretically there are no emotional debuffs for him, so you can relax. However, he understands that it wouldn't hurt him to find a safe shelter somewhere in these parts. 30 minutes later, he reaches the cable car cabin and decides to take a rest there and look around. He understands that the less he sees, the easier it will be to suppress the thirst for exploration, so he just needs to wait. He reflects on how he must break his survival record and advance to the 2nd level to become even stronger. A few moments later, he takes out the handcuffs he recently bought, glad that he didn't forget about them. He also decides that in order to not make the broadcast too boring, it would be better if he turns off the camera for now. Of course, this solution is not the best one for increasing the broadcast rating. Ray immediately falls silent and asks his boss what needs to be done now to regain audience retention. Cherry says that he must have some kind of plan and they should just wait for a while. An hour later, nothing happens. But they still decide not to worry, because Brandon will definitely not abandon them. After 2 hours, the excitement is slowly growing. But they still don't decide to raise the alarm and try to contact him. However, after 3 hours of silence, the unfortunate Cherry's nerves are at their limit, and she is about to become hysterical. She wonders what is going on there and why he hasn't turned on the broadcast yet, because people are already furious. Ray reassures her that the broadcast suddenly turned on and they are now back on the air. Brandon, meanwhile, has received an unpleasant hindrance, and the system entity even begins to laugh at him. He has been given a warlust disadvantage, and now, if he is not in combat, every 12 minutes he gets a new debuff. Brandon realizes that even Howard has never received such a debuff, and this is a very unfortunate roulette in which he lost. According to the description, if he is not being pursued by a fallen or is not in combat with one, he will receive new problems. Clenching his fists tightly, he realizes that this is simply a terrible start to an exploratory expedition. However, this does not mean that he is going to give up so easily, because he still has a lot of things to do. He understands that the problem is not that he lacks endurance, but that the circumstances are completely different. Brandon reflects on the fact that he needs to go on an investigation now, but his options will be limited. He sits down to figure out which way he should go and which path will be the safest. Looking to the north conveys to him the message that there are quite a few fallen there who will not be hostile. The system entity emphasizes that these fallen ones crave machine oil and have absolutely no interest in blood. Brandon realizes that there are herbivores there, and that this path is relatively safe because he has no sense of fear. However, the notes don't mention the existence of useful information, so Brandon takes a different direction. The talent system suggests that the second part contains a house of horrors, and the degree of corruption in this area is much greater. Brandon understands that he is now in the blue zone, but the purple part of it is very close. It's too dangerous a place, so he decides to turn to the east, where there is a moderate presence of the fallen. There is a power plant in the south, and the system says that there are many stupid but very strong opponents here. Brandon notes that each of the 4 directions gives no clue as to whether there is useful information there. He also suggests that this could mean that there are clues everywhere, and that one needs to visit all the places. He ponders which route would be most efficient, so he decides to head east first. He recalls that there were many rest areas, and text information cannot be hidden in the shadows. By simple reasoning, he comes to the conclusion that he needs to go to the places of rest and look for something there. The system talent laughs at this, saying that he still decided to come to the eastern observation deck. He is also told that there is a Jilin telescope here, which can only be used outside the tower. The system talent also tells him that there is an idiot sleeping on the observation deck right now. Brandon muses that this is actually good news, since if the creature is asleep it is safe. He reflects that there are 7 minutes left until the next weakening occurs, but he should at least look at the telescope. After this, he carefully enters inside, trying not to make too much noise so as not to wake the monster. The monster is a juvenile rhinoceros who has also been transformed into a mechanical monster with iron health. The system talent decides to recount the details of the dream that this creature sees, but there is nothing interesting in it. Brandon suddenly steps on a huge pile of flyers that depict a clown in a circus. Brandon looks at these booklets in surprise, and the system tells him that this is just a preview of the next episode. Talent suggests that the world is big, but as long as he continues to leave the tower, the chance of meeting clowns increases. Brandon suggests that the circus group in question is also located somewhere in another zone. He wonders how many more conclusions he needs to draw before this episode at the circus occurs. He realizes there is nothing more interesting here and goes upstairs, entering ads for diesel fuel. He reflects that since 2024, the era of the high tower has come temporarily and brought great chaos. He speculates that in 2022, the animals in this zoo were mechanized and fed fuel. He also notes that according to reports from the 9th hospital, there were already quite a few fallen in the city's district. Upon reaching the top, he receives a notification that he has 4 minutes left until he receives the next weakening. Approaching the telescope, he realizes that this viewing device allows him to identify the weakness of any monster. Brandon understands that talent gives him more detailed information, but often it gives random information. This telescope, unlike talent, reports only one parameter: the weak points of the creatures that fall into the lens. He decides that it is unlikely that there will be anything interesting to explore near the fallen toilet. The telescope's effects also stack with the talent's effects and hint at what he will receive for killing a monster. He is asked to destroy one of the monsters, and is told that he is afraid of fire, which seems intuitive to him. He suggests that these are most likely residual instincts from a past life, and carefully removes the telescope from its tripod. However, he is unable to take the telescope with him, and he complains that such instruments will not be available to him. He also understands that he needs to spend 3 minutes to reach the enemy and engage in combat. Immediately after this, he accelerates and jumps down, completely unconcerned about taking damage. Talent tries to stop him, saying that he will crash and starts screaming loudly. For a few moments, a powerful impact is heard, which usually occurs when a body falls onto hard ground. Brandon gets to his feet as if nothing happened, and the Talent is pleased that he is stronger than he seemed. However, a moment later, the giant rhinoceros became angry and tried to run out of the enclosure to punish the intruder. Brandon looks at him and thinks that he still has time to run further away. This played into his hands, because he was momentarily thrown into combat, meaning the debuff counter was updated. 3 minutes later, he reaches a toilet, which he must explore to find the monster. He still discovers that there is one of the monsters there, who left a tail on the street, attracting attention. Brandon analyzes the enemy and learns that it is a fallen 4th-level mutant, who has also become mechanical. Brandon realizes that when this creature mutated, its talent, which is called mechanical interference, also mutated. Brandon muses that this talent will now allow him to create non-destructive electronic interference. He understands that outside the tower this ability is practically useless, but inside it will help hide his identity. Even if he takes her up to the 3rd floor, it will help him avoid surveillance, and one cannot help but be glad about that. Brandon understands that he is now going to face difficulties, as he needs to somehow destroy this monster. However, if he tries to blow up the building, he will not have enough speed to escape in time and will die. Brandon is trying to figure out how to ignite this monster and stay in one piece, and Talent tells him to think bigger. Brandon realizes that he's been too fixated on the fact that this is a fuel depot, and the enemy is afraid of fire. In fact, he quickly comes up with a better way to deal with this monster once and for all. He chooses another creature sleeping nearby as the ideal candidate to kill this anaconda. The system stops him, telling him that he better leave here while he still can, and he needs to do it as quietly as possible. Brandon takes a closer look at the mechanical creature and discovers that it is a large lion. The system says that this is a fallen creature of the 5th level of mutation, so fighting him is completely pointless. Brandon realizes that as a child he envied cartoon characters who could easily communicate with animals. Meanwhile, viewers are very happy to have the opportunity to look at very rare and exotic fallen creatures. Ray begins to fear for his boss and asks Cherry what they should do. Cherry is also a little worried about his fate, but says that you need to believe in him and not worry. Meanwhile, the audience is very surprised by what is happening on the screen, because they did not expect to see anything like this. Brandon sits down in front of the lion and begins to stroke his mane with his bare hands, as if he is not afraid of anything at all. Brandon explains to the system's Talent, who is also not thrilled with the idea, that the Fallen have problems with perception. He claims that they are much more sensitive to emotional fluctuations, but their normal 5 senses have degraded. He decides to use a small item from Dandler in the hopes that it might bring unexpected benefits. Brandon is able to tap into the lion's past memories and understand what happened many years ago. This lion was here with his fellow lions, enjoying his peaceful life in the zoo. He was doing well and was receiving a huge amount of love from his lovers. Leo, too, was not a creature without a heart and tried to reciprocate them to the best of his ability. However, suddenly the memories begin to follow a completely unexpected scenario, because the lioness freezes. A sudden strength appears in her eyes, as if she is looking intently at the main character. Brandon tries to understand why she is suddenly betting on him, but it is too late to react. Suddenly, the lion opens his eyes and quickly rises, trying to figure out who dared to sneak up on him. He immediately uses the paralyzing roar skill to prevent his victim from moving anywhere. Brandon receives a notification that he has successfully enraged a level 5 fallen, and the system entity wishes him luck. However, the next second the lion comes closer to him and begins to lick him as if he were his best friend. Brandon says nothing, and the system entity is surprised that he managed to foresee this. The lion jumps on the protagonist, and the system says that this creature is trying to win his favor. Brandon gently strokes the lion to calm him down and allow him to get to his feet. He orders him to sit down, and the animal immediately obeys the command, despite the fact that cats are difficult to train. After this, he sits on the lion's back and realizes that he still has to deal with the giant anaconda nearby. He grabs the lion's back tightly and tells him that they will get up and move forward as quickly as possible. The lion immediately carries out the command and takes off, leaving only dust behind. Naturally, the audience is left in complete shock after seeing Brandon riding the fallen one. They wonder if some special device is being used or if this is all a staged video. Ray says his new boss is actually pretty cool, even if he's a little short on money. He understands that he won't be able to voice it now, so he'll have to come up with a new way to monetize it. Brandon moves forward at a speed that makes supercars from his past life no match. Brandon realizes that level 5 fallen are at the top of the zoo's food chain. He remembers that the 6th level of mutation is already someone similar to Ilia, but there are no such creatures here. He reflects that the lion is extremely excited, and if the ring falls off him in this state, he will go crazy. The systemic essence says that this is indeed a serious issue, but there is no need to worry about it now. The entity adds that Brandon is about to gain another talent, and all he needs to do is win the fight. A few moments later, a giant creature appears in the air, loudly moving its metal body. The anaconda decides to attack the giant lion, hoping that she will be able to win this unequal fight. However, the lion proves to be too fast and torturous for such a creature, and easily dodges the attack. After this, he decides to use his clawed paws to knock the enemy to the ground. The snake does not give up and tries to coil around the lion in order to break his bones with its muscles. However, the lion emits a loud roar to paralyze its prey and prevent it from attacking. The giant creature once again confirms its title as the King of Beasts, confidently winning any fight. Brandon is temporarily unable to move and can only watch his comrade's actions. The lion bites into the anaconda's body with all his might, hoping to break it with his sharp jaws. Moments later, he severs the head with a powerful jerk, and a giant energy core becomes lodged in his teeth. Brandon takes a closer look at the core and realizes that it is actually the snake's gallbladder. Within a few seconds, thanks to the strength of its jaws, the lion destroys the security organ. For a mechanical beast, such injuries are fatal, so the outcome of the battle is predetermined. Brandon reflects on how the situation is very similar to what happened to Ilia in the mental hospital. He understands that this is almost equivalent to death at the hands of the fallen, and the same thing happened to this snake. Brandon goes downstairs, thinking that technically he wasn't involved, but he was the one who made the decision every time. He suggests that the rules outside the tower encourage more than just the destruction of the fallen through brute force. Brandon walks into the communal restroom, thinking about how there's no longer any stench in there now that it's become a fuel depot. He understands that this is now a large oil storage facility, and that means a change in the rules of the game. He takes a closer look around the room and comes to the conclusion that the rules outside the tower are not as simple as he thought. Suddenly, he discovers one very strange detail, which he decides to investigate as thoroughly as possible. Coming closer to one of the booths, he discovers angry messages about some dog that ruined everything. Brandon is trying to figure out what kind of dog it is when he suddenly hears an approaching rumble. After this, he hears a loud roar of a lion and assumes that the cat is reacting to the approach of hostile fallen ones. As soon as he goes outside to look at it, it becomes clear that the lion is worried. The thing is that something truly terrible is approaching, and even the King of Beasts feels uneasy from this aura. Animals begin to flee at the sound of these terrible sounds, but not all of them are destined to escape the impending danger. Suddenly, a giant turret loaded with large-caliber rounds starts firing at the animals. Brandon looks and notices how the pieces of the unfortunate fallen man, who happened to be under his hand, fly apart in all directions. From the outside, it might look like a real company of soldiers has landed here, using artillery and heavy equipment. However, in reality, a dog is approaching, hung with various laser installations. These turrets shoot at everything within the creature's immediate line of sight, without regard for friend or foe. The producer observes this creature and wonders what kind of monster it is and where it came from. Outside the area, they froze when they saw this strange creature, as they had never seen such monsters before. The system essence says that these are fallen 7th level mutations, with a large number of side enhancements. The system assistant also says that it is obviously someone's dog, despite its indifferent look. The entity also says that in this area this dog is the undisputed ruler, as well as the bearer of the Doomsday Puzzle. Brandon realizes that this fallen one is apparently much stronger than the previous 2 students, and is only surpassed by Heather. Meanwhile, the lion realizes that fighting this creature makes no sense and tries to hide. Brandon understands that he will hardly be able to do anything against such a perfect creature. He turns around and provides cover, asking him not to rush into trouble and just wait out the time of serious danger. Brandon recalls that every area he had visited before had its own keeper of the Doomsday Puzzle. He remembers Heather, but then the system notified him that the puzzle piece had been moved, just like in the jungle. Brandon suggests that all these movements and disappearances of puzzle pieces are connected to Cain. Brandon realizes that in order to collect the puzzle pieces from those areas, he will have to find Cain. However, to do this, he would have to use the disc, and right now this is not in Brandon's area of interest, because he has other concerns. He watches the dog carefully and discovers that it is not just wandering around the area, but is exploring it. Brandon recalls the signs on the booth, which indicate that zoo staff wanted to get rid of the dog, but it was too late. He becomes curious about why this dog came back for revenge, and this means that the zoo has its own history. He also understands that something doesn't add up here, and that there is probably some very serious secret hidden. The thing is, all the fallen he's met here have been animals, and he still hasn't seen a single human. Brandon also recalls that Kane had previously left stories of his students in areas connected to the displacement disk. Brandon understands that each puzzle keeper has their own story. But here, you need to get the keeper's approval, not kill him. Meanwhile, Leo begins to feel much more serious after the giant dog goes away. The system entity goes even further, and reminds him that just a couple of minutes ago he was cowering in a corner like a little kitten. Brandon jumps on the lion and orders him to follow the big dog and not give himself away. The lion stands still. His paws begin to tremble a little with fear, and he makes it clear that he is not ready to risk his life. Brandon understands that this dog has become a full-fledged owner of the zoo over the past 700 years, and no one is going to mess with it. Brandon receives a notification that there is still a pile of scrap metal where the huge dog walked. He is advised to hurry, because in this case he might find something unexpectedly valuable there for solving the mystery. Brandon approaches the debris calmly, as the dog's approach will be visible within minutes. The lion suddenly begins to behave restlessly, growling very loudly, as if he is afraid of something. Brandon tries to calm him down and tells him that he needs to hide and not come closer yet. Brandon slowly walks forward, examining the fallen man, assuming that he might still be alive. However, it suddenly turns out that next to the crippled creature, there is another fallen one that looks like a monkey. This monkey has a special mechanical backpack from which mechanical devices emerge. These devices look like they are a parody of the tools you would find in a car repair shop. Brandon realizes that this mechanical orangutan repairs damaged fallen and looks after them. Brandon meanwhile takes out a special mechanical sensor that looks very much like a heart or a power core. As soon as he inserts it inside the machine, it suddenly begins to move and show signs of life. The mechanical orangutan good-naturedly reports that the repairs are complete, and the subordinate machines begin to move again. Brandon tries to figure out why the orangutan did this, and suddenly his eyes start to glow blue. It becomes obvious that the giant primate is trying to satisfy its reproductive instinct. Brandon decides to hide so as not to show it to viewers who may be underage. The system tells him that there are only 30 seconds left to receive the next bonus. Brandon realizes that in order to cope with this, he needs to keep the monkey busy, so he turns to the lion. He gives him the command to move as quickly as possible, or to break away from the spot, heading towards the enemy. The lion immediately lets out a loud roar to paralyze the enemy and destroy it. Within moments, there is absolutely nothing left of the mechanical fallen. The system asks Brandon if he learned anything, and he says he has a new question. He understands that host-possessed fallen and fallen with a gene mutation are two different types of mutations. Brandon rightly suggests that there were two different forces at work in the year of the apocalypse. Brandon gets a level up. The system tells him that new bonuses are now available to him. The system states that his strength has now reached Tier 3, Level 2, and he has become a second-rate weakling instead of a third-rate one. Brandon looks closely at his stat panel and notices several qualities there at once. Brandon realizes that the color of the zone seems to determine the experience multiplier he receives. He also recalls that when they moved from the white zone to the blue zone in the 9th mental hospital, nothing changed. This leads him to the idea that the speed of pumping is initially influenced by the zone you end up in. Brandon is glad that he leveled up faster than he planned, but he understands that it's better not to go into such areas. After this, he reflects that with his characteristics, increasing perception makes no sense. Therefore, he decides to invest the points he received into increasing his strength skill, since he needs it. The system tells him that if he chooses the strength characteristic, he has chosen the path of direct confrontation. She also adds that he has already spent 8 hours outside the zone, so he gets another hindrance. The system entity reports that he has received parasitic hatred as a new hindrance. Now he has the ability to see the hatred of objects through his senses, and decides to try it. Within moments, the world changes dramatically, and black mists appear around it, emitting hatred. Brandon wonders if this is what the place really looks like beneath the illusion of tranquility. Brandon reflects on how he couldn't have imagined that the cat under the mechanical armor would look exactly like this. He suggests that these black mists are the material form of hatred that emanates from this place. However, such a seemingly serious obstacle, on the contrary, makes him smile and feel a little happy for himself. He says that he previously thought that he would not be able to penetrate the memories of the fallen through documents. Now that problem is solved, he doesn't need Kane's clues to solve the mystery of this place. He moves forward and says that the passage is finally beginning, because now more information is available to him. After 2 hours, he reaches the tower, where the telescope still stands, which will now serve an even more useful purpose. He managed to obtain materials from different buildings that should lead him to a clue about this dog. The system warns him that it will be difficult to reconstruct the complete picture, as it is fragmentary. Brandon reflects that now he has the parasitic hatred as an obstacle, and he will be able to feel everything he needs to. Brandon turns to the lion and tells him that he needs to read the documents, and that he should wait for him here. The first thing he decides to do is to penetrate his personal equipment in order to understand what happened here. As soon as he opens this book, he is drawn into the illusory world of the man to whom this diary once belonged. He ends up at a zoo where a stern girl approaches her boyfriend named Luffy and asks why he is late. The man comes closer to her and calls her by her name, Selena, after which he apologizes for being late. He says that today it turned out that one of his zebras got pregnant, and they had to change her food. Selena jumps on him and tells him that he was late for the date because of the zebra, so she will choke him. She asks him if it's time for him to quit this job, because he doesn't have enough strength to provide for everything. Brandon listens closely to this dialogue, trying to figure out if these are the images that the diary keeper experienced. After an indefinite amount of time, Selena turns to Luffy again, saying that she needs very serious help. She complained that she and her brother couldn't find work together and asked him if there were any vacancies at the zoo. Luffy looked at her carefully and realized that he had an obligation to help someone who found themselves in a difficult life situation. He stroked her head and told her that she didn't need to worry because he could handle everything himself. After some time, he got her and her brother jobs as workers at this zoo and decided to celebrate. Selena was a little shy, and Luffy said that it was her first day at work, so they should celebrate with a photo. Another employee picked up the phone and asked everyone to smile so they could get good photos. Luffy and Selena were very happy, while her brother was too gloomy and did not say a single word. After some time, Luffy began to deliver the zebra he had been caring for so long. The birth was successful, and Luffy looked with delight at the zebra that was born. He tried to calm her down by telling her that she had become the coolest mom in the zoo. He even tried to choose a name for the foal to immediately show that he was treated well here. Brandon returns to the real world again and finds that all the recordings have ended, but there is no clue about the dog. Brandon wonders why, if the dog is the puzzle's guardian, there's nothing written about it here. He understands that there is still a lot that is unclear in the previous zoo, and takes out another book. This book is a working journal, and he hopes that there will be something useful in it to work with. Brandon ends up in the finance department's office, where Luffy approaches his girlfriend and orders him to deal with her brother. Luffy angrily asks her if she knew that he tried to sell the zoo's cubs to the black market today. Her brother quickly breaks free, saying that there is nothing wrong with it, and that he just sold a couple of cattle. Luffy, who had spent most of his life caring for these animals, could not bear the insult. He hit him sharply and asked him how he dared to behave so disgustingly towards him. However, the brother said that the fallen atrocities are the whole world awaiting the apocalypse, and no one will notice anything. He also says that he contacted the elite from the tower, and they need about 5 cubs, who will not survive here anyway. The villain says that for a certain fee you can get into the tower, and the animals here are a valuable resource. Luffy wonders if he wants his sister to live peacefully in the tower and not experience any serious problems. Luffy says that he would like this for her too, but he is not ready to go to such lengths for it. Selena's brother says that his sister was actually aware of what he was doing and approved every sale. He adds that it was with the help of the tower that organized this deal that he was able to contact her. He recommends taking care of oneself instead of expecting to be scolded for what one has done. Sometime later, Selena's brother, along with other employees, talks about how there used to be another tower. He adds that at some point she disappeared, and another one appeared in her place. But now no one knows what happened. One of them said that the top brass had destroyed all information about the previous tower. An older employee says that this tower is called the Ark for Humanity. They also find that funding is becoming scarce and their salaries are being delayed. They annoyedly point out that it's all Luffy's fault, as he interferes with the sale of animals and constantly patrols the area. Luffy actually drives his car around the zoo grounds and calls the police if he sees any disturbance. One of them says that you just need to tie him up and throw him somewhere so that he doesn't get in the way. One of them says that this is inhumane, but the others are much less morally savvy. Selena's brother and the group put out their cigarette with their foot and prepare to tie him up and throw him in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Luffy approaches the zebras he has protected for so long in the hope that no one will sell them. He joyfully approaches them and says that he has come to see them after a long separation. However, he still doesn't suspect that their Katyas will try to get closer to him and knock him out while he can't hear. Brandon closes the document and realizes that there is no mention of the dog in it either. The systemic voice says that animals always remain animals, but people fall very low. Brandon understands that this young man tried his best to protect the animals, which cannot be said about the other employees. Brandon has a feeling that this man was the dog's owner, but his intuition tells him to open another book. He ends up in a dungeon, where someone is banging on the door with all their might with a metal stick to make noise. After this, a soft female voice is heard pushing the food, indicating that it is time to eat. Selena apologizes to her boyfriend for not coming earlier, saying that she had a lot to do. Luffy has been imprisoned in this place for a very long time because they refuse to let him out. Her brother says that it smells like excrement here, so it's better to leave here, because he's already starting to feel sick. Selena tells Luffy that there have been more and more inquiries about selling animals lately. He adds that at this rate they won't be able to secure a life in the tower, but Luffy just kicks the door. He says that if she continues selling animals, someone from the government will shut them down. He also says that justice will one day pronounce a sentence on them, and they will definitely answer before the law. Selena's brother starts kicking the door in frustration, saying that he is tired of hearing about the law. He tells him that the state is now interested in getting into the tower, and he doesn't care about anything else. He is also advised to finally open his eyes, because he is the only one who still does not understand how everything works. Selena calms him down and he leaves in annoyance, no longer wanting to talk to the man. Selena says in a cold voice that he needs to rest a little and think carefully about their words. Luffy finds himself locked in this dungeon, mentally destroyed and without the strength to fight. After this, he tries to turn over and feels that his strength is rapidly leaving him and he will soon die. One of the older employees asks him why he is so persistent in his rebellion and is not going to cooperate with them. He states that things are now going exactly as they said, with the Fallen appearing more and more frequently on the outskirts of the city. He kept advising him to stop resisting and not miss the chance in such difficult times. He also said that if he does not feel sorry for himself, then he should think about his family and their well-being. Luffy told the old man that he understood perfectly well what he was trying to convey to him with these words. However, he said that people should be aware of the limits of what is permissible and live according to their conscience, no matter what. The old man tells him that the zoo has had no funding for a whole week, and these animals are doomed anyway. He asks him if he understands that these animals will never be able to appreciate his selfless care. Luffy feels emotions rising in his throat and asks the old man to free him so he can see them. The old man said sharply that, unfortunately, he could not let him out, since his superiors had forbidden him to do so. Brandon really did treat this man like a cat, even though he was the only one. The system says that people descend to incredible depths and decide to find out what happened next. Then they find themselves at the moment when those very strange things started happening at the zoo. The astonished staff watched as the animals began to mutate and transform into metallic creatures. The system indicates that the animals had been trying to cope for a long time without food, and without a person caring for them, and had begun to worry. Logically, once the level of anxiety exceeds a certain threshold, they become fallen. Selena's brother was the least frightened by these metamorphoses, because he noticed something very strange. He tried to reassure the others by saying that the cage bars had also been changed. He suggests that everyone think about the potential benefits, because many people will want to look at mutated animals. He adds that they will now be rich if a large number of different visitors come to them again. The brother guaranteed them that they would earn a lot of money if they obeyed him and his sister. Suddenly he stopped and said that he had forgotten to ask them about one very important person. He asks them if that same guy had been quiet during those 2 months. They ask him who they are talking about, and he adds that of course he will only ask about Luffy. They tell him that there is no ventilation in the warehouse where he is sitting, and he urgently needs medication. He adds that he only needs a couple of pills to strengthen his immunity, as this is his sister's order. However, in reality, things were going horribly wrong for him, and Luffy was already on the verge of death due to human conditions. His entire body was covered in sores, flies were flying around him, and the food that was supplied to him had long since rotted. Brandon looked closely at his hands and realized that he probably didn't have much longer to live. He began to cry, thinking that he didn't want to die yet, because he hadn't seen his favorite animals yet. Lying on the floor, he thinks that he would really like to look at them at least one more time. Suddenly his eyes began to fill with a strange light, as if he had been transported to a completely different place. He saw 2 lions next to him, which he had once looked after, and immediately rose to talk to them. They started licking him, and he was very happy that they had finally come to see him after a long separation. Brandon suggests that if he ended up there can only be one reasonable explanation. This explanation is that he turned into a fallen one, after which he killed all these people and came to see the animals. Brandon suggests that people become fallen by accumulating negative emotions and injecting themselves with the blood of the fallen. However, he decides to replay other people's memories in his head again and realizes that something doesn't add up here. He ends up back in the financial reporting department, where Selena asks who uploaded the photos online. Her idiotic brother honestly admits that he did all this and asks what's wrong with that. They tell him that now the whole country knows that they have mutated animals, and a crowd will come running here. The brother looks at him in surprise and says that this was the original plan to attract visitors. He calls him an idiot and says that half of their zoo was sold out, and that this will definitely be noticed. He also adds that if the whole crowd approaches them on the edge, they can immediately close down, because the police will come with them. He also says that if any visitor were to suddenly stumble upon Luffy, they would be finished too. Selena's brother agrees with these thoughts. saying that they should simply kill him and dispose of the body. He asks his sister if she thinks the same, and the others demand that she give her opinion. The girl doesn't say anything. They tell her that she has to make a choice, because after all, this is her boyfriend. The old man asked if they could just let the man go so as not to end his life so cruelly. However, zoo staff say this is a dead end, as they will no longer be able to keep him alive. They immediately remind him that this person will definitely snitch on them at the first opportunity. Selena's brother continues to pressure her, telling her that she must make a decision and give the order as quickly as possible. The girl can't stand it and quickly gets up from the table, but is in no hurry to raise her head. After a while, she, with her characteristic cold gaze, says that this problem needs to be dealt with. Her brother immediately takes out a cigarette and lights it, saying that he has been waiting for this order for a long time and is ready to carry it out. He also adds that he will do everything in the best possible way, and after what he does, there will be no traces. And after some time, he goes into the barn where Luffy had been all this time and carefully pulls out his body. Luffy was already dead by this point, so there was no need to finish him off. Luffy was abandoned by the lion, where the animals, driven mad by hunger, began to devour his body, not caring who it was. This is how the life of this honest man ended, who decided to help real freaks in sheep's clothing. They took advantage of his kindness and repaid him with the most cruel and vile betrayal of all. However, after some time, the time for retribution came, and the giant creature attacked the zoo. Selena's brother wondered what they should do, since this creature had only its head left after the lion's enclosures. He tries to back down, saying that the rest of the staff should fire with all the weapons available to them. However, it is unlikely that they would have succeeded, since firearms are useless against the fallen. Brandon suggests that his initial conclusion was completely wrong. He realizes that Luffy did not mutate, but died at the hands of his loved one. Systemic talents indicate that in reality, his beloved and colleagues, blinded by the thirst for life, are to blame for everything. Brandon reflects on the fact that he has finally figured out where the dog they were looking for is. In response to the question, the system entities say that in these memories we only saw Luffy, but there was also a dog. The whole point is that they watched these memories from the perspective of that very dog who was watching his owner. This also means that the dog was locked in that warehouse with Luffy because it was making too much noise. Brandon says the loyal dog was by his owner's side from start to finish. The system's talent suggests that it now makes sense why they were so worried about the noise coming from the hangar. Brandon speculates that in the last moment of its life, the dog saw people with guns. That's why she looked like her entire body was covered in firearms of various calibers. Brandon adds that now everything has fallen into place, and apparently the last memories should become a clue. However, after he dives into the final memories, he sees Luffy there, who has hanged himself. Brandon wonders in surprise if he really decided to take such a desperate step, because it completely contradicts. He recalls that in previous memories he was torn apart by animals, so he could not commit suicide. After a few moments, the timer drops to 0 and he gets additional interference outside the tower. This handicap makes him monstrously vulnerable to any water obstacle, causing him to lose strength and quickly drown. Brandon realizes that in this situation, this debuff will be completely useless and decides not to waste time. He reflects that most of the memories belong to the zoo staff and some visitors. He also notes that the first 4 memories mostly focused on Luffy's tragic fate. However, the 5th memory contradicts what came before it all along, and this gives Brandon another clue. In the 5th memory, only the ending is different, which relates to the reasons for Luffy's death. And this is the solution. Brandon reflects that the last memory was all told from the dog's perspective, and there's no doubt about it. Brandon realizes that even though there are 2 endings here, one of them will be difficult, the other will be true. After some time, he realizes that these endings can be distinguished by the colors that predominated in the memories. The first memory will be in color, while the 3rd and 4th were mostly black and white. Brandon realizes that he was on the wrong track. The light palette reflected not the emotional state, but the wearer. The first 2 memories reflected Luffy's resentment for helping people who left him to die in that hole. At the same time, the 3rd and 4th memories reflected the grievances of his dog, who could not get out anywhere. These memories take them back to a dark warehouse where even a human would have difficulty distinguishing colors. But now everything becomes clear. Brandon emerges from his memory chamber and reflects on the fact that he now understands what really happened. Immediately after this, the torn leaves begin to emit a black fog and gradually increase its intensity. This fog begins to thicken at an incredible speed and transforms into a very strange outline. This outline resembles a person who has absolutely identical general features to Luffy, who was killed in this place. Brandon notices that immediately after the shadow appeared, the lion suddenly became even more anxious. The dark fog immediately rushes towards Brandon, despite the fact that the fallen usually ignore it. Nothing terrible happens, and further events, on the contrary, will help to unravel this situation. Brandon feels Luffy's hatred trying to cling to his body in order to find at least some host. Brandon wonders why the cat doesn't attack him if the ring's effect is almost over. He reflects that the people Luffy hated were long dead, and his hatred should have faded away. Meanwhile, the stream is gaining popularity, and as many people as possible are trying to watch it. Cherry, in turn, understands that the situation is escalating and is trying to deal with it. She says that this is already too dangerous, and some measures need to be taken to stop it. The producer says that they only deal with broadcasts, and nothing else falls within this area of responsibility. Cherry realizes that she has gotten involved with the worst possible partners who are unlikely to be able to help her. After this, she leaves irritated and says that they should contact someone so that they can come up with something. He also asks Ray to help with this and use his connections in the city. Suddenly the signal cuts out and the crowd is left dissatisfied with the abrupt end to the stream. Brandon did this on purpose because the rest of the story must remain a secret from the others. He reflects that now he needs to focus on what is really important and solve the mystery. After this, he jumps on the lion and asks him to take him to this dog so that he can finally talk to her. This time the lion is no longer going to argue and jumps down, obeying the will of two powerful entities at once. After this, he destroys the iron mesh and rushes to where the giant dog lives. During this fast run, he himself immerses himself in memories that he had to experience many times. Leo is immersed in memories of days gone by and wonders what is going on here. He watches the lions eating something and gets angry because he left for a while, and they started eating without him. Suddenly the lions saw that the lions were devouring a dog that had not been there before, and someone had obviously brought it. However, after some time, very strange changes occur, and the dog suddenly rises to its feet. This dog looks like a gnawed skeleton with a little fur and meat still left on it. Leo immediately recognized that it was a dog that always hung around the man they loved very much. However, this dog now looks very strange, and a large lion would immediately notice serious mutations in the body. He realized that something was clearly wrong with this dog, and that he needed to call someone to stop it as quickly as possible. Leo wondered why this dog had suddenly appeared here, since it had been with the man all this time. His thoughts were interrupted by rapid shots fired towards the dog in order to kill it as quickly as possible. However, strangely enough, the dog stood calmly on its feet, despite the fact that large-caliber bullets were hitting it. Selena's brother, among the other guards, tried to finish off the dog, but he failed. The dog simply turned around and started walking away in the immediate direction, ignoring those who were trying to shoot it. At one point, she turned around to look at the lion, just as the guards ran out of ammunition. Her gaze was incredibly piercing and almost instantly reached the big cat. There was nothing in that look except incredible hatred and resentment towards the people who had committed such evil. Leo was surprised that the dog looked at him and tried to understand what message she wanted to convey with that look. Lev thought that this dog would never appear here again, and would most likely die somewhere outside its reserve. However, he was wrong, because when she appeared again, all the animals were trapped with no way out. This huge dog killed everyone who got in its way, and in the end, the male met a tragic fate. Leo is also surprised that the guy on his back has now turned into the same man who was next to the dog. The systemic essence suggests that Brandon is very lucky, because this hatred has absolutely no effect on him. Brandon reflects on the fact that he finally understands what needs to be done to get past this zone. He remembers that Luffy died with unbearable resentment, but his memories retained their color. The thing is that even after all the traitors, he did not cease to be this world. But with the dog, everything happened differently. Brandon notes that after the death of her beloved owner, the dog began to see everything in black and white, and this greatly distorted her. In all these points of view lies the key to traversing this zone, and he stops near it. Brandon looks closely at the dog, then says its name and calls it Astra. The dog freezes in place and carefully analyzes the creature in front of it, deciding not to attack. The lion is very surprised that this dog has stopped, because it has been wandering here non-stop for 700 years. He also assumes that they are definitely finished, since if she chose them as targets, then they will definitely die. Brandon asks the lion to stay there, assuring him that everything is okay, and then takes a few steps towards the dog. Immediately after this, he extends his hand to her and tells her that she should come to him, since everything bad is already over. When the dog looks at him, it sees its owner, whom it has not seen for several hundred years. Brandon, meanwhile, decides to turn to the true memory that remains with this creature. He asks to show him what really happened in that warehouse on that fateful day. Brandon realizes that the reason these memories were distorted is because of this very day. He keeps a close eye on the dog, which is next to its owner, who has already given up the ghost. The dog stayed next to its owner the whole time and hoped that at a certain moment he would get to his feet. Luffy was dead and lay completely still, not responding to the dog's attempts to encourage him. An incredible sorrow permeated the dog's entire body, as she loved her owner very much and was saddened by his fate. The next day she tried to escape from this trap, slamming her head into the metal door for a long time. She couldn't move it, but that didn't stop her desperate attempts to get out. At a certain point, she began to bark loudly in the hope that someone would hear and come to the rescue. 2 days later, the dog's strength began to leave her, as she had not eaten anything for a long time. Brandon moves to this place and carefully watches what happens next. A few days later, the dog approached its owner's body on trembling paws, realizing that he would not wake up. Her eyes filled with tears as she realized that he had no other choice to survive. After this, she opened her mouth, which was already wounded, and her teeth began to fester. Instinct forced the animals to bite off pieces of meat from their master's body, despite resistance. The system entity says that everything happened exactly as it expected, and this tragic episode turned out to be even more terrible. Brandon recalls that in the distant past, he came across a very interesting report that he still remembers. This report mentioned an experiment where researchers wanted to find out whether a pet would eat its dead owner. The results of the experiment showed that the question was not whether they would do it, but how soon they would start. The essence of the problem is that after the death of the owner, the pet loses food, and in this case, it will die of starvation. Based on the data, many animals do not think about it for long, and only dogs hesitate for a while. Astra was 2 months old and only survived because Luffy shared food with her on a regular basis. For 3 days after Luffy's death, the dog continued to starve, and none of the staff brought her food. She ended up eating her master's corpse, despite the fact that it didn't give her any pleasant emotions. Brandon emphasizes that it is not that the dog did not love its owner, because it simply had no choice. It's the cruel nature of humans, awakened by the onslaught of the apocalypse, that is to blame for putting Luffy and Astra there. He turns to the dog and says that on the day the lions ate her, she was already dead. Brandon expresses confidence that this is not the main problem. He looks closely at the dog and asks her if she understands what is really bothering her the most. The dog turns around and looks at him with its frightened eyes, making it clear that it is still plagued by guilt. Brandon realizes that hatred and guilt have turned her into something completely different, because she was forced to eat her friend. Brandon guesses that the memory he saw was just a replacement for an illusion. Brandon reassures her, telling her that she really wanted that memory to be justified. But reality is cruel. However, he tells her that she felt guilty all these years, and therefore could not calm down. Brandon says that she probably constantly beat herself up for eating her friend. Brandon understands that the dog would like for its owner not to commit suicide, and for them to just be together. Brandon realizes that for 700 years, this dog's consciousness has been locked in a room next to its owner's corpse. At the same time, she constantly reproached herself more and more for having eaten her master. Brandon understands that this can no longer be changed, but he will be able to fulfill at least the last wish of this boy. Brandon says that he is doing this for her sake as well, after which the fog envelops the entire space. After some time, this mist turns into Luffy, and Brandon hopes that he will free this dog. A few moments later, Luffy suddenly comes to life and finds himself back in that very same cell with his dog. He tries to wipe the tears from his eyes, saying that he forgives her for what she did. He also says that he never blamed her for anything, and understands perfectly well the situation she found herself in. The dog looks at him with its eyes, and its pupils begin to tremble with an incredible feeling of grief for its owner. Luffy says that if he hadn't dragged her into all this, she would never have done anything like this. Under the influence of these soothing words, the dog begins to quickly shrink, acquiring familiar outlines. Brandon watches her closely and realizes that the dog has shrunk to the size of an ordinary mongrel. The creepy room disappears again, but Luffy remains and heads towards his beloved pet. He hugs her and tells her that it is not her fault, so she should not blame herself, because the cruelty of fate is to blame. He adds that only the people who pushed them into this trap from which there was no escape are to blame. Brandon recalls that after the report was published, people started saying that the beast will always remain the beast. He emphasizes that these people will never understand how pure the feelings of animals towards their owners are. Brandon realizes that such a loyal dog would not eat his owner's corpse unless he was in a desperate situation. Here, everything is exactly the same as with people, because in history there have been many cases of cannibalism during times of severe famine. From this point of view, there was never as much guilt in the hearts of these people as in this dog. Luffy reassures his pet that everything is fine, and she shouldn't be sad about what happened. He repeats again that he does not blame her for anything and thanks her for returning to avenge him. He also suggests that it must have been very difficult for her to be completely alone all these years. Feeling the warmth of his dog, he says that he should have come to her much earlier and calmed her down. After a while, the dog turns into an energy cloud and dissolves into thin air in Luffy's arms. The same thing happens with its outer frame, which was in the ordinary world. Brandon hears the dog's joyful bark and Luffy's voice, thanking him for being able to save them. Two spirits belonging to the dog and Luffy appear behind him and then rush upward. After this, they both quickly run away in an unknown direction to spend the rest of their days together. Brandon reflects on how Luffy died, leaving behind a legacy of hatred and resentment towards his comrades. However, this accumulation did not dissipate even after the death of those who hurt him, because he was waiting for someone who could free his dog. Brandon also notes that the poor dog, having found herself on the brink of death, sensed an evil that surpassed even Kane's disciples. Brandon realizes that she ended up being more miserable than even Luffy himself because of what she had to go through. Brandon reflects on the fact that this dog was trapped in a dark room full of suffering and mental anguish for 700 years. Brandon thinks that this dog, like these people, had nothing to do with Kane, and everything happened because of human nature. He expresses confidence that he will have to face similar atrocities more than once. After this, he looks at his hand and discovers that a strange talisman has appeared there, similar to someone's eye. The system entity tells him that he has finally found the first piece of the Doomsday puzzle. The entity also tells him that once he finds the 4 fragments, he will receive a boost to all 4 zones. Brandon realizes that once he can solve this puzzle, it will be a real victory. He reflects that if he were to gather all the information he has, he could make a bold guess. In this scenario, the zoo is the eye, while other areas can be found to contain further puzzle pieces. According to his assumption, the fragment is located in the circus, which is quite far from here. He suggests that the amusement park should have a mouth, as that is the most logical location for this feature. In turn, the House of Horrors contains a puzzle piece that will give him the nose from an unknown statue. He also suggests that if he assembles 4 pieces of the puzzle, these zones will become habitable. Systemic Talent says that all of this is fragments of one whole, which is also a part of something. Now he has the ability to not worry about the attacks of the Fallen in this zone, but he himself cannot attack them either. Brandon is thinking about heading out to conquer new zones, but there are a few things he needs to check first. He turns to look at the giant lion and studies it carefully with his inquisitive gaze, trying to figure out what to do. He decides to try out his new skill on him, which is called Fallen Purification. He takes out the class and tries to point it at the lion, who is sleeping peacefully, unaware of what awaits him. Brandon quickly realizes that if he returns it to its previous state, it will die quite quickly. The system talent means that this cat can be taken with you and used as a mount. Brandon realizes that this creature will indeed be very fast, but it will also attract a lot of attention. Brandon asks the talent what will happen if he collects more pieces after completing the puzzle. The systemic talent says that he already understands everything, so there is no point in answering. Brandon sits on the lion and reflects that if he collects all the fragments, it will make the world a livable place. However, after he orders the kitten to take him to a certain place, for some reason he stops in place. The system talent laughs at him, saying that the kitten is so scared that he has his own view and will not obey. Brandon realizes that he has been plagued by the war lust from the start, and is now forbidden from fighting the Fallen. He realizes that this is a trap, and now he won't be able to raise his level no matter how hard he tries. From this point of view, there is nothing to worry about, because this zone has already become his place for safety and pumping. The system entity tells him that he will not be able to be here without any obstacles, because there is one problem. The problem is that he will first have to go through the zones that Kane has entered there. Brandon remembers that last time he followed Kane's plan and walked the perfect path. He realizes that he definitely needs to get stronger before he can take on Kane's next disciples. Despite this, he decides to stay here for a while longer to improve his skills. He also recalls being told that Howard once received over 100 interferences. He has a shortcut in the form of his war lust, so he can test his capabilities very quickly. To test this theory, he heads to the park, ignoring the system talent. He sits down on the bench and waits for the countdown, after which he activates the teleportation disc. According to his plan, if the talent knocks him out, he will simply move to the tower, and if not, he will cancel the teleportation. In this regard, absolutely nothing can go wrong, since everything has been calculated down to the smallest detail. Brandon is prepared to cancel the teleportation at any moment if the interference is normal. The countdown ends, and he immediately feels changes in his body that make it difficult to move. This disturbance is called gravity imbalance, and his body becomes either weightless or incredibly heavy. Brandon quickly gets back on his feet and says that his body has already quickly adapted to this illness. The thing is that he already received the confusion hindrance last time, so he has experience in overcoming such effects. 12 minutes later, he gains light disability and fear, and daylight will now burn his skin. Brandon continues to walk calmly down the street, his skin completely covered by clothes and masks. After some time, he gets a debuff that prevents him from disconnecting a friend from an enemy, but he is alone here, so it's not a big deal. After some time, He gets a weakening in the form of eternal hunger, but this is also an easily solved problem. For a period of time, he receives a debuff that states that if he does not constantly speak, he will die. Brandon realizes that this is not such a serious test for him, since he loves to talk. 7 hours later, he gets another handicap, which is an unquenchable thirst for blood and brutal murders. The system tells him that every 7 minutes, if he doesn't kill someone, he will get a weakening. Brandon realizes that this is impossible to overcome, because he cannot engage in combat with the fallen. The system talent tells him that if we compare it with the rules, the interference lasts for 4 hours, and then lasted for 5 days. Brandon also notes that his companion power has gone up a few more levels, which is a very good result. Brandon realizes that this is his first foray into leveling up, as he wouldn't be able to achieve Howard's results right away. After this, he activates the return disc and decides to return to the tower. The system evaluates his performance in this area and says that he did surprisingly well, even though he had not studied everything. He is also informed that the guardians of other zones will test not only his mental abilities. Brandon wonders what this all means, but after a few moments, his body completely evaporates. Meanwhile, we are transported to the south district of the lower floor of the tower, where Brandon has been living for some time. Cherry opens the door to his apartment and walks inside, hoping that he can quickly turn on the light and see her. Howard and Lincoln come in with her, deciding to visit their friend and noting that his place is clean. Lincoln claims he's been living here for a short time, so this isn't surprising at all. Cherry views Lincoln as just another target to be lured in with her incredible charm. She compliments him, saying that he must have a hard time taking care of himself, but he calls her ugly. After this, he asks her not to disturb him, as he is very busy, which leaves her in a very disadvantageous position. She is trying to figure out how many more insults she will have to endure in order to elevate herself to wealth. The inner demon tells her that she can't relax, since Brandon suddenly interrupted the broadcast. She claims that out of the kindness of her heart she decided to save him, and instead of a word of gratitude she received 4 hours of interrogation. She wonders, and then whether she was at fault at all, if she acted solely out of good intentions. Her inner demon tells us that she has gone through an incredible amount of suffering for him. She also discovers that the men she observes are very promising. However, to her great misfortune, they are all interested in completely different things. Cherry wonders why all the good guys act cheap and don't let themselves be manipulated. Her inner demon tells her that Brandon behaves exactly the same way and constantly pushes her away. Howard suddenly turns to her and asks what she thinks about what he proposed to her. Cherry asks him what he means, and he states that he doesn't trust strangers and tries to make them his own. He says that if she knows about Brandon's dealings, then she can join the 7th Detachment of the Foreign Intelligence Corps. Cherry understands that this is an offer she can't refuse, because there are a lot of good quality men there. She immediately begins to shake Howard's hand and says that of course she agrees to join him. Howard quickly removes his hand and says that from now on they will report their broadcasts directly to him. Cherry says that now he will be the first one to know about Brandon's every step because of her lips. The door to the apartment suddenly opens, and they immediately turn around to see who has come here. Howard, with his usual look however, can detect a slight surprise at such a crowd. After a few seconds of intense silence, he asks them what they are doing there, assuming they are playing mahjong. Cherry happily runs to meet him, and says that today's broadcast knocked everyone out. Brandon spots Howard and wonders what he's doing here at such a late hour. After this, he looks out from behind Cherry and asks him what happened, and why he suddenly decided to find him. Cherry says that it is impossible to demonstratively ignore the girl like that, and Brandon just brushes her off. Howard says the paperwork has been approved, so all the formalities are finally over. He states that they have finally been granted the rights of second-order aristocrats, and can now ascend to higher floors. Lincoln states that they can use all the entertainment facilities on the 3rd floor. Cherry sees this as a great opportunity to get some rare items, but Lincoln warns that it's a very restrictive pass. He adds that you can buy various things, but they will cost 25% more, and this breaks Cherry's heart. She immediately approaches Brandon and says that she has changed her mind, and that he does not have to buy anything there at that price. Brandon is surprised that the poor who somehow made it to the 3rd floor will have to pay even more. He adds that in this situation the poor will get poorer, and the rich will get even richer, and this is surprising. Howard says he doesn't know what else to advise him, and asks him to stay away from serious problems. Brandon reflects on the fact that on the 3rd floor, everything works the same way as in the Middle Ages, and there is no need to talk about fairness. Lincoln adds that on this mission, they will be working alongside the professionals of the Correctional Corps. He also says that they will send people of at least level 2. Such fighters are highly valued. Brandon also decides to share his progress, and says that he has reached the 9th step of the 2nd level. A silent silence falls over the room as no one can believe he was able to level up so quickly. Lincoln is the first to start screaming and asks him what he said, hoping he just misheard. Brandon repeats that he is now at the 9th step of the 2nd level, which surprises the others even more. Brandon also says that the next time he goes outside the tower, he will be able to go up to the 3rd level. Lincoln says that this is just a mockery, because it took him about half a year to raise the 3rd level. Brandon says the secret to his success is that he has developed a lust for war and a thirst for blood. Howard reflects on the fact that level 3 is considered a passing grade for the entire Foreign Intelligence Corps. Lincoln enviously says that this is not an easy obstacle to deal with, and asks how long he lasted. Brandon, as if nothing had happened, says that he spent about 7 hours there, and this caused an explosive increase in the level. Brandon also turns to Howard and offers to talk about the pressing matter, after which he asks what awaits them in this matter. Howard says in a tired tone that this case turned out to be much more complicated than he initially expected. He says that this case is actually a kidnapping case, which is not so easy to investigate. Brandon assumes that this is a case of the kidnapping of some aristocrat, whom they are trying to find at all costs. Howard says that this is not an ordinary aristocrat, and he belongs to the ruling class of the 4th floor, but his parents are from the 5th floor. Brandon asks in surprise if the aristocrat from the 4th floor and his parents from the 5th were really kidnapped by people from the 3rd floor. Brandon says the case is too complicated, and Howard states that he doesn't know much about the 5th floor. He adds that he was able to find out that many children of aristocrats from the 5th floor live on the 4th floor. Brandon says that in order to get to the 5th floor, certain conditions must be met. Cherry wonders why, in that case, this man was kidnapped on the 3rd floor, because it defies logic. Howard says the reason the child ended up on the 3rd floor is actually very simple and prosaic. He claims that only there is a psychiatric hospital, the services of which this child desperately needed. He adds that their target is the daughter of a man on the 5th government floor, and she is mentally ill. He also states that this girl recently disappeared under unclear circumstances, which remain a mystery. Brandon and the system exchange a few comments about the risks of another visit to the mental hospital. Brandon asks if they have any information on the victim, and Howard replies that she belongs to the Correctional Corps. Brandon realizes that this means that the information is not easy to obtain, and this gives him another idea. He says that on paper they help the Corps, but in reality they are in direct competition with it for this matter. Howard confirms his suspicions, and Lincoln asks if he realizes what kind of swamp they just wandered into. Brandon says he's going to have a tough time against this deadly Corps and asks for evidence. Howard says they know the location of this hospital, and that the disappearance happened a week ago. Brandon asks if they have any evidence from the mental hospital, like security footage. Howard shakes his head, then says that they did have that evidence in the first place. Brandon asks what this all means, although deep down he already knows where this is going. Howard says the Correctional Corps destroyed the evidence to keep it out of the hands of a competitor. He also states that they made a copy for themselves, but they are not going to share this data with them. Lincoln says this is common practice and has happened more than once, adding that the elite are involved. There is another long silence in the room as everyone has to think about what to do next. Brandon says that the captain already mentioned some clues that the hull does have. He wonders if they could be used, but Howard immediately states that it is practically impossible. He says that their intelligence department is on the 4th floor, and it is impossible to get there. The system entity tells the protagonist that, just like last time, this quest has a terrible start. Brandon says that to sum it up, it's been a week since the girl went missing, and the number of streets is limited. He suggests that their target may be on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, but the investigation can only be carried out on the 3rd. Brandon says that given that the evidence is on the 4th floor, the case is impossible to solve. He asks his captain if they can just abandon him, but he states that it can no longer be done. After this, the captain smiles and says that, among other things, he believes in Brandon's exceptional talent. Brandon asks him if the captain didn't listen at all to his logical arguments about the impossibility of an investigation. However, the system recommends that he take an acting course, because his face reveals his true intentions. Brandon suddenly asks why they brought Lincoln here, since he was never known for his detective skills. He adds that, based on his observations, Ingrid would be a much better fit here, as she has greater intelligence. Lincoln smiles and says that when dealing with these kinds of people, you can't rely on intelligence alone. Howard says that Lincoln is very good at swearing and can be downright unbearable at times. After this, he makes a short verdict, saying that Ingrid is completely incapable of swearing and being firm. Brandon remembers that the captain used to tell him that Lincoln treats outsiders 10 times worse than his own. Cherry says this makes sense, because such a person is always needed to deal with difficult colleagues. Brandon accepts the captain's point of view, and says that in that case, Lincoln would be very useful. Howard says that this meeting can be concluded, since he has already said everything he wanted to. Looking at his watch, he recommends that they get a good rest, as they will have a busy day tomorrow. As soon as they leave the apartment, Howard says that they will meet tomorrow at the elevator, and they cannot be late there. After this, they do not close the door behind them, leaving Brandon alone with Cherry and Ray so that they can discuss their business. Brandon looks at them with agreement and asks why they are still here when they were supposed to leave. Cherry shows him the chart, saying that their broadcast today had incredible revenue and amazing growth. He adds that their statistics are growing by leaps and bounds, and this is a real information bomb in every sense. The next morning, he makes his way to the elevator to meet his comrades on the 3rd floor. This elevator looks like a huge industrial complex, but this is because it carries large loads. There are a large number of working people here, as well as businessmen who are trying to take care of their affairs. Brandon, Lincoln, Howard, and Ray are also inside and looking around carefully just in case. Brandon turns to his captain and says he would like to know something, and he gives him permission to ask. He asks why the Correctional Corps is not afraid of them if the Intelligence Corps is better armed. Howard says that the middle and lower ranks of the Army's disciplinary corps are indeed inferior to the Intelligence Corps. After this, he emphasizes that, unfortunately or fortunately, the overall combat power of the Pacific Corps is in no way inferior to them. Howard says the structure of the Correctional Corps is, on average, similar to the structure of the Intelligence Corps. He says that as a whole organization they are stronger, but their top brass has always defeated the top brass of intelligence. Lincoln also says that a tournament is held between their corps every year to determine who is the strongest. He adds that last year, 11 of the 16 members of the Foreign Intelligence Corps lost to their opponents. He also says that all the captains of the Severance Corps unit have a strength of level 5 or 6. Lincoln says that every year new blood joins the Corps and they have a lot of promising newcomers. He states that this is the inauguration of the captains, and none of these corps have taken first place in the annual tournament. Brandon learns that the captain has held first place for the last 2 years, and this gives him some thoughts regarding the tournament. Brandon reflects on the fact that he noticed several suspicious points in Lincoln's words. He muses that if all the captains of the straitjacket are level 5 and 6, it doesn't change anything. He suggests that the problem is that their talents far exceed those of the captains of the Intelligence Corps. Brandon points out that only a monster like Howard could defend the Corps' dignity twice in a row. Brandon wonders why there are so many recruits with rare talents in the Correctional Corps. He muses that it must be because they are all aristocrats from the 5th and 6th floors. When he arrives on the 3rd floor, he suspects that there is definitely some connection, but it is difficult to unravel. Meanwhile, we finally move to the 3rd floor, which looks like a metropolis with a factory district. Brandon steps out of the elevator and looks around to immediately notice anything interesting. Brandon discovers a large number of expensive cars here, as well as well-made roads. There are also quite a few high-rise buildings here that look like they cost millions to build. Lincoln asks him to act more civilized and not stare at everything like a redneck. A car stops next to them and says that it can take them to the right place. The systemic talent tells the protagonist that a clear division of social strata flourishes here. Howard decides to stall for time by stopping a taxi with a slight gesture of his hand. He tells his comrades to get inside, adding that they will be sent straight to a mental hospital. After some time, they find themselves next to a guarded gate, near which 2 employees are standing. Howard says it's actually a rehabilitation center, but it's most often referred to as a mental hospital. Brandon speculates that the 9th mental hospital might have looked like this center in its day. 2 correctional officers immediately begin to mock them and tease Howard about his height. Lincoln smiles and says that they saw each other recently, but the hair on the captain's head became so thick that he shaved it off again. He even expresses envy towards him, saying that he has to take much more care of his hair. One of the assistants asks him how he dares to insult the captain of the Correctional Corps and calls him uncouth. Lincoln says he didn't mean to insult anyone, he was just expressing admiration for the captain's incredible hairstyle. After this, he lets out a couple of insults towards his opponent, who rushes forward to hit him. This blow is intercepted almost instantly without any problems, and all the inertia from it goes to waste. Howard squeezes his opponent's hand tightly and says that Lincoln should behave more decently. He adds that they came here to conduct an investigation, and they don't have time for kindergarten. The angry employee breaks free from the hold and says that he has heard enough and will not continue to fight. He also tells them that they were sent here only to mock them, and they will find nothing. He also claims that the Foreign Intelligence Corps is a bunch of brainless fools who need to be dispersed. He asks them if they really want praise from the higher-ups so much that they have taken part in this matter. Brandon muses that these people picked the perfect time to come here, when the evidence had already been destroyed. He also realizes that the 2 have come here to suppress their captain, and there are more people working on this case. He smiles and suggests that they came here expecting 4 opponents, but they didn't take his presence into account. After this, he walks forward with a smile, showing with his whole appearance that he is ready to take the initiative in negotiations. One of the captains looks at him in surprise and asks who he is, assuming that he is another newcomer. Brandon immediately goes on the attack, but this captain, nicknamed Donald, says that he has been wearing this ring for a long time. He also points out that his tie is crooked, meaning his wife doesn't have time to tidy it up. He also asks him why he suddenly smells like 2 different perfumes, adding that it is not typical. He says he knew a bald guy who loved to have fun, but that's not a proper life for a captain. His squad simply silently watches what is happening, but decides not to interfere. Donald asks him in surprise what nonsense he is talking about, after which he calls him a pathetic brat. Brandon walks around behind him and says he thinks he's telling the truth, and discovers a kiss mark. He advises him to be more careful, as the kiss mark on the back of the neck is easily visible. Brandon advises to pay close attention to the tracks, since in this case any mistake could be fatal. He also notes that if this kiss is quite big, he apparently knows a lot about girls, but his wife is unlikely to know about this. Donald is shocked, looks at him and asks what this baseless accusation is, calling on him to stop talking nonsense. Brandon says it's just a joke and not to be taken seriously, but he's very talkative. He claims that if someone's important secret fell into his hands, then within 3 days everyone on the lower floors would know about it. After this, he puts his hand on his shoulder and says that there is one thing that can be done to avoid problems. He states that if the captain will now be polite and begin to cooperate, he will find the strength to forget his secret. He also tells him that he has no evidence, but his wife is probably a very stern woman. After the captain learns that he is putting his life at such risk, he immediately becomes ill and falls to his knees. His assistant asks if everything is okay, after which he recommends taking a short break in the fresh air. Brandon and his comrades decide to take advantage of the moment to continue on with their business. Lincoln doesn't miss the opportunity to show them an obscene gesture, knowing that there will be no consequences for it. After this, he does not go inside, but is given the opportunity to surrender himself to the beauty of this amazing rehabilitation center. Brandon takes a closer look at what's inside, and it gives him some disturbing thoughts. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a loud whine from Lincoln, but this time he doesn't intend to scold him. With a smile on his face, he says that it was quite good, and he really has a talent for scaring all sorts of scoundrels. Brandon says he didn't know Lincoln was physically capable of praising someone instead of insulting them. Lincoln chuckles and says he will overlook his insult, but only because he was too nice. After this, he turns to Ray and says that he shouldn't get too close to this fool. After some time, they stop near a giant gate, behind which is the entrance to the main building of the hospital. Brandon says the rehab center appears to have a very rich and long history. He adds that while the people outside might be considered patients at a stretch, things get stranger from there. He says the walls of the center look like they belong in a real prison, not an elite hospital. Howard says such mental hospitals could be used as a political tool. Brandon wonders if there are a lot of political prisoners in this hospital, but Howard doesn't answer. He only says that at one time the people who were here were indeed big political bigwigs. After a while, he approaches a giant door and shows his official ID. He successfully passes the test and is granted access to the tower's psychiatric rehabilitation center. Howard tells his comrades not to be afraid of anything and to move on, and smiles appear on their faces. Brandon receives information that the walls are 6 meters thick and will be almost impossible to break through. Brandon muses that if the hospital is so well fortified, the girl wouldn't have been able to escape on her own. He realizes that things are getting more and more interesting, and the kidnapping version is taking on new nuances. Howard snaps his fingers, asking him why he's frozen in place, and he quickly catches up, saying he was lost in thought. Howard says that from now on, their every move will be watched, so they need to be careful. Brandon smiles and says that this is actually a very good thing and is unlikely to do them any harm. Howard has a rough idea of what he means, but decides not to answer. After they get out of the taxi, he says it's time to start his work, and Brandon agrees. After some time, they reach the patients, who are playing checkers with their relentless interlocutor. He is happy that he has once again defeated the teddy bear, who was unable to oppose him in any way. Other patients also look like they're not quite there, and are unlikely to be able to have a normal conversation. Brandon walks calmly past these people, trying not to listen too much to their old nonsense. Brandon understands that these people are not pretending to be crazy, but he still has not met a single doctor. Suddenly, someone shouts loudly and orders them to stop immediately. A man in a hospital gown asks them what building they are from, adding that he hasn't seen them before. Howard is glad that he has finally found at least someone adequate, and tries to introduce himself by name. Brandon puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him that there is no need to go on like that, because he is not even a doctor. A few moments later, a nurse appears behind the man, shouting loudly at him. She grabs him by the collar and says that she has warned him many times not to touch the manager's robes. Lincoln realizes that all this time they have been dealing with a madman who stole doctors' coats and pretended to be a doctor. Brandon suddenly smiles and says that the situation is taking an even more interesting turn. The girl suddenly apologizes for the patients and says that he often plays pranks like this, after which she asks who they are. Howard states that they are from the Foreign Intelligence Corps and are investigating the kidnapping of Mrs. Yin. The girl apologizes to them and says that this girl's room was on the 6th floor of the hospital. Brandon, to everyone's surprise, compliments the girl's breast size. The girl turns around and says that they should follow her, declaring that she will definitely see them off. Brandon, to the further surprise of the others, compliments the girl's figure with incredible enthusiasm. As soon as he gets into the elevator, he puts his hand on her shoulder and says that she probably plays sports. The girl says she has too much work, and Brandon says she has a great figure and everything. Ray watches as his boss tries his best to hit on the girl, giving her compliments. Lincoln, in turn, does not quite understand why he is doing this, and is trying to figure out what came over him. After some time, they finally arrive on the 6th floor out of 18, and the nurse says that she has a lot of things to do. Immediately after this, she enters the elevator, bows to them, and leaves for an unknown floor. Brandon says that the girl would look better in a white coat, and Lincoln asks him what's going on. Brandon smiles and says that Lincoln thinks too simply and cannot understand obvious techniques. Howard turns to him and says that the investigation comes first now, and they can talk later. Brandon says there's something that needs to be done before they enter the room and calls Ray over. Ray looks at him in surprise, after which he receives an order to go into another room to check the soundproofing. After 5 minutes, they are finished with fantastic results. Brandon and Ray say they couldn't hear anything going on in the next room or the hallway. Ray claims that the soundproofing in these rooms is too good, and it is almost impossible to hear anything from inside. Howard says the conditions inside the chambers are unclear, and Brandon asks if he has any information. Howard says that the kidnapped Lorie Yin was in room 618, and the neighboring rooms were also occupied. He also says that the 4th patient on this floor was lying quite far from the target, and was in room 64. Lincoln concludes that the target had neighbors, which is good because now they can be interrogated to find out the details. Ray says the nurse who brought them here might know something, and they can get clues by questioning the staff. Lincoln claims that those guys from the Correctional Corps have long since gotten their hands on all the important evidence. Brandon says that now he will tell them why the Restraining Corps allowed them to explore this hospital. After this, he declares that the madman they encountered on the 1st floor is a real doctor. He also tells them that the nurse deliberately made him look crazy in order to drag him away. Lincoln asks him if he is sure about this, trying to figure out where he got this information. Brandon adds that the answer to this question is quite obvious and lies on the surface. He says that it was not in vain that they built high and thick walls so that no one could get out of here. He assumes that doctors are located outside the wall and monitor the situation through CCTV cameras. He also says that this place is only there to drive people crazy, not to heal. He also notes that he tried so hard to pester his sister, but she did not react, as if she had gotten too into her role. Lincoln asks him, surprised, if this means he was just pretending when he was making such a brazen advance towards her. Brandon says with a smile that he wasn't actually pretending at all and really meant what he thought. With incredible enthusiasm and poetic delight, he says that he really likes long female breasts. Brandon approaches the room of one of Lorie's neighbors and knocks loudly to get attention. He greets the man and asks if he could open the door for them to answer a few questions. The system tells them that in this room, there is a person who suffers from melancholy syndrome. Lincoln, meanwhile, asks his captain if Brandon thinks he's talking to someone important. Brandon, meanwhile, discovers that there is a camera behind him that is constantly monitoring his actions. After some time, the door opens and the man asks him if he came here from the era of 700 years ago. Looking at him, he declares that he comes from the past and was transported here into the body of this madman. He begins to furiously explain that everyone thinks he has problems with his head, but in fact he needs to escape. Brandon looks into his room and discovers books on the secret agent's time travels. Lincoln says he thought they might get at least some useful information. Brandon suddenly asks the madman if he found the key to the portal to escape from here. Lincoln wonders what the hell he's talking about while Howard smiles silently. The madman asks him if Brandon really believed that he came here from the past. Brandon immediately puts his finger to his lips and asks him to speak as quietly as possible so as not to break the conspiracy. He says that fortunately there is no one here except them, otherwise they might take him for a madman. He says that he always knew that the association of space and time would not forget about him and would return. Brandon says that first they need to find the portal that was hidden in the room next door. The psycho says that it is simply terrible, because he could not imagine that Mrs. Marlene would disappear like this. Brandon realizes that this is not a real name and says that he cannot do without this girl. He asks to tell him what happened, and he begins to invent a long story, full of details. Lincoln says he doesn't understand at all how he managed to adapt to a madman. Ray says the correctional officers only left the two witnesses alone because they couldn't communicate. He also says that some people, such as the mentally ill, unconsciously filter out the words of their interlocutors. From his point of view, if you don't speak to such a person in their language, no dialogue will take place. 10 minutes later, Brandon thanks the newcomer for the valuable information, after which he states that they will return for him. After he closes the doors, he is asked if he is tired or if he learned something interesting, and he declares that he did. He adds that their target was sociable, worked little, drew regularly, and constantly wrote everything down. After this, they turn around and head to the next room, where the next neighbor lives. Brandon approaches the required room, knocks carefully, and says that they need to talk. The door is opened by a giant hunk who looks at him in surprise and speaks in his own language. Brandon gets a notification that this is a former soldier who was pushed here and driven crazy. Brandon realizes that it will be very difficult to negotiate with such people, and then closes the door. Meanwhile, we are transported to the 3rd floor of the tower, in the Correctional Corps unit. All of this is being observed by the 3rd Division and its captain, who has a particular dislike for the scouts. Donald, who came running here, says that this young man will cause him much more trouble than Howard. He adds that this newcomer is very good at investigating crimes and has amazing deduction. The captain says that there are even better clues. The researchers can only observe what is happening from the sidelines. However, he comes to the conclusion that if this man is so good, he should be lured here. Donald says that if he becomes one of them, he won't have to worry about spilling the beans. After this, he wonders how to dig under him, because they don't know anything about him. The captain states that everyone has strengths and weaknesses, and they will simply let them work in peace. He also says that they fell into their trap as soon as they entered the hospital grounds, and they may be followed. The captain asks Donald what he thinks is the man's greatest strength. Donald says the guy is smart and insightful, and is essentially the brains of the team. He also states that this boy is incredibly lustful, while the camera begins to broadcast their conversation. Lincoln is surprised that Brandon already has a couple of clues on how to solve this case. Lincoln says that the correctional ward has long since cleared out all possible evidence, and there is nothing left here. Brandon reassures him, saying that according to his information, he has already found something, but the recording ends. Donald wonders why there is constant interference today, suggesting that the camera is broken. The captain reassures him, saying that the man just said he found some olive. Donald says that it is simply impossible, since they left only the most ordinary things in the room. The captain suggests that, apparently, this was not enough to confuse such a genius. He suggests that the Foreign Intelligence Corps has acquired a truly capable recruit into its ranks. Afterwards, he asks how things are going on the 4th floor, and Donald states that there is progress. He says that apparently the lady maintained contact with some person who had a high position in the center. The captain says this is useful information, but feels that something is clearly wrong. He turns to his comrade and says that first they need to check everything there is on this newcomer. Donald says with a smile that he has been doing this since the first meeting, so he has already dug up some information. Donald looks happily at his subordinate and says that he did not expect such serious efficiency from him. Meanwhile, we are transported back to this room 10 minutes ago to understand how everything happened here. Brandon discovers a cat figurine with no ears, and the system talents say that some monster did it. On the bed, he finds nothing interesting except a large plush shark, which is popular. Lincoln is surprised to see Brandon start sniffing the blanket for some reason, and asks what he's doing. After this, he starts hugging the shark, and Lincoln assumes that he is having a schizophrenic attack. Brandon says it's actually bait and a temporary measure to confuse opponents. He also says that he found something interesting, and Lincoln asks what exactly he was able to find in this room. Ray says there's something fishy going on here, because all these items can create a psychological profile of the target. Brandon heads to the desk and says he's almost right about those toys. He adds that the target had books in the closet, which means she reread something from time to time. After this, he runs his fingers between several books and selects the one that contains useful information. Brandon says that all of these books, oddly enough, are connected to going beyond the tower, which means their purpose was to get out. Ray discovers another clue and asks everyone to come to the mirror where something is drawn in red lipstick. Brandon asks him to sit in front of the mirror and look at himself. Then he will understand absolutely everything. Ray follows his boss's advice in surprise, trying to figure out what the hidden meaning of this drawing is. As soon as he sits down, he discovers that a fake smile has been drawn with lipstick where his mouth should be. Lincoln says that from the outside it looks creepy, and it is not a fact that this drawing depicts a smile. Brandon says it's all very simple, because there was another book on the shelf that taught him to just smile and find happiness. Brandon also says that the same time agent told him that their target absolutely never smiled. Brandon turns to the captain and asks him why a man who never smiles would do such a thing. Howard looks at him and suggests that this man was probably trying to learn to smile. Brandon wonders why she didn't practice on real people and spent all her time trying to perfect her smile. Brandon suggests that if she never smiled, it means she didn't experience joy or couldn't experience it. Ray says that if a person cannot experience positive emotions, then going outside the tower is mortally dangerous. After that, he asks why she keeps thinking about it, and how she could have gotten out at all if the walls here are so thick. Brandon says the walls are too high and the staff hardly ever let patients out. After this, he immediately puts the book on the table and turns off the wave interference that he received while at the zoo. Brandon did this on purpose to confuse observers and put them on a completely false trail. Brandon smiles, hoping that his brilliant plan will still go exactly as he expected. He says that the case really turned out to be not so complicated, and he already has some leads. The captain of the Correctional Corps watches what is happening with interest and tries to understand where this will lead him. Brandon and his squad go out into the hallway, and he says that now their competitors will try to find out about him. Howard says that he's already taken care of that, and Lincoln asks where they're going next. Brandon states that they need to meet with their target's third neighbor, who is located farthest away from everyone else. Suddenly they begin to hear loud screams that a fallen one has entered the room. Howard immediately says that this is impossible, since once the fallen one enters the tower's territory, he is instantly destroyed. Lincoln claims that some unknown force is destroying him, and Brandon asks him if he is sure about that. Howard, despite this, decides to act faster, since something may have changed significantly recently. Quite quickly, he comes across an unfortunate patient who says that a terrible fallen one has appeared before him. Howard is immediately at his side, ready to defend himself, and carefully analyzes the threat. However, as soon as his comrades reach the captain, it becomes clear that it was a false alarm. Brandon takes a closer look at the so-called threat that this patient was so afraid of, and realizes that there was too much noise. Although the person in front of him looks quite unpleasant, this still does not mean that he has fallen. Suddenly the elevator opens, and several orderlies come out and say that the patient needs to be taken to the lab. The patient tries to avoid them by saying that he is not fallen or crazy, but an internet celebrity. Lincoln realizes that these doctors are also crazy and are just pretending to be busy. Brandon turns around abruptly and says that they have learned everything they can, and now they must return home. Lincoln asks him what he was able to find out, and Brandon states that the most important thing is that the evidence was at the entrance. He assumes they've probably been cleared out by now, and Ray asks if they should still question the staff. Brandon says their target has either already left the tower, or is still on the third floor. He also says that all this can be easily determined by asking whether a girl who is 165 centimeters tall has left the tower. When asked how he determined her height and weight, Brandon states that it can be determined by the height of that smile on the mirror. Brandon says he's tired of explaining the obvious, and Howard asks what to do if she's still here. Brandon says he's also more inclined to believe that if she left the tower, she would have left a trace. He also states that these records would have been in the reports of the inspection team leaving the tower. Brandon says that if she didn't leave the tower, then all the keys and solutions to this case lie in the hands of the Correctional Corps. Brandon says that they are in no hurry and can wait a little while, and Howard asks if they need to wait. Brandon states that for the Correctional Corps, suppressing the captain and losing face is more important than solving the case. Afterwards, he says that if they had the chance to do two things at once, they wouldn't be able to resist. After a while, the elevator arrives on the first floor, and Brandon says that he needs to take care of some personal matters. With these words, he leaves and says that he heard that beautiful girls work in the outside entertainment establishments. He also says that one of his friends really wanted to look at them, and he cannot resist such a temptation. Lincoln says that there is no point in dragging some friend into this, because everyone understands perfectly well what is being discussed. Brandon says goodbye to his friends, saying that it would be better if they separated for a while. He also says that if possible, it is necessary to organize surveillance of the place of disappearance. From his point of view, some evidence could still remain there, and the Correctional Corps would certainly come there. After this, he calmly walks away towards an unknown establishment with unknown purposes. Lincoln asks the captain what they will do next, and he directs Ray to the courtyard. He adds that it is necessary to question patients to find out at least some clues. After this, he turns to Lincoln and says that they must return to the 6th floor to continue the matter. Howard also says that they were never able to interrogate the last patient from the fallen that suddenly appeared. He turns around decisively and says that this is exactly what they will do while they have free time. After some time, they reach the chamber, which turns out to be chained so that no one can get out. Lincoln says that they were supposed to pass by this door, but he didn't notice that it was like that. He assumes that there is a rather violent patient inside, when suddenly screams begin to come from there. The strangers say that he is not crazy, orders the door to be opened, and Lincoln looks at Howard skeptically. Howard waits a few moments, after which he gives the command to finally open the door and let the patient through. Lincoln touches the chains to use his special talents to quickly unlock them. In just a few moments, he decides to use his power to remove all the chains. He says it wasn't that difficult, ignoring security measures and being close to the door. A few moments later, the door flies off its hinges and heads towards Lincoln at great speed. It turns out that the patient was so strong that he was able to knock her out with one blow of his hand. Immediately after this, he says that he finally managed to get out of this damned place. Lincoln clears his throat and says that a little more, and he could have given his life under this rubble. Meanwhile, a giant hunk comes out to meet Howard, who says that everything went according to that man's plan. Howard says that not everyone is capable of seriously injuring a 5th-level master with one blow, and apparently, this is all a setup. The bully praises Howard's quick thinking, saying that someone paid him well to finish him off here. Howard wonders in his mind who it could be, then states that he is unlikely to get a straight answer. He also states that it won't be that easy to fight him, but the brute claims that he has the right talents. Howard turns to Lincoln and says that if he can move, he should destroy all the nearby cameras. Howard says he's in a bit of a hurry, so he suggests starting this battle faster. Meanwhile, we are transported to the office of the captain of the 3rd Division of the Correctional Corps. Donald turns to the captain and asks him whose idea it was, and he immediately replies that they didn't do it. He argues that no one would declare war so openly, and besides, he doesn't recognize this big guy. The captain suggests that it could be someone who is closely connected to the so-called organization that operates in the tower. The cameras are destroyed fairly quickly, but they still have the ability to monitor them through sound. Lincoln managed to destroy all the cameras with just a couple of well-placed throws of his razor-sharp knives. Lincoln tells his captain that the extra observers are gone, and that they can begin calmly. The bruiser says that Howard's talent is the ultimate shadow, which allows him to move very quickly. He adds that, together with Lincoln, they are the sword and shield of the Foreign Intelligence Corps. But today, everything will be different. The brute menacingly declares that he has a special set of skills against Howard, and immediately turns them on him. Howard notes that his opponent's talent is most likely the ability to manipulate gravity and limit mobility. Howard notes that his enemy has other talents that could weaken him, but that it will have little effect. The brute says that these will be his last words, after which he turns his body into steel and rushes into the attack. Howard dodges with incredible ease, as if all the weakening aimed at him was in vain. He still hasn't even drawn his weapon to fight this enemy, and that says a lot. The steel bully wonders how he managed to miss in such an obvious situation. Howard notes that he did not expect to meet in front of him a person with 3 talents, 2 of which are rare. He also adds that he already has some guesses about who hired him, but it would be better if the thug himself confesses. The brute becomes enraged and throws a few more punches in the hopes of hitting Howard, but all to no avail. He menacingly calls him a damned shorty, while the restraining corps can only watch. Donald asks the captain what they should do, and apparently Howard is doing very well. The captain says that this is a completely logical outcome of the development of events, because this man is very strong. Donald asks him how this is even possible if they picked a practically perfect opponent against him. The captain recalls that even the second brother said that this enemy is completely unpredictable. He also states that none of the young geniuses who came down from the 5th floor were able to defeat Howard. He also states that they are almost certain that he has a second talent, which he carefully hides with all his might. He also says that it doesn't matter at the moment when the last fighter with a talent above 100 was dragged to the 6th floor. The captain also says that they agreed with the Foreign Intelligence Corps that they would not inform on each other. He adds that this applies to cases where one of the parties has a person with a very rare talent. Donald asks how to come to an agreement with the Corps, and he says that there are different ways to fight. After this, he adds that even they will not break this rule, since it is too mutually beneficial. He emphasizes that if the young genius stops disappearing without a trace, it will be in the interests of both departments. Donald asks him if Howard is one of those geniuses with incredible talents. The captain says it's highly unlikely, and they're leaning towards him hiding a more modest talent. However, he adds that this talent is not at all useless, as it can greatly improve Howard's performance. Meanwhile, the steel brute continues to rain blows on the captain, but is unable to achieve his goal. He realizes that he only has 3 minutes left to get rid of this shorty. Otherwise, the side effects of the serum he took would immediately drive him completely crazy. Howard advises him to stop, saying that if he continues, there will be bad consequences. He also calls him senior, and the captain overhears this information with great surprise. Lincoln looks closely at the enemy and says that apparently a backlash has begun. The bruiser says that this simply can't be true. No one can move while under the influence of his 2 weakenings. Howard recounts that 2 years before he took office, the best fighters of both corps disappeared without a trace. He asks the big guy if he knows anything about it, but the big guy charges, telling him to shut up. Howard flies into the air, miraculously not taking any serious damage from the attack. Landing on his feet, he says that they all possibly went up to the 4th floor and became members of the Tower God cult. The brute realizes he's been exposed and turns around to deliver the final decisive blow. Howard quickly intercepts his attack and instantly forces him back into human form. He also says that the big guy was once a member of the Foreign Intelligence Corps, so he won't kill him. The bruiser keeps wondering why he can still move even after all the weakening. Howard doesn't address his elder brother by saying that he can truly be called the perfect fighter. However, he adds that this will not be enough and reminds him of what the sequence of talents is. Immediately after this, he delivers a powerful blow directly to his head in order to inflict as much damage as possible. The blow is so severe that the elder is thrown into the air and flies several meters. Lincoln watches his captain and notes that he is indeed too fast for such an enemy. Howard approaches his opponent and says that he has quite powerful talents, but wasted them. The elder gets to his feet and asks Howard what he thinks will happen in this life, because he is a fool and an idiot. Once again, he imbues his skin with steel and says that their leader is the son of the true god. After this, he rushes forward and says that he has no right to insult him in any way and hope that he will not be killed. Howard makes an incredibly fast rebound to paralyze his opponent. With one powerful blow, he causes him to lose consciousness and return to his human form again. Lincoln looks at the big guy's body in surprise and wonders how he was able to neutralize him so quickly, but he also asks the captain what this organization called the Cult of the Tower God is that he spoke of. Howard turns and looks at him carefully, as if trying to decide whether to tell him about this now. He says that when the end of the world came, all strata of the population, including those on the upper floors, experienced and suffered. He adds that the Tower God cult was one of the religions that believed in the patronage of people from the 6th floor. Howard also says that very little is known about this cult, and he only knows that it is very dangerous. After this, he turns around and says that the numbers, economic strength, and other indicators are still a secret. Meanwhile, we are transported to the 3rd floor of the tower to Brandon, who decided to treat himself to a visit to the club. The system tells him that this establishment is definitely researching the highest mission of humanity. Brandon goes inside and then asks if his plan is working, and the system replies that everything is fine. He adds that ever since he left the hospital, this guy has been keeping an eye on him and watching him. Brandon smiles, thinking that he just has to wait for the bigger fish to come along. After that, he goes inside, finds one free seat near the bar, and sits down. The bartender looks at him in surprise and says that he must have come to the wrong place if he wandered in here. Brandon throws a few wads of bills in front of him and says that he just wants to spend some money. He also states that he is completely satisfied with this place, but he can leave if they insist. The bartender smells easy money and understands that this client should not be allowed out under any circumstances. He immediately apologizes to him and says that he has been seeing poorly lately, after which he invites him further. Half an hour later, our hero finds himself in a special room where only VIP clients are located. He hugs 2 girls and says that they must definitely show him how to have a good time. One of them says that he doesn't have to worry because they will take good care of him today. Another girl recommends that he take another sip, and he says that he will do it only for her. Smiling obscenely, he says that he would drink from the hands of such beauties without even blinking an eye. After a while, the handle of the cabin begins to twitch, and the main character realizes that a bigger fish has bitten. As soon as the door opens, the captain of the 3rd squad comes inside and decides to talk to him. Brandon understands that they decided to clean up all the evidence, but now they realize that it would be a good idea to bribe him. The system informs him that in front of him is a man named Martin, who is the best negotiator. He quickly gives the command for the girls to leave the room, and Brandon pretends to be upset. He also pretends to be a very emotional person and asks him how he is going to compensate him for this. Martin introduces himself by name and position and says that he would like to form him into his corps. Brandon sits down on a chair and says that they are on opposite sides of the barricade, so they have nothing to talk about. Martin says it sounded pretty harsh, despite the differences between their corps. Martin also says that he brought some gifts specifically to resolve the differences. After this, he snaps his fingers, and the girl next to him takes off her hat, revealing a beautiful hairstyle. She also takes off her coat, and it becomes clear that this is another employee of this establishment. Brandon pretends to feel sick and asks him what he thinks of the gifts. Brandon says that he initially thought that Martin really hated the correctional ward. Martin smiles and reflects that apparently he has managed to make some progress. Brandon, meanwhile, says his huge gifts have opened his eyes to the reality of the situation. He takes some time to enjoy the girl's curves, and moves on to the next stage of the plan. After a while, Martin orders a bottle of good wine and prepares to continue the negotiations. Brandon talks about how he's surrounded by beautiful girls on one side, but they're too skinny. Immediately after this, he grabs his neighbor and says that he prefers slightly different girls. Playing the pervert perfectly, he says that he prefers curvy and experienced girls. He confidently states that mature women have a figure, beauty, and, most importantly, invaluable experience in communication. Smiling, he says that what he likes most is when he communicates or flirts with someone else's wife. Martin takes note and says that he never knew Brandon liked that kind of thing. He also adds that he must take him to several places that can satisfy his desire. He smiles and says that apparently Brandon turned out to be a pretty nice guy. After this, he decides to slowly get down to business, saying that they should help each other in the investigation. Brandon says he's found out something, but he can't break the gag order. The girl also begins to touch him and says that this problem can definitely be resolved somehow. She states that they have practically become one family, and therefore they should not have any secrets from each other. Brandon says they have determined that their target is approximately 180 centimeters tall and weighs 49 kilograms. He also talks about how she is free-spirited, capricious, and completely incapable of smiling, and Martin is very surprised. He asks him what it all means, and Brandon says that he noticed that she was looking in the mirror a lot. He also adds that she would paint her smile with lipstick, and if she didn't know how to smile, it would be constrained and reserved. He also says that this girl passionately wanted to get out of the tower, and one of the patients helped her with this. Brandon continues to act out the scene and says that she was very interested in methods of fighting the fallen. Brandon leans even lower to kiss the girl, and the system tries to stop him. Martin also clears his throat and says that they need to talk about business first, and Brandon is only glad about this. He understands that the time has come to extract information, and says that he understands the terms of the deal perfectly well. After that, he talks about Lorie having problems controlling her emotions. But that's not the most interesting part. He suggests that the Correctional Corps checked all the records, but the girl seemed to have disappeared. After he receives confirmation of this, Brandon assumes that they read her diary and understood her motives. Smiling, he also says that the analysis of their target's diary probably also yielded nothing, and they were left with nothing. Brandon says the Correctional Corps is going in the wrong direction, and he has some leads that will help. Martin asks him what these leads are and what evidence they need to be supported by. Brandon says that if his team shows him the target's diary, he will share his leads. Immediately after this, he jumps into the girl's arms and says that together, they will solve this case in no time. Martin asks him if he told Howard everything he just learned, calling him Shorty. Brandon muses that even the Measurement Corps knows their captain's nickname, no matter how ridiculous it is. Brandon says he's not sharing the captain's main guesses yet in order to solve the case overnight. After this, he talks about how investigating a case is like a puzzle, and often you need to put all the pieces together to solve it. He says that there are puzzles that can be solved without this, but in their case, unfortunately, this is not the case. Brandon comes to the conclusion that if he understood everything correctly, then Lorie definitely left clues in the diary. Martin clears his throat and says that he is a businessman, so the most important thing for him is honesty and straightforwardness. He also offers a deal where he can rid him of his second-class status once and for all. Brandon pretends to care, and Martin recommends forgetting about work and having a few drinks. Systematic talent indicates that this captain clearly knows how to behave in public and tries to find an approach to everyone. Brandon reflects that this captain has quite a handsome face and is friendly and generous towards his subordinates. He reflects that even if this is all a pretense, it would be worth establishing business relations with such a person. The system says that even the short guy looks much cuter than this turkey, and Brandon decides not to argue. A few hours later, Martin hands him a card for the room and tells him that it is in a good hotel. Brandon reaches for the card, pretending he had a great time and is going to continue. From the outside, it may seem that he has drunk to such a degree that he can no longer function normally. But this is just a mask. Martin looks into his assistant's eyes and tells her that she can take care of him as needed. After this, he says goodbye to him, and Brandon understands that he must move on to the next stage of the operation. The girl tells him that he shouldn't fall asleep, after which she suggests moving to a hotel, and Brandon agrees. However, suddenly he pretends to be nauseous, and if nothing is done, he is about to vomit. He immediately gets up and reports that his health is not the best, after which he runs out of the room. A few moments later, he finds himself in a gateway in order to throw off the tail of surveillance. Brandon reflects on the fact that now he will have to take care of important matters, although the outlook for the night was good. He is going to go to a mental hospital because he would like to have a certain place checked out. However, he suddenly hears footsteps behind him, turns around, and sees a very high-quality man with red hair. The system talent warns him not to look into his eyes, because it is very dangerous. But it is too late. Brandon makes a fatal mistake, and immediately feels his eyes begin to double, and his body go numb. Brandon realizes that he can't even move, despite being at level 2 9th degree. Gradually his eyes begin to wander, and he only manages to notice that this man has extra hands. The criminal, meanwhile, throws it over his shoulder, and Brandon notes that he has strange tattoos. Brandon realizes that this is definitely not Kane's henchman, since his target is the shorty. Meanwhile, the thug says that the goods have been seized and addresses his boss as Madam. Brandon receives a notification that there is a high-ranking official from a religious organization on the other end of the line. The game system advises him to escape from here as quickly as possible, since it is useless to negotiate with these believers. Brandon takes this information into account and notes that it reminds him of something very surprising. Before closing his eyes, he reflects on the fact that that mountain house probably belonged to this very organization. After some time, he comes to his senses and discovers that he is in some kind of basement with a large number of fans. Brandon looks around carefully to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, as this could lead to death. Making sure there is no one near him, he rises carefully, and the system is glad that he has finally started to act. Brandon continues to look around and realizes that this place reminds him of something from his past life. After a few more seconds, he says that it looks very much like some kind of slaughterhouse for cutting up meat. The system says that in a world where even they grow rice, slaughterhouses cannot exist, and recommends taking a closer look. Brandon realizes that these are special conveyor belts for processing human corpses. The system says that some of the bodies were found outside the tower because the cultists believe they are sacred. The system also says that if they don't figure out how to get out of here, they will slowly decompose along with their friends. After a short dialogue with the system, he realizes that they might want to eat him since he survived the blue zone. The system says that he is, after all, the only surviving slave of the mountain house, and everyone is watching him. Brandon checks for security cameras and finds that they are most likely out of order. Brandon muses that if he's already been in someone's pot, it means those people follow some kind of ritual. He comes to the conclusion that this is a favorable situation, and he remembers that he was kidnapped right off the street. This means that their hounds have strong talents, so it is better not to come into direct contact with these scoundrels. Brandon feels that there is no one nearby, which means this big guy does not even allow the thought of escaping from here. Brandon guesses that the bastard thinks he's still unable to move because of his incredible strength. Brandon looks at himself carefully and realizes that his body is doing all this reluctantly after contact with the enemy. Brandon also discovers a torture device and realizes that he was most likely intended to be interrogated before being killed. The system tells him that he urgently needs to come up with some kind of plan that does not include trying to negotiate. Brandon realizes that he wasn't searched, which is evidence that Kane wasn't behind this. The system smiles and says that he still has a special ring that he can use to his advantage. Brandon remembers that he still has the talent of a predator, which he received after defeating Ilia. However, the question of how to use this talent turns out to be quite difficult, and he decides to think about it a little. Brandon remembers that after absorbing an enemy, he can gain some of the stats, but it is not clear which part needs to be absorbed. He also doesn't understand whether he will receive the characteristics immediately after absorption, and whether they will disappear from his opponent if he is still alive. Brandon has never used this talent before, so he decides to prepare, because the price of a mistake here is too high. He realizes that he had to face so many enemies on the 3rd floor. He understands that his main enemy has not yet revealed himself, although he is sure that he may somehow be involved here. However, time to come up with a plan is quickly running out, so he decides to do it immediately. Brandon turns around and sees that the offender has already appeared behind him, and he will have to deal with him very quickly. Brandon realizes that the difference in their strength is obvious to the naked eye, and it looks like he's finished today. The thing is that at their first meeting, this scoundrel showed at least 3 of his talents, among which was a steel body. His other talent is a sinister gaze, which allows him to greatly weaken or even knock out his opponent. Brandon realizes that he doesn't stand a chance against these 3 talents, plus, this enemy also has a chainsaw. However, his systemic talent tells him that he has a solution. The essence says that from an early age this person had to work with a miner's shovel for a long time. Despite this, he adds that he is physically weaker and has the same strength as the killer from the first story. Brandon thinks that this is some kind of nonsense. After a long stay in that zone, he has already overtaken that night. However, he decides to trust his ally, realizing that the system's talent has never deceived him before. At that moment, the villain decides to use the talent of the sinister gaze in order to suppress Brandon. Brandon understands that he is going to have a hard time now, and is trying to figure out what to do in this situation. Systematic talent says that people usually prefer kitchen knives, but he loves a chainsaw. Brandon learns that if he does nothing, all that will be left of him is his heart, and this gives him an idea. He suggests that perhaps the heart is some kind of elite dish that should only be available to the elite. Brandon tries to stop his opponent, saying that he should use a more subtle method. He tells him that if he starts chopping him up with a chainsaw, he will simply turn into minced meat. He also adds that, seriously, He always admired their head and wanted to join the cult. A smile spreads across the face of this scoundrel. The systemic talent indicates that the path of negotiations has failed. Immediately after this, the villain attempts to launch a brutal attack with a chainsaw that has been revved up to full power. Brandon receives a notification that the ominous gaze talent has been disabled due to entering combat. This is amazing news, as he now has the ability to read his opponent's movements. Everything suddenly becomes very slow, giving Brandon the chance to jump to the side if necessary. He gains the ability to foresee the future in the short term, and understands that he needs to move now. His heart starts to beat like crazy, pumping his body with adrenaline, increasing his speed. Brandon somersaults and lands a powerful kick right to his opponent's face, stopping the attack. Brandon did this just in time, because otherwise he would have lost his arm, and the attack resulted in only a minor wound. Brandon reflects that his reaction speed has increased to premier levels, but he can't stop. The system talent indicates that, thanks to the increase in the level, his wounds have already begun to slowly recover. Brandon makes a few more jumps to break the distance and gain an advantage. The killer continues to watch his intended victim, which only drives him into a greater state of rage. He angrily asks him if he is naive enough to think that he can escape from him while in this room. In order to prevent any escape attempts, he once again decides to use the sinister gaze to suppress Brandon. However, as soon as he takes aim, Brandon disappears from sight, and he has to walk between the hanging bags to find him. He continues to grip his chainsaw, preparing to deliver a lethal attack that will saw him apart if necessary. There is a rustling sound near him, and he makes a circular attack with his weapon, ordering the enemy to get out. Brandon jumps on him from behind, taking advantage of the fact that his opponent is completely deaf. Landing on his opponent, he immediately tries to grab him in order to strangle him and force him to drop his weapon. His plan succeeds and both fall to the ground, while the killer drops the giant chainsaw. The brute tries to break free, calling Brandon a bastard and trying his best to break his arms. Brandon realizes that based on the brute's reach, his power level is below 3, meaning he has a chance. After this, he decides to activate the talent he received from Ilia and bites his opponent's throat with all his might. A piercing, loud scream is heard in the slaughterhouse, as this bite must have caused him a lot of pain. Brandon tries to hold his opponent in place and waits for him to bleed. However, the brute realizes that he needs to activate the steel skin skill in order to ensure his safety. He notices his opponent's attempts and tries to tear out the artery, so that he doesn't have time to use the skill. Systemic talent suggests that, unfortunately, human meat tastes different from chicken. He also says that continuing to eat this person will be useless, since he will not receive new talents. The system notifies him that he has received an increase in health and a decrease in the feeling of extreme hunger. Brandon muses that he doesn't intend to turn into another dandler, but that skill hasn't done enough for him. He also recalls that this man had 3 talents, and 2 of them were incredibly powerful, but he did not absorb them. Brandon sadly realizes that this ability only slightly increased his companion power. He also understands that if the system talent told him that this big guy was weaker than him, it means he didn't have any talents. The system indicates that the second person in the gambling house already possesses the same talent: steel armament. Brandon reflects that this explains a lot of things, and now it becomes clear to him what is going on here. After a while, the big guy's phone starts buzzing annoyingly because he received a call. Brandon decides to take the call and discovers that he is being called by a contact called Mistress. Brandon greets the woman on the other end of the line, only to hear that no one is answering him. The system talent says that, apparently, the lady doesn't really want to talk to him after what happened. Brandon realizes that she didn't hang up, which means she still wants something. Brandon says that she was contacted by a man who, by the way, survived her survival game. He also adds that it would be much better if they at least started interrogating him instead of killing him. The lady says that apparently he has already dealt with the person she sent to eliminate him. Brandon says that's true, and they should have found someone better since he's out again. Brandon states that he has learned something interesting and guesses about the power of the head of their sect and wants to join them. After a short pause, the lady asks him what he knows so well, and there is interest in her voice. Brandon says that the head of their sect has the Legion talent, which is very powerful and rare. He also says that he is very smart and not at all tasty, and if they consider him a gift from the god of the tower, then he could serve the cult. The system talent asks him how he guessed what talent the head of this sect possesses. Brandon reflects that he simply remembered the power of the Legion talent, and this immediately convinced him that the sector leader possessed it. The whole point is that this talent allows you to endow other people with temporary talents. The systemic essence says that people who have accepted this gift, after the effect has expired, donate part of their power to the owner of the talent. Brandon corrects the system entity, saying that she forgot to mention that there is a small chance of getting the talent permanently. He assumes that the tin can that attacked him in the sewer was the one that had the permanent talent of steel. Brandon even replays in his head the speech of the head of the sect, who called everyone who wanted to join them. From his point of view, the head certainly indicated that for a small portion of their strength, they could possess talents. The head probably said that he would share his power for a certain time for a small fee. Meanwhile, the lady turns to the protagonist and asks him if he no longer wants to join them. Brandon says that this is exactly how it is, and he has long dreamed of becoming a part of something bigger. Brandon speculates that the cult's name must have something to do with the legend of the tower that appeared out of nowhere. He also states that the mountain house cost him a lot of money, but they have no idea how much he could have earned for them. Brandon muses that if he can join the cult, he'll at least know where they are. The woman says that she really didn't think he would survive, and this time he pleasantly surprised her. After this, she says that if he wants to join this cult, this time he must pass a test. Brandon asks her what the test is, and she says that people will contact him because she doesn't know what it will be. Brandon says he'll wait, and the system says he'll probably be left alone for a while. The girl suddenly asks him how he found out about the talent that the head of the cult possesses. Brandon says that everything is very simple, because the big guy who tried to kill him initially used a powerful talent. He also says that this big guy did not use this talent even when his life was in mortal danger. Brandon states that this could only happen if he didn't have the talent to begin with. He also says that he would be very happy to meet her, but now he has to leave. The lady ignores this, and then says that he can simply leave here and no one will follow him. She also advises him to forget about what happened today, and not to get cocky, because the boss will be able to squash him like an ant. Brandon says that this won't be a problem, after which he begins to pour out an endless stream of compliments to the head of the cult. After a few more moments of this stream of flattery, the mistress loses patience and hangs up. Brandon smiles and says that no one can withstand his incredible charisma. After this, he leaves the building and says that he has finally sorted out this problem and that he can rest. After this, he looks around to understand what area he is in and how he should proceed. It turns out that all this time he was located at the tower's production base, which is a large industrial zone. Brandon realizes that he has been dragged quite far, and now he will have to get out of here. He also finds that the workers do not react to him at all, as if it were already something usual for them. Brandon realizes that the Tower God cult has proven to be even more formidable opponents than he initially thought. However, he understands that this is not the most important thing now. He needs to meet with the captain. We are transported to the 3rd floor of the rehabilitation center, where Howard tells Lucas what happened. He says that the talents of this former core fighter would be useless against him, so he can take him away. Lucas says that he will help him interrogate this man and asks why the cult was suddenly needed. Howard says they have no idea what the cult is up to, or if they are involved. He also adds that they have already caused them a lot of problems, so leaving it unanswered is simply wrong. Lucas agrees with him, after which he asks where Brandon went, adding that he hasn't seen him for a long time. Howard talks about him hanging out with the wardens, and Lincoln suggests he's into girls. Brandon smiles and says that his sister shouldn't slander him like that, because he might get offended. They ask him what happened to him and why he was so seriously wounded, but he replies that it is nothing. Howard asks him if the cult is involved, and Brandon notes that he has met them too. He explains that he was kidnapped right from the establishment, but Howard carefully examines the wounds Brandon received. Howard says it was his fault because he should have known the gambling house was cult-controlled. Brandon reassures him, saying that he himself was surprised by their excessive impudence, so he should not blame himself. Lucas jokingly asks him if he had time to change the feeding trough that he introduced for the affairs of the straitjacket. Brandon asks how the correctional corps feels about the cult, and Lucas states that they simply turn a blind eye to them. Lucas says that the restraining ward is simply powerless against him, and he is on the 4th floor. Brandon suggests that this surprise attack was some kind of interview, and they want to accept him into their ranks. Howard suggests that it would be better to move to the lower floor, since the cult's activities there are difficult. Afterwards, he asks him how things are going on the negotiation track, and Brandon states that Martin has begun to trust him. Howard says that if you follow this man, you can reap considerable benefits and approves of his actions. Brandon says that he will not go over to his side, even if he is persuaded here. Howard says that he can at least establish a good relationship with him and approves of working on both sides. Brandon is surprised at how generous his captain is, and how many liberties he allows them. Howard states that it is normal for a man to be greedy for money and beautiful women, and the system is making fun of Brandon. The entity adds that even if the shorty considers him a pervert, there is no way to wash it off now. Howard says it would be better if he blamed the incident on the correctional ward tomorrow. Brandon realizes that this is a very good move and says that this is exactly what he will do, after which he gets to his feet. The system tells him that he was attacked immediately after Martin left, and this could play into his hands in negotiations. The system also suggests that you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as Martin will try to persuade him with gifts. The next day, Brandon goes to Martin's personal winery to talk to him. Martin had already prepared for his visit and had taken out several glasses, as well as a bottle of good wine. He says that he was informed that he had been attacked, and he ordered an investigation into the matter. Martin says that the man who attacked him belongs to the same organization that attacked Howard. He also adds that this organization is a huge headache and is called the Tower Cult. Martin hands him the glasses and tells him that there is nothing to worry about, since their conscience is clear. He says that he can assure him that the Correctional Corps has nothing to do with this, and will provide security for them. Brandon says with a smile that if the captain insists on it, then he is ready to believe that his life is in his hands. Martin laughs and says that this is simply excellent, because this deal will be very beneficial for both of them. After this, he says that his people have put in order all the materials that Lorie left behind. Brandon follows him, saying that he will not hesitate and will keep his word that he gave him. Martin opens the office door and says that all the information they got about Lorie is here. He adds that here are all the diaries, documents, and anything else a miner might need. He also shows him the painting and says that it is most likely the main piece of evidence. Brandon notes that very few people are able to so accurately convey the imagination that arises in their head. Brandon states that there are quite a few small parts here, and asks if he has a magnifying glass. Martin hands him a special device and tells him that he can use it as much as he needs. Brandon looks closely at the dark images, and realizes that she was drawing Pasha based on images in books. These images are conveyed quite accurately, and it can safely be called microart due to the attention to detail. Brandon says that the people from the tower have tried many times to determine its location, but no one has been able to. He also realizes that, if you think about it, the differences between the white and blue zones were quite significant. He also understands that this picture is currently just a fictitious representation from the tower. He asks Martin what kind of education the children of aristocrats receive, and he states that they are all well educated. Brandon says that you can't learn that anywhere and asks how a genius could end up in a mental hospital. Martin calmly says that there are things that are better not to ask in order to save your life. After that, he chuckles and says that he actually doesn't know the answer to this question. Brandon says that overall he didn't expect to get any answer, and then decides to examine the painting. He understands that the main role in the painting is played by the tower, which should serve as a kind of landmark. He remembers that this girl draws well, but the smile in the mirror looks a little sloppy and contrasts strongly. Brandon suggests that perhaps she did it on purpose to leave some kind of clue. The system tells him that this is a very apt idea, and suggests that he compare the mirror and that canvas. Brandon realizes what he needs to do, and quickly imagines this picture in front of the mirror with a smile painted on it. When applied, he quickly realizes that this is a special clue that will allow him to discover another detail. This detail consists of the presence of rings on the hands of specific fallen ones, which form this smile. Brandon suddenly turns around and asks Martin what else Mrs. Lorie left behind besides this painting. Martin points him to the table, saying that everything he needs is right there. He adds that they have not found any clues, so all hope lies solely with him. Brandon quickly analyzes them and realizes that they are only short sketches, when suddenly he discovers a personal diary. He realizes that the diary is a much more interesting piece of evidence that can be used to find out something. He quickly looks through it and discovers records of interactions with some of the patients at the hospital. He discovers a conversation with some strange patient who was in the ward where he was placed. He learns that this patient told her that one day the Fallen will find a way to enter the tower and free the people. Brandon guesses that such rhetoric is unique to Kane, who was hiding in this hospital. He assumes that Lorie was kidnapped by him, which means she is already outside the tower. Brandon realizes that the rings of these fallen ones are worn on different fingers, and together they form some kind of code. Martin watches his colleague closely and realizes that he seems to have figured something out. Lorie muses that they might be able to find her if they go to a zone with that number. But that code will only be valid for 3 days. He understands that much more time has passed since the girl went missing, and this code probably no longer has any meaning. He also notes that even if he uses the travel disc, it won't help him. He can try to clear all the zones that Kane has prepared, but then he will not have time to save Lorie. Brandon suggests that we need to think in a different direction, as this hypothesis turns out to be incorrect. He decides to remember all the details in order to understand what other path can be chosen in this situation. He recalls that she had some problems with her emotions and could easily turn into a fallen one. He also notes that she listened to Kane's crazy ideas and could have succumbed to temptation and become Pasha herself. Judging by the notes, she was skeptical about this and left a clue so that it could be found. Brandon assumes it has something to do with a scandal involving some big shot. He understands that if this were truly a plea for help, she would have done it more openly. Brandon guesses that this is not a cry for help, but some kind of assignment hidden inside another case. He wonders how he can get into the zone with this number without using the disc. Martin approaches him cautiously and asks if Brandon has found any new evidence in this case. Brandon says there was one key point that he still didn't understand, but he did figure out where she might be. Martin says that it's just wonderful, and then asks where she went. Brandon mentions that it appears she is outside the tower, which leaves him speechless with horror. Martin says that means there's no way they can find her, but Brandon says that's not certain yet. Martin asks him what they need to confirm in order to begin the search. Brandon says there is a number on this painting, and he believes it is the number of the area outside the tower. He also says that this is probably some kind of dangerous area, so he will definitely need Howard's help. Martin listens to him carefully, and then thinks for a while to figure out what the best course of action is. He asks him if he really found the number on this painting, after which he reminds him that a lot of time has passed. Brandon says he understands perfectly well what the number in glass could do, but for now he can only hope. Martin honestly admits that he doesn't quite understand what hope there could be in such a case. Brandon says he has no evidence to prove his theory is true, but he needs to test it. He says that if this number turns out to be valid, then he will be able to solve this case, and if not, then it means he was wrong. Brandon states that he is not sure he is right, but the people of the Foreign Intelligence Corps deal with such things. Martin reflects on how he mistook him for an ordinary talented guy with similar interests. After this, he realizes that this person has enough confidence and courage to take such risks. Martin tells him that he is an ordinary businessman and cannot leave the tower now, but he will pray for him. Martin also says that he will pray that he finds evidence before the Foreign Intelligence Corps does. Brandon talks him down, saying that he'll only take Howard with him as insurance, since he's not particularly smart. Martin says that he doesn't really agree with this, but he thinks Brandon is smarter. After a while, we are transported to the eastern square on the first floor of the giant tower. Howard says that he trusts his comrade, so they are going to head to these coordinates. Lucas notes that he doesn't change at all and constantly shifts his responsibilities onto him. Howard tells him to be careful, as there may be Tower God cult fighters stationed in the area. Brandon asks what will happen to them if they suddenly find out about some scandal involving a big shot on the 5th floor. Howard says that nothing will happen, because the 5th floor is not called the ruler's floor for nothing. He adds that if you offend one person there, you'll gain the favor of another, and Brandon understands that it's a balance. Howard adds that he and the Correctional Corps have their differences, but they have a common enemy. He adds that if this case is beneficial to both corps at once, then their top brass doesn't care how exactly this case is solved. Howard asks him not to worry, saying that if something goes wrong, he will take full responsibility. Brandon says he had no doubt that his captain could be relied upon, and then takes a few steps forward. He wonders in his mind what secrets await them in this unknown zone as the pillar begins to change. People nearby suddenly see that the white stele begins to rapidly change color, turning purple. Brandon and Howard realize that this is a very bad sign, and begin to prepare for a serious fight. Within moments, the transfer procedure is initiated, and their bodies dissolve and head off in an unknown direction. After a while, we are transported to an airplane, where an announcement was made that it was in a zone of turbulence. Brandon comes to and hears the pilot's announcement to fasten his seatbelts and remain seated. He also learns that due to turbulence, they have temporarily suspended the toilet service. We are transported back to Martin's estate, who was clearly unhappy with what had happened. He asks his accomplice if this number was really a working one, and they were thrown into the purple zone. Donald says that he has checked this several times and can confirm that it is indeed a fact. Martin learns that they have already been there for 20 minutes and understands that this is a very serious incident. He adds that even the shorty cannot guarantee Brandon's survival in the purple zone. He wonders how the purple zone number could have ended up in this picture and why it is still valid. Donald says that this is clearly not the worst outcome, because if they die, they will have one less enemy. Martin says that he can only partially agree with his words, because Howard is really very strong. He adds that, despite this, he is not capable of any nasty actions due to his character, and his life is very valuable. Martin adds that he is not as easy to kill as it might seem at first glance. He orders someone to be sent to monitor the eastern platform, and to let him know as soon as there is news. He says he has a bad feeling that if Lucas finds out about his friend's death, chaos will break out. Martin says that the alternative to this scenario is that they can find Lorie. After this, he adds that, most likely, this girl's secrets could also make a lot of noise. Brandon, meanwhile, contacts the system entity, and it asks him how he would describe this day. She also recommends that he write a book called The Beginning of a Deadly Flight, since he is on a plane full of dead people. The system tells him that they are now in the purple zone, which is located above the red zone. Brandon counters by saying that the big news is that the plane is going to explode in 3 minutes. After that, he looks around and realizes that all these people are fallen, and he needs to assess the situation. He understands that these are the fallen from the economy class, who are no longer destined to move into the rich caste. The system says that one of these fallen love to read about machines that he would never have. The system also says that this has been going on for 700 years, and Brandon understands that this is real torture. Brandon remains seated and wonders where the short man and Lorie went, assuming they are in business class. However, as soon as he takes off his seatbelt, it attracts the attention of his neighbor, who immediately looks at him. Brandon realizes that the fallen here have noticed him, and now he will have to fight them. Brandon dodges a quick strike towards him and wonders if they've all activated yet. Brandon discovers that they don't attack each other, meaning they most likely serve someone more powerful. He notes that it doesn't look like they spent more than 70 years peacefully inside this space. They were clearly fighting. He also realizes that their behavior is very different from what he has seen before. He assumes that he missed some very important clue, and is now trying to escape from here using the disc. Suddenly, the door to economy class is destroyed, and the long-awaited Howard, looking healthy, enters the arena. Brandon is glad that his captain is alive and asks him to prepare to evacuate from here. He grabs the disc, but the system tells him that the laws of the zones are not limited to weather conditions. Brandon receives information that he now needs to break the windows and jump out of the plane in order to survive. The system also says that the fallen will envy him, because they can't even leave this plane. Brandon realizes that this plane has somehow been hovering in the air for 700 years, which means that space and time are different here. He wonders what he should do, considering the plane is filled with fallen from top to bottom. Brandon notes that they are at an altitude of 9 kilometers, and the teleportation discs do not work here. Clutching his clothes, he reflects on the fact that they will probably not survive in these conditions. Suddenly, he hears a magazine fall behind him with the very machines that the unknown fallen had read about. This dead man is already rushing forward to tear the main character to shreds. Brandon jumps back and wonders why he suddenly became afraid of death at such a sudden moment. He looks at his watch and realizes that this is some kind of anomaly, since his emotions also remain at 0. He continues to fight the fallen, suggesting it was a feeling of frustration at not being able to solve the problem. He realizes that the teleportation discs are not working, and they will not be able to return until they find the puzzle piece. This time they really found themselves in a difficult situation, but he had an incredibly valuable comrade by his side. Howard continues to take down opponents as they approach him without much trouble. Howard asks him if he's okay, and the system praises his incredible fighting skills. Brandon realizes there are 30 seconds left before the explosion, and Howard says that he should use the disc quickly. Brandon tells him that they are in an area with different laws, and they will have to jump out of the plane to save themselves. Howard says it's not a serious problem and quickly destroys the plane's fragments. Every blow he struck should have left scars, but a strange defense system had been activated in this plane. Brandon says that this plane is clearly part of the zone, and they won't be able to change the location in any way. After this, he suggests immediately getting to the escape hatch in the hope of opening it. Brandon says they can't change the location, but things that open on their own should be able to. Howard prepares to overtake him and get to the hatch as quickly as possible to jump out. He leaps over his comrade and rushes forward, but not to leave him to die. Brandon finally understands what the true meaning of this zone is and how he needs to act. Howard tries to break down the hatch doors, since they don't open normally, but it turns out to be futile. He immediately informs his comrade that this hatch does not open, and they need to come up with an alternative way. Brandon comes closer to him and says that he can try to break the combination lock. After this, he quickly tries all possible code options, but this also turns out to be unsuccessful. Brandon turns to the captain and points out that the hatch can only be opened by getting into the cockpit. Howard nods and says that he understood him perfectly, but there is only 1 second left before the explosion. After this, the bomb is detonated and an uncontrolled explosive reaction begins. The entire plane explodes, and everyone on board is instantly killed, but this area is far more ominous. Brandon finds himself in an unknown space, and the system tells him that the game is over. The system also adds that he must wake up, because he doesn't have many options, since life is not a game. The system adds that there are 6 minutes left until the next explosion, and Brandon finds himself back in the plane seat. Brandon discovers that he is not dead, and tries to understand how the law of this zone really works. The system tells him that the explosion will not kill Brandon and Howard, but it will change something in his mind. Brandon speculates that it might be a time loop, but he has no memory lapses. He also discovers that he is in a different location this time, and assumes that he places them randomly after each time. A giant fallen appears in front of him, looking like a green man with very developed muscles. He begins to scream loudly, trying to express his incredible rage that has accumulated over 7 centuries. Brandon gets information about this man who has been experiencing very big problems in his life for a long time. The system also says that after he learned that a bomb was planted here, he turned into a fallen. Brandon takes very serious damage from this blow and is thrown several meters to the side. He feels like his bones have somehow miraculously remained intact, and he understands that he needs to run away from here. Suddenly, the same fallen one appears before him again, preparing to finish what he started. Brandon realizes he has no way to escape and turns to his friend for help. It turns out to be too late, and this fallen manages to deal a powerful blow with his claws to Brandon's body. Brandon understands that things are not going well, and if this continues, they simply will not survive. The fallen are gradually running towards him, which means that if he doesn't get out of here, he will simply die before the next explosion. Howard, meanwhile, quickly comes to his senses and tries to understand what is happening here and why he is still alive. It turns out that there is another fallen sitting next to him, who is preparing to bite off his face. Howard quickly and clearly explains to him that this is a bad idea, and then gets up from his seat. He still wonders why he is alive and tries to understand what happened here. He suggests that they may have gone to hell, where they must suffer forever on this plane. Looking around quickly, he realizes that he was just imagining things, and that he was back on the same plane as before. He suggests that this explosion may be some kind of illusion, but this version doesn't sit well with him. Suddenly he hears Brandon's loud voice calling for help from his captain, as he is in trouble. Howard realizes that he couldn't confuse this voice with anyone else, and tries to rush to his aid as quickly as possible. Brandon, meanwhile, decided to use his talent to absorb the target, but it didn't work. He understands that he cannot cope with this enemy now. The captain is in no hurry to come to his aid, so there are no options. He hopes that even if he dies, the plane will explode and return him to his previous state. However, a few moments later, the doors are destroyed by powerful blows from Howard, who flies to his aid. Howard looks at his comrade with fear, hoping that he can somehow pull through. Brandon, realizing that he can no longer be saved, tries to convey one last message to his captain before he dies. He tells him that next time they will definitely meet each other and will not allow something like this to happen. Howard watches in shock as his friend is destroyed by a powerful blow from a clawed paw. He loses his composure for a few moments and rushes forward, grabbing his weapon. He decides to use his talent to cut through all his opponents at great speed. They don't stand a chance against such a terrible enemy, and they quickly die. The only one left in line is a giant Hulk who still doesn't understand who he's dealing with and whose wrath he's incurred. His animal instincts tell him to use his skills to slow down his opponent. Howard is affected by this skill, but his speed is still too high. He almost instantly runs up to his opponent in order to take a more advantageous position for attack. After this, he cuts off the hand that this damned monster tried to swing at him. Immediately after this, he takes a special stance, which should be followed by a series of powerful blows. Howard angrily tells his opponent to go to hell and turns him into a sieve with punches. The monster can only take the full damage and hope that this torment will soon end. Within moments, he is cut into a bloody pulp by the incredible speed and power of these blows. Howard freezes in place and tries to understand what actually happened and how he should proceed. He looks around and finds himself in a huge pool of blood left behind by this monster. He also realizes that this plane is about to blow up again, and it finally dawns on him what the point might be. Gradually, the fuselage begins to become covered in fire due to the explosion, and it indicates that everything is now back in place. The plane finally explodes, marking another restart and the beginning of another cycle. Brandon comes to his senses again, but this time he finds himself in a completely different place. The system tells him that this time he ended up in the toilet, and he was incredibly lucky that the fallen do not know how to go there. Brandon feels like he's really sick and needs to use the bathroom urgently. He immediately runs to the sink and tries to empty his stomach, as the nausea is unbearable. The system says that the fallen meat he tried to bite into turned out to be incredibly disgusting. The system also says that unfortunately, despite all his efforts, he still has not been able to acquire new talent. Brandon got some minor muscle gains anyway, so he wasn't using that talent in vain. Brandon realizes that being thrown into the toilet means he has a little more time to think. He remembers that the system told him that this fallen turned into a monster as soon as he learned that there was a bomb on the plane. The system chuckles and says that this is indeed a correct guess, but this bomb is definitely not in the toilet. He is also informed that there are 6 minutes left before the explosion, so it is better to start work as quickly as possible. Brandon realizes that his suspicions have been confirmed, and any death on this plane takes you back to the very beginning. He suggests that most likely, the fallen, stuck in the plane, have been constantly killing each other for all these 700 years. However, since there was now more delicious prey available, they decided to team up to feast on the newcomer. Brandon realizes that there are only 6 minutes left, and this time he must at least have time to talk to the captain. Brandon realizes that he's probably going to have to explain what's going on here, and that might take another minute. Brandon also realizes that with his current strength, going into the purple battle zone is suicide. He He decides to wait until Howard gets to him on his own, and then try to solve the riddle himself. Brandon receives a warning from the pilot that the plane is entering turbulence and cautiously reaches for the door handle. Brandon wonders if the commander feels even a shred of pity for the enemies he cuts down. Brandon watches Howard fight and notes that even the captain will have a hard time dealing with him. He immediately informs the captain that he is here so that he does not worry. Howard asks him to wait a little, saying that he will deal with his enemy very soon. Immediately after this, he makes a sharp escape from the enemy's powerful and vile attack. However, immediately after this, he decides to use a counterattack and delivers a powerful kick to the enemy's stomach. This blow turns out to be monstrous, and the opponent instantly loses his balance and is exposed to the finishing blow. Brandon decides not to delay this moment and cuts off his opponent's stupid head. Howard asks the protagonist if everything is okay, and he replies that he didn't have a scratch. Brandon talks about how they're in a cyclical area, and that if they die, they'll be transported back in time. Howard straightens his shirt and asks him if this means they can't die here. Brandon takes a closer look at the captain's emotion meter and finds that it has risen to 35. Brandon talks about how there are two laws of time here, the normal one and the one that works in the time loop. He says that the first law can be compared to the flow of a river, and the second to a ring along which they walk endlessly. He also says that while they walk around the ring, they continue to move along the river of the original time. Brandon points out that for other people, time will flow linearly, while for them, it will flow cyclically. Howard realizes that this is a real trap and asks if they have any way out of here. Brandon states that there is definitely a way out, and adds that so far he has only one guess. There is a bomb on the plane. He offers to defuse the bomb, and Howard asks him how long it will take to find it. Brandon says that it's hard to say, and that they will definitely have to die a few more times. He says that there is very little time left, but he will look in the plane's control cabin. He also says that next time Howard should immediately return to him in order to protect him. Howard reflects that there is one more detail that he, unfortunately, did not tell his friend. The thing is that he is trying his best to suppress his negative emotions, but he is not succeeding. In a normal situation, he would never give in to his emotions, but here for some reason, he can't cope with them. Howard hopes that his comrade will still cope, since he is the only hope of getting out of here. Otherwise, Howard will simply lose control of himself and become a fallen man due to an excess of negativity. Brandon quickly reaches the cockpit and immediately opens it to check it out. Brandon understands the reason for such stable flight despite the turbulence. The plane has been controlled by pilots all this time, despite the fact that they have long since become fallen. Brandon realizes that this does not give him useful information, and that perhaps his previous choice was wrong. He suggests that perhaps all the people who flew here 700 years ago were predisposed to transformation. Brandon receives operational information from his talent, which informs him that the passengers have become like this due to life situations. He suggests that they were all predisposed to transformation, meaning they were deliberately gathered in one place. Brandon tries to figure out why this was done, and finds that time is running out and he needs to hurry. The main questions are why they did it, who did it, and who the passengers were. The fourth attempt begins, and he quickly opens his eyes, looking around to see where he is. He calls out loudly to the captain in the hope that he will appear nearby and hear his voice. Howard reassures him, and tells him that this time they have been placed close to each other, and they will not have to waste time. Brandon looks at Howard's stats and finds that his emotions have already risen to 45, which is a bad sign. He realizes that he doesn't have many attempts left before this figure rises to 175. Brandon also notes that in this case, he will not only lose a loyal comrade, but also gain an invincible enemy. From his point of view, if after some kind of rebirth he were thrown into the thick of the fallen, he would not last even a minute. This means that from now on, every attempt should bring them at least a little closer to solving this problem. Brandon asks him if he has noticed anything strange in the behavior of these fallen ones. Howard says that he killed almost the entire cabin, but some of the fallen did not try to attack him at all. Brandon asks him where they are, and Howard replies that they are in economy class, after which they decide to move on from there. Brandon turns around and the system recommends that he pay attention to this fallen one next time. Brandon muses that if it's not the plane or the fallen, they need to look for the strangest of those who are here. Brandon approaches the captain, asking him not to kill such fallen ones unless they show aggression. Howard looks closely at the approaching opponents and says that he will try to fulfill his request. Giant crows rush to attack, and the system says that he used to win the lottery, but now luck has turned against him. While Howard deals with them, the system explains that several failures have pushed this enemy to the brink, and that is why he is transformed. Howard suddenly discovers that his fastest blow has caused this opponent to recover, as if nothing had happened. Immediately after this, he decides to counterattack in order to not give him any chance to strike again. Brandon, meanwhile, tries to keep up with his opponent, remaining alone. Brandon turns around in time after hearing a strange noise, and the system tells him that the fallen one was a writer. According to updated information, ironically, his books were stolen by other people, and they sold very well. Brandon dodges several blows, and the captain comes to his aid, recommending that he solve the puzzle faster. Brandon turns around and runs to economy class, saying that he understood this requirement perfectly. He immediately finds himself in the next room and discovers another fallen one in front of him. The system tells the story that this fallen man had a rich friend who could get him a ticket to the tower. However, he killed this friend to guarantee his ticket, and could not bear the irony of fate when he learned that the plane was mined. Brandon continues to dodge the monster's toxic attacks, trying to figure out where to go next. Brandon comes to the conclusion that absolutely every passenger here was broken and became fallen even before boarding the plane. Brandon also realizes that he initially mistakenly assumed that they became fallen here because of Howard's negative stats. He also notes that none of these fallen were residents of the tower, which has almost no people in the purple zone. He is also haunted by the fact that the number for this zone has not yet expired, which means that no one has entered here from the tower. Therefore, all those who fell on this plane are indigenous people who have lived here for 700 years. All the passengers on this flight have one thing in common. They were filled with resentment and hatred during their lifetimes, and someone was watching them closely. Brandon has a good idea of where the plane was headed, which means it explodes after the tower appears. In those days, getting into the tower was a matter of survival. But due to the limited population, not everyone could get there. This means that whoever organized this flight decided to give them a chance to survive, but at the same time, now and here is the safest place. Brandon understands that if they jump out of the plane, they will end up in the red zone. If they fly, they will end up in the black zone, or they will explode if they do nothing. It truly could be called a death flight, and Brandon suspects that the bomb was planted by the flight organizer. However, there are questions about this version, because if the organizer did not want them to hit the tower, then why blow them up? He suspects he's missing something, and remembers that all the passengers had a predisposition to becoming fallen. He suggests that these are most likely just people with negative emotions who were selected precisely for this characteristic. Brandon points out that his talent already indicated that some of them became fallen after they learned that the plane was booby-trapped. As an example, he recalls a writer whose work was stolen and suggests that his name was probably Chai. Brandon suggests that something was amplifying the passengers' negative emotions and turning them into monsters. He also realizes that the pieces of the Doomsday puzzle are usually held by the Guardians, who must be found. Brandon says that he can no longer hold back, since he has learned everything he wanted about these monsters. Howard nods quickly, then prepares to unleash his full rage on these monsters. Immediately after this, he makes very fast strikes, rushing from side to side and killing everyone in a row. He lands on his feet and prepares to sheath his weapon and put an end to the matter. He adds that they need to get there before the first part of economy class in order to look at those very fallen ones. Brandon agrees with him, while the system compliments the dwarf captain's endurance. Suddenly, Brandon feels his watch start to behave very strangely, and the system tells him that this is not without reason. He is informed that no one knew that the owners would turn out to be monsters incapable of experiencing emotions. The system says that his watch is tired of putting up with this, and wants to prove to him that it is also worthy of attention. Brandon wonders what's going on, but it appears his watch has turned into Gillen. Their numbers skyrocket, causing another eye to appear on his body, which looks menacing. Howard, hearing strange sounds, turns around and asks his friend what is going on here. One can only imagine his surprise when he discovers that Brandon now has a giant eye on his hand. Brandon says he seems to be in trouble as his hours jump to 294. The system says that this eye is outside of its jurisdiction, but it has granted it a new ability, Ghostly Gaze. Brandon carefully monitors his behavior and finds that his mind has not changed at all. Looking at his watch, he realizes that the higher the reading, the greater the physical deviations will be. Brandon wonders again why it was his watch that mutated, and not the slow cooker he so desperately needed. Howard stops for a moment and asks him what this all means. Brandon says his watch has turned into Gillen and is behaving uncontrollably, constantly changing its value. He says that it won't affect anything, since they need to continue looking for clues and wait for time to roll back. Howard suddenly focuses his gaze on the protagonist's body, and he decides to find out what surprised him so much. Brandon looks at his hand and discovers that it has begun to mutate at an incredible rate. Now his left hand has turned into a demonic horn that can pierce even the strongest defense. Brandon realizes that this is quite a useful thing, and, given that he retains his sanity, it is a very useful mutation. The system says that now, if he returns to the tower in this state, he will turn to ashes. Brandon says that his hand has mutated, but he still has his sanity, and they must continue the mission. Howard doesn't comment on what's happening, then turns around and says that they need to hurry. After a while, they find themselves in the next room, which is full of fallen, ready to fight. Howard grabs his weapon and says that he will deal with all the opponents while Brandon should look for clues. Brandon scans them with his eyes to find those fallen who are not acting as usual. Suddenly he discovers a surprising trio who do not even try to interfere in the fight and simply watch. The system points to the woman and says that she is very calm, but she has more hatred than all the passengers. The system also tells that she once dated a scientist and became pregnant by him, but he did it on purpose. According to the information, he wanted to see what would happen if a pregnant woman turned into a fallen one, and this led to strange mutations. Howard addresses the protagonist and tells him that these three are different from the others, and that he needs to be careful. Brandon tells him not to worry, saying that he will keep an eye on them and that the captain should be careful. One of the inactive fallen, according to information, dreamed of becoming one of them himself due to his beliefs. This man possesses absolute regeneration, but the process of his mutation was incredibly painful. Brandon muses that his physical resemblance to Dandler is understandable, given their similar mutations. He notes that among these three fallen ones, the first is the source of despair, and the second is the observer. After this, he turns his attention to the third fallen one, who looks like an ordinary dog, and the system says that this is a stalker. Brandon realizes that this is another admirer of this girl, who remained faithful to her until the very end. He suggests that the stalker is protecting her, while the observer may have completely different motives. Brandon realizes that the central character here is a woman with the ability to spread despair. With only half a minute left before the explosion, he realizes she is a priority target that needs to be investigated. Brandon turns to his captain and says that there is no time left, and they will have to die one more time. Howard asks if he has any leads that could at least give him some good news. Brandon says he has a few ideas, but there isn't enough time to implement them now. There are 20 seconds left before the explosion, and several more fallen rush in to deal with them. Howard says that apparently all the guests from other compartments are running here in response to an incomprehensible call. Brandon says that if they can't get out of here, they themselves will turn into fallen ones, so they will have to hang around here. Brandon asks him if he has any regrets, but Howard advises him to stay positive. Immediately after this, he jumps forward to deal several devastating blows to the enemy. He muses that if word gets out before the first strike that he has left the tower forever, they will be uneasy. He also remembers the woman who called him, and understands that he absolutely cannot let her down. After this, he remembers his comrades and understands that they may be in great danger. He wonders if they will be okay, and if the correctional corps will abuse him. He also understands that people living on the lower floor may need him now, as lawlessness reigns there. There are only 3 seconds left before the explosion, and the woman spreading despair looks at them carefully. She smiles and says that they will see each other again, after which she calls the main character the new guy. Brandon turns around in her direction in surprise, trying to figure out if she can talk, which is not typical for the fallen. Immediately after this, an explosion is heard, and the entire plane is again engulfed in tongues of flame. Brandon assumes that the key to this area probably lies in this girl, so it's best to get to her as quickly as possible. The system says that the stupid detective died from an explosion once again, but he has one more chance. Brandon reappears in the plane seat, trying to figure out how far he is from his goal. Looking to the left, he suddenly discovers that the same stalker he found recently is sitting next to him. A woman appears next to him and asks him how he feels after the explosion. Brandon immediately happily takes her hand and tells her that they have finally met, and that he has been waiting for this for an eternity. The woman is very surprised when she looks at him, because she never expected such a violent reaction from a man who had survived death. Brandon immediately asks her if she has any relation to the girl he is looking for, named Lorie. The girl immediately pulls her hand away and says that, as far as she knows, there is no person with that name on board. Brandon can tell from her facial expressions and body movements that she hasn't heard of the name, but she definitely reacted to it. Brandon tries to understand what happened to her, because she is a poor girl who became fallen because of betrayal. Brandon realizes that the value of Shorty's watch continues to grow, so he must find a clue. Looking at his watch, he realizes that it has not corrected itself, which means that the laws of this time loop do not apply to it. Brandon also discovers that his hand has returned to its normal form, meaning the condition of his body must be the same. Brandon thinks about the fact that this plane knows the fallen, which means there is something that only they know. He also understands that they are unlikely to tell him anything while he remains human, which means he will have to turn into a fallen one. Brandon says that he came here from the tower that this plane is trying to fly to, but will never get there. Seeing her irritated look, he understands that after 700 years, she has not been able to dissolve the resentment towards the man who did this to her. Brandon reveals that his friend Lorie recently went missing, but left a clue in her painting. He adds that this clue contained a series of numbers that matched the number of this zone, and now he came here for it. Brandon understands perfectly well that the girl herself is not here, but he is not putting on this performance for her. From his point of view, it is the woman in front of him who can give him some key clue about her location. Brandon says that the thing is that he really loves this girl, who is not like the others and has talent. He also says that she is not capable of feeling joy, and therefore trained her smile to become needed by someone. Brandon emphasizes that she had been unbearably lonely all her life, and that she was also locked up in the hospital. Brandon expresses his indignation at the situation, and says that he needs to find her at any cost. He tries to appeal to the girl's pity, and says that he no longer has any hope. Brandon understands that if you find the right person and the right time, lying works 50% of the time. Looking at this girl, he understands that it was her mutation that caused the passengers to turn into fallen ones. He suggests that, barring her minor injuries, she could have gotten on the plane simply by getting tangled in her coat. The mere presence of this girl would inevitably lead all these people to become fallen and cause a disaster on board. However, the reason for the time loop still remains a mystery, although it becomes clear that Lorie was never here. However, Lorie is somehow connected to this fallen one, whose heart is at the level of her stomach, and for an unknown reason is missing half of it. He used to think that the child in her womb died immediately after turning into a fallen one, but now he is no longer sure of this. He suggests that perhaps this scientist took the child to the tower, and this was the cause of such a tragedy. It is quite possible that Lorie is the daughter of this girl, and that scientist settled on the 5th floor of the rulers. He recalls that most of the fallen are filled with resentment and pain, so their perception of the world is greatly distorted. After analyzing Heather's case, he realizes that the same thing could have happened to Lorie because of her genes. From his point of view, she is a descendant of the fallen, so her perception of the world is especially distorted. In order to confirm this theory, he needs to understand how exactly Lorie knew the number of this zone. The girl says that she doesn't know anyone with that name, and asks him if it was worth risking his life. Brandon confidently says that he will never regret coming here if he can save her. The girl looks at him with despair mixed with rot, and something in his gaze quickly changes. Brandon discovers that the sensors on his hands are instantly jumping to unprecedented levels, and his hand is mutating. The system tells him that right now, this large number of eyes does not have much significance, because there are more important things to do. The system states that if he sees a series of numbers in front of him, he will be tied to this zone and will not be able to leave it. Brandon guesses that in that case, this means that all the fallen are a product of this zone and know about the numbers. Brandon realizes that Lorie is somehow connected to this fallen one, and learned the number of this zone exclusively from her. Brandon says that he must find her no matter what, and he needs any clue he can get. The girl says that she did not lie to him, that she really is not here, and that she is now in the tower. Brandon continues to pretend and asks her if she is safe and how she managed to contact her. The girl says that Lorie is not injured, but she is not safe because she is in the hands of a very dangerous person. She emphasizes that now it doesn't matter in the least, because he won't be able to get out of here. Brandon realizes he needs to hurry and says he wants to save her and needs to get back to her. The girl says that she can tell him about a way to return, but he still won't be able to do it. Brandon asks her to tell him about this method, because he will not be able to calm down even after death if he does not save her. The girl smiles and says that he can't hope for death even in his wildest dreams. She talks about how death here is the greatest salvation, and that in 700 years Brandon and Howard are the only ones who have come here. She says with glee that now she will see with her own eyes how all his feelings will fade away, and he will turn into a fallen man. Brandon grabs her by the shoulders and tells her that even if this happens, he has to save her and get out of here. The girl says that the bomb is in the cargo hold, but it is guarded by a special fallen. She adds that they tried to kill him, but it didn't work, because he is the master of this zone and is immortal. Brandon realizes that this fallen one must contain the piece of the Doomsday puzzle. The girl says that they are strong fighters, and that perhaps they will succeed, but it is unlikely. She also tells him that very soon, Shorty will lose control of his emotions and turn into an enemy. Brandon says that the captain is very strong, and will certainly be able to deal with such an opponent. The girl says that if he doesn't take her word for it, he can look into the compartment and look at this monster. She also says that they defused the bomb, but it still exploded and it didn't affect anything. Brandon realizes that the bomb has apparently turned into Jilin, who explodes no matter what. He muses that if Shorty can't defeat the Guardian in 6 minutes, they won't get out. Brandon finally asks her how she found out where Cherry was, and how they managed to contact each other. The girl says that there really is some kind of connection between them, and that she can feel it from time to time, and it is mutual. She also says that she could have felt another person, but he is no longer there, after which she stops. She promises to tell this story another time, and emphasizes that she did not expect that someone would risk their life for Lorie. Brandon listens to her attentively, after which the corpse of another monster flies past him at great speed. Howard goes inside and asks him if he has any leads, hoping he will give him some good news. Brandon quickly gets up and walks towards him, saying that he found out how to get out of here, but they don't have enough time for it. He adds that they need to go to the cargo bay, but now they will have to die to restart the cycle. He states that the owner must be killed within 6 minutes, as the bomb cannot be defused, but they may try to escape. There are only 2 seconds left before the explosion, and the girl waves to them, saying that time is up. Brandon turns to her and she tells him that they will see each other next cycle, wishing them luck. Moments later, the plane explodes, killing everyone inside it. The 6th attempt begins, and both heroes come to their senses, despite the fact that Howard is no longer doing so well. Brandon quickly jumps out of his seat and says that he is in the 3rd compartment. Howard slashes open the door with a powerful blow to make a dramatic appearance next to his comrade. He says that Brandon should keep a low profile for now, as he has poor control over his power. Brandon takes a closer look at his friend's watch, and realizes that his has risen to 110. Brandon hopes they have a few more tries to get out of here, but time is running out. From his point of view, his captain was already very close to his limit, and this could not continue. After this, they rush forward to reach the cargo bay, and a giant door appears in front of them. Brandon realizes that the door is unlocked, and they decide to push it to find out who is waiting for them. Brandon receives a warning before a tough battle, and in the darkness he discovers a strange silhouette sitting on the floor. Howard stops his friend, telling him that he should stand aside and give him more space. The unknown master suddenly rises and looks towards the man who disturbed him. Howard decides not to waste any time, and immediately rushes forward in the hopes of cutting his enemy to pieces. He makes quick strikes almost instantly and cuts off his opponent's head, sending it flying. The system tells him that before him stands a fallen being with a 7th-level mutation that makes him almost a god. These mutations allow them to transfer bad thoughts into the heads of other people, as well as constantly regenerate. Among other things, he has a reincarnation mutation that allows him to be resurrected if he dies. The system says that the history of this mummy, like the history of the plane itself, is very complicated and full of sad twists. The system also notes that this is probably not the most interesting part right now, since you need to deal with this enemy. Brandon reflects that, when compared to this mutation and such talent, they are facing a formidable enemy. With 6 minutes left until the explosion, Brandon theorizes that the cause of the time loop is the host's ability to reincarnate. His other skills also allow him to quickly regenerate lost body parts, but he also has a weak spot. Brandon suggests that a huge amount of damage must be inflicted on him in a short period of time. After this, he wonders what the parasitic bad thoughts that the system spoke of could mean. Meanwhile, the Guardian of the Zone continues to fight with a new enemy, whom he sees for the first time. The system gives a very high rating to Howard's fighting skills, who fights despite the pressure. However, after an incredible series of rapid blows, the fallen one still finds the strength to recover. The system is trying to figure out how this is even possible, since even the talent's analytical skills couldn't figure it out. Howard also understands that he needs to fight even faster in order to achieve any results. It deals even more damage to cut it into many pieces and slow down its recovery. He succeeds with varying success as the enemy continues to grow limbs. Howard, furious, says that he understands perfectly well that the enemy's recovery takes a lot of energy. He, angry, says that he will cut him until he collapses from fatigue and gives up. Howard suddenly begins to feel much worse and realizes that his numbers are rapidly declining. Brandon tries to figure out what happened, and Howard says that the creature shouldn't be touched. He tells him that this creature is capable of transmitting its negative emotions through touch. There are 200 seconds left before the explosion, and the protagonist discovers that the mummy's recovery rate has decreased. He understands that what they did was effective, but Howard will not be able to continue his onslaught. Brandon wonders whether to go through another reincarnation or try to do it all now. There is still less time left before the explosion, and the mummy decides to go on a decisive offensive. Howard tries to defend himself with his sword, but touching the mummy makes him angry again. At a certain point, she manages to perform a special deceptive maneuver in order to confuse Howard. Before he can even comprehend what has happened, he finds himself captured by the creature, and his life now hangs in the balance. The mummy tries to pull him closer to itself in order to deal with it with its blows. Having tied him up tighter, she decides to hit him against the wall several times beforehand in order to break his will. Howard escapes captivity, saying that he only has enough energy for one powerful blow. Brandon realizes that this won't work, and now they need to somehow outpace the mutation's speed of travel. As the explosion approaches, his watch begins to beep loudly, giving him ideas. Brandon realizes he needs to take advantage of his watch, which has already reached 300. He says that if they solve this riddle right now, the watch will be the team's most valuable asset. Meanwhile, the mummy gets closer and closer to the squad captain, hoping to destroy him very quickly. Brandon accepts the terms of this game and finds himself behind the keeper with incredible speed. The mummy tries to turn around to see who has appeared behind her, but it is too late for that. Brandon, who has undergone a severe mutation, deals her a powerful blow while maintaining his sanity. His body is changing rapidly, but his face still remains in place, and his mind remains clear. Howard looks at his friend in surprise and asks him how he feels, not believing what happened. Brandon grows multiple mutated wings, in addition to enhanced arms that can punch through anything. With 3 minutes left before the explosion, Brandon realizes that if he wants to save his friend, he needs to act now. He understands that after the explosion, everything will return to the beginning. But fixing this will take at least a minute. He understands perfectly well that he will have to kill him in 2 minutes, break the time loop and do something else. He understands perfectly well that Shorty will not survive the next transfer and needs to be evacuated immediately. However, the question arises of how he can return himself, considering that with a new body, he will simply die as soon as he gets to the tower. The system says that his fears are valid, but if he does nothing, the cycle will repeat itself, and Shorty will die. A situation is created in which, if he does nothing, his friend will die, and if he kills the enemy, he will trap himself. Brandon ponders how to get out of this seemingly hopeless situation, and goes over his options. Brandon quickly realizes that there is no dilemma here, as he just needs to be reincarnated. Brandon heads towards the mummy, and the system asks him if he's afraid to show his skills to Howard. Brandon asks the system if it really thinks Howard didn't notice that he became winged. He decides not to waste time and jumps on his opponent in order to not give him the opportunity to avoid the attack. The mummy intercepts his blows, preparing to quickly launch a counterattack and seize the initiative. Brandon understands his enemy's intentions perfectly well, but he manages to prepare a few more maneuvers. He strikes several times with his wings to destroy his opponent's arms. It's almost impossible to defend against such fragments, and Brandon knows full well that this is his chance. He almost immediately rushes forward and delivers a powerful kick to stun the enemy. This blow is so powerful that it separates the opponent's head from the body and sends it flying for a long time. The monster still remains conscious and decides to talk to the protagonist, saying that he is very impressed. He adds that this is the first time he has seen a person who managed to mutate into a fallen creature of the 7th level of mutation. The monster also asks him how he was able to learn such an unusual fighting style. Brandon realizes that now is not the time to talk to this creature and rushes into attack to prevent it from recovering. The next blow again pierces the body of the guardian of this zone, but it is unlikely to cause him serious damage. Brandon nevertheless tries to inflict as much damage on him as possible in order to deprive him of the strength to recover. With his wings, he divides it into 2 parts in order to take more energy for restoration. Each such impact creates a powerful shockwave that passes through the entire aircraft. Brandon hopes this will be enough to get a clue about his weak spot. The monster praises Brandon's incredible strength, also emphasizing that he is quite resourceful and selfless. After this, he adds that, unfortunately for him, this will not in any way correct his fate and will not be able to prevent the inevitable. After this, he quickly puts himself back together and says that it is still impossible to kill him. Brandon carefully analyzes his opponent's body and discovers a strange clot of yellow energy in the center. Brandon is trying to figure out if there is a pattern to the movement of weakness, and the system says that everything is under control. There are 150 seconds left until the explosion, which means they still have time to fight. Brandon makes a daring maneuver towards the enemy and constantly dodges his counterattacks. At a certain point, he makes a mistake, and the mummy attacks him, telling him that he has many holes in his defense. After this, the monster decides to wrap him in his bandages, saying that he has finally been caught. Brandon realizes that this was indeed a serious miscalculation, and now he is no longer combat ready. Howard decides to save the situation and delivers another powerful blow, trying to free his friend. Brandon is indeed free, and all he can do is quickly throw off the tapes. Howard tells him that his attacks are too careless, and the enemy can always punish him for a mistake. Brandon decides to take a breather to regain his strength, and to do this he needs to gain better control over his breathing. Howard says that he doesn't look very well and that he can't continue like this, declaring that he will take care of it himself from now on. Brandon stops him, saying that when the time comes, they need to aim for the extra eyes he gives them. Howard looks at him in surprise, but understands that in such matters, it is better to trust his intuition. The monster looks at them haughtily and asks them if they still believe that they can get out of here. He even provokes the protagonist, telling him to show him everything he is capable of. Howard analyzes his comrade's fighting style and realizes that he fights completely differently. He wonders if this guy really believes he can win. A terrible thought creeps into his head that he was, after all, able to calculate his opponent's actions in advance. Brandon acts completely calmly, as if he had perfectly understood his opponent in just a few minutes. He aims at a weak spot, which is highlighted by a special bright yellow dot. He quickly strikes precisely at the center of this weak spot in order to knock it out and weaken the enemy. The monster arrogantly tells him that he missed the target and his whole plan went down the drain. Brandon actually did land a punch a few inches to the left of the target, and it was a complete miss. At least, that's what the monster thinks, as he's about to entangle the protagonist with his ribbons. Brandon finally says that he never said that he would fight him alone. The monster asks him in surprise what he means, not yet suspecting how wrong he was. Brandon quickly covers his opponent's back with his wing, and an eye pops out in a certain place. This eye is a signal for Howard and, among other things, serves as a target for him to hit. A few moments later, Howard launches his sword at it, which pierces the wing at great speed. The real target is a weak spot that the enemy would not have time to move in such a short period of time. The monster wonders what is going on as Howard lunges for his sword. Brandon says that the one who was supposed to kill this monster was its captain. Howard looks proudly at his ally, who was able to do the impossible and defeat such a powerful enemy. Having received critical damage, the monster disperses into the air, and this time it has no chance of salvation. After a few moments, the monster begins to resurrect and asks why Brandon is acting with Howard. He asks why a fallen being of the 7th level of mutation suddenly decided to cooperate with a human. He also asks him how he managed to figure out what his weakness is, but Brandon is not in the mood to talk. He rushes forward to use his skill and sees the abilities that this monster has. He almost instantly grabs the life spark in order to take it for himself. The system says that these ribbons are not part of this monster, and he uses them as a kind of clothing. The system also says that they killed the Guardian, but his reincarnation ability is still active. Brandon wonders if this monster's reincarnation can recharge itself an infinite number of times. He suggests that if it is reborn after the explosion, then the trap in this zone cannot be resolved. Brandon quickly turns to Howard and asks him to try using the teleportation disc. Howard says he might be able to do it, but asks what Brandon will do in that case, and Brandon reassures him. Howard quickly takes out the disc and tries to turn it on, but it shows no signs of life. Brandon reflects that the laws of time and space still prevent the disc from contacting the tower. If they really get stuck in this endless cycle, it would be just awful, because they wouldn't even be able to die. He remembers that his watch didn't stop being Gillen even after the time rollback, so there is some logic here. Brandon suddenly discovers a strange artifact that remained after the destruction of the zone's guardian. He carefully digs through these tapes and finds the object that created the small bump. Brandon finds the ring finger, and the system tells him he's only found a fragment of a small part. She states that he will be able to find his hand very soon if he continues to solve puzzles. The system also advises him to look for the positive in everything, because thanks to this experience, he understood the danger of these zones. The system also says that this ring finger will help to annul some of the laws of this zone. Brandon understands that, at least inside this plane, the rules of no-fly zone apply. Howard asks him what progress they've made, and he replies that they've found something that will help them escape. Brandon orders him to make a hole in the plane's cabin, assuring him that he will succeed this time. Howard is surprised by Brandon's persistence, but decides to follow his order. After this, he goes to the wall and grabs the weapon in order to do everything neatly and quickly. These strikes happen so quickly that you might think it's just the wind blowing. However, a few moments later, the cargo bay door flies off in an unknown direction. The air sucks in everyone inside, and our heroes have to hold on tight to avoid being blown out. Meanwhile, the pilots sense that something is wrong and receive a depressurization alert. The same thing happens in the passenger compartment, where the real shaking begins. Howard holds himself firmly in place with his sword and tries to figure out what to do next. He asks Brandon what this has to do with the strange thing he's holding in his hands. Brandon says they don't have time for this, and tries to explain to him how to get out of here. He recommends that he jump out of the plane and activate the teleportation disc, and Howard asks him what he will do himself. Brandon says that the reincarnation effect has stopped, so he will have to die again. Brandon adds that he already has a plan, but he still has one big problem to deal with. Howard figures out what the problem is and says he needs to die again to become human. He emphasizes that despite all the advantages of being in human form, he will be very weak. He asks him how he plans to punch holes in the plane as an ordinary person. Brandon says that there is no need to worry about this, and that he cannot waste time, which is already short. Howard says that if he is gone for a long time, he will use this zone number again in order to return. Brandon watches as his captain waits a few seconds before jumping down. Brandon muses that if it were anyone else, he wouldn't believe him. But Howard doesn't throw words to the wind. Brandon realizes that if he doesn't come back, this guy will really come for him, even though it's dangerous. He is surprised that even in shock from death, the captain continues to think about the mission. Howard, in turn, mentally admires the iron will of his comrade, who is also very smart. Brandon's hunch turns out to be correct, and Howard muses that he will pray for his comrade. A second before disappearing, he hopes that he will still return on his own and cope with this. Brandon, meanwhile, continues to wander around the salon in an attempt to find that very girl. He discovers that the Fallen have begun to behave strangely and are trying with all their might to destroy the plane's cabin. He suggests that they have noticed the change in the zone's laws and are trying to make a hole to escape. With 60 seconds left before the explosion, he finds the same trio and wonders why they are not reacting. He suggests that over these 700 years they have become so full that they have already fallen into a state of nirvana. In response to the girl's surprised look, he says that he will find a way to get out of here. After this, he approaches the porthole and destroys it, saying that he was able to destroy the owner. He also adds that the cycle of explosions will not stop and he will return to his human form. But that's not all. He adds that he needs to get information about where to find Lorie at all costs. Tears begin to flow down the girl's cheeks, and she says that this girl is truly lucky. She says that having a person who is willing to risk everything is great, and Stalker begins to feel sad. When there are 5 seconds left before the explosion, even the pilots manage to break out the plane's windows in order to escape. Brandon continues to look at the girl, who does not react in any way to the actions of her colleagues. A second before the explosion, she says that she will tell him where this girl is and help save her. A few moments later, the plane explodes, but some of the Fallen still manage to escape. Unfortunately for them, it makes no difference as they become frozen in midair and the cycle begins again. They are gradually carried back, and the plane is reassembled piece by piece and rolls back 6 minutes. The system evaluates this episode and is surprised that he still hasn't been able to get out of here. Brandon is surprised that the area is only 22% explored, since he has already explored everything. After this, he realizes that now is not the best time to analyze such things. The race against time has already begun, and he decides to find those Fallen before they get to him. This is what will help him finally get off this plane and continue his search for Lorie. Meanwhile, the owner of the zone continues to do his business and finds that this time Brandon is in no hurry to come to him. After this, he decides to contact all the Fallen who are on this flight. He declares that he will kill and torture them after each return if they do not carry out his orders. He speaks loudly about how they must immediately find and bring to him this man who is now on the plane. Brandon, meanwhile, continues to run as fast as he can, hoping that he can reach his destination on time. The system tells him that he has received an achievement according to which he angered the boss. Brandon realizes that he will now have to take risks in order to deal with these Fallen. He says that Lorie is still waiting for him, so he shouldn't give in to doubts. After this, he resolutely runs forward, promising himself that he will definitely not die in this terrible place. He reflects on the fact that he has already managed to be convinced that there really is some kind of connection between Lorie and that Fallen one. He understands that, on the one hand, this could be called something like telepathy, but on the other, it could be blood ties. He suggests that this woman has been harboring an undying hatred for the professor for 700 years. He also understands that perhaps her hatred did not extend to the children of this family. After all, this is due to the fact that her blood also flows in the veins of these children. At a certain point, he is attacked by a maddened writer who is preparing to kill him. However, his plans are disrupted by an unknown factor, and he tries to understand what happened. Brandon decides to use his absorption skill to bite his opponent and heal his wounds. Thanks to this snack, his life will be able to last a little longer than it was destined for. However, he turns out to be too careless, and for this he immediately receives a powerful blow right in the back. Brandon loses his footing and flies at high speed into the seat next to the windows. He looks at his opponent and reflects on the fact that he has already managed to forget about this over the long centuries. The Fallen are gradually becoming more numerous, and he realizes that he will have to start over again to escape. He only holds on to the hope that he will be able to appear in a better place to escape. Suddenly, a Fallen girl intervenes in the matter and orders her henchmen to save him. Having heard the command from his mistress, the stalker immediately begins to transform into some kind of terrible monster. He immediately rushes towards the big guy and closes the distance in a matter of seconds. He also starts shouting loudly in order to distract the enemy's attention and turn it to himself. The giant beast knocks him to his feet and begins to bite into his neck in an attempt to instantly destroy him. The Fallen also tries to defend himself and starts hitting him on the back in the hope of breaking his back. At a certain point, he manages to gain a slight advantage and pierce his opponent's arm through and through. However, despite this, Stalker continues to fight the enemy as if he feels nothing. Having destroyed the enemy, he immediately rises to his feet and tears off his arm, looking around. After this, he uses his unique mutation to split the damage between others. Brandon watches as other fallen, mutated, suffer the same damage as the stalker. Brandon notes that this dog turned out to be very useful and helped him out at a time of need. A large woman comes into the salon and tells everyone else to stop before it's too late. She also decides to use the 4th level spiritual power mutation in order to save the protagonist. Brandon reflects that he couldn't have asked for a better time to come to the rescue. However, out of nowhere, mummy ribbons appear, ready to drag him away and deal with him. Brandon is being damaged too severely for his mobility to allow him to defend himself. However, when he was about to be captured, the girl decides to jump out of the plane with him. The monster continues to try to grab them with his ribbons, saying that he will not let them go. These bandages are heading towards them at a rapid pace, and there is no chance for them to escape. However, Stalker comes to the rescue, biting into these bandages and preventing the monster from controlling them. The owner of the region calls Stalker a damn dog, which he will definitely punish in the next iteration. Brandon and the woman meanwhile continue to fall downwards in free fall. The monster is indignant and makes plans about how long he will torture this creature for interfering with him. Meanwhile, our heroes find themselves in an area where they can use the disc to go back. Brandon looks at his device and finds that it has finally picked up a connection with the tower. Brandon is happy that he will now be able to escape from here after solving this case. The girl flying next to him offers him to take the heart, and says that it will lead him to Lorie. The system says that when she turned into a fallen one, her internal organs separated from her body. Brandon realizes that if her organs and functions are preserved, then the heart has become a Gilin and has acquired such properties. Brandon is trying to understand how Pasha was able to transform not just any object, but his own internal organ into Gilin. He suggests that perhaps this happened because there was a baby in the womb, and it somehow influenced this process. The woman says that in the past, she fell in love with the wrong man, and it was because of him that she became who she is. She also says that he wanted to test whether her children would become monsters like her. Brandon looks at her in surprise and asks if there were really 2 of these children. The woman says that perhaps this all happened because of her, but if a woman from her family got married, then twins were born. She also says that thanks to this heart, she was able to establish something like a spiritual connection between them. Brandon muses that this explains why Lorie knew about this zone, and how the Fallen knows where it is. The system reminds him that this heart is the greatest consolation for this Fallen one, but she gives it away. Brandon assumes she made this decision because she believed his act about loving Lorie. He immediately suggests that perhaps Lorie was experimented on and pretended to be insane to escape. Brandon asks why she only has half a heart left, since she had 2 children. The woman sadly says that several years ago, her first child suddenly decided to break off their relationship. Brandon immediately remembers the fact that the missing person turned out to be the older brother he knew nothing about. He suggests that perhaps her brother was recognized as the true heir, and they decided to get rid of Lorie. Brandon reflects that if the heart was whole, then all the men in this family were in constant contact with this woman. He suggests that perhaps something happened to this man that could not be brought against even this woman. However, he assumes that this woman still knows something about it. But now he does not have time to ask. The girl says that their time is running out, and asks him to take care of Lorie, whom he is looking for. Within moments he vanishes into thin air, leaving this girl alone with a cruel cycle. The system invites him to take stock, saying that he will still have to return here in the future. The system also gives him a hint, saying that the girl heard all his sweet words of love. Brandon asks the system if all his true confessions were transmitted through the heart. After a while, we are transported to the first floor, to the east square of the tower. Lucas paces tensely around large Stella, trying to figure out where his comrades have gone. He says that an hour has already passed, and he begins to worry about their long absence, which does not bode well. Lincoln advises him to calm down, since they know as well as he does what their captain is capable of. Lucas rudely says that he doesn't know because this time everything was completely different and a disaster could have happened. One of the girls suddenly says that their wait is finally coming to an end, because Howard has returned. Looking up, they discover the captain, who has indeed just been transported here. Lucas happily walks towards him, saying that he is a reckless idiot who luckily got out of there. Howard immediately starts looking around, completely ignoring the friendly words. They ask him what happened, but he turns around and tries to approach Stella. Lucas stops him, saying that he needs to go to the hospital and get checked out, because he might have injuries. Lincoln voices what's on everyone's mind and wonders where that brat went. Ingrid says that given their captain's character, if he had pulled him out of there, he would have done it. She also adds that if the choice was between him and Brandon, he would definitely send Brandon. The atmosphere becomes dark, and they wonder if this means Brandon didn't come back alive. Lucas cautiously approaches his friend and asks him where that same boy was going. After a few moments, energy fluctuations appear around him again. Howard immediately rushes forward and discovers that Brandon, fortunately for them, was able to return after all. Brandon, breathing heavily, looks at his comrades and tells the captain that he found Lorie and was able to escape. However, his strength immediately begins to leave him, and he falls down, not having time to say where she is. Howard immediately intercepts him, hoping that he has not suffered any serious internal bleeding or injury. After this, he tells the others that Brandon is seriously injured and needs urgent medical attention. Lucas, in a loud voice, orders that people with healing talent be found as quickly as possible. Brandon hands the captain half of the heart, telling him that he must guard this artifact with all his might. He tells him that this heart will lead them to their goal, which is in the tower, but he doesn't know where yet. Howard suddenly discovers the heart, and for some reason looks at it for a long time, as if he is very surprised. Meanwhile, we are transported to an unknown place on one of the floors, which looks like a large school. Lorie is in one of the empty classrooms and falls to the ground, trying to figure out how this could have happened. She asks how this woman could give something so valuable and dear to someone. Howard, meanwhile, quickly gets to his feet and says that he will take care of everything else. Brandon was evacuated, and healers say that all of his bones are broken and he needs urgent hospitalization. Brandon finally turns to the captain, saying that he has very important information. He asks him who is the second most powerful person in the investigation corps, and Howard states that he only cooperates with Lucas. Brandon says that we need to take him with us, and also bring in reinforcements from other strong fighters. Brandon, with the last of his strength, tells him that they must prevent Lorie from escaping at any cost. Howard nods quickly before walking up to Lucas and telling him that he'll be going with him. Lucas immediately becomes indignant and says that he will not tolerate being treated like some kind of criminal. Howard says they have more important things to do now, as they and their reinforcements are heading up to the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, they are trying to hospitalize Brandon as quickly as possible and are heading to the nearest facility. Lincoln uses his talent for eloquence to throw off all passers-by with his voice. However, a few moments later, Donald appears in front of them, as well as the staff of the measuring building. Donald says that this man is under their full responsibility and they will ensure his recovery. He adjusts his glasses and says that if they don't want serious problems, they should leave him and get out of here. Lincoln recommends that he eat dog shit, as this type of employment would suit him perfectly. Victor also gives in because of his friend, saying that they won't warn them twice and will simply throw them out. Donald asks them if they really want to just fight them here, without worrying about the consequences. Ingrid acts as the voice of reason, and asks everyone else to shut up, after which she takes the initiative. She tells Donald that they will hand Brandon over to him, but he must take the best care of him. She also adds that if something happens to him, even his wife, who promoted him, will not save him from punishment. Donald starts to get angry, and says that he became captain solely due to his efforts and skill. Lincoln laughs and says that his wife probably loves him very much because he is a big joker. Donald gets annoyed, but understands that there are more important things to do now, and orders Brandon to be taken on a gurney. Lincoln looks with disdain at his colleagues in the correctional corps and hopes that they will keep their word. Donald orders his chained ones to walk on their own, and they are sent to the intensive care unit. Shark asks his colleague why she decided to give it to them, because it makes them look weak. Lincoln says that they still won't find anyone who can make him talk. He also adds that the brat was badly wounded, but still managed to pass on key information to Howard. He assumes that the correctional corps probably knows about this, so they will treat him quickly. Ingrid notes that Lincoln is very fond of Brandon, even though he bullied her for a long time. Victor says that Brandon is a real man, and now he recognizes him because he is very courageous and loyal. He smiles and says that all his bones were broken and his muscles didn't move, and he likes that. Lincoln says that given his attention to detail and ability to think, the case is already solved. He suggests that this means that the pacification corps will have to operate on 2 fronts. Ingrid says he has indeed become smarter, emphasizing that she was usually the brains of the team. Lincoln says that he has always been like this, and that is why the captain put him in charge of this matter. Meanwhile, Lucas and Howard exit the elevator to get to the 3rd floor and reach the desired building. However, they are immediately met by Martin and a whole crowd of Death Corps officers, who ask them where they are going. Howard says that they have very important business, so they are in a hurry, and they don't have time to talk. Martin says that he was able to survive being sent into the purple zone, and this feat speaks louder than other achievements. He also suggests that they have managed to locate the target and asks him if he is right. Howard calmly says that they still won't be able to stop him, even if they really wanted to. Martin says that they are indeed right, and he could not stop him even if he brought all the masters here. He also emphasizes that for this cause they personally risked their lives in the purple zone, and survived. Martin admits that he has lost as the person in charge of the correctional corps, but he has a request. He says that if Howard and Lucas went to rescue Lorie, it means the matter is serious, and they could use some reinforcements. Howard and Lucas exchange glances and nod quickly, realizing that they could really use the extra people. He says that if it gets too dangerous, he won't be able to protect them. But Martin says that's okay. He says that these people are the elite of his troops, and some of them have reached the 5th level of power. He also says that this kidnapper doesn't have a single chance, because a mosque intelligence shield is sent after him. After a while, we are transported to the 3rd floor of the tower in the old building of the 6th Aristocratic Academy. This building has been empty for a long time, and a very powerful, ominous aura has formed around it. However, one of the buildings on the grounds of this gigantic academy appears to be someone's hideout. Lorie is in the locker room with an unknown person and is drawing amazing pictures. She says that apparently only 2 outcomes await her in the near future. She assumes that she will either stay with him and continue to listen to his stories about the massacre of people and leave this place. She also assumes that she will soon be killed, and that she will return to the mental hospital against her will. An unknown man looks at her closely and asks which of these endings she would prefer. Lorie says that if he had asked about this 2 hours ago, she would have chosen the first option without hesitation. After this, she says that she has changed her mind and wants to leave this place, and this surprises the stranger. He asks her why she wants to be around a crowd of crazy people who are bothering her again. He reminds her that for her it was just a cage for outcasts, for whom no one else in this world cares. Lorie doesn't immediately dare to answer him about the true reasons for her actions, but they are quite obvious. After some time, she decides to pull herself together, and says that now she has a man she likes. He also says that his words turned out to be a lie, although he was very convincing, and she even believed him then. Now she finally understands that there are people in this world who love her, and this changes a lot. Now she understands perfectly well that they are outcasts, and other people might actually pay attention to her. This fact turned out to be very important for her, because all this time she thought that no one would even look at her. Lorie drew a picture of Howard and Lucas approaching, and stated that they were risking their lives for her. After a short pause, she says that now she no longer wants to become fallen, as she did before. Some time ago, this man contacted her and offered her to finally accept her essence and become a fallen one. He talked about how once they left the tower, he would take her to a special place where all the fallen had intelligence and personality. He added that people with emotional defects like her would quickly evolve and become great. He also stated that people who try to deceive themselves and others will continue to live in this cage. Lorie asked him in surprise why he had so much hatred towards people, since they had hardly offended him much. Kane talks about how people are arrogant, ugly, and unwilling to learn from their mistakes, no matter what. He asked her if she remembered what happened to her in childhood, and whether there was anything good or joyful there. Lorie thinks for a moment, then says that she no longer has any desire to remain human. Mom said that she was very tired and asked him to take her away from here, wishing to disappear. However, now she says that she no longer wants to become fallen and will wait for people who will save her. Kane asks her in surprise if she really means the people with the painting who will come and save her. He peers closely at the approaching Howard and Lucas to assess his chances. Lorie puts a smile on her face and says that they are already on their way and will be here soon. Kane reflects on the fact that this girl cannot even express her joy at this event, and is only deceiving herself. Looking at her, he realizes that she is the perfect candidate to become a fallen one. He puts his hand on her head and says that, unfortunately, no one will ever love her in this world. He adds that she is special, so even if she is saved, she will still end up back in the hospital for the insane. He asks her if she's sure she wants to go back there, and Lorie remembers Brandon's words. This will give her strength, and she says that she is confident because she does not want to become fallen. Kane looks at her carefully and asks what she will do if these people cannot save her. Lorie says that she no longer has any desire to become a fallen, so he should just leave. He says that if she doesn't want to do this, then he will have to accept her choice and leave her alone. After that, he turns around and says that one day she will understand that this tower is not worth clinging to. Lorie asks him to hurry and get out of here, because there are those there who can definitely deal with her. Kane looks closely at Howard's portrait and asks her if he really won't be able to defeat him. After weighing his chances, he realizes that with this body, he really won't be able to handle it, but it's worth a try. Meanwhile, our heroes gradually approach the territory of this academy, looking around. Howard suddenly begins to feel a strange presence of an unknown creature that was not there before. He warns the others and says that there is some kind of creepy aura in the air. Lucas asks him what it all means, and he replies that it is an aura that only the highest fallen possess. Lucas tells him that the fallen cannot get in here, and Howard states that Brandon's suspicions were correct. Howard asks his colleagues from the neighboring building if they are going to go further, because it is very dangerous. The Payets says that they dare not disobey the order of their captain, and they will not be a burden, but on the contrary, will help them. Lucas recommends forgetting about it, as there is no point in talking to them, and that the mission must continue. Howard moves on and unknowingly activates an invisible trap that gives information about where they are. An unknown creature, resembling a snake, immediately rushes forward in an attempt to find its victims. Howard and Lucas continue walking, telling their colleagues to follow them. Lucas asks him if their enemy is somehow connected to the Tower God cult that is the subject of so many rumors. Howard says that if Brandon's guesses are to be believed, then this is not the case. However, it is possible that there is still a connection between them. Lucas says that if it is not someone from the cult, then it is difficult to explain the presence of such a powerful master. After this, they enter the academy grounds and discover that it is as dark as the blackest abyss. Howard asks his comrade if he still has his shield, and Lucas states that such things cannot be quickly fixed. He also advises him not to worry, as he is so strong that he can cover him without a shield. Meanwhile, one of the fighters of the Death Corps says that it has become noticeably darker here. He tells his comrades to remain vigilant and to be ready to attack at any moment. However, after taking a few more steps, he realizes that he was not imagining things, and that it really is too dark here. Some unknown entity continues to slowly approach him with unknown intentions. Strange voices appear behind him, whispering very frightening thoughts into his ear. The fighter turns around irritated because of this, asking who is here and what kind of stupid games these are, demanding that they stop. However, as soon as he turns around, he sees that he is surrounded by a strange fog, from which strange mouths are screaming at him. These mouths drive him crazy and he orders them to shut up immediately, but they only increase the pressure. Howard meanwhile says that he has finally found what they have been looking for so long. He says that in the pantry, he feels a growing eerie aura, which probably belongs to that same master. Lucas asks him if he can cut down this villain, to which Howard replies that he has no choice. Suddenly they hear strange screams behind them and realize that it is the staff of the Correctional Corps shouting. One of them says that they are all right and he really did kill them, but there is nothing wrong with that. He tries to justify himself and hysterically says that all these people deserve to die and got what they deserved. Lucas wonders what's going on with this guy and why he's acting like a complete idiot. A Corps fighter suddenly points at Lucas and says that he is to blame for everything that happened to him. Lucas tries to calm him down by coming closer and trying to put his hand on his shoulder. However, the hypnotized fighter decides to take advantage of this moment to deliver a sneaky blow. He immediately grabs the dagger and rushes forward, saying that Lucas is to blame for everything. A few moments later, there is the sound of a powerful blow and an even more vile sound of blade and skin touching. Luckily for Lucas, his skin turns out to be too tough for a regular knife to penetrate. He looks at this rather depressing attempt with surprise and asks the younger one what happened to him. However, anyone would immediately say that this fighter is hysterical and out of his mind. Howard advises him not to waste time, but to just knock him out and deal with it later. Lucas says it's a great idea and swings his arm to knock the man out in style. He takes aim at the other Corps members who have been paralyzed and orders them to get out of here. However, it is becoming clear that only now are these people gradually beginning to come to their senses. Howard advises him to be careful, saying that this creepy aura can probably somehow interact with people. He assumes she is mind-controlling them, but Lucas notes that a few of them still retain their sanity. Kane addresses them, saying that if they had come alone, it would have been more difficult for him to deal with both of them. Howard immediately turns around to see who is standing in front of him from the sound of that nasty voice. Kane tells him that he is even surprised that they themselves brought henchmen to him that he can control. At this moment, the staff of the measuring body again begin to behave inappropriately and lose control. Howard and Lucas turn in different directions to distribute their forces on different fronts. Lucas says that he can rely on him because he can definitely handle a bunch of pathetic idiots. Howard nods silently, then prepares to fight his as-yet unknown opponent. Kane calmly approaches his opponent, not at all intimidated by his incredible strength and speed. A few moments later, the sound of a powerful blow and the contact of a sword with an ordinary body resounds throughout the academy. Kane proves to be a very strong opponent and has enough power to stop this sword. Looking at his opponent, he smirks and says that he turns out to be very impatient. Howard is irritated and realizes that he will have to use other methods in order to win. He jumps to the side and then delivers several more blows, creating energy waves. Kane jumps aside and says that first he would like to introduce himself. After this, he decides to snap his fingers to redirect the energy wave. Striking a pompous pose, he says his name is Kane and he is happy to finally meet Howard. Howard looks at his enemy in surprise and remembers whether that name was ever spoken or not. The man who asked him about Kane was none other than his faithful comrade Brandon. He also remembered that Brandon wore the exact same mask to hide his identity. Kane, meanwhile, praises his opponent, saying that he is one of the most famous people in the tower. He also rejoices and says that he is apparently the second strongest person who can block his attacks. Howard studies his opponent with interest and tries to understand what else he might be capable of in such a situation. After this, he decides to change tactics a little in order to choose a new angle to attack his enemy. Their confrontation turns out to be quite serious, since the strength level of each of the fighters is at a high level. Howard, however, is not going to give in to his opponent, and is preparing to use another unexpected blow. Kane watches the energy wave approaching him carefully, and decides not to turn away. Immediately after this, he restores his body and says that Howard's speed is simply terrifying. He talks about how he has an incredibly fast body, and he is already incredibly tempted to make Howard fall. Howard takes to the air and says that he has no great desire to listen to this nonsense. Immediately after this, he launches several energy attacks to knock the mask off his face. Howard realizes that this bastard is loaded with gilans from head to toe, and it will be very difficult to penetrate his defenses. Nevertheless, he decides to continue to increase his speed and hit exactly in the same place. To achieve this, he uses the talent Moving Shadows to perform quick strikes from different directions. Kane says that only 3 people possessed such talents, and all of them became powerful Fallen Ones. Kane also says that he heard that he met a powerful Fallen One outside the tower who did not kill him. He suggests that perhaps it was the former strongest master who expected something from him. Howard ignores all these words and continues to strike directly at the mask of this talkative villain. Kane smiles and says that there is no point in continuing to mark his mask, because he values it very much. He also asks him if the mask seemed familiar to him, since he had worn exactly the same one recently. Howard pauses for a moment, trying to figure out what this crazy idiot meant, and after a while it dawns on him that he simply confused him with Brandon. He follows a false trail and assumes that the man is actually targeting Brandon, not him. Howard suggests that he only saw him in a mask, and that's why he confused them with each other, and that will work to his advantage. After this, he raises his sword towards him and decides not to destroy the intrigue in order to protect Brandon. He assumes that if he had the courage to start imitating him, then he must be confident in his abilities. Kane happily says that apparently he was not mistaken. It really was Howard, and not someone else. Meanwhile, Lucas continues to fight the core members, distributing healing tomacus to them. He wonders why their comrades suddenly went crazy and started attacking their own. He suggests that perhaps this man has some kind of Dutch that can drive people crazy. Looking at his opponents, he says that these guys look like someone is manipulating them. One of the employees asks him if he can't hear the voices that are shouting so loudly in his ears. Lucas says he has no idea what they're talking about, when suddenly he actually starts hearing whispers. Suddenly, some employees fall to their knees and say that they are tired of listening to this cacophony. Lucas decides to bring them to their senses and shouts loudly at them to wake up and pull themselves together. Immediately after this, the fog begins to recede, leaving these employees alone and returning them to their sanity. They begin to breathe deeper, their heartbeat returns to normal, and they wonder what that was. Kane watches this and says that, apparently, Howard has brought a very strong and reliable ally. He adds that the tower limits his capabilities too much, and does not allow him to fully express himself. He also says that their final battles will take place in a completely different place, so there is no point in rushing. Brandon, meanwhile, slowly opens his eyes in the hospital and tries to comprehend how much time has passed. The hospital light immediately blinds him, and it takes him a while to get used to it. He is left wondering where he is when he suddenly finds Donald sitting next to him. Donald appears with a message, after which he joyfully notes that his dear comrade has finally woken up. He states that the doctor has already treated his wounds, and that he will still have to stay in bed for a while. Brandon assumes they intercepted him and sent him to the hospital, although they still won't get any information from that. Donald says he has a few questions for him, but Brandon says Martin probably already has all the information. Donald clarifies that he does not do anything without Brandon's approval, and asks what exactly he talked about with Martin. Brandon says that he passed all the information on to his captain, and Captain Martin has probably already sent his men to him. Donald says that this is indeed the case, but Brandon came back tired and could have messed something up. Donald emphasizes that he came here only to find out if he has any additional information. Brandon says that he will repeat himself again, and say that the target is in the old building of the 6th Academy. Donald immediately runs out of the room, and Brandon advises him to hurry to give everything to Captain Martin. Donald immediately calls his captain and tells him that he managed to obtain information about Lorie's location. The system scolds the protagonist, saying that he simply voluntarily told them all the information. Brandon reflects that they probably already know everything and understand perfectly well what Howard is capable of. He assumed that the captain had already managed to reach his target and deal with his opponents. Brandon is also surprised that his power level hasn't changed at all, considering he's been in the purple zone for so long. He suggests that the conditions created by the zone's owner, who brought it under his control, are to blame for everything. Brandon remembers that the first time after killing the mummy, most of the Fallen jumped out of the plane, but they returned. Brandon points out that it wasn't just him and Howard, meaning it was all the tower's influence. He suggests that the tower erases both the fallen themselves and the influence of their ability with some kind of aura. The system tells him that he has only explored 20% of the area and has missed all the important plot lines. Brandon realizes that at first he thought that the main reason for the transformation of all the passengers was that girl. But this is not so. The thing is, there was a whole bunch of containers in the cargo hold that they never had time to study because of the mummies. He suggests that perhaps these boxes and wings contain the main secrets of the plane that need to be investigated. He suggests that it must have been some kind of experiment. Otherwise, how can one explain the appearance of the mummy? Brandon realizes that this was somehow rigged, as the place was boarded by a living person. And the question remains, what were the intentions of those who gathered all these unfortunate people on one plane? Brandon realizes that, unfortunately, due to the pressing deadline, he was unable to study everything in more detail. He realized that he was too weak to penetrate the purple zones, and he needed to improve his skills. He also notes that if it weren't for the watch that turned into Jilin and his captain, he would have been stuck there forever. After this, he remembers how his watch works, and assumes that they are simply told to put it on if needed. Donald runs into the room and says that he needs to leave it and urgently go to the 3rd floor. He promises to return soon, after which he demands that Brandon put the oxygen mask back on. Brandon asks him about what has already happened, and he says that it is quite a long story. However, he says that the lady was indeed found, but the kidnapper escaped, and their detachment was completely destroyed. Brandon can't believe that the elite squad of the Correctional Corps was destroyed so easily. Brandon asks him what happened to Howard, and Donald states that he is fine, but his squad is in trouble. After this, he says that he doesn't have time to chat. He needs to hurry to fix everything. After this, he leaves, declaring that his captain has high hopes for him. Brandon wonders how the kidnapper was able to escape, and also escape from the captain. He suggests that only Kane could have done something like that in the tower, given his level of power. To understand how this happened, we are transported back to the academy 10 minutes before these events. Lucas continues to hand out healing blows to the Corps staff, apologizing for hitting too hard. However, one of them completely loses control of his body and rushes to attack. Lucas turns away in irritation, realizing that now he will have to fight this idiot again. He blocks his punches and counterattacks him right at his feet to calm him down a bit. He adds that with such a disposition, it wouldn't hurt him to rest a little on the cold floor. Lucas discovers that this was the last enemy left who could still stand and fight. After this, he realizes that all that remains is to destroy the main culprit of the celebration, with whom Howard is now fighting. Kane continues to be capricious, saying that this battle is becoming incredibly boring and he expected more. He adds that Howard is moving too slowly, and at this rate he will never kill him. After this, he states that it looks like he'll have to give him a little push in the right direction. With these words, he rapidly increases in size and demands to show him his true power. Howard approaches his opponent cautiously, trying to understand how seriously the rules of the game have changed now. Kane transformed into a giant and continued to demand to be shown the true power of the captain of the 7th Division. His metamorphosis began to progress uncontrollably, and he was even able to break through the roof of the academy. A few moments later, he became so gigantic that he could step on a building and destroy it. Lucas approaches his friend and asks him what this all means. He has never seen anything like it. Howard looks closely at his opponent, but not a single note of fear appears on his face. Kane tries to provoke him with cheap jokes, calling him a pathetic little runt. Howard ignores him and turns to his ally, asking if he can trust him. Lucas says that they are friends, and he advises him to go to the dressing room. Lucas looks at his comrade with concern and asks what he will do at this moment. Howard declares that he will try to kill this monster, and slowly draws his katana from its sheath. Exuding an ominous aura, he says that he will have to use another talent for this. Lucas looks at him in surprise and asks if he really has multiple talents. Howard doesn't answer this question, advising him to find the target as quickly as possible before it's too late. Lucas realizes there's no point in sorting things out now and rushes forward to save the hostage. Kane asks him if he still cares about this girl and recommends that he forget about her, helping him with his choice. He asks him what he should destroy first on this small and fragile 3rd floor. He suggests that the hospital or the main building of the correctional ward could be destroyed. Smiling, he says that he cannot choose just one thing and will most likely destroy everything in his path at once. He also says that he now understands what the monsters from the Ultraman series felt when they fell to Earth. He happily talks about how great it would be if he could become even bigger, stronger, and taller. Howard realizes that this kind of pompous chatter is already pretty boring for him, and decides to use his additional talent. Kane kicks him with his massive foot in an attempt to crush him and leave him in the ground. Energy sparks continue to flow through his body due to how much he spent on this skill. Howard manages to dodge this attack and immediately rushes up straight along his opponent's body. A few moments later, he finds himself next to his giant head and tells him to shut up. After this, there is a short pause, and no one has time to follow what actually happened. However, after this short pause, Howard finds himself behind his opponent and draws the smaller one's sheath. This blow turns out to be so monstrous that the giant mask begins to crack at an incredible speed. Immediately after this, blood and clots of red mist of hatred begin to spurt out from all sides of his body. After a few more moments, his body turns into a deadly fog and dissipates. Lucas, who had been running towards the hostage this whole time, turns around and asks himself what the hell this is. However, he decides not to ask unnecessary questions and focus on rescuing the hostage. He quickly opens the door and looks at Lorie, happily saying that he finally found her without asking any unnecessary questions. He quickly rushes forward to grab her and tell her that they are getting out of here. After this, he quickly jumps out of the dressing room, while something gigantic falls on her. Large-scale destruction occurs throughout the academy, and a thick column of dust begins to rise above it. Lucas finds his comrade among the rubble and asks if he really decided to kill everyone. He also asks him to clarify next time, but Howard says that they should not come closer. Lucas tries to understand what he means, since any opponent would most likely die after such a move. However, Kane survived and, with his characteristic maniacal laugh, says that he was completely delighted. He also says that he will wait for the day when he sees the darkness and filth inside the tower, and willingly joins the side of the fallen. Looking at his opponent, he says that he is looking forward to this day. Howard slowly approaches his opponent to finally finish him off, and put an end to this stream of senseless bravado. Kane, for his part, still believes he was dealing with Howard in Dandler's stomach. He assumes that he has the same madness lurking within him as Howard, based on the decisions Brandon has made. He admits that crazy ideas often popped into his mind too. Howard tries not to show that he has no idea what this guy is talking about. He then makes a quick lunge and delivers a deadly jab with his sword to finally shut him up. Kane says that he shouldn't mock his corpse like that. After all, he already killed him once. After a few moments, his body begins to disintegrate, but he manages to ask a few more questions. Kane asks him if he used the talent of the highest balance, or maybe the god of destruction. The vanishing entity says that he is simply curious, as he did not expect anyone to have such power. He advises him to be careful, because one day the people from the 6th floor will definitely come for him. Howard mentally marvels at how this creature has so quickly increased its strength and its additional talents. Kane says he's sorry he wasted the vessel's time so quickly and couldn't even scratch it. Finally, he says that Howard accepted his challenge, so he shouldn't die on the 6th floor. He expresses great hope that they will fight again, and this time he will definitely emerge victorious. Howard realizes that these words are actually addressed more to Brandon, with whom he has a long conversation ahead of him. Lucas runs up to him and says that it's just great because he managed to do it. Lorie suddenly asks them both where her lover, who was supposed to find her, went. Lucas and Howard turn around in surprise at this question, trying to figure out what she even means. Howard quickly realizes that perhaps the phrase Brandon said on that plane touched this girl. Howard says he's not here and will have to go back to the mental hospital. Lorie doesn't get an answer to her questions, and tries to understand why he didn't come himself to save her. Howard is also hesitant to tell her about it, and she grabs his clothes to ask again. She also wonders who he is and why Brandon entrusted him with a shell-shaped heart. Howard says it's the guy who almost died on the plane, came back with serious injuries and asked them for help. Lorie listens to him attentively, after which she falls silent for a while, without uttering a single word. She says that now it is clear that he could not come only because he was badly wounded, which means he still loves her. Lucas says that given that they've set up a detention center, the captain probably won't be happy. He intends to contact the captain directly and tell him what happened in this place. Howard decides to do just that and calls for reinforcements, who quickly secure the area. Martin arrives at the scene and says that this incident will definitely make it into the newspapers. Howard says he's already told his people in detail what happened here, and they can read the reports. Martin says with a slight smile that he actually read them and realized that he had a very serious opponent. He adds that they will have to unite in the future and extends his hand to at least thank him. He expresses gratitude because if it weren't for them, he would have lost 12 of his elite fighters. Lucas happily approaches his friend and says that he has received instructions from his boss and is now heading to the hospital. He also proudly says that they seem to have beaten the restraining ward, after which he notices Martin standing nearby. Howard, getting to his feet, says that if they received an order, they are obliged to carry it out. Immediately after this, he heads to Lorie to talk to her and head to the hospital. Lorie asks him if he will let her meet Brandon, as she really wants to see her lover. Howard says he's already explained to her several times that she misunderstood him. Lorie quickly gets to her feet and looks closely at her rescuers, trying to figure out what she should do. After that, she passes by and says that they should wait for her just a little bit. She heads to the scene and ignores the warnings of the officers. She is told that this is very dangerous, as the structure could collapse at any moment and bury her. Howard stops the employee and says that everything will be fine. You just need to give her a little time. Meanwhile, Lorie is digging through a pile of rubble to find something very dear to her. After some time, she finally finds what she has been looking for so long. She turns to Howard, holding several oil-painted maps in her hands. Afterwards, she fakes a smile, thanks them for saving her, and presents the paintings as a gift. Howard accepts this gift with surprise and looks closely at the paintings. He discovers that one painting captures their adventure on the plane, as if there was a camera there. Lorie says there is another painting that was made especially for her savior. Howard discovers that the painting depicts Brandon during his transformation into a fallen one. Lorie says no one has ever done anything like this for her, but he was still able to find her. Lorie also says that her father and brother didn't really like her and didn't want her to talk to that woman. Howard reflects on how amazing this girl is because she grew up in a family where everyone hated her. Even with that in mind, she still carefully hid her clues to reassure herself. Howard suggests that she thought no one would come after her because her clues were too complicated. At this moment, full of despair, the very hero who became her last ray of hope appears. Howard reflects that it is no wonder now that she has developed such a strong liking for him. Howard suggests that even if Brandon turned into a fallen one, she would never give him up. Howard extends his hand to her and tells her that time is of the essence, and they need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Lorie agrees and asks if they can ever meet again. Howard says that this will definitely happen, and asks to leave clearer clues next time. Lorie suddenly stops and turns to the captain again to tell him something. Faking a smile, she asks him to tell Brandon to come see her after he recovers. Meanwhile, we are transferred to the central hospital, which is located on the first floor. Cherry came to visit her friend and brought him a whole bowl of amazing porridge to help him get better. She tells him that he shouldn't be shy and just open his mouth for her to feed him. Brandon lies there with a stone-like expression on his face, and Cherry tells him that he needs to recover quickly. Lincoln says that ugly people are always very funny, and Cherry asks him what he thinks he's doing. Brandon watches their argument, but doesn't dare interrupt it, because he doesn't care how it ends anymore. Meanwhile, the system says that the girl outside the ward really likes short guys. Ray asks her why she doesn't want to go inside, because all these people are very close friends of Howard. The girl refuses, saying she will wait outside, and the system notes that she is head over heels in love with Howard. Brandon realizes that this girl is the boss of the Vera Services organization, which is very influential. He suggests that they might not get along if he offers her any favors. Lincoln finally settles the matter with the annoying Cherry, and asks why the captain got out first. Brandon gestures to them that the method he has chosen to solve the problem is the correct one. Victor says that they also wanted to ask what happened in that very purple zone. Brandon begins to explain that this is a very dangerous area, and the captain's watch has reached a critical point. He says the coordinates of their target were hidden in one of the boxes in the cargo bay. He also says that there were about 300 opponents on their way, which greatly impresses Shark and Victor. Lincoln smiles and says that perhaps this time he can even be praised for his incredible success. Ingrid turns out to be the only person who understands the nonsense Brandon is spouting to fool them. She reflects that she doesn't deny that he had to fight a horde of enemies, but there are clearly details missing. She asks him to stop talking nonsense and lie down more comfortably, since he needs to be examined and the prognosis understood. After 10 minutes, Howard carefully opens the doors and goes inside to check on his friend. The squad asks him how everything went and what happened to the noble girl they went looking for. Howard says he needs to talk to Brandon alone and asks them to leave so he can't be overheard. Ingrid immediately comes out and says that the captain can call them if he needs anything. However, just as they are about to leave, he abruptly stops them, saying that they have forgotten something. He points at Cherry and states that he doesn't care about their games, but he better clean up after himself. Victor immediately throws Cherry over his shoulder and runs away, loudly slamming the door behind him. Brandon looks at his comrade and says that he has been given some information. Brandon expresses hope that the girl was rescued, despite the fact that the kidnapper escaped. Howard says that the mission was indeed accomplished, and they were also able to bypass the containment building. He adds that senior management promised a reward, but he himself does not know what the prize will be. Brandon asks what happened to the kidnapper, and Howard suggests that he simply disappeared. He also says that he has already heard the name of Brandon's kidnapper, and adds that his name is Kane. Brandon reflects that this is logical, since no other creature could escape from the captain. Brandon says he actually knows this creature, and it's a very long story. Howard tells him that he is in no hurry and needs all the details he can provide. He also says that he killed this man, but he feels that he will return again and more than once. Brandon tries to figure out what this all means, and suggests that he has some kind of body-swapping ability. Brandon says his first encounter happened back in that hospital, when they first went outside the tower. Brandon reminds them of the teleportation disc he found before they evacuated. After this, he goes into a long explanation and tries to tell what else he found then. He describes in great detail the second zone he was in and how the tests were presented to him. Howard had been peeling the apple all this time, and by the time he finished, Brandon's story had come to an end. The protagonist honestly said that this is absolutely all he knows about Kane and his powers. The system reproaches him for telling them everything, but Brandon understands that it asks him to be careful what he wishes for. Howard says that he is now convinced of one very important thing that previously seemed doubtful to him. Howard says that Kane now thinks Howard is Brandon, and will base his tactics on that. Brandon realizes that Kane's target was the shorty from the start, and that he prepared these zones specifically for him. Brandon notes that even in the Dandler jungle, he realized that Kane apparently wanted to test him. Brandon realizes that Howard is the Tower Master, a title only given to the strongest fighters. Dandler's second stage was truly dangerous, and in this state he could even rival Howard. Action notes that he found the mask the day before he went there, and the clues were placed in advance. Now this seems logical, since Kane was not surprised by his weakness, since he knew nothing about Howard's true strength. However, one mystery still eludes Brandon's understanding. The mystery is that he is 20 centimeters taller than Howard, so it was almost impossible to confuse them. Brandon asks him how their battle went, since they came face to face and something could have been noticed. Howard nods and says that he did indeed think this opponent was acting very strange. After a short pause, he believes that this person is most likely capable of using the power of the Fallen. He recounts that throughout their battle, the Academy's gymnasium was shrouded in an eerie fog. He also says that every time he tried to cut Kane, he would suck the energy out of his sword. Howard claims that he has already encountered opponents who possessed such abilities. Brandon looks at him in surprise and says that these are indeed mutations of the Fallen like block or gigantism. He wonders how this is possible, since the tower even blocked the effect of mutation and rebirth. Brandon says there's a theory that the talent mutation lists correspond to each other, but there's no proof of that. Howard says it might not be the talent itself, but the reputation of the person with the ability. Howard suggests that the man learned to harness the power of mutation, and the tower ignored him. Brandon says the idea is very viable, but it's still unclear how he managed to achieve it. Brandon looks at his comrade seriously and asks if Kane said anything during the fight. Howard says that he was even too talkative, so he chatted incessantly. Brandon realizes that something doesn't add up here, because if he was able to suppress Ilia, then Kane is a weak version of his father. He also understands that after reading these notes, he appeared to him as a completely balanced person. Brandon realizes something doesn't add up and asks to see how exactly he talked during the fight. Brandon says he needs to play his part, and Howard says he won't do it. Brandon says his thinking skills will allow him to reconstruct what happened, and everything will become easier. Howard just speaks human language, and Brandon says he has to play Kane realistically. In order to make it sound more believable, he will have to remember exactly what he said. Howard feels awkward, but Brandon says he believes in him and will support him. Howard realizes he has no choice but to play the role of a theatrical villain. His face suddenly breaks into a sinister smile that a man like Kane might wear. He starts laughing and says loudly that the shorty really didn't disappoint him. After this, he recounts the words about how he looks forward to the day when Howard turns into a fallen one. Brandon listens to him attentively, then suddenly covers his mouth with his hand to suppress his laughter. Howard asks him what happened, and Brandon, with a very serious expression on his face, states that everything is fine. Howard asks if he imagined it or if he just laughed at his improvisation. Brandon says his professionalism is beyond doubt, and he would never laugh. He adds that the psychological portrait is almost complete, just a little bit remains. Of course, someone in the room was eavesdropping the whole time and watching what Howard was talking about with Brandon. Suddenly the door opens, and somehow Lincoln doesn't lose his balance along with his friends. Howard looks at them with a very angry look while they try to come up with an excuse for themselves. Howard slams the door with incredible force to make it clear that their presence is not wanted. Immediately after this, he goes to the curtains and lowers the blinds so that he cannot be seen. He also looks around carefully, hoping that no one will spy on him or make a video recording. After this, he steps back and continues to play his role with incredible enthusiasm and dedication. The system says that this is perhaps the funniest scene they have seen in a long time. Brandon also says that he will never tell anyone about this, adding that he will take today's event to his grave. He also says that Kane's behavior was not consistent with the character of the man he knows. Brandon says that now Kane believes he has a firm grip on him, but he doesn't know that they are different people. Brandon suggests preparing for the next battle, and Howard asks what needs to be done. Brandon says he's met a couple of people with split personalities, and Kane is good at faking it. Brandon adds that in some ways he feels a certain kinship with the creature. Brandon notes that during the captain's speech, he experienced a strong sense of déjà vu of profound madness. It was this madness that his father managed to infect him with, pushing him to ignore the law. It was because of him that he was never able to get close to him. But he understands that he will never be able to give up on someone like Kane. Brandon says he is a good liar and does so solely for a specific purpose. Howard comes to the conclusion that he is definitely not interested in power in the tower, because he could easily get it. They both come to the conclusion that he is doing this in order to gain some kind of absolute power and become omnipotent. Brandon concludes that Kane becomes stronger through his lies, but there must be some condition between these parts. Brandon admits that now, to say for sure, the main clue lies in his voluntary recruitment. He asks how Kane tries to bring about his voluntary transformation into a fallen being. Brandon says the answer to this is very simple. It can only be done with consent. Howard listens to him carefully and says that this actually makes sense and reminds him of something. He adds that there is a talent number 23 that allows one to gain the power of deception, and it is called the Swindler. Brandon muses that this is entirely possible, and the system tells him that Brandon and Kane are essentially from the same world. He warns his captain that for Kane he is not some ordinary prey. He notes that, judging by his reaction, Howard possesses a power that would impress even a being who has lived for 700 years. Howard says he finds it hard to believe, because Kane should definitely be stronger than him. Brandon says that this is indeed the case, and the system notes that this seems nonsense. Brandon suggests that his hatred for the people on the 6th floor stems from the fact that he can't do anything about them. Howard wonders if there is someone on the 6th floor who has already fought Kane and won. Brandon reminds him of the story of the miner who received rare talents, went to the 6th floor, and disappeared. Brandon says he's been thinking about this story for a long time, and it seems to him that there's some kind of predator on the 6th floor. He asks the captain not to be offended, and says that if he lived 700 years, he would not be able to compare with Kane. Brandon argues that Kane hates the tower with all his black heart, and the reason is on the 6th floor. They speculate that someone on the 6th floor severely weakened and offended Kane, causing him to harbor a grudge. Brandon adds that this is why he is so fixated on Howard, because he is his potential source of power. He suggests that Kane has prepared a whole series of different zones for him that will undermine his loyalty to the tower. Howard asks why Kane acted like a madman during their meeting, since it wouldn't have done any good. Brandon says it can be explained by a technique called werewolf killing. He adds that one werewolf kills another in order to divert all suspicion from himself. From his point of view, Kane appeared before him in his natural guise of a madman in order to allow him to die. Howard asks what this all means, and Brandon says it's just his theory. Brandon suggests that perhaps some bringer of justice will appear and kill Kane. Howard catches his drift and says that later everyone will find out that this bringer of justice was Kane himself. Brandon smiles and says the captain is smart, adding that it will be a distraction. Howard thinks that Brandon's words sound too incredible, but for some reason he feels like it's possible. After this, he tries to understand what to do and how to ensure the safety of his comrade. Brandon reassures him, saying that as long as he's around, Kane definitely won't be able to get to them. He also says that all these zones that are in this disc, they must pass together. Howard is very surprised by how much his friend trusts him, despite the fact that they have known each other for a short time. Smiling slightly, he says that he agrees to this arrangement, and their friendship strengthens. 3 days later, we are transported to the headquarters of the Foreign Intelligence Corps to see how things stand. Brandon walks into Howard's office as he has been called in to announce some special information. He says senior management held a conference to thank them personally, but he was turned away because of an injury. He hands him the medals, saying that this is a reward for his deeds, and asking him not to lose them. Howard says he hasn't found a suitable container for the heart, but Brandon won't have a problem with that. He also says that the girl they saved has taken a liking to him, and that perhaps she should be interrogated. Brandon says there's no point in asking her since they can use the teleportation disc. Howard says he has to visit her, and Brandon realizes that potential love will only cause problems. Howard says he's sure this girl is more than just mentally ill. He also says that people with such a blatant lack of attention and love are a bomb. He offers to win her over to his side, emphasizing that he will not interfere in their relationship. After a short pause, he says that she is a very beautiful girl, hoping that this will convince him. Brandon says that the captain probably misunderstood him, and that she is not that interested in the woman. He states that even though they drank with the girls, it never changes his comrades in arms. Howard asks him to stop engraving and consider this his order, which must be carried out quickly. Howard also says that the hospital is now under heavy security, and they are now responsible for its safety. He emphasizes that there are many reasons to believe that Kane has already managed to sow the seed of doubt in her heart. He adds that they definitely need to talk to her to find out more information. Brandon realizes that this won't make things any worse, as he might get a few clues about his enemy. Everything is stable in the psychiatric hospital. The patients continue to play their board games. However, this time the patient decided to try his hand at fighting a real opponent and lost miserably. Brandon walks past this madhouse and says that it's quite fun and lively here. After some time, the same doctor comes out to him and says that all the formalities have been resolved and he can pass. This doctor also says that the captain's men even asked him to be extremely polite with him. The system is surprised that they have stopped putting spokes in their wheels and notes that this is very timely. The system also reflects on the fact that they are eager to know how that girl is doing. The doctor says that the last time they came here, they made a real mess. Brandon doesn't understand what he means at first, but then he discovers a giant hole in the wall. He speculates that this is where his captain fought an unknown cultist from the Tower God sect. After some time, they finally reach Lorie's room, and the doctor says that they have finally arrived. He waves his hand, saying that he has a lot to do, so he will leave him alone with this patient. Brandon tries to figure out what words to choose before carefully tugging at the door handle. When he goes inside, he finds Lorie practicing in front of the mirror, trying to learn to smile again. Lorie suddenly turns towards him, a strange and unnatural smile still on her face. After this, she is surprised, and her girlish heart begins to flutter violently from incredible embarrassment. The embarrassment is so strong that she loses her balance in her chair and falls down. The system says that this is a girl. Then, as a child born from the fallen, she has her own characteristics. The system notes that she has incredible artistic talents and can draw a ton of beautiful pictures. Brandon notes that the captain was right. She is a real beauty and quite smart, since she asks such puzzles. Brandon extends his hand to her and says that the captain asked him to ask her something. Lorie says she assumed he would come, so she captured the answers in drawings. Brandon looks at her in surprise and asks what kind of drawings they are talking about. Lorie heads towards a large stack of papers of all kinds, making it clear that she is about to explain everything to him. Brandon wonders in his mind if she knew in advance the questions he was going to ask her. After this, she lifts the heavy stack and says that he should take them and examine them carefully. Brandon says there are indeed a lot of answers here, noting that it takes talent to draw all of this quickly. Looking at these sketches and dialogues, he realizes that she conveyed their conversation literally word for word. Looking at her, he understands that she is prepared very well, and he will not even have to ask her. He is also happy that he has an endless bag and says that he will not bother her anymore. After this, he says goodbye to her and heads for the door, but she suddenly stops him. Lorie looks at him cautiously from under her bangs and asks if he really loves her. Brandon pauses for a moment and looks at her carefully, trying to figure out what to say. He remembers what the captain told him and realizes that he got into big trouble because of his words. However, he decides that it is better to resolve this misunderstanding right now, before it is too late. He says it's not true and he only said it because that's what the situation called for. He immediately apologizes to her, saying that he did not mean to offend her, but she misunderstood his intentions. After this, he says that if she has nothing more to say, then he will go about his business. Lorie says that he probably didn't like her gift, and suggests that she can give him a lot of money. Brandon says he really liked the gift, and Lorie assumes he didn't like her name. Brandon looks at her in surprise and asks what this has to do with the gift. Lorie takes a moment to reflect on her memories, as these are very important things to her. She recalls how she used to go around with her relatives in the hope that they would pay attention to her. She says she wanted to go out and play, and asked if she could go out for a while. Her father immediately replied rudely that it was impossible, and she could not allow herself to even think about it. Another relative said that she was told many times that she couldn't go anywhere, and that she would play here. Lorie grew up in a very oppressive atmosphere. She had to somehow survive, and her psyche quickly became damaged. After some time, she noticed a strange noise in the room and decided to check what was going on. She carefully peered through the crack between the door and the opening to see who was making these sounds. She noticed the maids who were heatedly discussing something, and one of them was holding something incomprehensible in her hands. However, as soon as the girl looked closer, she discovered that she was holding a wad of money in her hands. After a while, she came closer to them and addressed them very politely, calling them sisters. She showed them a wad of money and asked if they could play if she gave it to them. The girls initially looked at her with incredible disdain, but they quickly softened. After some time, she said that the maids really liked the gifts, and now they were playing with her. The woman asked what she meant, and Lorie said that she had given them money, and they were happy. The girl said that she was wrong. If a person loves you, he doesn't care whether you decided on gifts for him or not. Lorie asked in surprise what that even meant, noting that she had never encountered this before. After some time, the maids asked her if she could share some money with them. Lorie says that she has already given them all the money she had, and new money will not appear anytime soon. The The maid immediately began to look at her with undisguised irritation, since she had clearly lost her usefulness. With feigned good nature, she said that they would play with her as soon as they had more money. Lorie concluded that if she always had gifts, then people would love her. After some time, her father loudly shouted at her, saying that she was a complete idiot and a disgrace to their family. He said that one should never give money to maids, and Lorie realized that she had made a mistake. She thought that no matter how much money you give to people you don't like, nothing will change. One of the relatives said that they had already gotten rid of these maids preemptively. Someone replied that they needed to do what they had already discussed, because Lorie belonged in a mental hospital. After some time, she was transferred to the hospital, and the nurse said that she would live in this ward. Lorie thanked her and had already prepared a special envelope in advance. She approached the nurse, saying that she wanted to give her a small gift as a reward for their acquaintance. She also expresses hope that she will like this gift, and after that they will become friends. After this, she decided to go around to her neighbors to get to know them and give them gifts. Now it becomes clear how she became friends with these two people who were next to her. After some time, Cain appeared before her and called her the princess he had been looking for so long. He also said that now, as he promised, he would kidnap her from this terrible place. Lorie thanked him and prepared a gift for him, saying that she hoped he would like it. Cain looked at her in surprise, then asked if she was really preparing gifts for everyone. After that, he asked her what would happen if such a gift did not work on these wonderful days. The system condemns the protagonist for behaving like a real villain and breaking her heart. Brandon reflects that it should have been a short guy in his place right now, and then resorts to his talent for diplomacy. He tells her that he doesn't think she's capable of loving anyone right now, because she hardly understands what it's like. Lorie says she doesn't really understand it, but right now she wants to be with him more than anything. After that, she looks at him closely and asks if he doesn't like her. Brandon muses that her understanding of love is based on its complete absence, and that is why she falls in love so easily. However, in reality, such a manifestation of feelings can be equated to an illness, and it requires serious treatment. He understands that accepting her feelings will not cure her in any way, so she needs real friends. From his point of view, she can't just be left alone, and his place should be taken by someone who will actually care about her. Brandon takes a few steps away and asks her if she has any friends. Lorie looks down sadly and says that she can't remember a single person who could be called that. Brandon says that from his point of view, the closest person was that woman and Lorie himself. He also recalls that she did not have an older brother or father, and they never showed concern for her. He sums it up by saying that she had no friends, no loving family, and she doesn't even know what that is. He says that most people first experience the warmth of family ties and then develop friendship. He also states that only after this can one understand such a feeling as love and truly experience it. He also says that, unlike other feelings, he would not call love a necessity, perceiving it as a luxury. Lorie shakes her head slightly and says that, unfortunately, she still doesn't really understand it. Brandon smiles and realizes that this is going to take him a little longer than he expected. He recommends taking your time and first taking a beginner's course to gain some emotional insight. He tells her that he had no friends and is now somewhere trying to find what he mistakes for love. Lorie asks who would suddenly want to come to her, since there is no one here except the patients in the hospital. Brandon understands that she has a truly difficult fate, but if she was able to refuse Cain's offer, then not all is lost. He says that tomorrow a girl will come to her, with whom she will definitely become friends. He adds that she won't have to give gifts, but if she gives her money once, she will be very happy. Brandon muses that if Lorie represents the absence of love, then Cherry is its exact opposite. He also made sure that friendship meant much more to her than simple love, so everything would be fine. He also tells her that making friends isn't that hard since she's not on the 5th floor anymore. He adds that friends will be much more interesting emotionally, even if he has problems with this. Lorie says she's really looking forward to meeting new people. After a while, she stops him again and says that she has one more question. Lorie wonders what she should do if, even after all of the above, she still feels sympathy for Brandon. Brandon says she doesn't need to think about it now because she has to do everything gradually, step by step. Lorie nods briefly, then asks if he will come to visit her again. Brandon smiles and says that he will definitely come, because they are now good friends. Immediately after this, he says goodbye to her, saying that he will definitely visit her and they will talk a little. The system says they can't wait to see what this girl will become after meeting Cherry. After some time, Brandon returns to the Foreign Intelligence Corps headquarters and reports on what happened. Howard says he did a good job, and Brandon asks him to never send him on such missions again. Howard says with a slight smile that he even became curious about what kind of girl he would like for himself. Brandon reiterates that love and all the ensuing circumstances will only limit his opportunities. He says that for him there is nothing better than solving puzzles and dealing with the fallen. Howard nods and says that since he's already recovered, he can get back to work. Brandon jumps up happily and asks if he has a new assignment. Howard says the task isn't particularly difficult, adding that there was an incident in the mine a couple of minutes ago. Brandon reads the briefing carefully and assumes that he needs to quickly save these poor guys. Howard says that we need to do this before it's too late, so we need to move immediately. Brandon asks why they are going to the White Zone, since it is too easy for them. Howard says the task is simple but no less important, emphasizing that such tasks happen often. He adds that occasionally, when he doesn't have any major assignments, he takes on those in order to help more people. Brandon slams the book shut and says he'll get ready, then asks how many people are coming. Howard replies that they are heading there in full force, just like they did on the first mission. Brandon reflects that this task seems simple to him, but he can't shake the strange feeling. The whole point is that these miners have disc movements that could be used. After some time, he comes to Cherry, who continues to implement her boyfriend's next plan. She talks to him on the phone and says that she loves only him and no one else. She also skips meetings with him so that it does not interfere with her true plans to make money. Brandon watches her and realizes that in front of him is a real Casanova with whom he needs to be careful. Cherry is talking on the phone, saying that she is also too busy in the next few days because she has a lot to do now. Her calendar is filled with various appointments, including contacts with new suitors and establishing business connections. Cherry, meanwhile, begins to become almost theatrically upset that the work is taking up too much of her time. However, the conversation quickly steers towards a neutral topic, and she says that she will not quit anymore. After this, she says goodbye to her latest suitor, saying that she will come to him very soon. Immediately after that, she closes the phone with a distinctive click and turns her gaze to Brandon. She watches him with interest and asks if he has really recovered so quickly. Brandon realizes that this man is a master of his craft, and says that he came to her with a request. Cherry says that the camera he gave her hasn't been updated yet, so she'll need to pay a hefty fee for it. Brandon says that he was just about to invite her to the 3rd floor, but if she doesn't want to, then he will leave. Cherry says she was just joking, because she doesn't care about the 3rd floor at all, and she wants to help him. Brandon says that there is a girl living on the 3rd floor of the mental hospital who needs to be spent time with. Cherry says the task is too time-consuming, as she would rather spend that time doing more useful things. Brandon knew full well that everything would come to this, so he prepared in advance and brought the painting. He shows a painting of incredible beauty and quality, saying that such paintings are very expensive. He also states that this girl draws such pictures with her eyes closed, and Cherry realizes that this is a real gold mine. She immediately says that she will do everything in her power and show her something much better than any kind of love. Brandon states that that would be great, then says that he is leaving the tower and will try to improve the camera. Cherry adds that she still has hope for him, because she expects him to finally fix the camera. After a while, we are transported to the eastern platform of the 1st floor, from where teleportations take place. Brandon reunites with his squad, who immediately begin to greet him and wave. Brandon muses that it feels like they're shooting sparrows with a cannon when they send the crowd on such a mission. He muses that he could form his own squad with Prometheus and Cherry. For now, he decides to keep these thoughts to himself, and Howard says that there are no fallen in the mission area, because if you find yourself on the edge of the White Zone, you can jump into another, more dangerous territory. After this, he says that the briefing is over and recommends moving forward. Brandon asks his system how things are going on this platform, and if anyone is monitoring them. The system says that there is nothing to worry about here, since today is a work day and everyone is busy. Brandon is relieved to know that he can leave the tower safely and improve his skills. After some time, they are thrown into a very beautiful area, consisting of mountains and a misty forest. They look around and come to the conclusion that they managed to get to the court without any particular incidents. Shark says the current temperature is 34 degrees, and visibility will be within 15 meters. Victor looks around carefully again and says that the fog here is really very thick. The system says that the world is divided into many zones, but sometimes a special zone can unite several territories. Brandon reflects that the system is giving him too little information to immediately understand what is going on. The system also says that the keeper of this zone has a travel ticket to move to other places. Brandon speculates that the holder of this ticket can ignore zone restrictions, and that Kane might have had such a thing. Brandon suggests that even if Kane knows about the ticket, he definitely doesn't have it now. From his point of view, this only proves that the Guardian of the Path Zone is a very dangerous monster. Howard says they need to stick together. Visibility is too poor here, and it's dangerous to get separated. He also says that there are traces of excavations ahead, which means they will soon reach the place where the miners went missing. Brandon asks if there will be any penalties if they can't find these miners. Howard says there will be no fines, but human life is priceless, so it's better to find these people. Lincoln asks why he even thinks about such things when he just needs to do his job. Brandon understands that the goal is crystal clear, but he is not yet sure about the real difficulty of this mission. 10 minutes later, he discovers that the main road is much smoother than he originally thought. Brandon also realizes that he is being haunted by one very interesting fact that he has already noted more than once. Along the way, they come across both completely intact trees and those that have been broken into pieces. Brandon turns to Shark again and asks if there are any enemies around, but he states that he doesn't sense anyone. Brandon pauses for a moment to really think and figure out what's going on here. After a few moments, he turns to his comrades and asks them to wait a little. He tells them that he seems to have noticed something, and they immediately turn to look at him. Shark asks him if he really noticed the fallen one, hoping that his senses have not dulled. Brandon says that everything is falling into place now, and he understands what is wrong with this area. Shark asks him if the trees are the reason for his concern, but he quickly runs away. He asks his comrades not to lag behind, and the whole squad follows him, trying to understand what he wants to say. Victor says that he can't see anything here, but he can't shake the feeling that they are walking in circles. Ingrid suddenly understands what the main characters are getting at and says that this path actually reminds her of something. Brandon smiles slightly and says that, apparently, she also understood the mysteries of this place in advance. Lincoln asks him if he can just tell him in layman's terms what he found out. Brandon asks him to remember the path he led them on, and at the same time to imagine what it must look like from above. The entire squad complies with his demands, after which a terrifying thought dawns on them. Brandon confirms their surprise, saying that they have entered an area that looks like the footprint of a huge monster. Lincoln is still skeptical and asks him if he knows what the monster that leaves such marks looks like. Brandon says that, judging by the moisture in the ground, the monster passed through here no more than an hour ago. Brandon claims that this monster has a terrifying power, capable of turning tree trunks into dust. Howard asks him what he thinks about the monster connection and the missing miners, and Brandon states that it is difficult to judge. He only says that this fallen one is not the only one here, and Shark is surprised that he could not sense him. Lincoln suggests that the fallen one may have a mutation that can block perception. Brandon says that's unlikely, adding that the fallen one looked like a giant ape. He emphasizes that representatives of this species are usually very noisy, but they did not hear a single squeak during this entire time. The mysteries continue to mount, and they remain a question of what they are actually dealing with. Brandon reflects on how difficult it is to know anything for sure when there is impenetrable fog around you. He realizes that the only thing available to them is the barely noticeable silhouette of the mountains ahead, which will most likely be bait. Suddenly he turns to his comrades and asks them if they have a rope. Ingrid hands him some bandages, saying they don't have any more, but Brandon says that's acceptable. Brandon hands Lincoln a bandage and asks him to move away about 5 meters in order to test the hypothesis. After this, he asks Howard, Shark, and Ingrid to stand next to him and press closer to him. Victor, according to his plan, should take the other end and stand 10 meters ahead of Lincoln. Victor grabs the bandage and walks away to the specified distance, completely unsuspecting. After a while, they can only see his silhouette, which looks rather blurry. Howard says that Shark accurately predicted that nothing could be seen beyond 15 meters. Brandon says that all this time they were walking in the direction of the wind, but the fogs did not seem to clear. Brandon takes a deep breath to carry out the next part of his plan. He assumes that there is some mystery behind this, and begins to loudly call for Victor. Lincoln, who is 5 meters away from him, asks what the hell he is yelling so loudly for. However, immediately after this, he turns towards his friend, and is surprised that he does not react. Victor just looks at him in surprise, trying to understand why his face has changed so much. Meanwhile, Shark falls to his knees as his anxiety suddenly soars to incredible heights. Ingrid asks him what happened, and Shark says that he suddenly stopped feeling Victor. The clock's time jumps a little, as he is already afraid that he has lost his comrade. Lincoln asks him why he is panicking so much, since Victor hasn't disappeared anywhere, and is a few meters away. Victor asks them what they are talking about, because he can't hear anything, and tries to understand whether they managed to convey everything. Lincoln can't believe it, because he just heard everything his friends said perfectly well. Brandon assumes that his hypothesis has been confirmed, and heads towards his comrade. After he finds himself next to him, he says that now everything has finally become clear to him. He turns to his comrade and says that he should go back, since they have checked everything. Victor comes closer to him to understand how this experiment ended and why they are so surprised. Lincoln asks Brandon what's going on here and what conclusions he came to after this experiment. Brandon asks Victor if he heard anything, and Victor states that he heard nothing. Lincoln says it's amazing because they were only 15 meters apart. Shark shares his observations, saying that he felt something bad, as if Victor had disappeared. Brandon says that this fog somehow blocks not only the basic senses, but also Shark's power. He says that because of this, none of their senses or abilities will function properly. He suggests that perhaps right now, hundreds of meters away from them, a powerful explosion thundered, but they will not know about it. Shark begins to rejoice and says that this means that there are a huge number of fallen around them. Brandon understands that this man is thinking about only one thing, and says that this cannot be ruled out either. He adds that they can't yet be sure that the mist affects the fallen in the same way as it does them. Brandon talks about how they've been experiencing emotional ups and downs recently, and Ingrid looks at his numbers. Suddenly it seems as if he possesses some very rare talent. Brandon looks at her in surprise, and the system begins to feel sad, hoping that they will not recognize his power. Ingrid says that we are talking about his emotions, since they are always at 0. Brandon says it's a result of memory loss and has nothing to do with it, while the system is happy that it got past them. Ingrid suddenly says that she would like to believe that his calmness is due to the fact that he always has a plan. Brandon says to get back to the point, since they've probably already figured out that this area isn't white. Ingrid says that in 700 years they have never managed to enter an area whose color differs from the original. Brandon muses that if she can speak so confidently about this, it means she has studied a lot of books about this tower. Brandon says that he does not deny that they are now on the edge of the zone, or outside of it. He emphasizes that the gate could not have made a mistake, but the outside world is not a tower, and is constantly changing. He also realizes that he has one terrible theory, but he doesn't want to voice it without evidence. He also says that they cannot ignore this trace or say that it is a ridiculous joke. In his view, all the evidence suggests that the area is far more dangerous than they initially thought. He also says that they have a choice, either to return or to continue towards the mountains. However, he warns them that this mountain is the only thing visible through the fog, and it looks like a trap. He reflects that it is there that the keeper of the Doomsday puzzle fragment and the travel ticket is located. He states that it is time to make a decision, as this zone will certainly be more dangerous than the blue one. Howard says that they won't know what's going on here anyway until they reach the strange mountain. Howard also says that the fog was created by the Fallen One, and Lincoln suggests that it is his gases. Howard says they need to check what's there, and if it gets too dangerous, they'll go back. Our squad continues its dangerous adventures in the hope that they will find a solution. Shark suddenly starts laughing intermittently, and Lincoln asks him to behave decently in society. Brandon reflects that the longer he watches the area, the more it feels like a trap. He speculates that some powerful fallen ones are most likely watching them and luring them into their clutches. Brandon also reflects on the fact that he has some idea about the unification of the zones. He suggests that the zone merger could be a collector of fallen from the white, blue, and purple zones. He asks the system if he is right, but it is in no hurry to confirm his guess. Brandon assumes he'll have to get more information to figure out what to do. A few moments later, a loud noise is heard behind them, which belongs to the rocket engine. Thank God the squad manages to quickly evade this attack, but such shelling is not good news. Howard says that we need to take control of the environment and prepare for an attack from any side. Lincoln asks the protagonist if he is a spy sent to them by the Fallen. Brandon remembers what he said about the rocket recently and says it's just a coincidence. Ingrid wonders how this thing could have gotten here, since this kind of thing is under government control. Brandon says that this doesn't mean anything yet, since they could be dealing with mechanical Fallen. In response to questions about these Fallen ones, he says that he was exploring the zoo area and encountered similar types of monsters. Victor wonders if it's possible that this giant footprint belongs to a mechanical Fallen. Brandon says that along the way they encountered a couple more identical tracks, but still slightly different in depth. Lincoln wonders if he's really saying that there are multiple types of Fallen living in this zone. Brandon says that without more information, they can't rule out this hypothesis completely. For a few seconds nothing happens, and they decide that they can move on for now. Howard says that they should not leave their actions unchecked, as a mistake could cost them their lives. After 10 minutes, nothing radically new happens, but they manage to move forward without any major incidents. Brandon muses that at least the rest of the squad no longer underestimates the area. He suggests that if this place was indeed subject to the unification of zones, then the main forces would be located near the mountain. He also suggests that this fog is made specifically to prevent people who get inside from feeling the danger. Brandon also states that they will not be able to sense the enemy's presence, even if they get close to them. He also understands that this can be found among both humans and the Fallen. In this case, different types of Fallen who came from different zones can walk here with their eyes open. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a loud sound that clearly does not belong to any of his comrades. Behind them appears a giant dog, which has 3 heads and rare mutations that increase its killing power. The system says that the monster managed to take a couple of steps, so it won't even analyze it. Howard instantly confirms the system's prediction and delivers a swift, deadly blow to the giant monster. The system praises his fighting skills, noting that he is a true master of decapitating his opponents. Brandon says that one must never forget that wolves hunt in packs, and there may be other enemies out there. Within moments, our heroes hear a loud howl, signaling the approach of other enemies. Lincoln manages to get his bearings in time and react to the attempt to ambush him. Victor also lives up to his name as a good fighter, and immediately rushes into battle, fighting the enemy with his fists. Shark begins to rejoice, because he will finally be able to release his emotions on his opponents and calm down. Meanwhile, Lincoln decides to use his long whip to stop the monster in its tracks. He says that now is the best time to combine attacks and destroy this creature. Howard decides to follow his friend's advice and delivers several quick blows to the monster's head. Brandon notes that the combat wing of their squad understands each other without words, and demonstrates miracles of teamwork. Shark continues to make one kill after another, when suddenly his perception alerts him to a threat. He immediately informs the captain that another group of fallen of the same subspecies is approaching them. Howard grips his weapon tighter and says that he understands perfectly well, and gives the command to get ready. Once they see the enemy, he gives the order to completely exterminate these creatures as quickly as possible. At the same time, a few hundred meters away from what is happening, there is a very dark silhouette of another wolf. However, this wolf looks like a much more battle-hardened pack leader, who is looking closely at the new guest. He notices a crow flying above him, but its purpose remains unclear. Also, suddenly out of nowhere, a man appears who joyfully looks at the giant fallen one. The wolf quickly analyzes his supposed prey, but immediately realizes that it is not a human. There can be no doubt about this, because if this had been an ordinary person, the wolf would have torn him to pieces long ago. The leader of the pack says that this is definitely a fallen one who wears a human form. The raven lands on the man's shoulder and addresses the venerable Wolf King by his title. He adds that in a few days there will be a feast at a certain place, and they would like to invite him. The wolf asks him if he might not know that they cannot get to these places, because they are tied to their zone. However, the unknown being says that he has a solution to this rather unpleasant problem. As if by magic, he materializes a special ticket in his hands and shows it to the Wolf King. The wolf's expression immediately changes, and he realizes that in front of him is not just an ordinary fallen one, but someone much more powerful. Looking at the man in front of him, he realizes that this is the so-called Traveler. Meanwhile, Shark continues his bloody rampage, hoping to destroy as many opponents as possible. He takes incredible joy in the fact that his opponents die one after another, and even more toys take their place. However, because he is too engrossed in his work, he misses a serious danger posed by another enemy. This world is very cruel, and the fallen in it are its embodiment, so they immediately rush to attack Shark. Lincoln immediately comes to the aid of his comrade and tells him that he should not get into trouble. Ingrid is ordered to heal this idiot while the others deal with the advancing enemy. Victor understands that now they will have to cover a large area, so they must not relax. He asks himself if they have really stumbled upon their lair, since there is no end to these creatures. Howard also thinks about this thought, but does not decide to express any guesses out loud. Brandon, meanwhile, is thinking that it would be nice to make a nice cup of soup. After some time, he notices the approach of a serious opponent, who is the main prize. This enemy, of course, is the leader of the wolves, who decided to deal with the violators of his territory. Lincoln and Victor realize that they will have to work hard to deal with this enemy. They immediately rush forward to deliver decisive blows and knock him to the ground. However, such a giant wolf expects such resistance, and it is not a surprise to him. He decides to use the Grand Charge skill to push back his opponents. Brandon understands that this enemy is certainly formidable, but they have a trump card much stronger than Victor and Lincoln. Howard realizes that he will have to fight this enemy alone, and he enters the battle slowly, but decisively. The system says that if he deals with this enemy, he will be able to get a pretty good ability. From a system perspective, this wolf is the bearer of a talent that allows him to double his strength. Brandon decides to conduct an experiment and not engage in this fight, letting Howard deal with this opponent. He wonders what will happen if the talent bearers are attacked by someone other than himself. Victor says that this wolf was really cool at holding out for 30 seconds against the captain. Howard, meanwhile, realizes that he can't waste any more time, so he decides to resort to emergency measures. He immediately jumps to the side so that the team loses sight of him and does not hear anything. The wolf immediately jumps after him to catch up with his prey and tear it to pieces, separating it from the rest. The squad realizes that they can no longer control the situation and decides to move forward to their captain. Brandon abruptly stops them, saying that this should not be done under any circumstances in this situation. He states that they will give the captain more trouble and he will soon return on his own. Before they can utter any objections, the captain emerges from the fog and declares that the job is done. Ingrid mentally notes that he killed that wolf in an instant and must have used a hidden talent. Howard says there are plenty of other fallen here, so it's best to stay alert and hurry. Brandon muses that he hasn't gained a new talent, perhaps because he's too strong. He understands that experimentation alone won't do the trick, and he doesn't yet know what influences the likelihood of acquiring talent. He thinks that there are too many interesting, unknown, and inexplicable things happening outside the tower. As they move further, they begin to be attacked by a huge number of birds and other monsters. They really have to work hard because the next monsters that attack them turn out to be stronger. Howard carefully analyzes each enemy and discovers monsters with the Crush mutation. This monster also ends up being destroyed, while Victor has to fight a very strong opponent. This monster has the ability of gigantism and increases itself and its muscle mass many times over. Victor still doesn't give up, no matter what, and continues to shower his opponent with blows. Meanwhile, Lincoln must fight even more vile opponents, even though they may be weaker. Lincoln looks at the mosquito girl who has the blood power skill and says that she is ugly. He adds that he has seen similar creatures for a very long time, and would not like to continue seeing them. With one powerful blow, he inflicts fatal damage on her, telling her to get out of his sight. After this, he says goodbye to his comrades and asks how many enemies they have already destroyed. He notes that there are too many enemies in the area, and it's making him a little nervous. Ingrid wonders if they really have entered the purple zone without knowing it. Brandon notes that if it's a purple zone, then their difficulty increases by 2 points. However, he feels a premonition that these fallen ones were also heading towards this mountain. He assumes that this mountain serves as a signpost for him, which means that it is much more dangerous than other zones. The system tells him that humans are not the only ones who constantly fight for resources, and this applies to the fallen as well. Brandon, meanwhile, discovers that visibility is getting even worse and decides to approach Shark faster. He asks him about the visibility and temperature, and hopes that he will quickly scan everything. Shark says the temperature rose to 29 degrees and visibility increased to 24 meters. Brandon listens attentively to this information, but says nothing, and Howard asks him what happened. Brandon says that this fog hinders not only them, but also the fallen ones who will come through it. He suggests that the better the visibility, the greater their chances of encountering opponents. He emphasizes that now they, along with the fallen, find themselves in a difficult situation, a knockout game, where manats are their battlefield. She also suggests that the further they go, the harder it will be for them, and Howard recommends caution. Brandon muses that if they encounter a 7th-level mutation creature, things will be tough for them. However, such difficulties only fuel his interest in solving this mystery. He wonders what awaits at the end of this curious zone, and who is the keeper of the ticket. Howard, meanwhile, destroys another fallen one, who took the form of a dragon, but was quickly killed. Lincoln says that these damn monsters don't even think about ending. Victor says that they have already walked quite a long time, and that it is not that long before they reach the mountain. Gradually they realize that the giant stone statue is indeed getting closer and closer. Victor says that the wall of fog they reached is slightly different from the one they entered. Brandon declares that this is the end of the fogs, without any doubt, and this wall can be compared to a door to the unknown. Brandon suggests that it would be better if the captain and Shark went on reconnaissance, and Victor asks why only them. Howard, to everyone's surprise, says that they will do exactly as Brandon suggested. Howard says that he will cover his comrade while the others wait for him here. Within moments, their bodies are completely hidden by the fog, leaving only blurry silhouettes. Lincoln wonders if they'll have to wait, and Brandon says he's a quick learner. He also states that they can keep themselves busy, but not split up, since they are still not out of the fog. Victor realizes that they really have no choice but to try to wait for the captain. After a while, Howard comes out of the fog and says that something is wrong there. They better go back. Ingrid asks him what happened, and Howard says that they don't have enough strength and he will tell the details later. Lincoln reflects on how this is the first time he's seen the captain insist on returning to the safe zones. Brandon says it's best to clarify the situation because his calculations may be wrong. Howard knows it's best to lay all the information out to an analytical genius like Brandon. He says that this area is so dangerous that they are very lucky to have gotten this far. He also says that they noticed a senseless number of fallen people who were going into the abyss in an organized manner. Howard also says that at this point Shark said that he would be able to try to gather information. However, as soon as he tried to do so, he suddenly lost consciousness and fell face down on the ground with a loud noise. Brandon asks if it's possible for someone with the perception talent to lose consciousness, and Lincoln states that it's a first. Brandon muses that their initial ideas about the nature of the fallen were wrong, and that they are more complex than they seem. He understands that if they are advancing in an organized manner deep into the mines, then there are probably a lot of them there. Howard says that if the miners were inside when the creature appeared, they are no longer alive. Brandon, meanwhile, wonders what the point of merging the zones is and what this ticket means. He is trying to understand what role this zone and the owners have. Or is it so that they can invite others? Brandon realizes that a being of such power is definitely a resident of the red or even black zone. Howard says that as long as this barrier separates them, they are relatively safe. Brandon is slow to use the disc to return, and they start looking at him in surprise. Brandon says that Shark has come under the influence of a powerful fallen being with a spiritual mutation. Howard asks him what he wants to say, hoping he doesn't plan to stay here. Brandon states that he is actually going to stay here in order to continue the investigation. Lincoln asks him if he is tired of living, because if the captain is going to leave, then it is too dangerous. Howard also addresses his comrade, saying that they have never encountered such danger before. Brandon reminds him that he mentioned that on the other side of the fog, the walls still block normal sensory function. He assumes that this also applies to the fallen themselves, which means that if he uses the mask, his feeling will surely remain. Lincoln says that he still can't save those miners no matter how hard he tries. Brandon says that, as bitter as it may sound, right now their salvation is second, and intelligence is first. He states that it is necessary to find out the listening of the fallen, social behavior, whether there are any rules. He also says that this is the most important opportunity for humanity now, and it cannot be missed. Howard asks him if he can think of one reason why he would risk his subordinates. Brandon says that he doesn't know much right now, but he has already managed to make some notes regarding what is happening. He adds that the captain probably realized this himself while he was walking around this area, which contained a wide variety of fallen. Ingrid also talks about how fallen from the same zone can be so different from each other. Brandon says that this begs the question of how they got here if they can't move freely. He also recalls that these zones should be classified according to the level of danger, which depends on the number of enemies. After this, he says that he has a very important question for the captain, to which he himself does not yet know the answer. He asks him what the zone's rating will be if some of the fallen from there move to another zone. Howard asks him if he means to say that the zone's rating can change periodically due to migration. Brandon suggests that perhaps some powerful organization from higher up may be distributing them. Brandon points out that, in the worst case, this means that the zoning ratio will also change. He also suggests that they may be able to specifically tailor the layout of the zones outside the tower in this way. He is also curious about what these high fallen are up to, and why the zone restrictions have suddenly stopped working. Brandon wonders if these changes will affect the tower's residents inside. Lincoln asks him if he really thinks there are such big problems behind this. Brandon says that the answer to this question lies on the other side of this wall, and he must get it. Brandon says that only those who are able to completely get rid of negative emotions can pretend to be fallen. Howard talks about how much danger can be assessed on the other side if this zone is assessed as a unit. Brandon states that if you take into account everything he suggests, that area is 10 times more dangerous. Howard says that if this zone is 10 times more dangerous than the purple one, then his chances are practically zero. Brandon happily says that if the question is about the probability of survival, he will give it 50%. He tells the captain that such a chance comes once every few decades, or even less often, and it cannot be missed. Howard grimly tells Brandon to remember that his safety comes first. Before activating the transfer, he says that Brandon simply must return alive. The other members of the squad also activate their devices and look at the main character with admiration. Victor says that Brandon is a real man and is the bravest rookie he has ever seen. Lincoln also tries to somehow cheer up the main character, but he doesn't do it very well. Meanwhile, we are transported to the first floor of the tower, to the eastern square. One of the employees calmly walks between the sites and gradually fills out his report book. However, after some time, he sees such a sight in front of him that he freezes in place and drags himself along in amazement. Howard quickly evacuates Shark, after which the rest of his comrades also appear behind him. The staff look at them and shout in surprise that the squad has returned. Howard quickly turns around to see what zone they were in and what happened to the column. However, as soon as they turn around, they are surprised to notice that the color of the column has turned red. Brandon, meanwhile, crosses the foggy wall and finds himself in front of a column of marching fallen. Brandon decides to hide first, so he can watch them from afar and make sure he isn't noticed. He notes that he did not expect the fallen to be able to stick to some kind of queue in such organization. He reflects on what it might be like to say that the demons of this world have begun to dance. However, some key details are still unknown to him, but he has an excellent opportunity to observe them. The system says that he is now in the core of this zone, and the laws of its owner are in effect here. Brandon receives a notification that all abilities here will be suppressed, and the system will only be able to help him 4 times. Brandon notes that he experienced this last time when he interacted with Heather at the hospital. Then she plunged him into a state of peculiar sleep, in which even his ability hardly worked. Brandon realizes that Heather was a level 9 fallen, and even she couldn't completely suppress his ability. Brandon suspects that he is facing an enemy as powerful as he has never seen before. He wonders what a fallen one so powerful that he surpasses even Heather could be doing here, At this point, he doesn't have enough information to judge the 9th level mutations. The highest mutation level he's encountered other than Heather is level 7 or 5. Looking around at the other monsters, he finds that they have 6th and 7th level mutations. Brandon realizes that the description of their abilities has completely disappeared, so he won't be able to find out much now. Despite this, it still has 4 opportunities to pull the system out of power-saving mode. Brandon realizes he'll have to get closer to complete his mission. He estimates that among the hundreds of fallen from this area, there will be at least 60 individuals of level 6, 7, or higher. In fact, he understands that he is getting involved in a very dangerous adventure with many variables, but there is no choice here. He understands that just an hour ago these fallen were ready to tear each other apart, but now they are all walking into the mine. He realizes that these scabs have some sort of intelligence, and secondly, the fog continues to suppress their senses. Brandon realizes that the organizers of this celebration clearly did not want the fallen here to start fighting each other. Taking a closer look, he suddenly discovers that the scabs are communicating with each other in a language similar to human language. Brandon tries to understand how this is possible, and wonders if they are all sentient. He immediately realizes that this is not a mistake, since they have already encountered some fallen ones with the beginnings of intelligence. Unfortunately for Brandon, these sentient beings are too far away for him to catch the gist of their conversation. Brandon is glad that curiosity is not a negative emotion, otherwise he would have been discovered immediately. He realizes that he really wants to know more about these intelligent fallen, but he only has 4 chances. Suddenly, a fallen appears behind him, gently placing its claw on his shoulder. Brandon turns around and the fallen tells him that his mask is fake, and he would like to swap faces with him. Brandon wonders if he's been exposed and looks closely at his enemy. The face of this fallen one continues to ask him if he wishes to exchange with one of those present here. Brandon realizes that he has nothing to fear, since this fallen one simply wants to get his face for himself. He notes that this fallen one speaks very poorly and, apparently, has spent a very long time alone. After this, he turns around and tells his interlocutor that he is too ugly to exchange with him. Brandon wonders if the fallen is a fusion of humans, if it is taking on the faces of the people it has eaten. After some time, he gets a disturbance outside the tower, which consists of an incredibly pungent stench. Brandon reflects on how he must have been in this line for 4 hours now, noting that he hasn't noticed the time. However, he is outraged that out of all the possible mutations, he received the wrong one. He also understands that this will be a good disguise, because all the fallen do not smell very good, even though it is disgusting. Suddenly, one of the fallen turns to him and asks why he suddenly started smelling so nice. Brandon realizes he's in one of the most awkward situations of his life and is trying to figure out how to get out. He says that his body must be reacting this way to the fact that he is surrounded by kindred spirits. The fallen say that he understands them perfectly, after which they declare that it is his turn. Brandon watches intently as he speaks in some language to a crow a few meters away. After some time, the crow cries loudly for the next fallen one to come here. Brandon slowly approaches the bird and begins to glare at it, hoping it won't see through him. The bird asks him why he wears a mask, suggesting that his face has been horribly disfigured. Brandon says that if she wants to look at him, he can show her, but it is unlikely that she will remain sane after that. The bird says that he is not interested in this, because he already looks like some kind of pathetic weakling. The bird looks him over carefully and suggests that he seems to somehow manage to hide his aura. After this, she proudly declares that she has most likely already figured out who he really is. After a short pause, she clears her throat and says that he is her master's nail, so she does not have time for this. She orders him to state the number of the zone he came from, and Brandon realizes that he only knows the number of one zone. He can only hope that this organizer has not prepared lists of all possible zones, and he calls it. The bird states that it seems its owner once mentioned it, and that some kind of immortal mummy must live there. Brandon starts tapping his fingers on his shoulder in annoyance, to indicate that he is in a hurry. The bird sees him off, after which it loudly cries out for the next specimen to come here. Brandon manages to catch a feather that was falling from the crystallized pillar, and decides to take it for himself. Brandon wonders if this raven's owner was ever on that plane, realizing things are getting interesting. Brandon asks himself why this woman didn't mention him and how he was able to get out. Brandon also suggests that perhaps this owner met the mummy when it was still human. Brandon puts his hand to his chest and laughs to himself, saying that this is all just crazy. He realizes that the more he learns about this place, the more curious he becomes, and the more thirsty he becomes for knowledge. After going through the line, he moves further down the mine, thinking about how different paths lead to different areas. It detects monsters of the 6th mutation level, which are approximately 10 meters tall. He also discovers a very small rat, which is very dangerous, although very cute in appearance. Brandon notes that almost all of the fallen that enter the monster zone have a very high level of mutation. He reflects that if he had the opportunity, he would be happy to spend some time in such a zone. He also discovers the mechanized fallen, and notes that a separate area was provided for them as well. He remembers the zoo, and realizes that those fallen were much weaker, and in no way comparable to these. He suggests that these creatures probably came here directly from the purple zone, or even higher. He wonders if this is a united association of the fallen or some kind of city for everyone. He understands that the ceilings here are over 100 meters high, and the shaft goes deep for many kilometers. Brandon assumes he's entered some strange town disguised as a mine and looks at his number. He understands that gathering a crowd of several thousand such creatures is almost impossible without great power. After some time, he finally reaches the area inhabited by humanoids. He suggests that there are not actually that many fallen beings who take on bizarre forms. Suddenly, he discovers entire restaurants, which makes him think very seriously about what they know about the fallen. He asks himself if these creatures are really so organized that they know how to use these things. He notes that the hall here is quite spacious, and the interior itself is clearly handmade, as if the hand of a master had been here. He even feels a sense of unreality about what is happening, since it all seems so absurd. One of the fallen, who is sitting at the table, suddenly asks him who allowed him to sit there. Brandon notes that this monster only has half a head and blades instead of arms. Next to him, he discovers a beautiful girl who looks like a cross between Heather and Cherry. However, he quickly discovers that her back has completely rotted away, with a skeleton peeking out from it. Meanwhile, the half-headed fallen one asks him again who allowed him to sit here. Brandon wonders how anyone can even talk to such a creature without an upper jaw. However, the answer to this question turns out to be rather non-obvious, and even less pleasant than it seems. The thing is that this creature's mouth is located just below its back, and it looks as disgusting as it sounds. He asks him if he can't hear him, while Brandon tries to figure out how to even answer that. Suddenly, this fallen one hears the voice of another being who constantly talks about his beloved wife. This is a fallen creature of the 8th level of mutation, whose head looks like it was burned off. The fallen one immediately runs away to the side, hoping that he will not be subjected to another interrogation. After this, a strange man approaches the table and successfully takes the place where the other fallen man had just sat. Brandon understands that this creature must be very strong, but in appearance, it looks like a harmless office clerk. He understands that such behavior of the half-head suggests that there is a large gap between the fallen of different mutations. Now he understands that the calculations he made while standing in line were wrong, and the 8th level of mutation is very rare. Brandon smiles as he reflects on the fact that he hasn't yet seen the organizer of this meeting, who must be a demigod. He notes that no matter how you look at it, the fallen will always be stronger than humans, since their ceiling is much higher. He understands that now in the tower there are only a handful of 6th level masters, and the best fighter is Howard. Brandon realizes that the captain was able to deal with such opponents, while the wife's seekers are panicking. He starts asking others if they have seen his wife, and the girl sitting at the table shakes her head. After this, the fallen one slowly turns its head in the other direction, trying to find its next victim. He suddenly looks at the half-headed man and asks him if he has seen his wife, whom he has been looking for so long. For some reason, the fallen begins to panic and tries to run as far away as possible to avoid answering the question. However, at that very second, the strange monster uses the energy of his phone to spread sonar. This sonar almost instantly catches up with the fleeing monster and makes it freeze in place. Brandon decides not to interfere in this dialogue in order to gather as much information as possible. He becomes more angry and asks him why he is trying to escape, because he probably saw his wife. Meanwhile, the monster feels simply disgusting, and his body begins to fail him. He slowly turns towards his opponent and shakes his head, indicating that he didn't see anyone. Brandon reflects that he thought internal conflicts were acceptable, but apparently he was wrong. He suggests that everything here is built on the principle that if there is no blood, then there was no conflict. Brandon suggests that perhaps similar powerful fallen ones have been testing their strength for a long time. Meanwhile, this creepy fallen one suddenly turns its attention to Brandon. The girl, who was nearby, looked at him with sympathetic eyes and tried to tell him what to do. Brandon looks closely at his interlocutor, who asks him if he has seen his wife. Brandon pauses briefly, then says that his opponent apparently likes it when his question is left unanswered. After this, the monster declares that he actually really likes to do good deeds, and begins to question him. He asks questions about what his wife looks like, when he last saw her and what she was doing. He also asks him how long ago she disappeared and what they were doing on the day she disappeared. The monster can't tell him anything, so Brandon decides to slam his fist on the table to get his attention. He orders his interlocutor to respond immediately so that he can help him. The monster acts as if he himself doesn't know the answer to this question, and is a little lost in conjecture. Brandon reflects that his guesses were correct, and he has perfectly figured out the fallen one's abilities. He notes that this monster became his puppet immediately after the call, which means that this is where his power lies. Most likely, its power has a condition for activation, which may consist of the absence of an answer to a question. Brandon suggests that this Fallen's mutation doesn't work on those who try to answer him seriously. He continues to bombard this creature with questions, hoping that it will break down and leave here. Brandon begins to come up with amazing stories about how this disappearance could have happened, exercising his imagination. The monster finds these stories rather cool, after which he lowers his head, either from despair or from boredom. Brandon assumes that this is some kind of staged crime and continues to spout absolute nonsense. Suddenly, the monster rises from the table and looks angrily at the protagonist, as if he is about to say something. However, immediately after this, he turns around and, like a little child, begins to cry, after which he runs away. Brandon asks him where he was going, adding that he was the only one who was going to help him. The girl looks at him in surprise and asks him why he was not afraid of this powerful monster. Brandon says that he has nothing to fear, because he really was going to help this creature. The girl suddenly turns towards him and asks where he came from. Brandon states that he came from the first building of the 9th mental hospital. The girl listens to him attentively, then nods and says that she came from the sewers in the 3rd district of the city of Shai. Brandon notes that if he understood correctly, her location is quite far from here. He asks her how she got there, assuming she took advantage of daylight saving time. The girl says that everything is thanks to the abilities of the gentleman who walks between the zones. Brandon chuckles and says that the same thing happened to him, then becomes lost in thought. He assumes that this period allows only its owner to run through the zones, but he believes that the artifact is much more powerful. Brandon suggests that if that's the case, then there's real chaos in the world outside the tower. But he feels like he's missing something. He asks the woman if this is her first time here, and she immediately replies that this is her first visit. The girl says that Black Raven told her that once every 70 years the gods distribute resources. Brandon speculates that these procedures are too vague, and that the range of possible options needs to be narrowed down. He asks her if she has any ideas about why they are here, and Shirikov's girlfriend smiles. She says that perhaps they were gathered here to be sacrificed to some higher purpose for the benefit of the fallen. Brandon sadly says that he doesn't want this to happen, and would like to avoid this outcome at all costs. The girl smiles and says that she won't run to him anymore, since she really doesn't know anything. After this, she looks at the neighboring monster and asks him if he is still under control. After this, they begin to look around and carefully study the other participants in this meeting. Brandon says there are too many specimens with abilities here. Brandon discovers a waiter with a pawn for a head, and notes that it is an interesting choice. He also mentally says that this creature is dressed very decently and maintains order here. He also wonders if he should use the special ring to extract information. However, he quickly stops himself, realizing that there is no need for such extreme methods now. He understands that in this place, even his talent cannot work normally, so it is better not to take risks. He also recalls that these masters can knock out even experienced fighters like Shark if necessary. Brandon realizes that in this situation, he'll have to get information the old-fashioned way. He decides to approach the pawn, and says that the last time she was seen was 70 years ago. The pawn looks at him in surprise and asks if this is really so. After this, he bows to him and says that he hopes that this time he will receive even more resources. Brandon listens to him carefully and tries to understand what these resources mean, because it is a very vague formulation. Brandon talks about how he met a guy with a phone who took control of this monster. Pawn says that this is a bunch of unruly troublemakers and thanks him for warning them about it. Brandon says he wishes him luck and fair compensation for his hard work. A few moments later, the pawn approaches the paralyzed monster and tries to fix its nervous system. The woman asks him if he was the one who brought him here, and Brandon states that he didn't want to sit at the table with a vegetable. He also discovers that this pawn has a list on him that can be quickly studied while there is time. He immediately rejoices that he did not notice any incomprehensible symbols, which means everything can be read. However, as soon as he reads what is written there, he immediately breaks out in a cold sweat from surprise. The whole point is that these records contain a note that a fallen woman from the 4th building of the hospital arrived here. Brandon suggests that this is most likely the complete list of invited guests. He wonders why the Raven didn't have this list, which means they will soon discover his deception. However, he calms down quite quickly, and suggests that they are most likely only keeping track of the most important guests. Brandon understands that he has had everything for some time, but it is possible that the owner himself may recognize him as a person. He looks closely at the list, and again discovers that the owner of the 9th mutation has arrived here after all. Brandon is happy that this happened, because he promised to show her the world, and in the end, someone else fulfilled her promises. Brandon wonders if she would help if he asked her this time. He understands that it would be a good idea to enlist her support, because she will remain a good support for him. He reflects that if he remembers everything, the first building was a white zone. The second building, where they met her, could definitely be considered a full-fledged blue zone. In the third core, only Heather's forces were embroidered, which represented the transformation of grievances. He also realizes that the fourth building is where the true body of the Fallen One was located. Brandon realizes that he still hasn't met the Elder with the 9th mutation face-to-face, and looks around. Brandon is mentally surprised that she is not here, despite the fact that she should obviously belong to the humanoid group. He notes that this is quite understandable, since she is probably in some room for dear guests. Brandon decides to go through the list again to figure out who is actually here. He discovers that among the other invitees is a Fallen One who is supposed to come from the Sea of Red Clouds. Brandon suggests that the Sea of Red Clouds is the very area from which the deadly flight departed. The amusement park, when he presented this area, is located next to the zoo area in which he was. Brandon suggests that this is unlikely to be a coincidence, and he has been within a hair's breadth of the red zone several times already. Brandon decides that it is too early to draw conclusions based on the information he has. After this, he discovers that the invited fallen from the school and prison were probably residents of those places. He also discovers that there are no black zones on this page, and no red zone residents other than Heather have appeared. Brandon understands that there is no point in talking about the diversity of these monsters, because this is not the largest sample yet. He understands that more than 70 years have passed since the disaster, and people still have too little knowledge of the world in the tower. He suggests that this is the purpose of the conductor's ticket, while the pawn completes the repairs. Having checked the reaction of the guest of honor, he says that the procedure is complete. Immediately after this, he quickly takes the list that he had been holding in his hands all the time. He bows and says that if they have any questions, they should not hesitate to ask the staff. Brandon, meanwhile, gets up from the table and says that he will take a walk to look around. The girl wishes him luck in his endeavors, and says that she herself will soon go for a walk. Brandon reflects on the fact that Heather has already arrived here, but the organizer will not appear anytime soon. He assumes that she was persuaded with particular zeal, because she is too powerful a fallen one, and is capable of much. Now he needs to find the VIP lounge to get inside and take a look around. After some time, he finally discovers a precious passage that can be used. The bird stops him abruptly, telling him to freeze in place and not move anymore. She states that if he doesn't want to die, then he better not go there. And Brandon states that he doesn't mind dying. The bird looks at him in surprise and says that he can go further if his desire is so crazy. Brandon walks down the red corridor and suggests that perhaps Shark lost consciousness because of Heather's aura. Brandon assumes that the girl wanted to warn him about the danger, but he couldn't stand it. Entering the room, he sees several figures and understands that it is definitely better not to come here alive, because this is real hell. He quickly notices one of the miners who has recently gone missing, but he is already in a strange state. Brandon realizes that his consciousness is torn apart, as if he had been pumped with horse doses of sleeping pills. Brandon suggests that the miners are food, emitting a pleasant scent of negative emotions for these fallen ones. He reflects on the fact that his mission is accomplished, as he finds himself in a room with the 4 kings of the fallen world. Looking at these people, he understands that if the shorty were in his place, he would definitely try to save them. Brandon realizes that he won't be able to achieve the perfect ending this time, and he decides to take a closer look. As he thought, he almost immediately notices Heather here, who is looking at him uneasily, because she immediately recognized him. At that moment, his vision begins to blur, and he feels as if he is about to lose consciousness. Brandon quickly grabs his head and wonders what is already happening to him. One of the other fallen, watching them, begins to lick her lips, realizing that this is another product to be eaten. From the outside, she looks like she's wearing a theme party costume, but there's very little that's pleasant about it. Brandon feels like someone is rapidly trying to get into his head and split his thoughts. He assumes that he has fallen under the influence of the ability of one of these fallen 9th-level mutations. Heather guesses that this girl is to blame for everything, and says that the attention belongs exclusively to her. She points her finger at him and says that she will not share her spoils with absolutely anyone. The girl smiles and says that if this is a friend or their little sister, she will immediately let him go. Heather immediately approaches the protagonist and takes his hand to make him feel better. After this, she tells him to follow her, stating that nothing bad will happen to them. Brandon realizes that he is truly lost instead of where the level 9 fallen dwell. She mentally addresses him, telling him not to look at them, otherwise he will feel bad. Heather adds that you should especially avoid eye contact with this woman, because she is the most terrifying. All this time they were being watched by another fallen one, who says that all of this is very interesting. Heather decides to activate a special aura to wrap her ally and protect him from the others. She asks him, and then, if he really decided to become one of us and has now joined the army. Immediately after this, she begins to form another reality in the protagonist's head. As soon as he comes to, he finds himself in a hospital ward next to beds and a cage. Brandon looks around and realizes that this place is familiar to him, since he has been in this room before. This cell indicates that this is the same room where he found his first task. The fallen demoness watches what is happening and says that this is quite an interesting picture. Looking at the size Heather has grown to, she says that their little sister has approached the issue thoroughly. Brandon says that he has received word that the fallen have a way to travel outside of their zones. Heather says that if he only came to scout out the area, then he needs to leave here because it's too dangerous here. Brandon says that he is not quite like other people because he is able to control his negative emotions. She also says that no one will know that he is here, but he came here to find a way to get her out of the hospital. Heather, meanwhile, created a whole vortex of negative emotions to close herself and Brandon off from others. Brandon quickly looks around and realizes that he didn't expect this ability to work in such an interesting way. He realizes that she claimed him as her power, so that everyone would think that he was just an offspring of the transformation. Brandon also notes that she doesn't address him by his name, but calls him brother, which means she has become very attached to him. Heather cries and says that she doesn't want to eat this person, but everyone asks her to do it. Brandon understands that she is getting worse due to the influence of the local environment, and if he had not come here, she would have gotten worse. Looking at her incredible capabilities, he suggests that she might lose control. Brandon understands that it is very difficult for her to fight her hunger and apex predator instincts alone. Brandon tries to find a way to help and puts his hand on her hair to stroke it. He adds that he would like to tell her a story that recently happened to him. He claims that after leaving the 9th hospital, he found himself in a jungle area. He adds that after some time he realized that this entire area behind the jungle was the stomach of a huge monster. Brandon says that after these events he met a boy who cannot become fallen. The thing is, he's a sweet kid with a good heart, just like Heather, and they'll definitely become good friends. He tells her that she will not remain fallen forever, and that there is probably a way to recover from this for a short time. Heather starts crying with happiness, and he asks her to be patient, because he has almost found a way to save her. He also claims to have found some interesting fragments that are capable of normalizing distorted laws. He suspects that one of these fragments could turn a fallen one back into a human, and he's found a couple of clues. He states that he is still far from solving the problem, but promises her that he will not give up until he solves her problem. He also states that those around her will one day give her the love she truly deserves. Meanwhile, the external eye that observes what is happening in the real world begins to gradually fade. The fallen wonders if she has lost interest in the tasty human flesh lying on the table. She begins to observe what is happening more and more closely, trying to understand Heather's motives. Brandon, meanwhile, asks her if she can tell him what happened and how she ended up here. Heather says that a very strong man suddenly appeared in front of her and suggested that she leave the hospital. She says that this man was stronger than that little stranger. Brandon knows exactly who he's talking about and asks if the man said anything else. Heather says the man told her he knew a way to get her out of there so she wouldn't be locked up in the hospital. He also sympathized with her, saying that she had as much potential as he did and deserved resources. Heather says she wanted to refuse him because she was afraid of hurting other people if she left the hospital. After this, she states that she could not help but listen to the voices in her head that demanded that she follow him. Brandon says that everything is fine because she did nothing wrong and can consider it an ordinary walk. After this, he says that he is curious why this man gathered all these fallen. Heather says she doesn't know for sure, and he only mentioned that many areas have begun to be affected by the well. Brandon understands that this is some new and too abstract term, but he needs to remember it precisely. Heather says the man admitted that the changes were starting to become more and more frequent. Brandon realizes that the time interval for the zone to change is rapidly shrinking, which means the world is changing. Brandon asks her when he told her about it, and she replies that it was 3 days ago. Brandon muses that this means at least that for 3 days out of those 70 years, the law restricting the fallen was not in effect in the zone. Brandon tells her that everything is fine and that she shouldn't worry because he has already found the solution. He adds that if his assumptions are correct, then the owner of this place is not at all limited by these rules. However, it is still unclear to him what goal this man is pursuing and what he is trying to achieve. Brandon asks himself what benefit he will gain from many of the fallen migrating here. Now he begins to understand that something truly grandiose is coming, and there is no doubt about it. However, he also understands that this grand finale will not catch all the participants of this feast. He suggests that all fallen beings below the 8th level of mutation will be destroyed. Meanwhile, one of the fallen begins to torment the miner, drawing out his memories one by one. Heather interrupts her spiritual session to see what is causing the eerie screams. The creature gradually fills its empty head with various memories and perspectives of the miner. All the memories of his life instantly appear inside this creature and begin to move rapidly. Gradually they are washed away, transforming into something absolutely meaningless, absurd, and faceless. In this way, the fallen one consumes its victim, leaving behind nothing but empty clothes. Brandon realizes that he stirred up the man's memory, pulled out all the bad emotions from there, and then ate him. Brandon realizes this is a classic fallen dish when suddenly one of them turns around. He asks Heather if she's going to eat her minor, since he might lay claim to his fate. Heather looks at him intently as he speaks in a nasty voice about taking him by force. She too becomes more furious, and shows with all her might that she will not give him her prey. After this, she sits down and asks her neighbor if she will eat her minor. The girl looks at him with a smile and asks why they don't ask him themselves. Immediately after this, she snaps her fingers and turns to the minor, telling him that he must wake up. Although he immediately looks around to understand where he ended up and what he should do now. The girl says with a smile that her friend wants to eat him, and he must give his consent to this. She pauses briefly, then asks him again if he wants to be her dinner. The young man looks around in fear, sensing a very threatening aura next to him, and freezes in place. The true form of the fallen ones who stand before him appears before his eyes, and he feels uneasy. The girl continues to look at him and says that he should not turn the other way. This desperate minor realizes he has no other option but to try to defend himself with a knife. However, once he lands a few blows on this fallen one, it becomes clear that her skin is too tough. The minor looks at his weapon in surprise and realizes that it has crumbled, as if it were made of dried clay. The girl carefully takes the knife from his hand and says that it awakened incredible nostalgia in her. She states that she has already encountered people who cut off various body parts, but they were stronger. The frightened minor understands that now all he can do is hope for the best and try to escape. The girl laughs and takes careful aim, preparing to throw the stub of a knife at him. A few moments later, this sharp piece of metal hits the unfortunate man directly in the back of the head. Immediately after this, he falls, spilling blood all over the floor, but this is where his torment ends. The girl says that he shouldn't have run away, otherwise he could have lived a little longer. Another fallen one, watching the scene, doesn't say a single word, but his aura becomes more rigid. He turns his gaze to Brandon and assumes that this fallen man was once a warrior of the intelligence corps. Brandon notes that only 2 minors remain alive, while dozens of others are missing. 8 hours have passed since he arrived in the area, and he receives another attribute imbalance affliction. Heather asks him if he's okay, to which he replies that he is and quickly stabilizes. He notes that this is not the worst hindrance, as his overall attribute loss was 25%. Brandon asks her how long she has been here, to which the girl replies that she has been here for more than 10 hours. Brandon is amazed by the huge number of invitations and tries to figure out how he can manage to send out so many. He reflects that the time he had is almost up, so he needs to send a message urgently. Brandon realizes he's going to have to do something around this, because he doesn't want Howard to come here. Suddenly, the idea comes to him that visual communication can be used to convey information. We briefly flash back to the mental hospital room where Lorie continues to draw Brandon. Suddenly she hears strange vibrations and realizes that someone is desperately trying to contact her. Looking at the heart, she discovers that it is vibrating, which means that the person making the connection is none other than her friend. Heather suddenly asks him who this Lorie is that he is so desperately trying to contact. Brandon realizes that he has gotten himself into an awkward situation because he has completely forgotten the structure of this place. After this, he clears his throat and turns to Lorie, saying that he has a very important request for her. He states that she must contact his captain through the surveillance camera and tell him something important. He asks to add that now he should not interfere under any circumstances. Otherwise, it will lead to a great tragedy. Brandon realizes he still won't be able to achieve complete privacy protection and continues talking. He states that the matter is urgent, so she must hurry. He also states that as her friend, he hopes she understands that he is in a hurry. Lorie immediately jumps up from her chair and says that she will do everything as long as he doesn't get angry. Brandon thanks her, then says he will contact her sometime later and removes the heart. After this, there is a slightly awkward pause between them that lasts for several seconds. Heather suddenly asks him who this girl is who decided to contact him. Brandon says that this is his friend, who draws well and is very similar to Heather, because she also has the blood of the fallen. Heather dangles her legs sadly, then says that she understands everything, falling silent for a while. The atmosphere becomes quite oppressive and sad, and Brandon realizes that they are clearly not thrilled with each other. Brandon is trying to understand how things came to this, because there can be nothing between them, these girls. He also understands that one of them cannot get out of the tower, and the other, on the contrary, will never get into the tower. Meanwhile, we are transported to the 4th floor of the tower, to the building housing the headquarters of the Foreign Intelligence Corps. Howard gives a detailed description of the progress of their last mission outside the tower and some thoughts. Howard's current boss, Carl, listens to him thoughtfully, not saying a single word to interrupt him. After this, he says that he did the right thing in deciding not to follow his subordinate deeper into this zone. He also states that he did not abandon his subordinate because he went there of his own free will. He also states that as early as 90 years ago, the Survey Corps tried to explore the red zones. He also states that the strongest representatives participated in this operation, but none of them survived. He also states that in turn, 2 years later the armies united again at the initiative of the upper classes. Carl says the result was exactly the same, and no one was able to return from the red zone alive. Carl states that the surprising discovery is that no one can use the discs inside the red zones. Carl states that this has cooled their ambitions, despite the fact that he understands the huge losses of fighters. Carl notes that he has also encountered this and observed a newcomer who showed great promise. After this, he states that now none of the Corps is ready to go into the real red zone, because it would be suicide. Carl adds that Howard has the potential to reach the thresholds of entry, which means his life is incredibly valuable. He notes that the towers are humanity's last hope, and that people like him appear there every day. Carl states that he knows full well that he wants to save his fighter as soon as he can recover minimally. After this, he asks him to put himself in his place, and think about whether it is worth risking such a valuable employee. Suddenly, Howard receives a call and very quickly contacts the center with good news. Lincoln loudly relays to him the information that according to the data, Brandon is not dead and is still alive. Howard asks him what it means, and asks him to speak more slowly so he can understand everything. Lincoln claims they don't know the details, but right now Lorie is sending a message through her drawings. Lincoln says that Brandon is in a critical phase of his plan and asks not to interfere. Howard listens to him carefully and says that he understands, but he must keep all this a secret. Carl looks at him and asks if he can find out more about this as a Corps commander. Howard hesitates for a moment, then says that his man from foreign intelligence reported that Brandon is still alive. Howard also states that this man, among other things, gave them very important information. Carl asks him how they knew about this, since no one has ever survived spending so much time in the red zone. Howard understands that telling all of his friends' secrets would be very dangerous, and decides to avoid the topic. He says that this is thanks to a special artifact that somehow connects people from the tower and outside of it. Carl understands that this is a matter of confidentiality, and everyone has their own secrets, so it's better not to get involved in it. However, he says that there is no need to rejoice prematurely, as they must be prepared for anything. After that, he sits down at the laptop to carefully check Brandon's new data. He sees Brandon's diagram, which this time was drawn up without any changes, and realizes it's a diamond. Looking at this, he assumes that very soon another Titan will appear in the tower who will be able to save it. Meanwhile, we are transported outside the tower, to the area of the Hollage Hills, where this mine is located. It's been 11 hours since the protagonist entered this zone, and very soon he will be faced with another debate. Suddenly, as if out of thin air, an unknown violinist materializes and begins to play a melody. Brandon understands that if the music suddenly starts, it means the most important part of the performance is about to begin. The melody gradually penetrates every nook and cranny of this mine, and begins to instantly transform its appearance. All this creates a huge illusion that they are in a giant palace, filled with various aristocrats. Even the girl who recently looked like a living dead is now starting to look like a beautiful lady. Brandon understands that the organizers of this event are real gentlemen who have understood such things in their lifetime. He notes that this all looks incredibly curious, and he becomes interested in finding out who is behind this. Brandon also notes that all the fallen here have returned to their human forms. Looking around, he notes that there are exceptions in the form of Heather, who was not affected by these illusions. Suddenly, the same mysterious girl appears behind him, who says that this time they didn't come here in vain. Heather immediately reacts to this and tries to get the irrepressible woman away from her friend as quickly as possible. She orders him to immediately take his hands off him, and the girl, laughing, jumps to the side, barely managing to return. She asks him not to be so greedy, because she just wants to borrow it for a couple of days, that's all. Brandon turns around and realizes that the couple behind them hasn't changed at all, despite everything. He suggests that all fallen 9th-level mutations are capable of resisting such illusory skills. Brandon notes that the party has already started, and the long-awaited organizer should be coming out soon. For now, everyone is simply watching the incredible talent of the violinist, who amazes the audience with his skills. He understands that there is no point in saving his strength anymore, and he needs to use his talent on this guy with the violin. The system says that it is better not to look at this person for a long time, since he can sense it. The system also states that this man has long forgotten his real name, and everyone calls him the Traveler. This creature possesses a huge number of advanced mutations that our main characters have never seen before. Brandon realizes that he doesn't have any useful clues yet, so he needs to keep looking. Using his deduction, he surmises that through the supreme mutation of equality, he can suppress the powers of others. After a while, red spotlights begin to light up above the theater hall. The mysterious woman says that very soon this event will begin in full force. The traveler says that he is grateful to everyone for coming here, even though some of the guests died along the way. He also states that it would be very nice if death brought the desired relief. Hearing this, all the fallen begin to clap for him and say that they support his mercy. The traveler thanks them, saying that thanks to the well, all territorial restrictions have been lifted for several days. He adds that none of them know when it will open next, as it could take a decade or centuries. After this, he states that they all suffered a lot during their long lives. He adds that there is only one thing they can do to brighten up this eternity. Smiling, he states that they can at least choose a place they like in order to live in it further. He proudly says that he is now ready to give them this opportunity, even though they will have to fight for it. Brandon realizes that we are talking about the mysterious well again, and he needs to find out as much as possible about it. Brandon also doesn't want to stand out from the crowd, otherwise he will attract unwanted attention from the traveler. Brandon asks Heather if she could ask him what this well is. Heather adjusts her telepathic waves so that everyone in the room can hear her. She asks the traveler what the well is that he keeps mentioning and where it is located. The traveler reflects on the fact that he did not expect that this particular girl would ask him this question. Smiling, he says that this is the source of distortions in their world, and it is better not to delve into this secret. He adds that there are probably a lot of people interested in this topic, but it's better not to try to find him. Heather continues to insist, and says that he did not answer her question, and was just trying to dodge it. The traveler says that he once came very close to this very well, and heard a revelation about the world. After this he says that, unfortunately, he has no right to reveal his secrets to anyone. He adds that no one except those who have the necessary abilities are able to go beyond their zone. He adds that this is precisely why there is no point in thinking about where this well is, because they will not get to it. Brandon realizes that the girl told him that the well is the source of distortions, and the traveler worships it as a god. Brandon suggests that some incredible force has fallen upon the world, and split it into many disparate zones. He understands that only by collecting all the pieces of the puzzle will he be able to cope. But it is still not clear how this scheme is built. He assumes that the traveler worships the well, but is in no hurry to share knowledge about it. He also understands that the fallen themselves are not very interested in this well, and they do not care about it. Brandon realizes that they are probably most interested in completely different, more diverse questions. The traveler says that everyone came here to take part in the redistribution of zones. He describes their characteristics in detail so that they can choose exactly what they like. Over the next couple of minutes, the traveler describes the features of these zones in great detail. He also talks about the distance between these zones so that everyone understands. At the same time, Brandon is intensely memorizing all the information received and creating an accurate map in his mind. The traveler states that in the zone he just spoke about there is a time reference. It describes an area that can clearly be interpreted as an airplane in an endless time loop. He states that he strongly advises against choosing areas where the laws are too relaxed. Brandon realizes that something is wrong with this friendly advice, and that this man is not really who he claims to be. Brandon suggests that if this man truly wanted to help the fallen, he would be a saint to them. However, the fallen are creatures in which negative emotions predominate, which means he is pursuing his goal. Brandon notes that, judging by his eyes, this traveler has not actually possessed free will for a long time. From the protagonist's point of view, it is simply a creature enslaved by the well, wandering the world, fulfilling its will. It has been 12 hours since he entered this zone, so he gets the effect delay disadvantage. Heather looks at him in surprise and asks him if he is okay, hoping that he is not hurt. Brandon claims that he is fine, and that this debuff is very minor and will not affect anything. Meanwhile, the traveler claps his hands and says that this is where the acquaintance with the zones can be considered complete. After this, he states that he believes it is high time to begin their amazing banquets. After the signal, under the leadership of the pawn, the miners, who are clearly acting against their will, prepare for the event. The traveler states that before distributing resources, one needs to have a good rest and relax. Smiling, he declares that it is time to begin the riotous feast of flesh and blood. The miners come in with glasses and ask the other people if they would like a little drink. One of the girls says that she wouldn't mind drinking 1 glass of blood. The miner immediately grabs a knife and says that her desire is a law for him. Immediately after this, he inflicts serious injuries on himself, causing profuse bleeding. This blow is very frightening and cruel, and a person would hardly inflict it on himself if someone did not control him. However, the blood that begins to spurt from his throat quickly fills the glasses in a rather gruesome manner. After the glasses are filled, he hands them to the fallen, telling them to enjoy. One of them looks at this miner and says that he hasn't seen such a funny way of serving food for a long time. The girl looks at her colleague and asks him if he would like a drink to celebrate this big day. After this, they clink glasses and drain them in one go, enjoying how this banquet is going. For any normal person, this turns into a bloodbath. But for the fallen, it is a real paradise. Brandon and Heather continue to watch this horror and cannot find the strength to comment on it. Suddenly, one of the actors knocks on their door and then walks onto their shelf. He calls them distinguished guests and asks them if they would like something to drink. Brandon falls silent and tries to understand what they did to him to save the surviving miners. Heather asks him if he wants the lives of these miners to be saved. Brandon says that if this were possible, it would be just wonderful, because these people are not to blame. Heather says that it is just an illusion, and they do not really die, but their souls are tortured. Brandon reflects that this changes quite a lot, and makes the picture of this event even more eerie. He realizes that the miners are being tortured mentally, and because of this, they begin to study the despair that the fallen feed on. He notes that this is truly the feast of flesh and blood that the traveler so joyfully announced. Looking at the traveler, he wonders what this man is up to. Meanwhile, this man says that he perfectly understands their toothless desire to start a new life. He also says that it is not so easy to cover such long distances while the well is open. He even states that this is impossible without his help. But there is a small clarification. He states that the territorial restrictions of the zones have disappeared with the opening of the well, and the zones are filling with force. Brandon and Heather watch his speech closely and try to understand what he is trying to say. The traveler, meanwhile, declares that these forces increase their power many times over, pulling them towards evolution. He adds that they, being fallen, must certainly fight for this power, and it is better to start this fight here. He expresses hope that it is here, in the mine, that they will enjoy this truly great battle. He talks about how all those who died will become steps for the rest that will lead them to paradise. He states that they may not understand his high-flown words, but everything will become clear very soon. He says that instincts should help them to join this banquet and begin a brutal massacre. After this, he announces the beginning of a cruel feast, and the entire mountain begins to shake from energy waves. Brandon wonders what happened and why the mountain suddenly started shaking so violently. Brandon clutches his head and tries to understand why his body is starting to behave very strangely. He also notes that he just felt real pain spreading throughout his body. Heather notices that her friend has suddenly become weak and asks him if he is okay. Meanwhile, the traveler begins to let out a piercing scream that can be heard for many kilometers. This cry is the ultimate mutation called the siren song, which allows you to drive everyone crazy. In one of the memories, he finds himself next to the same mummy that was walking on the plane. He also moves to the ship he was on for unknown purposes. Finally, he recalls being next to an unknown sage who met him in a ruined temple. This wise man told him that the tower was connected to the well. He also adds that people have been fighting for a long time to open the way to this well. All these puzzles lead to finding the monsters that are hidden inside this very mine. We are transported to an unknown place, where some professor is giving a lecture about when the first painkillers appeared. He states that hypnosis was introduced into all kinds of entertainment projects and aroused genuine interest. However, all this time, an unknown hostage was sitting next to him, who could not move because he was chained to a chair. The man says that over time, a person can build up a willpower defense against hypnosis. After this, he adds that in the future, if their world continues to slide into the abyss, they will have to face monsters. After this, he takes a needle and says that the human body will not tolerate subordination to something from the outside. Approaching the subject, he talks about the need to develop ideal defense mechanisms within oneself. Looking at the hypnotized young man, he says that it is possible to come out of this state in a couple of seconds. Immediately after this, he begins to cause him serious pain thanks to this razor-sharp needle. The boy begins to scream very loudly and move his legs, trying to escape from this grip. The professor appears incredibly indifferent and continues to stab him severely with the needle. After some time, he decides to stop and takes out the needle, from which blood squirts. He claims that more severe wounds are greatly exaggerated, as there are much more painful points. He adds that he has now deliberately avoided these points, so he should consider himself generous. He adds that next time, if he succumbs to his hypnosis again, he will use blows to these very points. The professor states that in the future, when he works with the reflex, he will feel pain, and this will save him. The professor suddenly says that it is time to make the task a little more difficult for the subject. He also states that it can cloud a person's judgment, but they can find a way to deal with it. He states that he will now ask him several questions, which must be answered only correctly. The professor says he will start with the same unsolved body that happened last month. This child turns out to be Brandon from a past life, but it is still unclear what kind of maniac grabbed him. The man says that while they are sorting this issue out, he should not succumb to his hypnosis. We return to the present day outside of Misty Mountain, and Brandon comes to his senses. Heather asks him what's going on and if he's okay, to which he replies that he feels better. Meanwhile, one of the 9th level spreads his wings and says that he is very bored. He adds that he will probably leave here, since this battle will not be particularly interesting for him. His colleague says that, unfortunately, he is unlikely to be able to do this, since he will still be transferred back. The girl claims that this is a time loop, and he, apparently, has long since discovered that everything here goes in circles. The Fallen says that they should kill everyone here, and then move to new territory and build up their power. They also wonder what would happen if they fought directly against each other. The girl says that they will not be able to kill the Fallen who are on the 9th level. She adds that they are the top of the food chain and should not waste their time while others are having fun. Her colleague says that he agrees with this, so they have no other choice. The winged Fallen one says that in this case, one will have to take part in this low-grade banquet. Another Fallen man is surprised that his colleague decided to use the stairs, given that he can fly. Smiling, the girl goes downstairs and says that her colleagues shouldn't be late either. She waves to him and says that she will be happy to meet them downstairs. Brandon continues to closely monitor every movement of these creatures, and realizes that Heather has also become tense. He discovers that her fog has become much thicker, and even she may be tempted to destroy other people. Brandon tries to reason with her, saying that they need to prepare to rescue the miners. Looking at their lifeless eyes, she says that this will only be relevant if they are still alive. A real earthquake begins, but the Fallen are busy fighting each other. This massacre takes on a particularly brutal character, as each of them wants to grab a piece of the pie for themselves. Their goal is to collect as many evolution points as possible and advance to the next level. There are a variety of creatures present here, which look incredibly bizarre due to mutation. Some Fallen appear like normal humans, but they can use parts of their bodies as weapons. Other Fallen ones have already completely turned into weapons and look quite grotesque. One of these shooters jumps into the air to shoot all his opponents with a rain of lead. It fires a huge number of bullets, each of which deals quite significant damage. A huge number of opponents fall dead without even having time to do anything. The same Fallen man who unsuccessfully searched for his wife also drops in on the feast. The other Fallen are trying to get revenge on him for pestering them with his eternal questions. They jump on him from all sides, declaring that now they will be able to devour him and his damned abilities. However, the next moment they fall under its influence and are locked in place, unable to move a muscle. Immediately after this, their bodies begin to explode, throwing out their own entrails and blood. This creature turns out to be much more dangerous than one might think at first glance. A piece of the head of one of these Fallen falls right at the feet of high-level predators. The girl picks up the piece and says that everyone has suddenly become incredibly greedy. Her colleague states that in this case they also cannot lag behind, because he is dying from anticipation of this carnage. The winged Fallen one smiles with all his teeth and says that he will finally be able to hunt. Taking to the air, he prepares to summon a giant sword and declares that the carnage will now begin. To begin with, he decides to use his claws to test them on the local fauna. He moves so fast that almost no one has time to react to his rapid movements. Just a few moments pass, and he is already dealing with a huge number of his opponents. He calls his opponents pathetic wretch, and immediately orders them to get out of his way. Those who refuse to obey him immediately become his victims, because he moves too quickly. Thanks to his speed, he rushes through his opponents like a knife through butter, leaving behind only shreds. Brandon realizes that he can use his talent 3 more times to analyze these Fallen ones. The system says that the intelligence core has been around for a long time, and Howard is not the only one who was the strongest. The system adds that once upon a time a powerful warrior lived in this tower, who was also very tall. Meanwhile, the same Fallen man appears on the path of this cruel monster, looking for his wife. However, he quickly grabs him by the face and orders him to shut up and not waste time on empty chatter. Immediately after this, he throws him to the ground in order to break all his bones as quickly as possible. The system states that you are one of the charged with unpleasant circumstances, lost your place, and left. The system also states that he possesses berserker mutations, acceleration, demonic appearance, and monstrous strength. Brandon notes that this is an interesting specimen, which previously served in the Foreign Intelligence Corps. Based on the description of its mutation, the protagonist guesses that this creature has not yet shown even half of its power. Meanwhile, the girl asks him where he is going in such a hurry, and finds herself in the middle of a crowd of other Fallen. The system says that she was one of the most beautiful girls in the tower, and this did not go unnoticed. The system also claims that one of the madmen in the tower decided to turn it into a real exhibit. The system emphasizes that he wanted to make her into an ageless, non-rotting and dead exhibit, turning her into a stuffed animal. The girl, meanwhile, rejoices at her injuries and asks them to continue eating her with all their might. The system emphasizes that the madman's dream really did come true, and she gained eternal life. Brandon looks at the place where the girl had just been, and realizes that all that's left of her are just a few gnawed bones. Brandon suggests that this is not the end, since the system mentioned eternal life, and a fallen 9th rank cannot be killed so easily. He understands that now they will become acquainted with its real capabilities. After a few moments, fragments of this girl suddenly appear on the body parts of these creatures. A few moments later, the truly terrifying procedure of resurrecting this fallen one begins. She emerges from the bodies of her opponents, leaving them no chance to avoid the attack. Gradually, her clones are created, and Brandon realizes that before him stands another owner of the legendary mutation. Brandon suggests that this madman originally dragged her outside the tower and then killed her. He notes that this is a crazy idea, even assuming that her body actually turned into Jilin. However, if we talk about the results of the experiment, she really did gain eternal youth in the legendary mutation. Meanwhile, the demoness says that she really is of no use and was too boring. After this, one of her clones comes up to her and says that she feels good in her own company. After a few more moments, the process of merging these clones into one main one begins. The girl says that she was playing around and asks her friends to return to their normal bodies. Brandon realizes that after this horrible procedure, at the end they all merge into one copy, and this is very convenient. Now all that remains is to analyze the last fallen one that is still here. The system states that this guy used to be a big fan of the paranormal and was looking for traces of tales. This man never found answers to his questions, because if ghosts did not exist, then he would have no one to talk to. However, he found solace when he tried to talk to his reflection in the mirror, and this saved him. At the same time, one of the unknown opponents tries to attack him with its clawed paws. However, as soon as the paw reaches it, an unknown glass appears, which blocks this blow. The fallen one turns in his direction and says that it is impolite to distract the person. After this, he declares that such an insult requires a mirror response, so he will return it in full. The next moment, he creates a special mirror, from which the hand of that very fallen one emerges. In this way, the enemy deals a fatal blow to himself without realizing it. The system claims that this guy has soul prison mutations, as well as the shadow of truth. Brandon realizes that, looking at these creatures, he still realizes a little bit that it is too early for him to compete with such monsters. He understands that in order to overcome them, he cannot limit himself to just numbers in the levels. From his point of view, the only way to achieve this is by collecting pieces of the puzzle and discovering talents. Heather says that the people they were going to save came here, but they can no longer be saved. Looking at these miners, she says that, unfortunately, they have already completely gone over to the side of the fallen. Heather realizes that she now has no choice but to destroy them with her own powers. She decides to use the tentacles to tear them to shreds and absorb their power. Heather does this reluctantly, and if the lives of her comrades were in danger, she would decide to do it. After this, she tells her friend that it is better for him to leave here while he still has the opportunity. Brandon says that the rescue operation failed, but he did gather information about this mysterious world. He adds that he has learned about a well that is the source of the distortions of their world, and is capable of structuring matter. It also becomes unclear who this traveler is, about whom more remains to be learned. He also understands that the traveler forced the fallen to fight each other, so that only the strongest resource would remain. Brandon realizes that among the zones the traveler described, there must be one that interests him. Heather says she liked the deserted village area, which reminds her of her grandmother's. Brandon realizes that this is a fairly logical choice for someone like Heather, and declares that it is time for him to leave. Heather asks him if he will visit her soon, and he replies that he will definitely come. Brandon states that he knows the location of this village, so when the time comes, he will definitely come to it. The system says that this area is now a blanket, assembled in pieces. The system also sums up his adventure, stating that if he repeats this too often, he will simply die. Brandon decides to use the disc and disappears into thin air, after which his body is transported to the tower. Heather looks happily in the direction where her friend had just been, and says that she will be glad to see him later.